to Qatar. The Americans win it 3-0. So lots of competition. Big around here with NBC with the Olympics starting tomorrow. And because of that, we're not going to be around so you can enjoy that coverage. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Take care and be safe. From New Mexico to Maine, a 2,000-mile storm impacting tens of millions in its path. With heavy snow, high winds, and dangerous ice, Janessa Webb is tracking it all.
Football coach Brian Flores' lawsuit against the NFL and multiple teams calls out the Rooney Rule and the league to a whole new level of diversity and inclusion.
The Biden administration is beefing up U.S. troop numbers and repositioning American forces in Eastern Europe as Russia leaves the world guessing on their next move.
Gun violence on the rise in multiple cities across the nation. Today, President Biden travels to New York City, where they just buried another police officer.
And we'll take you to Beijing, where the excitement is growing with the opening ceremonies to the Winter Olympics just hours away. Early today starts right now. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Corey Coffin. We begin with that monster winter storm on this Thursday that has triggered over 100 million alerts across the country. This extreme weather will span from New Mexico to Maine. Cities are already being pounded by blizzard conditions. Detroit and St. Louis could see a foot of snow, but it's the buildup of ice that is the most concerning. The roads a dangerous mess with many major accidents and stranded drivers. And the freezing conditions are coming to places that aren't typically used to seeing it.
3 people were hurt in this rollover crash in Texas, and over 40,000 people and power outages are already being reported in the Lone Star State. Let's get the latest on the storm's path from NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, a whole lot to go through this morning.
Yes, ladies, you know, my biggest concern today is the ice accumulation, and many of these spots have already seen round 1 of this storm. Round 2 is a little bit stronger, and we are going to continue to watch rain, ice, and snow, and you can see it's already filtering in across the central U.S. Watching really Texas this morning, look how temperatures continue to fluctuate. Well, to the south in Houston, 43 degrees, Dallas 28, and that's why they're dealing with that wintry mix, primarily in the form of freezing rain, and then farther to the north you're dealing with snow. So there's that massive dividing line from Texas to Maine with our fluctuating temperatures. Today, ice accumulation will stretch across Arkansas all the way into sections of Boston. At least 1/10 of an inch is very crippling across this area, talking about 1/4 of an inch in some spots. So massive power outages across this line of ice. Now on top of that, we still haven't talked about more snow on the way. We'll look at that forecast coming up. Ladies.
Gosh, there's just so much to account for here. All right, Janessa, thank you. We'll check in soon. For the second time in less than a week, thousands of mourners gathered in Midtown Manhattan. This time to pay respects to Wilbert Mora, a 27-year-old officer who was killed while answering a call for help in Harlem. At the funeral, Mora was promoted to detective. The same honor was given to his partner, Jason Rivera, who also died in the line of duty. Mora was described as a gentle giant who dedicated his life to serving others.
At Mora's funeral, Mayor Adams pledged to eradicate gun violence. Well, that promise will be front and center today as President Biden heads to New York City to meet with the mayor and Governor Kathy Hochul to focus on ways to fight the bloodshed. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with a preview. Bree, good morning. We've seen a surge in violent crimes across the country.
That's right, Francis. According to the Council on Criminal Justice, homicides in major American cities rose 5% last year compared to 2020. In January alone, New York homicides dropped compared to last year, but other major crimes are up 38% in 2022, according to the NYPD. The city has seen more shootings, and hate crimes have spiked nearly 80%. Rape, robbery, and felony assaults are also on the rise. Mayor Adams ran on a message of security and says public safety is his top priority.
No one will divide this city with their violence. In fact, they're going to unite us to come together and end this. We're going to find these guns, and we're going to find those who carry them and use them. We are committed to ending this violence.
And today, President Biden will talk to Mayor Adams about his administration's strategy to combat gun crime, which includes funding to put more cops on the street and invest in violence prevention, as well as new federal efforts to stop illegal gun trafficking. Now, Attorney General Merrick Garland will also join the president in New York today for that meeting to help detail the plan. But a lot of concerns about crime out there, Francis.
Yeah, certainly alarming when you see it in the headlines, even more so with those statistics. Bree, thanks.
Former Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke is set to leave prison today after serving less than half of his 7-year sentence for the murder of Laquan McDonald. He was convicted in 2018 of second-degree murder and 16 counts of aggravated battery, one for each bullet he fired at the 17-year-old as McDonald ran away from police in October of 2014. The shooting sparked massive protests, and Van Dyke's release is expected to do the same, with demonstrations planned for today and tomorrow. Protesters are demanding federal civil rights charges against Van Dyke.
The Russia-Ukraine crisis is escalating, and the United States standing behind its NATO allies. The Pentagon says 3,000 additional U.S. troops will be deployed to Europe, which is separate from the over 8,000 on heightened alert. The move comes as new satellite images appear to show Russia has increased its troop buildup on Ukraine's borders. For the latest, we turn to NBC's Ali Arouzi. Ali, do we know what role the troops will be playing in Ukraine?
Well, Francis, according to the DoD, the idea is that they're not there to fight in Ukraine, but to ensure NATO allies are firmly defended, a sort of show of force against Russian aggression without actually crossing the threshold. Let's take a listen to what DoD spokesman John Kirby had to say last night.
These are not permanent moves. They are moves designed to respond to the current security environment. It's important that we send a strong signal to Mr. Putin and, frankly, to the world that NATO matters to the United States.
But with a situation that's increasingly becoming more volatile, more unpredictable, the scope for a miscalculation intensifies as the number of U.S. troops in the vicinity increases and the Russian military footprint keeps expanding. As you mentioned, new satellite imagery appears to show an increased Russian troop deployment in Crimea, as well as in Western Russia and Belarus. And after a period of quiet, Vladimir Putin has broken his silence to condemn the U.S. of trying to draw his country into a war in Ukraine. Mr. Putin also said that the U.S. was ignoring Russia's concerns about expansion of NATO and European security issues. So despite a flurry of diplomacy and efforts with the Russians are still very upset and critical of the process with the United States, leaving Vladimir Putin's next move still unknown. Francis?
That we think of the families who are saying goodbye to these troops, hoping they come home safe and soon. Ellie, thank you.
Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores stunning the sports world with a racial discrimination lawsuit against the NFL and other teams. In his lawsuit, he compared the league to a plantation that exploits black labor. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez sat down with Flores.
Is the NFL racist? I think the numbers speak for themselves. There's one black head coach.
Until just weeks ago, Brian Flores was the second, but the Miami Dolphins fired him after back-to-back winning seasons. Flores and his attorneys have now filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL and several teams, alleging discrimination against black coaches.
There needs to be a change.
Flores says the New York Giants only interviewed him as a sham to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching jobs.
Well, the Rooney Rule doesn't work. That's the problem.
The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Dable, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience. It includes screenshots of texts allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Flores then asked, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Dable? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up."
When you realized that he meant to send that text message to someone else, what went through your head? I was humiliated.
The Giants are defending their hiring practices, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also alleges Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered to pay him $100,000 per loss in 2019 to improve the team's draft position.
It's disrespect to the game.
The Dolphins deny any racial discrimination and write that the implication that we acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. Flores now knows he's risking his career.
If we can make changes to this system, and give more opportunities to black and minority coaches, real opportunities, I think it'll be worth it.
The NFL says Flores' claims are without merit. Bill Belichick has not returned our calls for comment. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you. Miami Dolphins owner Steve Ross issued a statement responding to accusations that he asked Flores to lose games intentionally. He called those accusations false, malicious, and defamatory, and said he is eager to defend his integrity and the values of the Miami Dolphins.
And another bombshell NFL allegations from former Cleveland Brown coach Hugh Jackson. He is accusing the team of incentivizing him and others to purposely lose games in an attempt to get better draft picks in the 2016-2017 seasons. In an interview on ESPN's SportsCenter, Jackson said he told Browns owner Jimmy Haslam he wasn't interested in bonus money. The Browns issued a statement calling Jackson's claims categorically false.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2022 nominees are in, and there are a few big surprises.
I'm not afraid to take a stand, take a stand.
Eminem, Dolly Parton, A Tribe Called Quest, and Lionel Richie, all first-time nominees this year. In total, 17 nominees are being considered. The official inductees will be announced in May. Last year's class included the Foo Fighters, Tina Turner, and Jay-Z.
All right, we need to get back to that monster storm and Janessa Webb with the track and who can expect what. Janessa, hi again.
Hi, ladies. You know, this storm system touching at least 26 states, so nearly half the country dealing with it. And on to the north of this storm system, we're dealing with the heavy snow. So round two starts to filter in this afternoon. We see the Ohio Valley. They've already seen a significant amount of snow. Right now, totals ranging from about 6 inches. As this storm system presses north and east, we could see up to 12 inches of snow in parts of northern New England. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperature is taking a tumble as well. You can see northern Texas back to 19 degrees this afternoon, and that even touches sections of Louisiana. Shreveport 41, Miami though, high of 79. This actually just coming in. We do have a severe weather risk now with this storm system. We'll take a look at that coming up.
All right, Janessa, we appreciate that. Former Senator Bob Dole has been laid to rest. The private funeral was held with military honors at Arlington National Cemetery. Dole fought in World War II in Europe, where he was badly wounded. He went on to serve nearly 36 years in Congress and was the Republican nominee for president in 1996. Bob Dole died from lung cancer on December 5th. He was 98 years old.
We're back in a minute with important details on the sleep aid melatonin and how it can be dangerous for you.
And 4 men arrested in connection with the death of actor Michael K. Williams next.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Well, welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Leading the news, more Americans are using melatonin to help them sleep. A study published by the Journal of the American Medical Association found that Americans took double the amount of the over-the-counter aid. Experts warn that taking high doses could pose potential health risks because pills may contain higher amounts of melatonin than advertised. Researchers suggest establishing a consistent sleep schedule rather than relying on a supplement. Easier said than done for us here on Early Today, and maybe you at home as well if you're up.
Exactly.
Melatonin can be our friend, but at least we got that warning to look out for.
You have to be very, very careful. USA Swimming is laying out new policies for transgender female athletes. Effective immediately, trans women who are members of USA Swimming will have to show low testosterone levels for at least 3 years before applying to compete. The policy also requires those athletes to prove going through puberty as their sex assigned at birth does not give them a competitive advantage over cisgendered women. The move comes as transgender UPenn swimmer Leah Thomas, who is not a USA Swimming member, is smashing NCAA records.
The founder of the Oath Keepers Militia has spoken to the January 6th committee. Elmert Stewart Rhodes III appeared virtually from jail, his lawyer said. He invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent more than 20 times in response to questions that could affect his upcoming criminal trial. Rhodes has pleaded not guilty to the charge of seditious conspiracy in connection with a Capitol riot. The conversation with the panel was mostly about the history of the anti-government group he founded in 2009. The committee has not responded to an NBC News request for comment.
The FBI is trying to track down 6 persons of interest in a wave of bomb threats at historically black colleges and universities. A law enforcement official says they're all juveniles across the country who appear to be using tech-savvy methods to hide their trail. The Bureau is investigating the threats as hate crimes, but no one has been charged yet.
4 men are facing charges in connection to the drug overdose death of actor Michael K. Williams. New York police arrested the group, saying they were part of a Brooklyn drug trafficking crew that sold the deadly fentanyl-laced heroin to the actor. The sale was captured on surveillance video last September. Williams was best known for his role in The Wire.
All right, plenty ahead here on Early Today, including the new superstar group joining Neil Young's Spotify protest against Joe Rogan.
And dancing into the history books, the groundbreaker taking the stage for a classic production.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends.
quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Don't let the past remind us of what we are not now. No.
Crosby, Stills and Nash are joining former bandmate Neil Young in asking Spotify to remove their music library. The group released a joint statement saying they don't want their catalog on the same platform as Joe Rogan's podcast, which they say airs dangerous disinformation about COVID.
TikTok sensation Morgan Bullock will be making her U.S. debut with Riverdance as the Irish dance troupe's first black female dancer. She recently completed a tour with the show in the UK, and the 21-year-old Virginia native told the Associated Press she's been memorized by the dance style since she was 10 years old. The 25th anniversary tour kicks off March 4th in Salt Lake City.
Still to come, Janessa has more on that extreme winter weather.
And a live update from Beijing, where excitement is growing for the Olympic Games to begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All the work I've put in is just coming to a screeching halt.
Say to yourself, my dreams don't hurt me. My dreams give me the best moments of my life.
Queer Eye Fab 5 member Karoma Brown is bringing awareness to black culture through fashion. Brown, who is the show's culture expert, has launched a limited edition line of t-shirts for Black History Month. They have sayings like Black history is more than slavery and others. Brown says 100% of the proceeds will benefit the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund and True Colors United.
Now let's get back to Janessa with more on those bone-chilling temperatures. Hey, Janessa.
Yeah, our temperature is really taking a tumble well to the north, but what we're also watching, this just in from the Severe Weather Prediction Center, we are going to be dealing with severe weather across areas of the Deep South. This stretches from Louisiana to Mississippi. Primary focus, and pretty unreal that I'm saying this in February, a couple tornadoes possible later on this afternoon. You're watching Early Today. We'll be right back.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Countdown is almost up. The Winter Games are about to begin. We are only 24 hours away from the opening ceremony for the Beijing Olympics. The anticipation is high, and so is the anxiety as the athletes strive not just for a medal, but also to stay COVID-free. NBC's Jay Gray joins us live from Beijing. Jay, what's the mood like there?
Yeah, and look, that could be one of the toughest issues here, staying COVID-free for the athletes, though we are all inside a giant bubble here, trying to make sure that everyone stays as safe and as healthy as possible. The mood, I have to tell you, not like Olympics past. The park's not full, obviously, and won't be because of COVID. But as you talk about the athletes, they're excited, and they say they're ready. This is the Bird Nest Stadium just behind me where that opening ceremony will take place tomorrow. But when some of the American athletes walk in for that party, they'll have already competed in their first round of Olympic competition.
Wow, what an amazing game.
There's just no better way to get things started in Beijing. Team USA curling sliding to victory against Australia in mixed double.
Feels great to get the first one out of the way, especially it was a close one for us.
Starts out of a downhill course.
The men's downhill team getting a feel for the man-made snow during practice runs in the mountains. The region only sees about 2 inches of snow a year, so all of the events here will be on artificial fluff. And after a quick practice skate, women's hockey is on the ice for real tonight in an opening round matchup against Finland. The Americans are one of the favorites in the Olympic tournament after winning the gold 4 years ago. Head coach Joel Johnson says the rigorous COVID protocol has actually helped to bring his team together.
Because you can't go outside, you can't go for a walk, you just got to stay bubbled up within your room. And so the devotion that these players are showing to one another, the family atmosphere that's created, it's been great because our group is really close-knit.
As we get closer to the official start of the Games, the Olympic torch run targeting the iconic Bird's Nest and tomorrow's opening ceremony. Yeah, and look, even the torch run has been dramatically altered because of COVID protocols here, like just about everything else for these games. Francis, Corey, back to you now.
Jay, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning. And wow, just such a different tone than years past, which we knew was going to happen going into this.
We had that earlier when we experienced the Summer Olympics. Now we're doing the winter. We just hope those athletes all stay safe and well because they can compete everything that they've been laid out for. So we're going to make way for the Olympics starting tomorrow. So we're going to be on hiatus for a couple of weeks so you can enjoy that. But we'll see you on the other side. For now, enjoy. This is Early Today. A monster storm with the biggest concern, dangerous ice, followed by heavy snow as the 2,000-mile storm unleashes a mess for tens of millions.
The Biden administration is beefing up U.S. troop numbers and repositioning American forces in Eastern Europe as Russia leaves the world guessing on their next move.
Speaking out, former NFL head coach Brian Flores tells his side of the story on what's being called a sham interview process and what he wants to see happen next.
Facebook stock craters 20%, taking a big chunk of the NASDAQ futures along with it. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here to explain it all, along with a new jobs report. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for being up early with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Corey Coffin. A dangerous mix of snow and ice is threatening about a third of the country right now. This monster storm has triggered over 100 million winter weather alerts, stretching from New Mexico to Maine. The forecasters expect the blizzard conditions to bring upwards of 20 inches of snow in some areas. But it's the buildup of ice that's raising a lot of alarms. We're already seeing major accidents and stranded drivers across many states. And these dangerous conditions are coming to some areas that are not used to it.
3 people were hurt in this rollover crash in Texas, and over 40,000 power outages are already being reported in the Lone Star State. Let's get the latest from the storm's path from NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I do want to add one more element. We do have a severe weather risk, seeing high surf concerns across the deep south right now. Going to watch for that potential of some heavy duty rain in that area. You can see the dividing line right now, the ice accumulation to snow to rain, where we're dealing with flash flood watches across the upper Tennessee Valley. Temperatures really fluctuating with this storm. Dallas currently 26 degrees. For the Houston area, we're in the lower 40s, so you have that mixed bag of precipitation. Along this front, that will continue from Texas to Maine, where you see that dividing line. But what we dealt with yesterday was just round 1. Round 2 is starting to really rev up, and snow accumulation along with ice accumulation will be significantly huge this afternoon. Right now, we are talking about a 1/4 of an inch of ice spreading across Little Rock to the Pittsburgh area. We could see about a 1/10 of an inch for Boston to New York. And any ice accumulation is very dangerous, so going to be watching for widespread power outages across the area. Still haven't talked about snow accumulation. We'll talk about that coming up.
Yes, a whole lot to still cover. All right, Janessa, thanks. Breaking overnight, a shooting inside a Greyhound bus parked at a convenience store in Butte County, California, has left 1 person dead. At least 4 others were injured, according to police. The suspect took off before officers arrived on the scene. They then received 911 calls that the suspected shooter was inside a nearby Walmart. Authorities took him into custody inside the store. In a statement to NBC News, Greyhound said its main concern is the safety of the driver and passengers, and that the company is working closely with authorities.
In Virginia, the suspect accused of fatally shooting 2 campus officers at Bridgewater College made his first court appearance yesterday. The 27-year-old former student was arraigned on murder charges. The small private college said the 2 slain officers were good friends and were known on campus as the dynamic duo.
For the second time in less than a week, thousands of mourners gathered in Midtown Manhattan, this time to pay respects to Wilbert Mora, a 27-year-old officer who was killed while answering a call for help in Harlem. At the funeral, Mora was promoted to detective. The same honor was given to his partner, Jason Rivera, who also died in the line of duty. Mora was described as a gentle giant who dedicated his life to serving others.
At Mora's funeral, Mayor Eric Adams pledged to eradicate gun violence. That promise will be front and center today as President Biden heads to New York City to meet with the mayor and Governor Kathy Hochul to focus on ways to fight the bloodshed. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with a preview, and Bree, we've seen a surge in violent crimes across the country.
That's right, Corey. Now, according to the Council on Criminal Justice, homicides rose 5% last year compared to 2020. In January alone, New York homicides dropped compared to last year, but other major crimes are up 38% in 2022, according to the NYPD. The city has seen more shootings, and hate crimes have spiked nearly 80%. Rape, robbery, and felony assaults are also on the rise. Mayor Eric Adams ran on a message of security and says public safety is his top priority.
No one will divide this city with their violence. In fact, they're going to unite us to come together and end this. We're going to find these guns, and we're going to find those who carry them and use them. We are committed to ending this violence.
Today, President Biden will talk to Mayor Adams about his administration's strategy to combat gun crime, which includes funding to put more cops on the street and invest in violence prevention, as well as new federal efforts to stop illegal gun trafficking. Attorney General Merrick Garland will also be there in New York at the meeting with the president to help detail the plan. Back to you, Corey.
Okay, it's going to be a very important agenda. Bree, we appreciate it.
The world is guessing what Russia's next move will be in its standoff against Ukraine. The country has amassed more than 100,000 troops on its neighbor's doorstep, with the threat of an invasion looming. But the U.S. is throwing its support behind its NATO allies by sending more troops to Eastern Europe. NBC's Kristen Walker has the latest.
In a show of force, President Biden deploying 3,000 U.S. troops to Eastern Europe, with fears escalating Russia could invade Ukraine. The Pentagon saying 1,000 soldiers based in Germany will be deployed to Romania, and 2,000 troops from Fort Bragg in North Carolina will go to Poland and Germany. 8,500 U.S. troops had already been placed on high alert, with over 100,000 Russian troops amassed along the Ukrainian border. New satellite imagery appearing to show those forces growing.
We do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
The president has ruled out a combat deployment to Ukraine, saying Putin's actions prompted his move.
As long as he's acting aggressively, we're going to make sure we reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we're there.
The Kremlin calling the troop deployments unfounded and destructive. It comes after a defiant Vladimir Putin said the U.S. has failed to meet his security demands, including that Ukraine be barred from joining NATO. But he also insisted he does not plan to invade Ukraine and is open to more diplomatic talks. Meanwhile, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin getting a rare look along Ukraine's border with Belarus.
Over that way is Belarus, where there are thousands of Russian troops with only a handful of Ukrainian border patrol standing guard on this side.
And getting mixed reaction from people there.
Are you worried about war?
No, this store owner says.
Are you afraid?
Everyone is worried. Anything can happen with Russians, he says.
And overnight, President Biden spoke with the French president. Meanwhile, the Pentagon saying the U.S. troop moves are temporary and they will still be under American command.
Kristen, thank you.
4 men are facing charges in connection to the drug overdose death of actor Michael K. Williams. New York police arrested the group, saying they're part of a Brooklyn drug trafficking crew that sold the deadly fentanyl-laced heroin to the actor. The sale was captured on surveillance video last September. Williams, best known for his role in The Wire.
Let's now get back to NBC Meteorologist Janessa Webb with more on that monster storm. So many aspects of this storm to follow, Janessa.
Exactly, just a layer of elements that we're just peeling back this onion, where we're going to see now snow that will be really heavy across the Ohio Valley. They've already dealt with about 8 inches on the ground for Ashtabula County to Ohio. Most of the section will see an additional 6 to 8 inches this afternoon. Then this storm system will continue its track north and east, northern New England, up to 9 to 12 inches going in later tonight to Friday. On top of that, we are watching the severe weather threat. This just in across Louisiana to Mississippi, possible tornadoes this afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures are taking a tumble as well. Northern Texas, daytime highs in the teens this afternoon with feel-like temperatures near single digits. Get to Florida, Tampa today. Sunny skies, 82. One more element that's going to be sticking around for multiple days is the wind chills and cold temperatures. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Janessa, thank you. All right, you at home, we're all up right now, so chances are we all have sleep issues, and more Americans are using melatonin to help them sleep. A study published in the Journal of American Medical Association found that Americans took double the amount of the over-the-counter aid. Experts warn that taking high doses could pose potential health risks because pills may contain higher amounts of melatonin than advertised. Researchers suggest establishing a consistent sleep schedule rather than relying on a supplement. Clearly no one there, who works with them has ever been on this shift because it's easier said than done.
Exactly. Any overnight shift. All right, next on Early Today, President Biden shoots for the moon in the fight against cancer.
And the lawsuit rocking the league. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores speaks out about his explosive allegations against the NFL.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, President Biden has relaunched the so-called Cancer Moonshot program. The aim is to reduce the number of cancer deaths over the next 25 years. The program was first started during the Obama administration. President Biden says it is now a White House priority.
I promise you, we can do this. For all those we lost, for all those we miss, we can end cancer as we know it. To the major cancer centers.
President Biden's son, Beau, died from brain cancer in 2015, and VP Harris lost her mother to colon cancer in 2009. The White House says it is confident Congress will fund the program.
The FBI is trying to track down 6 persons of interest in a wave of bomb threats at historically black colleges and universities. A law enforcement official says they're all juveniles across the country who appear to be using tech-savvy methods to hide their trail. The Bureau is investigating the threats as hate crimes, but no one has been charged yet.
Former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores stunning the sports world with a racial discrimination lawsuit against the NFL and other teams. In his lawsuit, he compared the league to a plantation that exploits black labor. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez sat down with Flores.
Is the NFL racist? I think the numbers speak for themselves. There's one black head coach.
Until just weeks ago, Brian Flores was the second, but the Miami Dolphins fired him after back-to-back winning seasons. Flores and his attorneys have now filed a class action lawsuit against the NFL and several teams, alleging discrimination against black coaches.
There needs to be a change.
Flores says the New York Giants only interviewed him as a sham to comply with the Rooney Rule, an NFL requirement that minority candidates be considered for head coaching jobs.
Well, the Rooney Rule doesn't work. That's the problem.
The suit says the team had already decided to hire Brian Dable, a coordinator for the Buffalo Bills who had no head coaching experience. It includes screenshots of texts allegedly sent to Flores by Patriots head coach Bill Belichick mistakenly, days before Flores even interviewed, congratulating him on getting the Giants job. Flores then asked, "Coach, are you talking to Brian Flores or Brian Dable? Just making sure." Belichick replied with an expletive. "Sorry, I blanked this up."
When you realized that he meant to send that text message to someone else, what went through your head?
I was humiliated.
The Giants are defending their hiring practices, writing in part, "Brian Flores was in the conversation to be our head coach until the 11th hour. Ultimately, we hired the individual we felt was most qualified." Flores also alleges Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross offered to pay him $100,000 per loss in 2019 to improve the team's draft position.
It's disrespect to the game.
The Dolphins deny any racial discrimination and write that the implication that we acted in a manner inconsistent with the integrity of the game is incorrect. Flores now knows he's risking his career.
If we can make changes to this system, and give more opportunities to black and minority coaches, real opportunities, I think it'll be worth it.
The NFL says Flores' claims are without merit. Bill Belichick has not returned our calls for comment. Back to you.
Gabe, thank you. Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross issued a statement responding to the accusations that he asked Flores to lose games intentionally. He called the allegations false, malicious, and defamatory and said he is eager to defend his integrity and the values of the Miami Dolphins.
And another bombshell NFL allegation from former Cleveland Browns coach Hugh Jackson. He's accusing the team of incentivizing him and others to purposefully lose games in an attempt to get better draft picks in the 2016 and 2017 seasons. In an interview on ESPN SportsCenter, Jackson says he told Browns owner Jimmy Haslam he wasn't interested in bonus money. The Browns issued a statement calling Jackson's claims categorically false.
Straight ahead down early today, a key sign of how the U.S. economy is doing, a preview of the January jobs report, and a hint, it ain't pretty.
And Facebook shares plunge, delivering a nasty hit to the NASDAQ. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick explains after the break.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Rolo. Lindsey Vaughn into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shipwreck. Sean White takes the goal.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Too cool, they can't take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of. Afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of.
Earlier this week, Los Angeles Angels phenom Shohei Ohtani became the first Asian athlete to grace the cover of a video game from one of the 4 major U.S. sports leagues. Well, now MLB The Show is revealing its manga-inspired MVP edition cover for the game. That comes out in April.
Wall Street investors better buckle up for a wild ride over the next 2 days, courtesy of Facebook and what could be a rough January jobs report. Here to make sense of it all, CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Steve, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Good morning, Corey, as well. Look, you've absolutely nailed it already. The 2 big factors. One's a macro and the jobs, the other around the company formerly known as Facebook. Yeah, that's Meta. I mean, the numbers here are absolutely enormous. The fact of the matter is growth has slowed aggressively. And as anyone knows who's got children as well, it's Facebook seems a little bit out of fashion with some of the younger audience as well. So the DAUs, the daily average users, fell for the first time in the 18-year history of Facebook. The numbers on this company are huge because $200 billion was wiped off the share price. Shares fell around about 21% after hours, which means in today's session, it's the Nasdaq's going to get it in today's session. The futures for the Nasdaq cooled down 300 points. That's around about 2%. Elsewhere, you mentioned the jobs. The jobs figures on Friday are going to be absolutely pivotal. Now, some people think we're going to get a small gain of around about 150,000 jobs created in the United States, but some are going for a big decline. Some including Goldman Sachs, who think we could see a sharp drop. And this is, of course, because of the resumption of Omicron, which is affecting the services sector, which affected the private payroll data we saw yesterday. But it's not all bad news, not by any means as well. The unemployment rate in the United States is set to remain really low at around about 3.9%. And if you really want to get wonkish about this, have a look at the average hourly earnings. We think they're going to be up around about 5% in the most recent data. But for now, I'll hand it back to both of you.
That was a whole lot there. We're going to take it all in. Steve, thank you for the breakdown.
And up next, Janessa is tracking some bone-chilling temperatures.
And we are live in Beijing at the Olympics ahead of tomorrow's opening ceremony.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is your moment, your moment.
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Hi everyone, we do have wind chill concerns on top of this massive winter storm, and they're going to be sticking around for at least the next 4 days. On top of the snowfall, you have bone chilling weather down to about 6 below in Minneapolis. That's the air temperature. Wind chills in some of these spots down to 55 below. Be safe. We'll be right back.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Countdown's almost up. The Winter Games are about to begin. We are just about 24 hours away from the opening ceremony of the Beijing Winter Olympics. The anticipation is certainly high, but so is the anxiety as the athletes strive not just for a medal, but also to stay COVID-free. NBC's Jay Gray joins us live from Beijing. Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Corey. You're absolutely right. Look, one of the toughest tests of these games will be staying COVID-free. Several U.S. athletes are trying to get well in time to compete right now, and others are staying isolated, make sure they stay well. You can see the bird nest behind me here. That's exactly where that opening ceremony is going to take place. A few of the American athletes, though, when they walk in, they'll have already had their first round of Olympic competition.
Wow, what an amazing game.
There's just no better way to get things started in Beijing. Team USA curling sliding to victory against Australia in mixed doubles.
Feels great to get the first one out of the way, especially it was a close one for us.
Starts out of a downhill course.
The men's downhill team getting a feel for the man-made snow during practice runs in the mountains. The region only sees about 2 inches of snow a year, so all of the events here will be on artificial fluff. And after a quick practice skate, women's hockey is on the ice for real tonight in an opening round matchup against Finland. The Americans are one of the favorites in the Olympic tournament after winning the gold 4 years ago. Head coach Joel Johnson says the rigorous COVID protocol has actually helped to bring his team together.
Because you can't go outside, you can't go for a walk, you just got to stay bubbled up within your room. And so the devotion these players are showing to one another, the family atmosphere that's created, it's been great because our group is really close-knit.
As we get closer to the official start of the games, the Olympic torch run targeting the iconic bird's nest and tomorrow's opening ceremony. Yeah, look, the torch run has also been dramatically altered, shortened because of COVID restrictions here, just like about everything else at these games. We're about to get things underway for real after the opening ceremony. Francis Court should be a lot of fun.
We appreciate the update, Jay, and we look forward to more updates in the next 2 weeks.
We can't wait. All right, a crucial World Cup qualifier for the U.S. men's soccer team against Honduras. The Americans got out to a quick lead against their opponent, with Kellen Acosta setting up Weston McKennie for the early goal. Team USA kept up the momentum on free kicks while holding Honduras to just 2 shots on a goal, one step closer to Qatar. The Americans win it 3-0. So lots of competition. Big around here with NBC with the Olympics starting tomorrow. And because of that, we're not going to be around so you can enjoy that coverage. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Take care and be safe.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, deployment, a show of military support from the U.S. in Eastern Europe. This morning, thousands of American troops being sent closer to Ukraine as talks with Russia stall. And new images appear to show Russia strengthening its forces.
We know what is happening on the border. Everybody can open their eyes and see. Russia stays on an escalatory path, which they clearly have. We will make force posture adjustments to deter and defend against any aggression.
But the White House insists the door to diplomacy is still open. We have team coverage from Kyiv to Fort Bragg. Crime crisis, a renewed effort to fight back against gun violence. This morning, President Biden set to visit New York City to unveil a comprehensive strategy to curb gun-related crime. All this following a string of high-profile shootings, including the killings of 2 New York police officers. What we know about the president's plans. Winter whammy. Millions of Americans waking up to a major mess this morning. Right now, a massive storm system unleashing heavy snow, freezing rain, and dangerous conditions from Texas to the Northeast. We're tracking it all this morning. Inside Rikers Island, an NBC News exclusive on what some call a humanitarian crisis. We'll take you inside one of America's most notorious jail complexes. And Dylan's story, a second grader from Idaho, is now a nationally known author with some help from his local librarians. Hear how a book he wrote and illustrated is inspiring other kids, and how that kid needs a publishing deal.
Yeah, no kidding. He's why, and he's adorable, by the way. Just a warning.
Yeah, Joe got to talk to him. We'll bring you that story later in the hour. We begin this morning, though, with the new move from President Biden in hopes of preventing an all-out war with Russia.
The U.S. is deploying about 3,000 troops to Eastern Europe, with fears growing that Russia could invade Ukraine. The Pentagon says 1,000 soldiers based in Germany will be deployed to Romania, and 2,000 troops from Fort Bragg in North Carolina will go to Poland and Germany. Of course, Russia has about 130,000 troops surrounding the Ukrainian border. Around 8,500 U.S. troops had already been placed on alert. The Pentagon says this new deployment is in addition to those forces on standby.
Those 8,500 are not currently being deployed, but remain ready to move if called for the NATO response force or as needed for other contingencies. We do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where troops are preparing to leave for Europe. And Cal, let's start with you. What is behind this decision to send more U.S. troops to Eastern Europe?
Well, according to the U.S. military, it is to reassure and to shore up our allies, certainly on that eastern front with the Ukraine. This is a unilateral move between the U.S. and these countries. It is not a NATO movement. We can show you exactly where these troops are headed. We have a graphic. As you said, that first move, 1,000 troops headed to Romania. That is an internal Europe move. They are coming from Germany. 2,000 troops here from Fort Bragg will be headed to Europe. We can break down those units. 1,700 of them will come from the 82nd Airborne. They will be headed to Poland. The remainder at 300 will actually be headed to Germany from the 18th Airborne Corps. These are units that are designed for this, Joe. They are designed to be deployed in short order. The 82nd Airborne prides itself on its website in being able to be ready in under 18 hours. So it's not really that unusual sort of movements, sort of a day here on the base. That is the micro. The macro, of course, is a much different picture. Our Aaron McLaughlin will sort of lay that out. But anytime you move thousands of U.S. troops in theater, that's sort of what they call it, it is a big deal. We don't have a timeline on when those movements are exactly going to happen. It will be sort of in the coming days when you listen to the Pentagon spokesperson, Joe.
Let's go to Aaron. You spent some time along the border of Ukraine and Belarus. So what's the Russian military buildup like there? And what are you hearing from the people who actually live and work along the border?
That's right, Joe. This really critical border crossing between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine is located just a 3.5-hour drive from where I am here in Kyiv. And it's becoming an area of concern for Ukrainian military experts because just beyond the border, inside Belarus, they say Russia is amassing a presence of up to 30,000 Russian troops with command and control capabilities, which security experts I've been talking to say that would allow them to conduct operations very quickly. Now, the Kremlin, for its part, saying that the forces are there at the invitation of the government of Belarus, and they're there for security exercises. Nevertheless, this has been identified as an area of vulnerability because the majority of Ukraine's military presence is currently trained on the east of the country, on the conflict to the east. I was at that border crossing yesterday speaking to the handful of border guards that are there patrolling the situation. I spoke to one Ukrainian border guard, and she told me that she's been instructed that if she sees anything, to call the Ukrainian military to ask for backup. I was also in the nearby village, and it was really interesting talking to the villagers. They have known decades of peace. It's not fathomable to some of the villagers that there could be the possibility of war. Take a listen to what one shop owner had to say.
No, there will be no war. The war is somewhere else. We don't have a war here. No, there is no war. And Russia is fine here. Everything is fine. Maybe there's a war in eastern Ukraine, not here. Belarus is closed. The only problem is COVID.
Speaking to the truck drivers stopped at the border, and they gave a very different picture. They're extremely concerned about war. I was talking to one Russian truck driver who told me he is incredibly worried. He said that young lives will be lost if Russia decides if there's some sort of military action here. Joe.
So, Cal, troops in Fort Bragg have been watching all of this closely. They trained for this. We know Fort Bragg is the largest U.S. military installation when it comes to population. How are they preparing for this deployment? And what is the impact then on the Fort Bragg community?
Yeah, you never want to use the sort of term business as usual because it's not business as usual if you are one of those service members who's leaving your family and getting on a plane for Europe. As you said, 250,000 people live here on Fort Bragg, so it is sort of the normal way of doing things. We've heard from former commanders of the 82nd Airborne who sort of say their wishes on how they would like people to sort of address the situation. Take a listen to what one former commander clarified tonight.
I think the people of America should be confident that if 18th Airborne Corps headquarters is a choice to lead a task force, they're well manned, they're well trained, they're well equipped, and they're well experienced in those things.
The other thing I would say, Joe, is when you look at who is being deployed, again, these are units that are deployed frequently. The 82nd Airborne had part of its unit deployed to Afghanistan recently to help with the evacuation there. We have tens of thousands of troops already in Europe. In Germany, the 300 troops from that 18th Airborne Corps will be joining more than 30,000 troops in Germany. Romania will see a doubling of its troops. So there is a constant U.S. presence in Europe. It is nothing new sort of for these troops to cycle in and out. What is new, of course, are the circumstances and what is surrounding this deployment.
And Aaron, briefly, what is the Russian response to the U.S. sending more troops to the area?
What we heard from the Kremlin spokesperson earlier today, essentially accusing the United States of escalating the situation. The spokesperson saying, quote, Russia's concern in this case is absolutely understandable, absolutely justified, and any measures taken by Russia to ensure its own security and its own interests are also absolutely understandable. This as the Ukrainian defense minister this morning saying that they continue to see Russian troop buildup, Russian movements along the Ukrainian border. Joe.
Aaron McLaughlin, Cal Perry, thank you both for kicking us off this hour.
Now, this morning, President Biden is heading to New York City to address the nation's recent spike in crime. He's expected to tout his administration's strategy to fight gun violence. The president will be joined by Attorney General Merrick Garland and will meet with New York City Mayor Eric Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul. The visit comes just a day after a funeral was held for NYPD officer Wilbert Mora. He and his partner, Jason Rivera, were fatally shot in Harlem after responding to a domestic violence call late last month. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now for more on this. Carol, good morning. So what is on the president's agenda today? We mentioned who he's meeting with. Tell us how that's going to look and why he's chosen New York to talk about this issue and what he's hoping to achieve.
Well, in terms of the why, Savannah, it's largely because the president is trying to go somewhere that's really experiencing the kind of violence that he's wanting to address and essentially tell Americans that this is something that's a top priority for him. New York, as you noted, is feeling this very acutely at the moment, and so he's going there to meet with the mayor and the governor, and particularly the mayor is somebody that the president and this White House sees as an ally in the sense that he has a common view of how to address these issues as the president does. So the president's going to make two stops while he's in New York. He'll stop at NYPD headquarters where he'll attend a meeting focused on gun violence, and then he'll also go to a public school where he'll focus on community intervention. So what you're seeing is the president try to address both sides of this issue here.
And Carol, if we remember, the president actually outlined the bulk of his strategy on gun violence last summer. But I mean, we're talking about this now because we've continued to see crime rise across the country. Is there anything new he's announcing today? Are there any signs that these measures have been working, or will there be a renewed push here given how difficult it's been for the president to implement his agenda on guns?
Yeah, it's more the renewed push here because a lot of what the White House is highlighting is stuff that the president has already announced. He's already outlined his agenda, and there's some of the things on the screen there. He's using measures to try to stop the flow of guns that are used to commit violence, support local law enforcement, and invest in community violence interventions, and expand certain programs, opportunities for young adults, and help individuals who are incarcerated re-enter the community. So those are the kind of buckets of areas where the president and the White House are trying to make headway. But as you know, this is something that he talked about and he outlined last year, and it's just without Congress, according to the White House, there's really not much he can do.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
This morning, we're tracking that massive winter storm that's slowly moving across the country. The storm dropped more than a foot of snow in some parts of the Midwest, creating chaos on the roads and in the skies. Nearly 90 million Americans are still under a winter storm advisory this morning as the system moves east. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas, where they're getting a mix of everything today. So, Morgan, what are conditions like now? How much snow and ice could they get today?
Yeah, Joe, conditions have deteriorated starting really in earnest about 8 p.m. last night. That's when the temperature began to drop here, and we had a cold rain that overnight has turned, I don't know if the light's catching it just right, but a freezing rain. And that is a serious problem because with snow buildup, that can at least kind of fall on top of itself and prove to be somewhat of a travel hazard. But with this ice accumulation and not really going to snow, that's only building up a layer of frozen glaze on a lot of area roadways. An area mayor in a Dallas suburban town said it could be an absolute travel nightmare if that gets up to be about a quarter inch of nothing but ice with these sustained temperatures that we're seeing below freezing for potentially about the next 36 to 48 hours here, Joe. We've had this steady freezing sleet, rains falling now for about 6 hours. And as a result of that, we know that there was going to be a serious power demand. About 50,000 people are already without power right now statewide. Joe?
Yeah, we can see it, Morgan, and we can also hear that ominous, sleety sound. So, of course, last year, the state's power grid failed during that major winter storm, leaving millions of Texans without power for days. Officials seem confident they've made changes to stabilize the grid and avoid a repeat. How is it holding up so far?
Well, the grid itself appears to be performing as it needs to. Officials will say that one of the main reasons it's doing so right now is that they made sure that there was more reserved power available going into this winter event than they had at this time last year when Winter Storm Uri left around 250 Texans dead as a result of those incredibly low temperatures that knocked out power to millions of people. As it stands right now statewide, we're looking at about 50,000 people without power. However, it is important to note that those could be local outages, Joe, caused by if you have a buildup of ice on a power line or a tree branch that knocks it down. That could be the cause there, as opposed to the system-wide outages that we saw a year ago that were leaving hundreds of thousands of people, millions at one point, in the dark and the cold. Joe?
And Morgan, quickly, what is the impact on roads and airports right now?
It's not good. It's not good. If you are driving through this area, which you should not be, it's going to be incredibly slow going. We know that in some areas that ice is building up. It is only going to stay cold and below freezing for the next at least 24 to 36 hours, so don't expect that to go anywhere. And right now, Joe, it is looking like it could be really treacherous travel for the majority of Texas for quite some time. Joe?
All right. Stay safe, my friend Morgan Chesky. Thank you so much.
So what areas will be impacted by this slow-moving storm today? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us with the latest. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And what a rough morning for so many schools and people dealing with cancellations and delays. And I mean, you saw there in Dallas, obviously schools all closed there. And you like to hear the ping. The ping is fine. Sleet, you can shovel. You can move it out of the way. Yes, it's treacherous to drive on, but it doesn't do the damage that freezing rain does. The freezing rain is much more problematic, and that's the issue today. That area in purple near Memphis, all the way down along the areas right along Mississippi, western Tennessee, the western half of Kentucky, all under ice storm warnings. That's where the worst of the icing is this morning. We have 107 million people still from New Mexico all the way to Maine that are dealing with the winter weather. And when you look at the radar, remember the green and the yellow is the rain. We actually have severe thunderstorms possible today in Louisiana to add on top of all of this. The pink is where we're freezing rain. The peachish color is where there's sleet. And then the white and the blue is where there's snow. It's like a rainbow. It's like a Skittles bag from Texas all the way up through the Ohio Valley. As far as the forecast goes, middle of the day today, still watching that snow from Oklahoma. So, sleet should change over to a period of brief snow in Dallas. Will snow pretty good in St. Louis to Illinois. And then we'll watch that icy mess still from Little Rock to Memphis through Kentucky. That's where we have the greatest chance of power outages because of the ice. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to have that freezing rain and sleet potential in southern New England. Northern New England will get a decent snowstorm. So we're not going to add a lot more snow to the ground. We've already had totals around 4 to 6 inches around Oklahoma City and Wichita, Kansas. St. Louis snow totals have been about 6 inches. You're just about done. We'll add another 3 to 6 in Indianapolis. Chicago, by the way, ended up with about 8 inches. And some of the heavier snow will be in northern New England later today and tonight. That's where it will be treacherous, and then ice to the south of that, guys. So yeah, everything but the kitchen sink today really. Across the weather maps.
Oof. Lots of rain here coming for us. All right, Bill, thank you. See you next hour.
That's right.
And now to the latest on the pandemic. An FDA advisory panel is set to meet later this month to consider emergency use of Pfizer-BioNTech's 2-dose vaccine for kids under 5. And this morning we have a conversation to bring you with one of the founders of BioNTech about the vaccine, the variants, and the future. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London after traveling to Germany to get this rare access. Molly, good morning. Tell us about your time spent with these scientists and what they said about vaccinating our youngest kids. Obviously, this big news that some parents are excited about and some are hesitant about.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Look, it was absolutely incredible to meet them. We met them at BioNTech headquarters, of course, where the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine was created. And actually, our whole crew, by chance, had the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. So it was actually kind of an opportunity to say thank you. We did ask them, though, about the big news this week. Take a quick listen to what they had to say about kids and vaccines.
Let's start with the reaction to your company and Pfizer going to the FDA for approval for kids 0 to 5. Was this expected? Is this exciting?
This is of course exciting because this is the last group missing, and we are of course excited that if the meeting goes well, that we could get the authorization also for this group.
Is your expectation that the data will show 3 shots is a better response?
Yes. I believe the last 12 months have shown us that this is a 3-dose vaccine. Yeah? And when we started the pediatric immunization program, it was still this idea of 2 doses might be sufficient, but in the meantime we know the vaccination is complete if we have 3 doses.
Is the point to get these small children vaccinated now? Is it to lower their already low risk, or is it really to help control the spread in the population more generally? Or is it both?
So the Omicron variant has shown that small kids are affected. There are a number of hospitalizations. So there is a medical need which can be addressed by a vaccine, and that's also the reason why the FDA is really concerned to accelerate this process.
Now, they also said getting those 2 shots immediately, or as soon as the FDA approves, will start to build that immunity, even though it doesn't have the expected immune response that they expect to see after 3 doses, which is when the vaccine will be complete. Guys.
So, Molly, this new news here with the kids is big news, but also one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is if we're going to have different vaccines for different variants. We've already dealt with multiple waves, different variants of the coronavirus, of course, Omicron right now. How fast are they able to react when a new variant pops up? And is that something that could still be on the horizon for all of us, a different vaccine for the variant?
Absolutely, and that was one of my big questions to them. How soon we all go back to the office, get back to normal, keep our kids in school depends on how quickly scientists, of course, can react to the upcoming variants. Now, they already have an Omicron-specific vaccine in clinical trials. We asked them how quick their turnaround speed could be. Take a listen.
How quickly can you react to a variant?
So in principle, we are technically able to react to a variant in about three months. Now the regulatory authorities have to come also with their opinion what kind of data is needed, yeah? And therefore it could take more than 3 months because it's the first time.
Is that going to be too slow for Omicron?
Omicron is pretty fast, so this is a super fast spreading virus.
Now, he did say by the time he hopes the Omicron-specific vaccine could be authorized by about April, he estimated. Actually, 50 to 60% of the world will still be Omicron negative. So there will still be a lot of people, including people who got early Omicron infections, who will be in need of this variant-specific vaccine.
All right, Molly Hunter, great interview. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja now. He's the senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. So, doctor, when we talk about vaccines, we, of course, tend to think about the traditional shot in the arm. But right now, nasal vaccines are being developed around the world. What's the benefit of a nasal vaccine versus a traditional shot, and any downsides?
There's no real downside to using a nasal vaccine, and it's really all upside if you can actually manufacture a nasal vaccine. So one thing is very obvious. You don't have to have needles. You don't have to have syringes. You don't have to have trained personnel. So it makes it much easier to administer, and it also captures those people who have needle phobia, who don't want to get a shot. But the main reason that nasal vaccines are really interesting for a respiratory virus is that it induces a different type of immunity. When you get infected with COVID or any respiratory virus, it goes in through your nose and mouth, and that stimulates a different type of immunity in terms of which type of antibody gets generated. And the types of antibodies that are on your nose and mouth or in that mucosa there are really, really important when it comes to blocking infection. So a nasal vaccine might be something that is more sterilizing, meaning it prevents you from getting infected in the way that the vaccines that you get through your arm into your muscle cells don't. So that's what the real holy grail is trying to figure out how to stimulate that nasal immunity to get more robust immunity.
Now, another question for you, Doctor, on vaccines. So new data from the CDC shows roughly half of those eligible to receive a booster shot, so they already had their doses initially, now it's time for a booster, have not gotten one. Now, we know not everyone wants to get vaccinated in the first place. That's something else we're dealing with. But now we're talking about people who already went through those first 2 rounds of shots. Why do you think those booster numbers are so low, and does that concern you?
It concerns me in the sense that there are certain high-risk individuals who have not gotten a booster. Someone who's above the age of 65, someone with medical conditions like obesity or emphysema or asthma. Those are the people we really need to get boosted, because those are the ones whose breakthrough infection might not be mild. But what I think happened is a lot of messaging changes that confuse people, because first it was targeted boosters, which actually is supported by the data, and then it became universal boostering. And I think that dilutes the message that there are certain people that really need to get the boosters to prevent hospitalization.
Great point.
And we do want to get to a question from one of our viewers. It's from Hernan Chavez in Oregon, and it says, we know COVID-19 is likely here to stay. My question is, at what point could we consider COVID-19 an endemic respiratory disease rather than a pandemic? A popular question there.
To me, the biggest transition point would be when you don't see 1,000 or 2,000 plus people dying every day, and when you don't hear about hospitals worrying about capacity. So in many parts of the country, they might have already reached that endemic stage, but as a nation as a whole, certain regions are still experiencing too much disease, too much morbidity and mortality in a way that we don't with our other endemic respiratory diseases. We are getting there, and we may be there on the other side of Omicron, but we'll have to see, and it's really about hospital capacity and deaths.
All right, hopefully we do get there. Dr. Amish Adalja, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And please let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
And coming up, we're following breaking news overnight. A U.S. raid in Syria with reports of possibly more than a dozen civilians killed. What we're learning about the operation.
Plus 6 decades of sanctions. We're going to take you to Cuba 60 years after the U.S. trade embargo began. That's next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're We're following some breaking news this morning. A U.S. military operation in Syria. Overnight, the Department of Defense said special forces conducted a counterterrorism mission in the northwest part of the country. The statement said the mission was, quote, successful and that there were no U.S. casualties. However, according to the White Helmets Rescue Service, at least 13 people, including 6 children, were killed in the fighting following, quote, an American airdrop. It's not clear who the target of the raid was. NBC News has reached out to the Pentagon for more details.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us this morning from Tehran. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. A high-voltage cable snapped at a market in the Democratic Republic of Congo, killing at least 26 people. The cable landed on houses and people shopping at the market just outside of Kinshasa. One trader said the market often flooded when it rained, with workers and shoppers having to wade through water. Local media reported that the majority of victims were female market traders. New Zealand is planning on fully reopening to the world after COVID restrictions, but not until October. Authorities in Wellington have laid out plans for a cautious return to quarantine-free international travel and to relax border restrictions. The piecemeal opening will begin on February 28th. Nearly 2 years after sealing its borders, New Zealand has reported just 53 virus deaths among its population of 5 million. And finally, Australian maritime experts say they believe they've found the wreck of the Endeavour in Rhode Island. The ship sailed by British explorer James Cook, one of the most important ships in the history of the South Pacific. But U.S. archaeologists say, hold your horses. The finding may be premature. They say while the shipwreck might be consistent with the Endeavour, there's been no indisputable data found to prove the site is the iconic vessel. And those are your headlines, guys.
All right, stay tuned on that one. Allie, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, an insider's perspective on one of America's most notorious jail complexes.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple, hell.
When we return, Lester Holt with an exclusive look at the conditions that some are calling inhumane.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A big reveal on the Fox competition show The Masked Singer reportedly led to a walkout by some of the show's judges. According to Deadline, Rudy Giuliani, the former New York City mayor and lawyer to former President Trump, was unmasked as a contestant on a recent taping of the show. And Deadline reports that prompted judges Ken Jeong and Robin Thicke to walk off the stage in protest. Celebrities on the show are revealed once they're eliminated from the competition, which usually leads to surprise reactions from the judges. It's not the first time a politician has been on the show. Former Alaska governor and vice presidential nominee Sarah Palin appeared back in 2020. Giuliani's episode is expected to air sometime next month. NBC News reached out overnight to Fox, Giuliani, Jeong, and Thicke for comment, but have not heard back. We don't have any details about what costume Giuliani was wearing. Something tells me maybe the producers got just the response they wanted on that one.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Exactly. Yeah. All right, thanks, Joe. Now, this morning, we have an exclusive look inside New York City's Rikers Island. It houses more than 5,000 detainees, most of whom are awaiting trial and, under the law, presumed innocent until proven guilty. But the conditions they're being held in are what many are describing as a humanitarian crisis. Here's NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt with more.
A group of public defenders is asking President Biden to visit New York's main jail complex, Rikers Island, during his visit here. While a stop is unlikely, justice reform advocates are drawing attention to what they call inhumane conditions, leaving a mostly pretrial population at the jail and those who guard them at risk. Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple, hell.
Benji Lozano recently spent 5 months in Rikers, serving the remaining sentence from a 1997 assault conviction after his recent parole from decades in state prison on a separate conviction.
What do you see in these pictures?
I see myself. I see everything that I experienced while I was at Rikers Island. I see inhumane conditions. I mean, look at that. It's ridiculous.
Photos obtained by the New York Post last fall show detainees jammed in a holding area. Lozano says he spent weeks living like this.
Feces all over the wall, unoperable restrooms, toilets would not flush, the sinks would not work. It was disgusting.
And you might be surprised who agrees with him.
People were living in inhumane conditions.
Until last month, Vincent Schiraldi was in charge of Rikers Island.
No recreation, health care was not available to people because we couldn't get them to their doctor's appointments.
Violence, he says, was rampant. NBC News recently obtained more than 100 hours of surveillance video from inside Rikers. City officials don't contest the contents of the video. Scenes like this: an attempted knifing averted by an officer, and an inmate organized so-called fight night where some detainees were forced to participate.
Who was running the place?
The inmates run the facilities.
I wrote to all the judges and all the district attorneys and said, I cannot guarantee the safety of people that get sent here.
Schiraldi says one of the most pressing problems, a union contract that gives officers unlimited sick time. He points out that of the nearly 8,000 officers at Rikers, up to a third don't show up on any given day. For 6 years, Serena Townsend was in charge of investigating misconduct at the jail.
People were calling out sick, and then when we would go and check on them, they were not actually at home sick, they were out.
Last month, Townsend was fired by the newly appointed commissioner after she says he instructed her to get rid of 2,000 disciplinary cases against officers within 100 days, and she refused. The city denies Townsend's claims.
I investigated every type of act of misconduct, and I have to say that a lot of what I saw in those cases are things that are happening that could have been prevented if we had staff in the jails.
Benny Bossio, the union president representing officers, accuses Townsend of being overzealous in her discipline of officers who were trying to do an impossible job.
We have officers that are out sick. 1,500 correction officers have been assaulted in the last year. We have officers dealing with long-term effects of COVID, being sexually assaulted. So, you know, this notion that we're out on purpose is just nonsense.
Finger pointing aside, Everyone agrees that Rikers is horribly broken.
And whose fault is all that?
I think it's an administrative fault. It is the fault of people who run the system and people who are in elected positions.
New York plans to close Rikers by 2027. Meantime, a City Hall spokesperson says under new Corrections Commissioner Louis Molina, more than 1,000 officers are back at work and many are now working normal hours again.
All right, Lester, thank you so much for that.
As we follow that dangerous winter storm moving across the country, this morning we have a look at the surprising ways climate change can affect snowstorms. It's part of our weekly series on how the warming planet is reshaping policy and lifestyles around the globe.
NBC News meteorologist and our friend Bill Cairns is back again. Hey, Bill. So when we think of global warming, I think we usually imagine more hot days, fewer cold ones, but that's not the whole story. As Joe just mentioned, it's also possible that this warmer climate actually makes these winter storms worse. Tell us about that and if that's part of what we've been seeing this year.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite topics because we all have that family member or friend that every time it's super cold or snow, they're like, oh, what happened to global warming? Or bring on global warming, it's freezing outside. So we all know that person. The one thing that people don't quite understand is they think that they can really feel global warming. They feel like they can experience it. Do you know that since 1880, the planet has warmed up on average 1.9 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius, Fahrenheit, the scale we use here in America. And on average, since 1975, we're warming up about 1/3 of a degree per decade. In other words, you can't feel it. When people say they could feel it, it's such a slow-moving target. That's why it's such a hard problem for everyone to feel and to experience. So let's talk about the impacts with these winter storms. Now, we do know that 90% of the warmth is being absorbed by the oceans. And so the oceans are the fuels, not just for hurricanes, but also for coastal storms. And especially for northeast snowstorms, we can turn these into snow machines because the moist air hits the Canadian cold air, which is still plenty cold enough because we've only warmed the planet up about 2 degrees on average. Major snowstorms are more likely to occur. And that has actually been factual. We have numbers that can prove it. Let's just look at Boston. And by the way, the snowstorm last week in Boston was their 7th biggest all time. Of their top 5, 3 have occurred in the last 25 years. And if you look at actually going back for the top 10, 8 of their top 10 have occurred in the last 25 years. And the same goes for New York City, too. We have about 7 out of the top 10 snowstorms in New York City history is in the last 26 years. And these cities have records that go back 150 years. So, yes, you can get bigger snowstorms because of climate change.
All right, so anyone who has that relative, we're just going to have them clip this video and send it to them, and they can say, there you go.
Yeah.
Very helpful, Bill. Now, let's talk about another topic. On Monday, the White House announced it was sending more than $1 billion to states to help clean up thousands of abandoned oil and gas wells that are leaking methane. So, Bill, we hear a lot about carbon dioxide as a dangerous greenhouse gas, but methane can be pretty potent too, right?
Yeah, there's more than just carbon dioxide for greenhouse gases. We know that water vapor is one, nitrous oxide, methane. Those are all the greenhouse gases. Those are the gases that create the blanket in our atmosphere that trap the sun's heat. We need it actually to survive. That's why our planet can be warm. And as far as methane goes, the EPA said that about 10% of our emissions is methane. Okay, so why do we care about that? Well, methane actually is a much more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And it's actually 80 times the global warming potential over a 20-year period. But the only thing that's different, the reason that you hear more about carbon dioxide is that methane in the air only stays in our atmosphere for about 10 years. So the half-life is much shorter. Carbon dioxide, on the other hand, stays in our atmosphere for 100+ years. So if you go start your car up today and you're burning that fossil fuel, that carbon dioxide is going to be in the atmosphere for 120 years. If we have a methane that's leaking from a well, that will be in our atmosphere for about 10 years. So methane is more powerful, but it doesn't last as long. So it's still very important that we get rid of methane as quickly as possible, too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. All right, Bill, finally, quick last one for you. At the intersection of climate change and Hollywood, we know Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the most outspoken environmentalists now. He's received a really special award. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we have his Oscar speeches. He was a special envoy to the United Nations for climate change. And now we are hearing that the Royal Botanic Gardens in the United Kingdom is naming a tree after Leonardo DiCaprio. Now, this is a small tropical evergreen tree with beautiful yellow flowers that come out of the trunk. And here's the key to this one. This only grows in the Igbo forest in Cameroon. Now, scientists are crediting DiCaprio for actually stopping logging in Cameroon, and they say that without him, this whole area would be deforested, and there would be no such thing as the DiCaprio tree.
Wow, that is very cool.
Awesome.
And that's
Good for
pretty
him.
amazing, the impact he's made. Yeah. All right, Bill, thank you so much. We love this segment. Great to have you on
Thanks,
again.
guys.
See you in a bit.
Coming up, inflation issues and supply shortages being felt by one of the most vulnerable groups.
When we return, a look at the impacts of the economy on the homeless. You're watching Morning News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome back. After more than a year of strong job growth, companies cut more than 300,000 jobs in January, according to payroll company ADP. As the Omicron variant sweeps through the labor force, companies are also being hit by a 1-2 punch of record inflation and supply shortages.
These issues are all having a direct impact on organizations that deal with the most vulnerable, the homeless. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more.
This homeless shelter was supposed to open its doors last month. The problem is it still doesn't have front doors to open.
We ordered this door about 4 months ago.
But it's still not up.
That's correct. Finally, the door gets here 4 months, and we don't have it up because we don't even have the hardware for it now.
And I assume the door cost more than you expected to.
Oh yes, the door actually went up about $3,000 to $4,000 more.
$3,000 to $4,000 more?
Yes.
Justin Behrens is the director of Keystone Mission here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a nonprofit focused on helping the homeless. They've been trying to build this transformational living shelter for months. More than a temporary one-night stop, this project is a 15-year dream in the making.
The room specifically that we're in right now is going to be a location where the homeless can come into, be able to watch TV, get downtime, and relax.
The baseboard and the window trim
And then the doorknobs.
And the doorknobs.
But the nation's ongoing supply chain crisis putting that dream almost out of reach. Inflation last month up 7% from the year before, a 40-year high. But certain goods even worse. The price of lumber has been volatile, down in the last few weeks, but still more than double pre-pandemic levels. Any sort of building or construction becomes painful.
We started this project about 8 months ago. We were hoping to get this done in 4 months, 5 months. It almost doubled my budget of what I was looking at in this project.
8 months is a long time to wait for a community in need. Keystone Mission says it's seen a 20% rise in demand for its services in the last year, thanks in part to rising prices. Jerry Costello used to be homeless and now volunteers for Keystone Mission.
I'm struggling. I only collected disability. And it's hard for me to get to the stores. I don't got no car. And I see these people out here and they're struggling, these homeless are struggling really bad.
This is going downstairs to the kitchen.
Justin had hoped to have this place ready before the frigid winter months. Now the heat is on his team as the cold weather blasts the region. But the challenges are unprecedented, according to contractor George Durr.
Have you ever run into the kinds of obstacles you're running into right now?
Never. It's never been this bad. We're not talking just 1%. We're talking 10, 15%.
Until these issues get resolved, those most in need will have to go without.
How difficult is it to look around here?
It hurts. I don't even have drywall up on the walls. I don't even have the floor done. I don't have, the door to the exit. I don't have the kitchen in here. The ones that don't have anything, they're suffering the most.
Joe, Savannah, Justin tells us that normally for a project like this, donations would be rolling in. Local companies would be donating supplies. Charities and individuals would be sending donations. But companies can barely stock their own shelves right now, let alone donate. And individuals are getting squeezed and they have less to give. We're just seeing these effects all across the board. And at the end of the day, you're seeing that effect trickle down to impact the most vulnerable individuals. Joe, Savannah.
All right, Dasha, thank you so much for that report.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Facebook changed its parent company name to Metaverse this morning. Call it Metaverse. Investors have wiped out about $200 billion from the market cap of the Meta. The company reporting disappointing earnings yesterday after the closing bell, warning users are spending more time on other apps such as TikTok. Facebook lost daily users for the first time during a quarter, for the first time in its history. The stock could be in line for the worst day since going public back in 2012. Speaking of social media, Twitter could be working on a new feature called Articles. CNET reports that it would allow users to create articles and long-form posts within the app, and they wouldn't be subject to that current 280-character limit. The feature was spotted by a prominent tech blogger. Twitter says that it's always looking at new ways to help people start and engage in conversations. Meantime, Hormel wants to help you celebrate the Super Bowl with lots and lots of melted cheese. It's holding a contest with the grand prize of a keg. That's right, a keg holding 15 gallons or more than about 1,000 servings of chili cheese. The keg includes an adjustable heating element, a chili cheese pump, and a tap handle shaped like a can of Hormel chili. It can even be refilled and reused, because why not? You can enter at HormelChiliCheeseKeg.com through this Sunday. And the keg will be delivered to the winner the day before the Super Bowl. I'm saying they need to have a Lipitor drip with that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Who in the world can eat that much cheese?
And it can be refilled, in case you run out, because you just burn through those 1,000 servings.
Whenever you bring us food stories, Bertha, I'm usually like, no, I want it for lunch. And that one didn't have that effect.
I'm
good.
Chili cheese nachos?
A little ill.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right, Bertha, thanks so much.
Somebody must like it.
Yeah, right.
Today marks 60 years of the full U.S. trade embargo on Cuba. Signed into law by President Kennedy, the sanctions were strengthened by President Trump, who banned remittances, created hurdles to tourism, tourism and fined companies that delivered fuel to the small island nation. Those strict policies, along with the pandemic, contributed to widespread shortages of food and medicine, which boiled over in a wave of protests last summer. But how are Cubans faring today, 1 year into President Biden's tenure? NBC News reporter Ed Augustin joins us now from Havana. Ed, good morning to you. So we saw striking images of those protests there last July. What is the situation on the ground now, especially with the pandemic stubbornly sticking around?
Well, during those dramatic protests last July, Cuba was hit by a huge wave of the Delta variant. The pandemic is far better these days in Cuba thanks to vaccinations. Cuba has one of the highest rates of vaccination in the world. 88% of adults have now been vaccinated with homegrown vaccines. And that's meant that with this Omicron variant, we've seen far lower levels of both deaths and infection rates in Cuba than in the US and Europe. However, that hasn't translated into a better economic situation. Cuba, like many Caribbean islands, is highly dependent on tourism, and it's just not coming. It's coming back in dribs and drabs. So that main economic engine of the island is still underperforming, and Cubans are paying for that economically. Huge food shortages, mammoth queues outside supermarkets, people going without antibiotics. This has become a horrible reality for most Cubans for almost 2 years since the pandemic. Combined with the US sanctions, the economic situation is grim.
So, Ed, these trade sanctions have survived 12 presidential administrations, becoming the longest embargo in modern history. We know the Obama administration worked to try and loosen some business and travel policies, a move that was, of course, not then supported by the Trump administration. So how would you describe the policy these days under President Biden, and what's its impact on everyday Cubans?
Well, I've got an example for you. 2 days ago, I spoke to 72-year-old retired Armando Collazo, and he told us how he used to receive approximately $100 a month from his daughter in Florida. But since the Trump administration banned remittances, she's had to look for other routes.
And now, poor thing, she's over there looking for someone who wants to bring me something, or if someone is coming or traveling here to bring me something. Not as a favor. They charge her. They overcharge her to be able to send me the dollars over here. There are people who do this for a living. They take American dollars and exchange them to our currency and bring it here. But those people will stab you in the back because you realize that they take an enormous amount of money. They make a huge amount of money by bringing it here.
And Armando told us that he's one of the lucky ones. Miraculously, he said, his daughter has found a way throughout the pandemic to pay people to bring him those $100 a month. But many, many Cubans, especially in the provinces, especially in rural areas, don't have that luxury, and they've had to go without that vital economic lifeline from friends and family in the States throughout most of the pandemic.
All right, Ed, thank you for that report from Havana. We appreciate it.
And coming up, a heartwarming story about a boy who wrote a book that he just wanted everyone to read.
And I came in this aisle. No, wait, this aisle. And then I put my book right here.
When we return here on Morning News Now, my conversation with 8-year-old Dylan Helbig about how he made his own dream come true with some help from his local library.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Ever since he was 5 years old, a boy from Idaho has dreamed of writing a book that would end up in the library.
Well, now at the ripe old age of 8, he's making his dream come true with a little help. We first told you about this boy from Boise, Dylan Helbig, earlier this week. Well, now we're hearing directly from Dylan and his family.
Libraries are designed for checking books out, but 8-year-old Dylan Helbig recently proved you can check one in.
They thought I was kidding, but I wasn't.
He recently wrote his own book, filling an empty journal with 81 pages of words and illustrations featuring an exploding Christmas tree and a giant turkey.
It's called The Adventures of Dylan Helbig's Christmas by Dylan Helbig himself.
That's right, by Dylan himself. The story so good he felt it belonged on the shelves of the Ada Community Library in Idaho. So, ever so discreetly, he took the initiative.
And then I came in this aisle. This aisle. And then I put my book right here.
What were you afraid of?
The librarian catching me.
Were you afraid you might have been in trouble?
I haven't really thought about that part.
We didn't think about that consequence of that part yet.
When the librarians did find out, well, they threw some stickers on it and made it available to check out.
My first reaction was, what? Really? You know, is that possible?
Like, you can do that?
You can do that?
At last check, the waitlist for Dylan's book was at 64, motivating the young author to get going on a sequel.
And it's called The Jacket Eating Closet, based on actual events.
A budding publishing empire thanks to a sneaky plan by Dylan himself.
Based on actual events. The person, by the way, at the end of that 64-person wait list will have to wait more than 2 years probably to get their hand on Dylan's books. He's got to start cranking out some new ones to feed the
or
audience.
he needs, like I said before, a publishing deal and get some more copies in that library.
Although there is something to his handwritten, crafted books.
Probably
Something special about that.
Yeah, right. Adorable.
Good for Dylan. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, on the move. We're tracking that massive winter weather system that's stretching more than 2,000 miles across the country. It's bringing snow, sleet, ice, and rain. Nearly a third of the nation under some sort of winter weather advisory. This morning, our Bill Cairns with what you need to know as you head out the door. Standing by in the face of mounting Russian aggression on the border with Ukraine, the U.S. now deploying thousands of troops to Eastern Europe, a protective measure in case Russia invades. This, as new satellite imagery shows Russian troops building near the border. The White House sharpening its message of diplomacy over violence.
We're going to continue to discuss and engage where we can find common ground with Russian leaders. That doesn't mean that we are going to bow to what their demands are.
We've got the latest from Moscow to Washington and everywhere in between. Also this morning, shining a light, social distancing, quarantining, isolation. Life during a global pandemic can be difficult to navigate, and it can take a toll on your mental health. Later in this hour, we're going to have a candid conversation with our panel of experts and activists on suicide prevention in America and how you can get help if you're feeling lost. Plus, everywhere you look, remembering America's dad, Bob Saget, through the eyes of one of his best-known Full House co-stars, our own Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Candace Cameron Bure. All of the people who knew him well and worked with him in Full House have been speaking out in social media, but now to hear from Candace directly, it's a powerful interview. You're going to want to wait and watch that.
And also everyone that we hear from just can't say enough good things.
Yep, he was an I love you guy, as
Yeah,
people like to
she's
say.
really just so
We're going to
amazing.
begin this hour with that monster winter storm moving across the country. The system is slamming millions of Americans from Texas to the Northeast with snow, freezing rain, and brutally cold temperatures.
Parts of the Midwest have been buried under a foot of snow, while the South is dealing with a dangerous combo of ice and wind that could wreak havoc for Americans on the move this morning. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Detroit. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning. Well, we saw rain and snow here in Detroit for well over 24 hours, though it was much less than those record snowfalls that were expected just earlier this week. But now comes the cold temperatures, not just here as the Midwest digs out, but really in the South, where the concern this morning is the ice.
Overnight, a dangerous deep freeze slamming the South. Treacherous ice coating trees and roadways in Texas. Plummeting temperatures with wind chills that feel like 20 below are impacting parts of the state, not used to such extreme cold. More than 40,000 Texans are waking up without power this morning. The dangerous conditions renewing fears of last year's catastrophic power grid failure that left millions in the dark and hundreds dead. The massive winter storm has already dumped a foot of snow across parts of the Midwest. In Detroit, a difficult cleanup.
This is the wet, heavy stuff?
Yes.
Are you ready for it?
No.
You're not ready for it at all?
Cars frozen over in Oklahoma. The governor deploying the National Guard, just one of multiple states taking emergency measures.
This is something that is rarely done, but the predictions about this storm are, again, severe, and we want to be ready.
The same system responsible for burying neighborhoods near Chicago.
It's dangerous to walk out here.
Jackknifing tractor trailers in Champaign, Illinois, and leaving cars slipping, sliding, and just plain stuck on highways nationwide. The storm already grounding more than 3,500 flights today, adding to the nearly 6,000 canceled or delayed on Wednesday.
And it's not just those travel impacts. FedEx announcing nationwide shipping delays, while Walmart has closed nearly 100 stores across the country, all a result of this massive and slow-moving storm that is now heading right to you guys.
Oof, all right. Not looking forward to that. Shaquille Brewster, thanks for being out there for us.
So Shaq teased it there. Where's the storm heading next? Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather.
That means Bill Caron's back with the latest. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, good morning once again. One day done, two to go. And this storm is, massive, huge, large, whatever you want to call it. Just the number of people that it's affecting and the number of acreage in states is just incredible. The ice storm threat is all along this front from areas from Texas to northern New England. So the icy part is the one I'm most concerned with. That's where you lose power. That's where it just gets very dangerous. A lot of accidents on the roads. That's in that purplish violet color there from Little Rock right along the Mississippi River where it meets the Ohio River and then through the southern Ohio Valley. And then tomorrow up into areas of southern New England, the Hudson Valley, Albany, Massachusetts, going to get a pretty good ice storm also. So for today, we've already seen the sleet in areas like Dallas. We have a little bit of freezing rain too around Waco and Austin. We may even get some even around San Antonio of all places later on today as that cold air heads southwards. The heaviest icing though is going to be from Little Rock to Memphis, up to Paducah, right along the Ohio River, Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, just south of Columbus, southern Ohio, through State College, right through central PA, into the Hudson Valley, and then right through southern New England. Those are all areas that could get a quarter inch of ice or more, and that means a chance for power outages. So let's time out some of the bigger cities and airport hubs. Dallas, Fort Worth, it looks like wintry mix turning to all snow after 2, about 1 to 3 inches of sleet and snow total. Memphis, freezing rain, major ice storm for you, could even be crippling. Power outages are expected in the area. St. Louis, you're just about done, maybe an additional couple inches. A lot of the snow will be ending by early this afternoon. Cleveland, snowing heavy at times today, 8 to 12 inches. And the forecast then calls for this cold air, guys, to head southwards into Texas. First, they get the sleet and the freezing rain, then the snow, and then this weekend, the cold. And all eyes will be on the power grid and how it handles it.
Absolutely. We will be watching for that. All right. Thanks, Bill.
President Biden is now sending thousands of troops to Eastern Europe, while Vladimir Putin is adding to Russia's military presence along the Ukrainian border. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on the Ukraine crisis. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. The Pentagon says those deployments send a strong signal to Vladimir Putin and to the world that the U.S. stands by NATO. This announcement's intended to deter Russia from invading Ukraine and to defend those allies. For the White House, this is a delicate balance, trying to demonstrate resolve while still eyeing a diplomatic solution to end this escalating standoff.
New satellite images show Moscow's military buildup keeps accelerating, with new housing areas going up in recent days near Ukraine. Even as Vladimir Putin claims the U.S. is trying to goad Russia into war.
We do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
It comes amid President Biden's new marching orders, now approving the deployment of 3,000 U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. The president saying it's consistent with what he told Putin from the start.
As long as he's acting aggressively, we're going to make sure we reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we're there.
The Pentagon announcing 1,000 troops now in Germany will head to Romania, and most of the 2,000 others here in the U.S. will deploy to Poland. The majority of them members of the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina.
These are not permanent moves. They are moves designed to respond to the current security environment.
The Biden administration says it will not send any troops to Ukraine for combat operations, but has not ruled out using forces for evacuation efforts there. And the U.S. may still send additional troops to Europe, with 8,500 already on high alert. The Kremlin firing back, condemning the deployments as unfounded and destructive. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is along the Ukraine-Belarus border.
We've been speaking to Ukrainians in local villages who tell us they have relatives on either side of the border and they can't imagine war. Are you worried about war?
No, this shopkeeper says.
Are you afraid of the Russians?
Everyone is worried, he says. Anything can happen with Russians. Who's not afraid of Russians?
Overnight, President Biden spoke with his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, about those escalating tensions. And then later today, Vladimir Putin will head to Beijing to help reinforce his relationship with China's President Xi Jinping before attending the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics there. Joe?
Peter, thanks so much.
This morning, President Biden travels to New York City amid a recent spike in gun violence across the country. The president is expected to discuss his gun crime strategy with local officials, including the city's new mayor, Eric Adams. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez spoke with Adams ahead of that meeting with the president and is here with us with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Today's trip marks President Biden's most high-profile effort yet to address an issue that the American public feels more needs to be done on. But the president is trying to walk a fine line in supporting law enforcement while also responding to calls for police reform.
New numbers this week show the nation's most populated city battling a brutal crime wave. The NYPD's latest data shows crime is up 38% overall in New York City this year, with shootings up 32%, transit crime up 70%, and car thefts jumping a staggering 93%. In January, 25 police officers were shot nationwide, 5 in New York City alone, including 2 fatally.
I love you, baby bro, and I will always miss you.
One of them, Officer Wilbert Mora, was laid to rest Wednesday. He was killed alongside his partner, Officer Jason Rivera, while responding to a domestic violence call.
An ocean of officers shouldn't have Dateline streets for the second time in 5 days to mourn the appalling loss of a 27-year-old son and brother.
Mayor Eric Adams, a former police captain, pledging to make public safety his top priority. He's putting a major focus on stopping the flow of illegal guns into the city.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
It's a goal, the mayor says, he shares with President Biden, who arrives in New York today, as just 24% of Americans say they're satisfied with the nation's policies to reduce or control crime. The Biden administration balancing the urgent need to address the growing violence with progressive calls for an overhaul of the nation's police departments.
Does defunding the police work?
No, it does not, and it's the wrong bumper sticker.
In an interview with NBC Nightly News, Mayor Adams says there's a way to do both. His administration is rolling out new steps to combat gun violence, including using facial recognition technology to identify suspects and deploying more cops on the streets.
I have too many police officers that are doing clerical duties. If you're inside, I need to know why you're inside. If you're not, I need you to put on that bulletproof vest and do the job that New York has hired you for, to protect us against violent people.
Still a controversial topic here and across the country, the issue of bail reform. Critics, including many police unions, say it is allowing more criminals to remain on the streets, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Switching gears to the Winter Olympics, we're now just one day away from the opening ceremony of the Beijing Games.
The sporting action got underway yesterday with curling and luge and continued today with skiing and ice hockey. But with strict COVID restrictions looming large, athletes are preparing for an event that's set to be unlike any other they've competed in, that's for sure. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is in Beijing with more and probably what is a Games unlike anything she's ever covered. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too, Savannah. Yeah, it's totally different from anything that I've covered, even compared to the Tokyo Games. Lots of restrictions, really strict restrictions. And, you know, Beijing is now officially the only city to have hosted both the summer and the winter games. But these are not anything like those summer games we saw in 2008. And for the athletes who come here with the same passion and spirit, there is this looming fear that at any moment a positive COVID test could end their chances to compete.
Figure skaters took to the ice in Beijing today for their first practice. The team event starts tomorrow. U.S. star Nathan Chen has redemption on his mind after a disappointing Olympics in South Korea. The 22-year-old comes to these games fresh off of winning the U.S. figure skating championship. His signature quads once again making him a gold medal favorite. While most athletes are practicing and getting used to new ice and new slopes,
nice backflip.
Others are watching their Olympic dreams slip away because of COVID. U.S. speed skater Casey Dawson tested positive for COVID a few weeks ago, but he doesn't have enough consecutive negative tests to travel to China, missing an individual event.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate news for everyone, not just me, but the whole team I have over in Beijing right now.
He hopes to travel in time for the team competition. Nearly 300 people connected to the games have tested positive for COVID in Beijing, dozens of them athletes, including U.S. bobsledder Ilana Myers-Taylor, who was supposed to be a flag bearer. Now she's hoping she clears testing in time for her events, telling Today she's staying in shape.
Yeah, I'm holding up really well. I'm healthy. I'm asymptomatic.
Hi, everybody. A Belgian skeleton racer posting this emotional video about the psychological toll of isolation.
Obviously, this is very hard for me.
She was later brought to the Olympic Village. Still, even with the challenges, the athletes are showing some good humor.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the village.
Snowboarder Shaun White giving the requisite buffet tour.
And they got literally everything. Salad bar, we got Chinese cuisine, Asian cuisine. Special feature? I'm not sure what that is.
For the rest of us, life inside the Olympic bubble takes some getting used to. Between the jet lag and all the COVID protocols, it could get kind of exhausting. But let's just say the Chinese have thought of absolutely everything. There are even cabins to take a power nap. God, look at this. Once inside, the lights even turn off. Thankfully, the dutiful cameraman eventually woke me up. Guys, the sleep rest cabin. I mean, it's revolutionary. Imagine just at your fingertips, a power nap whenever you want it. You know, this is a lot of fun to be here. It's a grueling schedule. I'm going to have to take those power naps pretty often. Right behind me, you can see the bird's nest, and that's where the opening ceremony took place in 2008. It was pretty spectacular, you may remember. This is going to be a bit of a scaled-down affair. There are going to be far fewer performers, and it's only going to last about an hour and a half, we're told, because of the cold and those COVID concerns. Guys, back to you.
Stephanie, love the nap pod, but it's kind of weird that people can watch you. You can see into it. It's nice that the lights go off, but
it's basically a new Olympic sport.
It's spooky. It is a little spooky, but I can fall asleep in about 5 minutes anywhere, so they can all watch. Everyone can watch if they want.
A little nap fishbowl that will find Stephanie Goskin throughout the games. Thanks so much, Steph. Stay safe. Coming up, we're following breaking news this morning. A U.S. Special Forces operation carried out in Syria overnight.
The White House saying the counterterrorism raid took out the leader of ISIS. The latest on this developing story just ahead.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego. Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
New developments on that breaking story from overnight. The U.S. military conducting a raid in Syria.
In a statement released within the last hour, President Biden said U.S. armed forces have, quote, taken off the battlefield the leader of ISIS. He added all Americans have returned safely from the operation, but local reports say that there have been multiple civilian casualties.
NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us for more on this. Hey, Keir, good morning. So what do we know about this military operation and who exactly was targeted?
Hey, Savannah, well, there was speculation right the way through the morning and overnight over exactly what this raid was all about. That area of Syria is known for some senior al-Qaeda operatives and also for something like a resurgence of ISIS in that particular region of Syria. And now President Biden in this statement making clear that this special forces operation, which involved helicopters, which saw clashes on the ground, according to witnesses, between those special forces and fighters on the ground, that operation has indeed met its target. And I'm just going to look down, Savannah, so I can read you some of that statement from President Biden. He says, last night at my direction, U.S. military forces in the northwest Syria successfully undertook a counter-terrorism operation. He goes on to say that thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Quraishi, the leader of ISIS, and he says all Americans have returned safely from the operation. We are expecting remarks from the president later this morning, but a successful operation, according to President Biden, operation that, according to witnesses, took around 2 hours in that part of Syria.
So, Kira, the White Helmets Rescue Service has reported multiple casualties here, including civilian casualties. Those statements came out before we got the president's statement. But what are this group and other groups saying about this?
Yeah, Joe, there's a group here in the UK called the Syrian Observatory, which for many, many years has accounted for deaths in Syria. Now, that group is thought to be reliable. It is saying that reliable sources tell it that 13 people died, including 4 children and 3 women. Now, again, this is breaking news, so we will hear more as the hours pass, I imagine, through today. There are witness accounts suggesting that, in fact, there were loudspeaker announcements urging women and children to leave and for people to give themselves up, if you like. I'm sure we'll learn more as the day goes on.
All right, Keir Simmons will be following this breaking story. Thank you so much. And now to the latest on the pandemic. A vaccine for children under 5 could be available at the end of the month, but will parents take their kids to get the shot?
A study from the Kaiser Family Foundation found just 31% of parents say they'd vaccinate their under 5 kids right away. On Wednesday, the Surgeon General tried to reassure hesitant parents.
There are a number of steps ahead to determine if the vaccine is both safe and effective for our kids under 5. And please know that the FDA will not cut any corners in their review process. They know that they are the gold standard that all of us rely on. I know how eager parents and caregivers are for the good news on this front. I felt this worry too, as the father of a 4-year-old daughter who's not yet eligible to get vaccinated. That's why I'm hopeful that we may be one step closer to having an added layer of protection for our younger children and one less worry for their parents.
Joining us now is Dr. Aditi Nerurkar. She's a physician at Harvard Medical School. So, doctor, children typically receive 16 vaccinations from birth to 18 years old, but many parents are hesitant to add another, including one that's newer. We just heard the Surgeon General talk about the review process. So remind our viewers about the steps this vaccine will go through before it's granted any kind of approval for kids.
So, Joe, this is welcome news for parents like me who have kids in that age group. The first step is that the Pfizer company has submitted an application to the FDA to review a 2-dose regimen. We think that the 3-dose regimen will ultimately be where we land, but that can be added on. The FDA carefully reviews all safety and efficacy data. Remember that many of those on the FDA regulatory panel are parents themselves. And then that decision on February 15th is when they meet, and that decision then goes to the CDC. So many physicians who are also parents who have kids in this age group are eagerly anticipating and waiting for that decision, and we hope to be first in line when the vaccine is approved for that age group.
Doctor, great detail there that a lot of people on this actual panel are parents themselves. Hey, and a quick question for you. What about kids that are under 6 months? We know that this is for kids between 6 months and 4 or 5 years old. Are there plans for people under 6 months?
At this time, Savannah, we don't know about that age group, but a recent study found that the mRNA vaccines confer passive immunity to infants. It passes through breast milk. All the more reason for pregnant women and lactating mothers to consider vaccination as an added step to protect their infant.
Doctor, let's talk about masks in schools, which have been a hot topic across the country. We know Omicron is going down, but do you think that the masks should stay in place? And what kind of transmission rates are we seeing in schools right now?
So, Joe, we have really downplayed the risk of COVID in kids. The American Academy of Pediatrics in the month of January reported 3.5 million cases of COVID in kids. We've seen record highs of hospitalizations in pediatrics across many states. Masks prevent transmission. And until every child in every age group is given the opportunity to be vaccinated, these discussions to remove masks in school are premature and could be short-sighted for the future.
Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, thank you so much for joining us. And if you, our viewers, have a question for one of our doctors, please let us know. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And please let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous. Coming up, a conversation about mental health as the pandemic now enters its third year.
This morning, we'll focus on suicide prevention, the latest data, and how you can get the help you need or help someone else. That's next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. As the Winter Olympics get underway in Beijing, the Olympic torch relay continues its journey ahead of tomorrow's opening ceremony. Earlier this morning, the torch made its way to the Great Wall of China, and actor Jackie Chan was among the torchbearers. He's one of about 1,200 people who takes part in the relay. Chan told reporters he was so excited to participate, he woke up at 4 in the morning, which is something we here at Morning News Now understand all too well. The torch route was shortened to 3 days with limited attendance due to COVID restrictions. The Olympics will run through February 20th, and you can watch all of the action on NBC, Telemundo, and Peacock, of course.
Already folks are excitedly watching curling.
Yep, I know. This morning it was on as we were getting ready.
We want to warn viewers, this next segment deals with suicide and could be triggering to some. The mother of former Miss USA winner Chesley Christ is speaking out after her cause of death was confirmed by New York's chief medical examiner on Wednesday.
Her mother said, quote, she was dealing with high-functioning depression, which she hid from everyone, including me, her closest confidant. Christ was found unresponsive after jumping from a New York high-rise on Sunday. The coroner's office concluded she died by suicide.
Her death is bringing renewed attention to the mental health crisis many Americans are facing, only made worse by the COVID pandemic. A recent New York Times poll shows that a quarter of patients in therapy are grappling with suicidal thoughts, a trend alarming many psychiatrists.
We want to take some time to discuss this important topic with a group of experts who are going to help us through it. We have marriage and family therapist at Council for Relationships, Dr. George James, Chief Medical Officer at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Dr. Christine Yu-Moutier is also with us. And finally, we have No Man Sits Alone founder, John Tim. Great to have all of you with us. Thank you so much for tackling such an important topic with us. Dr. Moutier, I'll begin with you so we can kind of get some numbers here. So first, how has the pandemic affected the national suicide rate? What data are you seeing from early reports, and what does it tell you about the state of mental health in the U.S.?
Yeah, this is such an important topic now more than ever, truly, because all of us have been pressed upon in terms of our mental health. Suicidal ideation has been at higher rates than possibly ever before, certainly than compared with pre-pandemic times. And that's especially true for young people, for any marginalized populations. And what we know about suicide rates is that interestingly, they had been going up for a couple of decades, but starting in 2019, we saw the first downgoing trend, which continued in 2020, the CDC tells us, during the pandemic. However, that is not the case. Suicide rates actually went up for certain marginalized populations, including BIPOC populations. So we are worried during this time. Now is a time to support each other and open up dialogue that's caring and inclusive.
Dr. James, I want to ask you what you're seeing in your patients. How have people been dealing with the last 2 years during the pandemic, and how is that impacting whether they have suicidal thoughts?
Yeah, as Dr. Moutier shared, that I think there are a lot of individuals that are suffering, and then especially when we look at marginalized populations, BIPOC populations, those who have to overcome lots of different challenges. And I think through the pandemic, what I've seen in my practice is that people are functioning, as we see, with Chesley, Chris, like people are functioning, are going to work, are taking care of their families, but below the surface are really struggling, are dealing with thoughts about the future, about life, about their own happiness, and are dealing with levels of depression, anxiety, worry that sometimes they don't really share with everyone, but is actually very present at a high level.
John, let's bring you in here. And I mentioned that you're the founder of No Man Sits Alone. And I want to ask you about what your organization does, but also on a personal level, what led you to focus on mental health and suicide prevention? How'd you get here?
Yeah, well, I graduated really struggling over the course of the summer with anxiety and depression, kind of just trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. I was at a job as a financial analyst at the time, and I just didn't find myself happy working remotely away from all my friends, kind of secluded from everybody. And I thought I had a grasp on it for myself until that escalated in August, where I knew I needed to seek medical attention, but due to the high demand of psychiatric care at the moment, the earliest appointments that people could give me were over 3 months away. For somebody who was struggling, that was hard to hear. And it led me to a point in the middle of September when I started really experiencing suicidal ideation. And I no longer trusted myself in my own life. So I told my parents, and I decided to admit myself into inpatient psychiatric care. And when I was going through this experience, I knew that I wanted to share it with other people, because the stats show it and everybody's talking about it, how so many people are suffering right now. And if I can just share my story a little bit and kind of shed light on the fact that suicidal thoughts, they aren't a death sentence. They're your body telling you you need help. And that's how No Man Sits Alone was born. And I'm glad to be here and kind of share my story with everybody, to spread hope.
Yeah, we appreciate you speaking out to try and end that stigma. Dr. Moutier, I want to talk more about certain groups that might be more at risk to suicide and suicide attempts. You talked about BIPOC. We talk a lot on the show about LGBTQ communities, especially with young LGBTQ people. What are some of the contributing factors that might put people at a greater risk?
Sure. The starting place is to understand that all human beings have mental health. So we are all vulnerable and strong at the same time. And there are certain things, though, that certain, especially marginalized populations face in terms of discrimination. When it comes to LGBTQ, especially youth, they are experiencing rates of rejection, discrimination, harassment, violence, being kicked out of the home, homelessness. So that as a culture and from a policy standpoint is changing, but it needs to change faster. So those are some of the reasons that we think that suicide attempts have been long-standing. We've known that they've been at a much, much higher rate amongst the LGBT community. For example, among trans youth and trans adults, around 40% have had a suicide attempt in their life. That is much higher than the general population. So these are things that we can change. All of us have to come together. No matter what your role in the world, you have a role to play.
Absolutely. Dr. James, I also want to ask you, though, about warning signs, because I think one of the things that we hear, especially after, as we mentioned just at the top of this segment, Chesley Christ's death, is people think, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see it, or she hid depression from me. She had so much going for her. What should we be looking out for in someone who might be thinking about attempting suicide, especially when it can be tough to navigate? And also, I mean, we hear John mention that he wasn't going to get an appointment for 3 months. I mean, how can we be looking out for this and differentiate when it's actually getting serious?
Yeah, unfortunately, the mental health system is there, and I'm glad to be a part of it. But also, with the pandemic, has been really overwhelmed, and I think there's a lot that we can do there for both providers and those who are looking for services. And I think when we think about people who are struggling or at the place, some of the things to look at is that some people are experiencing depression, for at least 2 weeks or more, and where they can feel sad, hopeless, but can also get to the place where they really start to ask themselves about their life. And you might see some of those differences where people on the extreme get to the place of giving away things or talking about the end of life or isolating themselves. Those are signs that can really say that something could be going on with this person, that you really want to check in with them. But otherwise, like I mentioned before, people are functioning and doing the things that they need to do, but still struggling. And it could be a moment where they're overwhelmed. And so I would really encourage people to be careful about also substances, about drinking, because sometimes they could have the thought, and then when they do those things, that can now make them make an impulsive move, like to then take their own life. So it's really important that people pay attention to these signs, but also try to get the help and try to be persistent is what I encourage people to do to get that help that you need.
And Dr. James, I mean, we talk about the negatives of social media, but social media can also play a positive role. I mean, what are some of the effective and meaningful ways we can reach out and check in on loved ones through some of these delicate moments?
Yeah, one of the things that I love that I've seen on social media that has been even profound even throughout this week is the phrase, check in on your strong friend. Right? I've seen that over and over, right? It's just a reminder that we should all be checking in on those that we're connected to. And so you can see what people are posting on social media, if it's off or different or cryptic, or even just being able to say, like, when's the last time you spent some time with your friends, with your family, or even with yourself, being able to acknowledge that and share that with more people that I am going through. And as said earlier, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to say, I don't know, or I don't have it, or I can't do it, or that I need help. And that's ways that we can connect with each other. And you can reach out, once again, through social media, through messages, through email, through text, through whatever way you can communicate.
Absolutely. And John, I want to bring you in here before we close out this segment again to ask what you would say as someone who has felt that way, as someone who did have the courage and the strength, like you mentioned, to go to your parents. What would you tell someone who might be dealing with these types of thoughts and doesn't know how or who to ask for help from, and that might be the step that they're not sure how to take right now?
Yeah, so I mean, when you're feeling really depressed and anxious, your mind has a way of kind of obscuring the truth, and you can kind of convince yourself that, nobody cares, like, I'm all alone in this, like, nobody's going to understand how I'm feeling. But see, there's a voice deep down in you that is telling you otherwise, and it's going to keep you fighting. You got to hold on to that voice with all your strength. And there's always people that care about you. And whether or not you know them personally or not, whether it's a family member or teacher or coach or whoever it may be, like, there's people that care about your well-being, and you reaching out to them it's going to make them happy. You're not inconveniencing anybody's life for reaching out and just simply saying, like, I'm not okay. Support.
Such a powerful point there.
Yeah, we really appreciate all of you taking some time. Dr. George James, Dr. Christine Yu, Moutier, and John Tim, thank you all for joining us this morning on this incredibly important topic.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate it. And if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. And thanks again to our guests for such a powerful conversation. Coming up, a major executive shakeup at CNN.
Longtime network president Jeff Zucker abruptly stepping down. It's a decision that is leaving colleagues shocked. We'll tell you why he's decided to go. That's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
CNN is experiencing another major shakeup. The company's president, Jeff Zucker, abruptly resigned on Wednesday, he says, for failing to disclose a consensual relationship with a fellow CNN executive. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on the full fallout. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Zucker is one of the biggest names in media. His surprising resignation sending shockwaves not just across CNN, but the entire industry. The network's now former leader acknowledging he wishes his tenure ended differently.
A towering figure in the news and media landscape for 3 decades, now out of a job. Jeff Zucker announcing his resignation from CNN, where he's been president since 2013. In a memo to CNN staff Wednesday, Zucker cited a failure to disclose a consensual relationship with my closest colleague as the reason for his departure. That colleague, CNN's chief marketing officer, Allison Gullist, saying in a statement of her own that she plans to stay with the network. The surprising exit catching his own colleagues off guard and some questioning the move.
This is an incredible loss. These are 2 consenting adults who are both executives. That they can't have a private relationship feels wrong.
Before CNN, the pair starting their careers and climbing the ladder at NBC. Zucker as executive producer of The Today Show and president and CEO of NBC Universal. At the head when NBC hired Donald Trump as the host of The Apprentice. The relationship later souring as the former president's dealings with the press and CNN turned contentious. Gullist was an executive in the NBC communications department. She also briefly worked for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's office in 2012, but jumped to CNN shortly after Zucker took the reins. Zucker says their romantic relationship came to light as part of an independent investigation into Chris Cuomo, the recently ousted CNN primetime host. In the early days of the pandemic, Chris Cuomo famously had his brother on a number of Cuomo on Cuomo segments. Washington Post media critic and columnist Eric Wemple cited several sources saying Gullist and Zucker were instrumental in securing the interviews, adding that a CNN spokesperson said that executives pressing public officials for interviews is standard practice. Zucker fired Cuomo after he admitted to helping advise his older brother on sexual harassment allegations that forced him to resign from the governor's office. Governor Cuomo has denied those allegations and no charges have been filed. According to the New York Times, Chris Cuomo is now in a legal battle with CNN over his firing, including the network's refusal to pay severance or the remainder of his multi-million-dollar contract.
Cuomo was fired in December, and he is not going out quietly.
Zucker's departure comes as CNN is gearing up to launch a streaming network, and its parent company is partaking in one of the nation's largest media mergers. For now, CNN will be run by 3 interim co-heads pulled from within. And I should note separately, NBC News did contact Chris Cuomo, who had no comment on Zucker's resignation. Guys.
Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So we're getting the weekly jobless claims. They come out every Thursday, and they fell last week by 23,000 to 258 or 238,000, if I could read my own handwriting there. We also got numbers on fourth quarter productivity, which rose 6.6%. That's a lot better than a lot of analysts were expecting, especially considering the whole Omicron surge. Meantime, major airlines, businesses, and travel groups are urging the White House to end COVID testing requirements for vaccinated passengers on international flights to the United States. They say surveys show that pre-departure testing is a big factor in a person's decision not to travel overseas. In December, the Biden administration imposed tougher rules requiring international passengers to obtain a negative COVID test one day before their departure. Meantime, the FCC has issued a new proposal that could make it harder for robocallers to leave ringless voicemails in your inbox. Those are the annoying messages that show up in your inbox without your phone ringing first. The proposal would require robocallers to get your permission before they can send you messages. Last year, the FCC started requiring all phone providers to implement a verification service to help consumers identify robocalls. But I don't know. What if I miss that one call about my student loans that I paid off 30 years ago?
Right.
Or the car insurance for the car I don't own.
Right, yeah. That's a good one.
Exactly, right?
It's ridiculous, yeah. All right, Bertha, thanks so much. Now, as President Biden heads to New York City today to tackle gun violence, the city on the other side of the country is tackling the same problem in a new way. That's San Jose, California, and they're the first city in the country that will require gun owners to have insurance covering negligent or accidental use of their weapons. NBC's Jake Ward joins us now from San Jose to break down this new law for us. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. You know, we are used to being connecting, basically driving a car with having insurance. And that is because in this country, we use insurance to help defray the cost of more than 40,000 auto-related accidents every year. But firearms, which cause more than 45,000 deaths every year, have never been really connected to liability gun-specific insurance. But now San Jose is experimenting with that very idea. In May of 2021, a city worker killed 10 people here in San Jose with 3 handguns legally purchased.
The shooter targeting his co-workers.
This is a very dark moment for our city.
And Mayor Sam Liccardo says that is only the most visible form of gun violence in his city.
We had, in a 13-day period after that horrific shooting at the rail yard, we had 8 gun-involved deaths or serious injuries. This is what it is to be in America right now.
Every single shooting costs cities like San Jose money. According to one independent study, as much as $35 million a year in San Jose in emergency, medical, and court costs. So San Jose is now going to require roughly 55,000 gun owners to carry firearm liability insurance and pay an annual $25 fee to support violence reduction and mental health programs.
Not going to affect the criminals at all because they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
This is for a constitutional right, and we don't do this with other constitutional rights.
That is the argument made in a lawsuit against San Jose by the National Association for Gun Rights.
It's the same as you being required to pay a fee and get insurance just to air this show.
Are you concerned that this could somehow become a national standard?
If our lawsuit doesn't overturn this, it's possible that other cities and states will seek legislation like this in an effort to curtail its citizens practicing their Second Amendment rights. And of course, we want to stop this right now.
Mayor Liccardo says San Jose respects the Second Amendment, but cannot bear its cost.
The Second Amendment protects all of our rights to own a gun and possess a gun, but it doesn't require our taxpayers to subsidize that right.
Now, Mayor Liccardo says that California spends about $1.4 billion in public money on the fallout from gun violence and gun injuries, and he says that mayors like himself can make better use of that money. You guys?
All right, Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Coming up, remembering America's dad through the eyes of his on-screen daughter.
Yeah, our own Hoda Kotb sat down with DJ Tanner herself, Candace Cameron Bure, for an exclusive interview on the life and legacy of Bob Saget. That's up next.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's been less than a month since the passing of beloved comedian Bob Saget. Now, for the first time since his death, we are hearing from his TV daughter and friend of 35 years.
Today Show anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with Candace Cameron Bure to hear about the Bob Saget she knew and loved.
You know, Candace, it's so hard to believe that you first met Bob Saget back when you were 10 years old. You're 45 now. It's been 35 years of knowing and loving Bob Saget. Do you remember the very first time you met him?
I do. We were doing our pilot episode for Full House, and Bob is so tall. You know, he's 6'4", and I was 10 years old. But he kneeled down to me and got eye to eye with me, and he said, "Hi, I'm Bob, and I'm going to be your dad. I'm playing your dad. So I want you to feel comfortable and we're going to be friends." And he was just so warm and inviting. And it really kicked off an incredible 35-year friendship.
Well, for you as a young actress to be able to be yourself, you have to be able to share like what's on your mind, what's on your heart. Mm-hmm. Was he a place that you could go to do that?
He was. It's one of the things that made Bob so special. He was so emotionally available all the time. And he was really the first person in my life as a man that I saw cry and have those emotions right at the forefront of his conversations. If you were hurting, he would hurt with you. You would see the tears well up in his eyes. Bob is a remarkable person, and I've never had a friendship like the one I've had with him, and that's why it makes it so hard.
You said Bob is a remarkable person. You talk about him like he's here still.
I can't believe he's gone forever. I just can't. My brain has not comprehended that yet. You know, I think for even TV viewers, again, you might think like, oh, he played your dad on TV, but Bob was so much more than that. I mean, really one of my closest friends for 35 years. So to think that he's not here and we're not going to have another joke or another hug or just another bit of ridiculousness in life is it's almost unbearable for me to think about.
You know, it's funny because I don't think I've seen this in my lifetime with someone in Hollywood that is so universally loved and cared for. He was all that, wasn't he?
He really was all that. He would drop anything for anyone, and he just had a heart of gold. Mm-hmm. And on top of it, he made you laugh. Like, he was just, it was the best combination of all different traits that you could imagine together. And that was Bob.
Was he proud of your career?
Bob was so proud of my career. He really was. He was a big cheerleader for me. He was so incredibly supportive.
Candace's deep faith is an important part of her life, and she'll be the first to say that not everyone understands that, but Bob did.
You know, if people see Bob stand up, it's not family-friendly stand-up. So that would always be a question, like, how can you guys be friends? And it's like, well, I grew up with Bob, so I understand his sense of humor. I too have a sense of humor, but I can also separate that person that's on the stage making jokes to get the laugh and the real heart behind a person and their love and their friendship and their kindness. He would invite me to things all the time in the stand-up world, but then say, you're invited, but don't come. Don't come because I know you, this will like cross a line for you. You're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to laugh. So like, I love you. You can come if you want to, but don't come.
You know, you remember the first time you met him, and I wonder what was the last communication you had with him?
It was just 2 weeks before he passed. I'm actually going to grab my phone. I'm so scared that I'm going to pull up his text and then accidentally delete it one day. Like, it scares me so much because I don't ever want to lose this. We were going to have dinner and we got into a little tiff and his flight was delayed. We ended up not having dinner, but in Bob fashion, the next day he wrote me like what would be pages long of a text. He was apologizing, saying he was cranky and he was just so sorry. He said, oh, now I feel even worse. I was so wrong. You're like my favorite person on the earth. And I acted like Dolly. I was getting ready to take a late flight and I was annoyed. Dolly was his mom. And he said, you're one of the few that understands that if I act like Dolly, I'm not the best at my game that day. Ha ha. And Bob went on and on and on in the text. And he said at the end, I love you more for the trouble you're giving me, if that's even possible. And I wrote back, I love you. I could never be mad at you. Roll my eyes at you? Yes, but never mad. And I love that you being Dolly, that made me laugh out loud. I loved your mom. And he just wrote back, I loved you. My mom loved you too.
What did you lose when he passed?
Bob was available and there for everyone that he knew. But Bob was that person that no matter what happened, Bob would drop anything for you in a second, in a heartbeat. And you didn't even have to be his best friend for him to do that. I mean, that's how huge his heart was. There are very few friends in life like that. And that is the hardest part of the loss, is just that friendship that's unconditional, that it's a lifetime. But I guess our lifetime is, finished on Earth for now.
I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, that clip at the end.
Yeah. I mean, we know he was kind, but it also sounds like there was an honesty and just he was a good friend to people. He was there for them.
Yeah, and invested so much. Like so many people have had accounts like that, specific texts, specific phone calls, specific experiences where it's just like he spent time speaking to, contacting, in touch with people that he really cared about and made sure they knew
recently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so amazing. And our thanks, of course, to Hoda for bringing us that interview.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, deployment, a show of military support from the U.S. in Eastern Europe. This morning, thousands of American troops being sent closer to Ukraine as talks with Russia stall. And new images appear to show Russia strengthening its forces.
We know what is happening on the border. Everybody can open their eyes and see. Russia stays on an escalatory path, which they clearly have. We will make force posture adjustments to deter and defend against any aggression.
But the White House insists the door to diplomacy is still open. We have team coverage from Kyiv to Fort Bragg. Crime crisis, a renewed effort to fight back against gun violence. This morning, President Biden set to visit New York City to unveil a comprehensive strategy to curb gun-related crime. All this following a string of high-profile shootings, including the killings of 2 New York police officers. What we know about the president's plans. Winter whammy. Millions of Americans waking up to a major mess this morning. Right now, a massive storm system unleashing heavy snow, freezing rain, and dangerous conditions from Texas to the Northeast. We're tracking it all this morning. Inside Rikers Island, an NBC News exclusive on what some call a humanitarian crisis. We'll take you inside one of America's most notorious jail complexes. And Dylan's story, a second grader from Idaho, is now a nationally known author with some help from his local librarians. Hear how a book he wrote and illustrated is inspiring other kids. And how that kid needs a publishing deal.
Yeah, no kidding. He's why, and he's adorable, by the way. Just a warning.
Yeah, Joe got to talk to him. We'll bring you that story later in the hour. We begin this morning, though, with the new move from President Biden in hopes of preventing an all-out war with Russia.
The U.S. is deploying about 3,000 troops to Eastern Europe, with fears growing that Russia could invade Ukraine. The Pentagon says 1,000 soldiers based in Germany will be deployed to Romania, and 2,000 troops from Fort Bragg in North Carolina will go to Poland and Germany. Of course, Russia has about 130,000 troops surrounding the Ukrainian border. Around 8,500 U.S. troops had already been placed on alert. The Pentagon says this new deployment is in addition to those forces on standby.
Those 8,500 are not currently being deployed, but remain ready to move if called for the NATO response force or as needed for other contingencies. We do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where troops are preparing to leave for Europe. And Cal, let's start with you. What is behind this decision to send more U.S. troops to Eastern Europe?
Well, according to the U.S. military, it is to reassure and to shore up our allies, certainly on that eastern front with the Ukraine. This is a unilateral move between the U.S. and these countries. It is not a NATO movement. We can show you exactly where these troops are headed. We have a graphic. As you said, that first move, 1,000 troops headed to Romania. That is an internal Europe move. They are coming from Germany. 2,000 troops here from Fort Bragg will be headed to Europe. We can break down those units. 1,700 of them will come from the 82nd Airborne. They will be headed to Poland. The remainder of 300 will actually be headed to Germany from the 18th Airborne Corps. These are units that are designed for this, Joe. They are designed to be deployed in short order. The 82nd Airborne prides itself on its website in being able to be ready in under 18 hours. So it's not really that unusual sort of movements, sort of a day here on the base. That is the micro. The macro, of course, is a much different picture. Our Aaron McLaughlin will sort of lay that out. But anytime you move thousands of U.S. troops in theater, that's sort of what they call it, it is a big deal. We don't have a timeline on when those movements are exactly going to happen. It will be sort of in the coming days when you listen to the Pentagon spokesperson, Joe.
Let's go to Aaron. You spent some time along the border of Ukraine and Belarus. So what's the Russian military buildup like there? And what are you hearing from the people who actually live and work along the border?
That's right, Joe. This really critical border crossing between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine is located just a 3.5-hour drive from where I am here in Kyiv. And it's becoming an area of concern for Ukrainian military experts because just beyond the border, inside Belarus, they say Russia is amassing a presence of up to 30,000 Russian troops with command and control capabilities, which security experts I've been talking to to say that would allow them to conduct operations very quickly. Now, the Kremlin, for its part, saying that the forces are there at the invitation of the government of Belarus, and they're there for security exercises. Nevertheless, this has been identified as an area of vulnerability because the majority of Ukraine's military presence is currently trained on the east of the country, on the conflict to the east. I was at that border crossing yesterday speaking to the handful of border guards that are there patrolling the situation. I spoke to one Ukrainian border guard, and she told me that she's been instructed that if she sees anything, to call the Ukrainian military to ask for backup. I was also in the nearby village, and it was really interesting talking to the villagers. They have known decades of peace. It's not fathomable to some of the villagers that there could be the possibility of war. Take a listen to what one shop owner had to say.
No, there will be no war. The war is somewhere else. We don't have a war here. No, there is no war. And Russia is fine here. Everything is fine. Maybe there's a war in eastern Ukraine, not here. Belarus is closed. The only problem is COVID.
Speaking to the truck drivers stopped at the border, and they gave a very different picture. They're extremely concerned about war. I was talking to one Russian truck driver who told me he is incredibly worried. He said that young lives will be lost if Russia decides if there's some sort of military action here. Joe.
So, Cal, troops in Fort Bragg have been watching all of this closely. They trained for this. We know Fort Bragg is the largest U.S. military installation when it comes to population. How are they preparing for this deployment? And what is the impact then on the Fort Bragg community?
Yeah, you never want to use the sort of term business as usual, because it's not business as usual if you are one of those service members who's leaving your family and getting on a plane for Europe. As you said, 250,000 people live here on Fort Bragg, so it is sort of the normal way of doing things. We've heard from former commanders of the 82nd Airborne who sort of say their wishes on how they would like people to sort of address the situation. Take a listen to what one former commander tonight.
I think the people of America should be confident that if 18th Airborne Corps headquarters is a choice to lead a task force, they're well manned, they're well trained, they're well equipped, and they're well experienced in those things.
The other thing I would say, Joe, is when you look at who is being deployed, again, these are units that are deployed frequently. The 82nd Airborne had part of its unit deployed to Afghanistan recently to help with the evacuation there. We have tens of thousands of troops already in Europe. In Germany, the 300 troops from that 18th Airborne Corps will be joining more than 30,000 troops in Germany. Romania will see a doubling of its troops. So there is a constant U.S. presence in Europe. It is nothing new sort of for these troops to cycle in and out. What is new, of course, are the circumstances and what is surrounding this deployment.
And Aaron, briefly, what is the Russian response to the U.S. sending more troops to the area?
What we heard from the Kremlin spokesperson earlier today, essentially accusing the United States of escalating the situation. The spokesperson saying, quote, Russia's concern in this case is absolutely understandable, absolutely justified, and any measures taken by Russia to ensure its own security and its own interests are also absolutely understandable. This as the Ukrainian defense minister this morning saying that they continue to see Russian troop buildup, Russian movements along the Ukrainian border. Joe.
Aaron McLaughlin, Cal Perry, thank you both for kicking us off this hour.
Now, this morning, President Biden is heading to New York City to address the nation's recent spike in crime. He's expected to tout his administration's strategy to fight gun violence. The president will be joined by Attorney General Merrick Garland and will meet with New York City Mayor Eric Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul. The visit comes just a day after a funeral was held for NYPD officer Wilbert Mora. He and his partner, Jason Rivera, were fatally shot in Harlem after responding to a domestic violence call late last month. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now for more on this. Carol, good morning. So what is on the president's agenda today? We mentioned who he's meeting with. Tell us how that's going to look and why he's chosen New York to talk about this issue and what he's hoping to achieve.
Well, in terms of the why, Savannah, it's largely because the president is trying to go somewhere that's really experiencing the kind of violence that he's wanting to address and essentially tell Americans that this is something that's a top priority for him. New York, as you noted, is feeling this very acutely at the moment, and so he's going there to meet with the mayor and the governor, and particularly the mayor is somebody that the president and this White House sees as an ally in the sense that he has a common view of how to address these issues, as the president does. So the president's going to make 2 stops while he's in New York. He'll stop at NYPD headquarters, where he'll attend a meeting focused on gun violence, and then he'll also go to a public school where he'll focus on community intervention. So what you're seeing is the president try to address both sides of this issue here.
And Carol, if we remember, the president actually outlined the bulk of his strategy on gun violence last summer. But I mean, we're talking about this now because we've continued to see crime rise across the country. Is there anything new he's announcing today? Are there any signs that these measures have been working, or will there be a renewed push here, given how difficult it's been for the president to implement his agenda on guns?
Yeah, it's more the renewed push here, because a lot of what the White House is highlighting is stuff that the president has already announced. He's already outlined his agenda, and there's some of the things on the screen there. He's using measures to try to stop the flow of guns that are used to commit violence, support local law enforcement, and invest in community violence interventions, and expand certain programs, opportunities for young adults, and help individuals who are incarcerated re-enter the community. So those are the kind of buckets of areas where the president and the White House are trying to make headway. But as you know, this is something that he talked about and he outlined last year, and it's just without Congress, according to the White House, there's really not much he can do.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
This morning, we're tracking that massive winter storm that's slowly moving across the country. The storm dropped more than a foot of snow in some parts of the Midwest, creating chaos on the roads and in the skies. Nearly 90 million Americans are still under a winter storm advisory this morning as the system moves east. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas, where they're getting a mix of everything today. So, Morgan, what are conditions like now? How much snow and ice could they get today?
Yeah, Joe, conditions have deteriorated starting really in earnest about 8 p.m. last night. That's when the temperature began to drop here, and we had a cold rain that overnight has turned, I don't know if the light's catching it just right, but a freezing rain. And that is a serious problem because with snow buildup, that can at least kind of fall on top of itself and prove to be somewhat of a travel hazard. But with this ice accumulation and it not really going to snow, that's only building up a layer of frozen glaze on a lot of area roadways. An area mayor in a Dallas suburban town said it could be an absolute travel nightmare if that gets up to be about a quarter inch of nothing but ice with these sustained temperatures that we're seeing below freezing for potentially about the next 36 to 48 hours here, Joe. We've had this steady freezing sleet, rains falling now for about 6 hours. And as a result of that, we know that there was going to be a serious power demand. About 50,000 people are already without power right now statewide. Joe?
Yeah, we can see it, Morgan, and we can also hear that ominous sleety sound. So, of course, last year, the state's power grid failed during that major winter storm, leaving millions of Texans without power for days. Officials seem confident they've made changes to stabilize the grid and avoid a repeat. How is it holding up so far?
Well, the grid itself appears to be performing as it needs to. Officials will say that one of the main reasons it's doing so right now is that they made sure that there was more reserved power available going into this winter event than they had at this time last year when Winter Storm Uri left around 250 Texans dead as a result of those incredibly low temperatures that knocked out power to millions of people. As it stands right now statewide, we're looking at about 50,000 people without power. However, it is important to note that those could be local outages, Joe, caused by if you have a buildup of ice on a power line or a tree branch that knocks it down. That could be the cause there, as opposed to the system-wide outages that we saw a year ago that were leaving hundreds of thousands of people, millions at one point, in the dark and the cold. Joe?
And Morgan, quickly, what is the impact on roads and airports right now?
It's not good. It's not good. If you are driving through this area, which you should not be, it's going to be incredibly slow going. We know that in some areas that ice is building up. It is only going to stay cold and below freezing for the next at least 24 to 36 hours, so don't expect that to go anywhere. And right now, Joe, it is looking like it could be really treacherous travel for the majority of Texas for quite some time. Joe?
All right. Stay safe, my friend Morgan Chesky. Thank you so much.
So what areas will be impacted by this slow-moving storm today? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us with the latest. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, and what a rough morning for so many schools and people dealing with cancellations and delays. And I mean, you saw there in Dallas, obviously schools all closed there. And you like to hear the ping. The ping is fine. Sleet, you can shovel. You can move it out of the way. Yes, it's treacherous to drive on, but it doesn't do the damage that freezing rain does. The freezing rain is much more problematic, and that's the issue today. That area in purple near Memphis, all the way down along the areas right along Mississippi, western Tennessee, the western half of Kentucky, all under ice storm warnings. That's where the worst of the icing is this morning. We have 107 million people still from New Mexico all the way to Maine that are dealing with the winter weather. Now, when you look at the radar, remember the green and the yellow is the rain. We actually have severe thunderstorms possible today in Louisiana to add on top of all of this. The pink is where we're freezing rain. The peachish color is where there's sleet. And then the white and the blue is where there's snow. It's like a rainbow. It's like a Skittles bag from Texas all the way up through the Ohio Valley. As far as the forecast goes, middle of the day today, still watching that snow from Oklahoma. So, sleet should change over to a period of brief snow in Dallas. Will snow pretty good in St. Louis to Illinois. And then we'll watch that icy mess still from Little Rock to Memphis through Kentucky. That's where we have the greatest chance of power outages because of the ice. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to have that freezing rain and sleet potential in southern New England. Northern New England will get a decent snowstorm. So we're not going to add a lot more snow to the ground. We've already had totals around 4 to 6 inches around Oklahoma City and Wichita, Kansas. St. Louis snow totals have been about 6 inches. You're just about done. We'll add another 3 to 6 in Indianapolis. Chicago, by the way, ended up with about 8 inches. And some of the heavier snow will be in northern New England later today and tonight. That's where it will be treacherous, and then ice to the south of that, guys. So, yeah, everything but the kitchen sink today really. Across the weather maps.
Oof. Lots of rain here coming for us. All right, Bill, thank you. See you next hour.
That's right.
And now to the latest on the pandemic. An FDA advisory panel is set to meet later this month to consider emergency use of Pfizer-BioNTech's 2-dose vaccine for kids under 5. And this morning we have a conversation to bring you with one of the founders of BioNTech about the vaccine, the variants, and the future. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London after traveling to Germany to get this rare access. Molly, good morning. Tell us about your time spent with these scientists and what they said about vaccinating our youngest kids. Obviously, this big news that some parents are excited about and some are hesitant about.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Look, it was absolutely incredible to meet them. We met them at BioNTech headquarters, of course, where the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine was created. And actually, our whole crew, by chance, had the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. So it was actually kind of an opportunity to say thank you. We did ask them, though, about the big news this week. Take a quick listen to what they had to say about kids and vaccines.
Let's start with the reaction to your company and Pfizer going to the FDA for approval for kids 0 to 5. Was this expected? Is this exciting?
This is of course exciting because this is the last group missing, and we are of course excited that if the meeting goes well, that we could get the authorization also for this group.
Is your expectation that the data will show 3 shots is a better response?
Yes. I believe the last 12 months have shown us that this is a 3-dose vaccine. Yeah? And when we started the pediatric immunization program, it was still this idea of 2 doses might be sufficient, but in the meantime we know the vaccination is complete if we have 3 doses.
Is the point to get these small children vaccinated now? Is it to lower their already low risk, or is it really to help control the spread in the population more generally? Or is it both?
So the Omicron variant has shown that small kids are affected. There are a number of hospitalizations. So there is a medical need which can be addressed by a vaccine, and that's also the reason why the FDA is really concerned to accelerate this process.
Now, they also said getting those 2 shots immediately, or as soon as the FDA approves, will start to build that immunity, even though it doesn't have the expected immune response that they expect to see after 3 doses, which is when the vaccine will be complete. Guys.
So, Molly, this new news here with the kids is big news, but also one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is if we're going to have different vaccines for different variants. We've already dealt with multiple waves, different variants of the coronavirus, of course, Omicron right now. How fast are they able to react when a new variant pops up? And is that something that could still be on the horizon for all of us, a different vaccine for the variant?
Absolutely. And that was one of my big questions to them. How soon we all go back to the office, get back to normal, keep our kids in school depends on how quickly scientists, of course, can react to the upcoming variants. Now, they already have an Omicron-specific vaccine in clinical trials. We asked them how quick their turnaround speed could be. Take a listen.
How quickly can you react to a variant?
So in principle, we are technically able to react to a variant in about three months. Now the regulatory authorities have to come also with their opinion what kind of data is needed, yeah? And therefore it could take more than 3 months because it's the first time.
Is that going to be too slow for Omicron?
Omicron is pretty fast, so this is a super fast spreading virus.
Now, he did say by the time he hopes the Omicron-specific vaccine could be authorized by about April, he estimated. Actually, 50 to 60% of the world will still be Omicron negative. So there will still be a lot of people, including people who got early Omicron infections, who will be in need of this variant-specific vaccine.
All right, Molly Hunter, great interview. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja now. He's the senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. So, doctor, when we talk about vaccines, we, of course, tend to think about the traditional shot in the arm. But right now, nasal vaccines are being developed around the world. What's the benefit of a nasal vaccine versus a traditional shot, and any downsides?
There's no real downside to using a nasal vaccine, and it's really all upside if you can actually manufacture a nasal vaccine. So one thing is very obvious. You don't have to have needles. You don't have to have syringes. You don't have to have trained personnel. So it makes it much easier to administer, and it also captures those people who have needle phobia, who don't want to get a shot. But the main reason that nasal vaccines are really interesting for a respiratory virus is that it induces a different type of immunity. When you get infected with COVID or any respiratory virus, it goes in through your nose and mouth, and that stimulates a different type of immunity in terms of which type of antibody gets generated. And the types of antibodies that are on your nose and mouth or in that mucosa there are really, really important when it comes to blocking infection. So a nasal vaccine might be something that is more sterilizing, meaning it prevents you from getting infected in the way that the vaccines that you get through your arm into your muscle cells don't. So that's what the real holy grail is trying to figure out how to stimulate that nasal immunity to get more robust immunity.
Now, another question for you, doctor, on vaccines. So new data from the CDC shows roughly half of those eligible to receive a booster shot, so they already had their doses initially, now it's time for a booster, have not gotten one. Now, we know not everyone wants to get vaccinated in the first place. That's something else we're dealing with. But now we're talking about people who already went through those first 2 rounds of shots. Why do you think those booster numbers are so low, and does that concern you?
It concerns me in the sense that there are certain high-risk individuals who have not gotten a booster, someone who's above the age of 65, someone with medical conditions like obesity or emphysema or asthma. Those are the people we really need to get boosted because those are the ones whose breakthrough infection might not be mild. But what I think happened is a lot of messaging changes that confuse people, because first it was targeted boosters, which actually is supported by the data, and then it became universal boostering. And I think that dilutes the message that there are certain people that really need to get the boosters to prevent hospitalization.
Great point.
And we do want to get to a question from one of our viewers. It's from Hernan Chavez in Oregon, and it says, we know COVID-19 is likely here to stay. My question is, at what point could we consider COVID-19 an endemic respiratory disease rather than a pandemic? A popular question there.
To me, the biggest transition point would be when you don't see 1,000 or 2,000 plus people dying every day, and when you don't hear about hospitals worrying about capacity. So in many parts of the country, they might have already reached that endemic stage, but as a nation as a whole, certain regions are still experiencing too much disease, too much morbidity and mortality in a way that we don't with our other endemic respiratory diseases. We are getting there, and we may be there on the other side of Omicron, but we'll have to see, and it's really about hospital capacity and deaths.
All right, hopefully we do get there. Dr. Amish Adalja, as always, thank you so much. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, let us know. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And please let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
And coming up, we're following breaking news overnight. A U.S. raid in Syria with reports of possibly more than a dozen civilians killed. What we're learning about the operation.
Plus 6 decades of sanctions. We're going to take you to Cuba 60 years after the U.S. trade embargo began. That's next on Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're following some breaking news this morning. A U.S. military operation in Syria. Overnight, the Department of Defense said special forces conducted a counterterrorism mission in the northwest part of the country. The statement said the mission was, quote, successful and that there were no U.S. casualties. However, according to the White Helmets Rescue Service, at least 13 people, including 6 children, were killed in the fighting following, quote, an American airdrop. It's not clear who the target of the raid was. NBC News has reached out to the Pentagon for more details.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is with us this morning from Tehran. Good morning, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. A high-voltage cable snapped at a market in the Democratic Republic of Congo, killing at least 26 people. The cable landed on houses and people shopping at the market just outside of Kinshasa. One trader said the market often flooded when it rained, with workers and shoppers having to wade through water. Local media reported that the majority of victims were female market traders. New Zealand is planning on fully reopening to the world after COVID restrictions, but not until October. Authorities in Wellington have laid out plans for a cautious return to quarantine-free international travel and to relax border restrictions. The piecemeal opening will begin on February 28th. Nearly 2 years after sealing its borders, New Zealand has reported just 53 virus deaths among its population of 5 million. And finally, Australian maritime experts say they believe they've found the wreck of the Endeavour in Rhode Island. The ship sailed by British explorer James Cook, one of the most important ships in the history of the South Pacific. But U.S. archaeologists say, hold your horses. The finding may be premature. They say while the shipwreck might be consistent with the Endeavour, there's been no indisputable data found to prove the site is the iconic vessel. And those are your headlines, guys.
All right, stay tuned on that one. Allie, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, an insider's perspective on one of America's most notorious jail complexes.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple, hell.
When we return, Lester Holt with an exclusive look at the conditions that some are calling inhumane.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A big reveal on the Fox competition show The Masked Singer reportedly led to a walkout by some of the show's judges. According to Deadline, Rudy Giuliani, the former New York City mayor and lawyer to former President Trump, was unmasked as a contestant on a recent taping of the show. And Deadline reports that prompted judges Ken Jeong and Robin Thicke to walk off the stage in protest. Celebrities on the show are revealed once they're eliminated from the competition, which usually leads to surprise reactions from the judges. It's not the first time a politician has been on the show. Former Alaska governor and vice presidential nominee Sarah Palin appeared back in 2020. Giuliani's episode is expected to air sometime next month. NBC News reached out overnight to Fox, Giuliani, Jeong, and Thicke for comment, but have not heard back. We don't have any details about what costume Giuliani was wearing. Something tells me maybe the producers got just the response they wanted on that one.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Exactly. Yeah. All right, thanks, Joe. Now, this morning, we have an exclusive look inside New York City's Rikers Island. It houses more than 5,000 detainees, most of whom are awaiting trial and, under the law, presumed innocent until proven guilty. But the conditions they're being held in are what many are describing as a humanitarian crisis. Here's NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt with more.
A group of public defenders is asking President Biden to visit New York's main jail complex, Rikers Island, during his visit here. While a stop is unlikely, justice reform advocates are drawing attention to what they call inhumane conditions, leaving a mostly pretrial population at the jail and those who guard them at risk.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple, hell.
Benji Lozano recently spent 5 months in Rikers, serving the remaining sentence from a 1997 assault conviction after his recent parole from decades in state prison on a separate conviction.
What do you see in these pictures?
I see myself. I see everything that I experienced while I was at Rikers Island. I see inhumane conditions. I mean, look at that. It's ridiculous.
Photos obtained by the New York Post last fall show detainees jammed in a holding area. Lozano says he spent weeks living like this.
Feces all over the wall, unoperable restrooms, toilets would not flush, the sinks would not work. It was disgusting.
And you might be surprised who agrees with him.
People were living in inhumane conditions.
Until last month, Vincent Schiraldi was in charge of Rikers Island.
No recreation, health care was not available to people because we couldn't get them to their doctor's appointments.
Violence, he says, was rampant. NBC News recently obtained more than 100 hours of surveillance video from inside Rikers. City officials don't contest the contents of the video. Scenes like this: an attempted knifing averted by an officer, and an inmate organized so-called fight night where some detainees were forced to participate.
Who was running the place?
The inmates run the facilities.
I wrote to all the judges and all the district attorneys and said, I cannot guarantee the safety of people that get sent here.
Schiraldi says one of the most pressing problems, a union contract that gives officers unlimited sick time. He points out that of the nearly 8,000 officers at Rikers, up to a third don't show up on any given day. For 6 years, Serena Townsend was in charge of investigating misconduct at the jail.
People were calling out sick, and then when we would go and check on them, they were not actually at home sick, they were out.
Last month, Townsend was fired by the newly appointed commissioner after she says he instructed her to get rid of 2,000 disciplinary cases against officers within 100 days, and she refused. The city denies Townsend's claims.
I investigated every type of act of misconduct, and I have to say that a lot of what I saw in those cases are things that are happening that could have been prevented if we had staff in the jails.
Benny Bossio, the union president representing officers, accuses Townsend of being overzealous in her discipline of officers who were trying to do an impossible job.
We have officers that are out sick. 1,500 correction officers have been assaulted in the last year. We have officers dealing with long-term effects of COVID, being sexually assaulted. So, you know, this notion that we're out on purpose is just nonsense.
Finger pointing aside, everyone agrees that Rikers is horribly broken.
And whose fault is all that?
I think it's an administrative fault. It is the fault of people who run the system and people who are in elected positions.
New York plans to close Rikers by 2027. Meantime, a City Hall spokesperson says under new Corrections Commissioner Louis Molina, more than 1,000 officers are back at work and many are now working normal hours again.
All right, Lester, thank you so much for that.
As we follow that dangerous winter storm moving across the country, this morning we have a look at the surprising ways climate change can affect snowstorms. It's part of our weekly series on how the warming planet is reshaping policy and lifestyles around the globe.
NBC News meteorologist and our friend Bill Cairns is back again. Hey, Bill. So when we think of global warming, I think we usually imagine more hot days, fewer cold ones, but that's not the whole story. As Joe just mentioned, it's also possible that this warmer climate actually makes these winter storms worse. Tell us about that and if that's part of what we've been seeing this year.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite topics because we all have that family member or friend that every time it's super cold or snow, they're like, oh, what happened to global warming? Or bring on global warming, it's freezing outside. So we all know that person. The one thing that people don't quite understand is they think that they can really feel global warming. They feel like they can experience it. Do you know that since 1880, the planet has warmed up on average 1.9 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius, Fahrenheit, the scale we use here in America. And on average, since 1975, we're warming up about 1/3 of a degree per decade. In other words, you can't feel it. When people say they can feel it, it's such a slow-moving target. That's why it's such a hard problem for everyone to feel and to experience. So let's talk about the impacts with these winter storms. Now, we do know that 90% of the warmth is being absorbed by the oceans. And so the oceans are the fuels, not just for hurricanes, but also for coastal storms. And especially for northeast snowstorms, we can turn these into snow machines because the moist air hits the Canadian cold air, which is still plenty cold enough because we've only warmed the planet up about 2 degrees on average. Major snowstorms are more likely to occur. And that has actually been factual. We have numbers that can prove it. Let's just look at Boston. And by the way, the snowstorm last week in Boston was their 7th biggest all time. Wow. Of their top 5, 3 have occurred in the last 25 years. And if you look at actually going back for the top 10, 8 of their top 10 have occurred in the last 25 years. And the same goes for New York City, too. We have about 7 out of the top 10 snowstorms in New York City history is in the last 26 years. And these cities have records that go back 150 years. So, yes, you can get bigger snowstorms because of climate change.
All right, so anyone who has that relative, we're just going to have them clip this video and send it to them, and they can say, there you go.
Yeah.
Very helpful, Bill. Now, let's talk about another topic. On Monday, the White House announced it was sending more than $1 billion to states to help clean up thousands of abandoned oil and gas wells that are leaking methane. So, Bill, we hear a lot about carbon dioxide as a dangerous greenhouse gas, but methane can be pretty potent too, right?
Yeah, there's more than just carbon dioxide for greenhouse gases. We know that water vapor is one, nitrous oxide, methane. Those are all the greenhouse gases. Those are the gases that create the blanket in our atmosphere that trap the sun's heat. We need it actually to survive. That's why our planet can be warm. And as far as methane goes, the EPA said that about 10% of our emissions is methane. Okay, so why do we care about that? Well, methane actually is a much more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And it's actually 80 times the global warming potential over a 20-year period. But the only thing that's different, the reason that you hear more about carbon dioxide is that methane in the air only stays in our atmosphere for about 10 years. So the half-life is much shorter. Carbon dioxide, on the other hand, stays in our atmosphere for 100+ years. So if you go start your car up today and you're burning that fossil fuel, that carbon dioxide is going to be in the atmosphere for 120 years. If we have a methane that's leaking from a well, that will be in our atmosphere for about 10 years. So methane is more powerful, but it doesn't last as long. So it's still very important that we get rid of methane as quickly as possible, too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. All right, Bill, finally, quick last one for you. At the intersection of climate change and Hollywood, we know Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the most outspoken environmentalists now. He's received a really special award. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we have his Oscar speeches. He was a special envoy to the United Nations for climate change. And now we are hearing that the Royal Botanic Gardens in the United Kingdom, is naming a tree after Leonardo DiCaprio. Now, this is a small tropical evergreen tree with beautiful yellow flowers that come out of the trunk. And here's the key to this one. This only grows in the Igbo forest in Cameroon. Now, scientists are crediting DiCaprio for actually stopping logging in Cameroon, and they say that without him, this whole area would be deforested, and there would be no such thing as the DiCaprio tree.
Wow, that is very cool.
Awesome.
And that's
Good for
pretty
him.
amazing, the impact he's made. Yeah. All right, Bill, thank you so much. We love this segment. Great to have you on
Thanks,
again.
guys.
See you in a bit.
Coming up, inflation issues and supply shortages being felt by one of the most vulnerable groups.
When we return, a look at the impacts of the economy on the homeless. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold!
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. After more than a year of strong job growth, companies cut more than 300,000 jobs in January, according to payroll company ADP. As the Omicron variant sweeps through the labor force, companies are also being hit by a 1-2 punch of record inflation and supply shortages.
These issues are all having a direct impact on organizations that deal with the most vulnerable, the homeless. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more.
This homeless shelter was supposed to open its doors last month. The problem is it still doesn't have front doors to open.
We ordered this door about 4 months ago.
But it's still not up.
That's correct. Finally, the door gets here 4 months, and we don't have it up because we don't even have the hardware for it now.
And I assume the door cost more than you expected to.
Oh yes, the door actually went up about $3,000 to $4,000 more.
$3,000 to $4,000 more?
Yes.
Justin Behrens is the director of Keystone Mission here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a nonprofit focused on helping the homeless. They've been trying to build this transformational living shelter for months. More than a temporary one-night stop, this project is a 15-year dream in the making.
The room specifically that we're in right now is going to be a location where the homeless can come into, be able to watch TV, get downtime, and relax.
The baseboard and the window trim.
And then the doorknobs.
And the doorknobs.
But the nation's ongoing supply chain crisis putting that dream almost out of reach. Inflation last month up 7% from the year before, a 40-year high. But certain goods even worse. The price of lumber has been volatile, down in the last few weeks, but still more than double pre-pandemic levels. Any sort of building or construction becomes painful.
We started this project about 8 months ago. We were hoping to get this done in 4 months, 5 months. It almost doubled my budget of what I was looking at in this project.
8 months is a long time to wait for a community in need. Keystone Mission says it's seen a 20% rise in demand for its services in the last year, thanks in part to rising prices. Jerry Costello used to be homeless and now volunteers for Keystone Mission.
I'm struggling. I only collected disability. And it's hard for me to get to the stores. I don't got no car. And I see these people out here and they're struggling, these homeless are struggling really bad.
This is going downstairs to the kitchen.
Justin had hoped to have this place ready before the frigid winter months. Now the heat is on his team as the cold weather blasts the region. But the challenges are unprecedented, according to contractor George Durr.
Have you ever run into the kinds of obstacles you're running into right now?
Never. It's never been this bad. We're not talking just 1%. We're talking 10, 15%.
Until these issues get resolved, those most in need will have to go without.
How difficult is it to look around here?
It hurts. I don't even have drywall up on the walls. I don't even have the floor done. I don't have, the door to the exit. I don't have the kitchen in here. The ones that don't have anything, they're suffering the most.
Joe, Savannah, Justin tells us that normally for a project like this, donations would be rolling in. Local companies would be donating supplies. Charities and individuals would be sending donations. But companies can barely stock their own shelves right now, let alone donate. And individuals are getting squeezed and they have less to give. We're just seeing these effects all across the board. And at the end of the day, you're seeing that effect trickle down to impact the most vulnerable individuals. Joe, Savannah.
All right, Dasha, thank you so much for that report.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs joins us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, good morning, guys. Facebook changed its parent company name to Metaverse this morning. Call it Metaverse. Investors have wiped out about $200 billion from the market cap of the Meta. The company reporting disappointing earnings yesterday after the closing bell, warning users are spending more time on other apps such as TikTok. Facebook lost daily users for the first time during a quarter, for the first time in its history. The stock could be in line for the worst day since going public back in 2012. Speaking of social media, Twitter could be working on a new feature called Articles. CNET reports that it would allow users to create articles and long-form posts within the app, and they wouldn't be subject to that current 280-character limit. The feature was spotted by a prominent tech blogger. Twitter says that it's always looking at new ways to help people start and engage in conversations. Meantime, Hormel wants to help you celebrate the Super Bowl with lots and lots of melted cheese. It's holding a contest with the grand prize of a keg. That's right, a keg holding 15 gallons or more than about 1,000 servings of chili cheese. The keg includes an adjustable heating element, a chili cheese pump, and a tap handle shaped like a can of Hormel chili. It can even be refilled and reused, because why not? You can enter at HormelChiliCheeseKeg.com through this Sunday. And the keg will be delivered to the winner the day before the Super Bowl. I'm saying they need to have a Lipitor drip with that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Who in the world can eat that much cheese?
And it can be refilled, you know, in case you run out because you just burn through those 1,000 servings.
Whenever you bring us food stories, Bertha, I'm usually like, no, I want it for lunch. And that one didn't have that effect. I'm good.
Chili cheese nachos?
A little ill.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right, Bertha, thanks so much.
Somebody must like it.
Yeah, right.
Today marks 60 years of the full U.S. trade embargo on Cuba. Signed into law by President Kennedy, the sanctions were strengthened by President Trump, who banned remittances, created hurdles to tourism, and fined companies that delivered fuel to the small island nation. Those strict policies, along with the pandemic, contributed to widespread shortages of food and medicine, which boiled over in a wave of protests last summer. But how are Cubans faring today, 1 year into President Biden's tenure? NBC News reporter Ed Augustin joins us now from Havana. Ed, good morning to you. So we saw striking images of those protests there last July. What is the situation on the ground now, especially with the pandemic stubbornly sticking around?
Well, during those dramatic protests last July, Cuba was hit by a huge wave of the Delta variant. The pandemic is far better these days in Cuba thanks to vaccinations. Cuba has one of the highest rates of vaccination in the world. 88% of adults have now been vaccinated with homegrown vaccines. And that's meant that with this Omicron variant, we've seen far lower levels of both deaths and infection rates in Cuba than in the US and Europe. However, that hasn't translated into a better economic situation. Cuba, like many Caribbean islands, is highly dependent on tourism, and it's just not coming. It's coming back in dribs and drabs. So that main economic engine of the island is still underperforming, and Cubans are paying for that economically. Huge food shortages, mammoth queues outside supermarkets, people going without antibiotics. This has become a horrible reality for most Cubans for almost 2 years since the pandemic. Combined with the US sanctions, the economic situation is grim.
So, Ed, these trade sanctions have survived 12 presidential administrations, becoming the longest embargo in modern history. We know the Obama administration worked to try and loosen some business and travel policies, a move that was, of course, not then supported by the Trump administration. So how would you describe the policy these days under President Biden, and what's its impact on everyday Cubans?
Well, I've got an example for you. 2 days ago, I spoke to 72-year-old retired Armando Collazo, and he told us how he used to receive approximately $100 a month from his daughter in Florida. But since the Trump administration banned remittances, she's had to look for other routes.
And now, poor thing, she's over there looking for someone who wants to bring me something, or if someone is coming or traveling here to bring me something. Not as a favor. They charge her. They overcharge her to be able to send me the dollars over here. There are people who do this for a living. They take American dollars and exchange them to our currency and bring it here. But those people will stab you in the back because you realize that they take an enormous amount of money. They make a huge amount of money by bringing it here.
And Armando told us that he's one of the lucky ones. Miraculously, he said, his daughter has found a way throughout the pandemic to pay people to bring him those $100 a month. But many, many Cubans, especially in the provinces, especially in rural areas, don't have that luxury, and they've had to go without that vital economic lifeline from friends and family in the States throughout most of the pandemic.
All right, Ed, thank you for that report from Havana. We appreciate it.
And coming up, a heartwarming story about a boy who wrote a book that he just wanted everyone to read.
And I came in this aisle. No, wait, this aisle. And then I put my book right here.
When we return here on Morning News Now, my conversation with 8-year-old Dylan Helbig about how he made his own dream come true with some help from his local library.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome back. Ever since he was 5 years old, a boy from Idaho has dreamed of writing a book that would end up in the library.
Well, now at the ripe old age of 8, he's making his dream come true with a little help. We first told you about this boy from Boise, Dylan Helbig, earlier this week. Well, now we're hearing directly from Dylan and his family.
Libraries are designed for checking books out, but 8-year-old Dylan Helbig recently proved you can check one in.
They thought I was kidding, but I wasn't.
He recently wrote his own book, filling an empty journal with 81 pages of words and illustrations featuring an exploding Christmas tree and a giant turkey.
It's called The Adventures of Dylan Helbig's Christmas by Dylan Helbig himself.
That's right, by Dylan himself. A story so good he felt it belonged on the shelves of the Ada Community Library in Idaho. So, ever so discreetly, he took the initiative.
And then I came in this aisle. No, wait, this aisle. And then I put my book right here.
What were you afraid of?
The librarian catching me.
Were you afraid you might have been in trouble?
I haven't really thought about that part.
We didn't think about that consequence of that part yet.
When the librarians did find out, well, they threw some stickers on it and made it available to check out.
My first reaction was like, what? Really? You know, is that possible?
Like, you can do that?
You can do that?
At last check, the waitlist for Dylan's book was at 64, motivating the young author to get going on a sequel.
And it's called The Jacket Eating Closet, based on actual events.
A budding publishing empire thanks to a sneaky plan by Dylan himself.
Based on
before a publishing deal and get some more copies in that library.
Although there is something to his handwritten, crafted books. There's something special about that.
Yeah, right. Adorable.
Good for Dylan. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, on the move. We're tracking that massive winter weather system that's stretching more than 2,000 miles across the country. It's bringing snow, sleet, ice, and rain. Nearly a third of the nation under some sort of winter weather advisory. This morning, our Bill Cairns with what you need to know as you head out the door. Standing by in the face of mounting Russian aggression on the border with Ukraine, the U.S. now deploying thousands of troops to Eastern Europe, a protective measure in case Russia invades. This, as new satellite imagery shows Russian troops building near the border. The White House sharpening its message of diplomacy over violence.
We're going to continue to discuss and engage where we can find common ground with Russian leaders. That doesn't mean that we are going to bow to what their demands are.
We've got the latest from Moscow to Washington and everywhere in between. Also this morning, shining a light, social distancing, quarantining, isolation. Life during a global pandemic can be difficult to navigate, and it can take a toll on your mental health. Later in this hour, we're going to have a candid conversation with our panel of experts and activists on suicide prevention in America and how you can get help if you're feeling lost. Plus, everywhere you look, remembering America's dad, Bob Saget, through the eyes of one of his best-known Full House co-stars, our own Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Candace Cameron Bure. All of the people who knew him well and worked with him in Full House have been speaking out in social media, but now to hear from Candace directly, it's a powerful interview. You're going to want to wait and watch that.
And also, everyone that we hear from just can't say enough good things.
Yeah, he was I love you guys,
yeah,
people like to
really
say. We're going to begin this hour with that monster winter storm moving across the country. The system is slamming millions of Americans from Texas to the Northeast with snow, freezing rain, and brutally cold temperatures.
Parts of the Midwest have been buried under a foot of snow, while the South is dealing with a dangerous combo of ice and wind that could wreak havoc for Americans on the move this morning. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Detroit. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning. Well, we saw rain and snow here in Detroit for well over 24 hours, though it was much less than those record snowfalls that were expected just earlier this week. But now comes the cold temperatures, not just here as the Midwest digs out, but really in the South, where the concern this morning is the ice.
Overnight, a dangerous deep freeze slamming the South. Treacherous ice coating trees and roadways in Texas. Plummeting temperatures with wind chills that feel like 20 below are impacting parts of the state, not used to such extreme cold. More than 40,000 Texans are waking up without power this morning. The dangerous conditions renewing fears of last year's catastrophic power grid failure that left millions in the dark and hundreds dead. The massive winter storm has already dumped a foot of snow across parts of the Midwest. In Detroit, a difficult cleanup.
This is the wet, heavy stuff?
Yes.
Are you ready for it?
No.
You're not ready for it at all?
Cars frozen over in Oklahoma. The governor deploying the National Guard, just one of multiple states taking emergency measures.
This is something that is rarely done, but the predictions about this storm are, again, severe, and we want to be ready.
The same system responsible for burying neighborhoods near Chicago.
It's dangerous to walk out here.
Jackknifing tractor trailers in Champaign, Illinois, and leaving cars slipping, sliding, and just plain stuck on highways nationwide. The storm already grounding more than 3,500 flights today, adding to the nearly 6,000 canceled or delayed on Wednesday.
And it's not just those travel impacts. FedEx announcing nationwide shipping delays, while Walmart has closed nearly 100 stores across the country, all a result of this massive and slow-moving storm that is now heading right to you guys.
Oof, all right. Not looking forward to that. Shaquille Brewster, thanks for being out there for us.
So Shaq teased it there. Where's the storm heading next? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
That means Bill Caron's back with the latest. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, good morning once again. One day done, two to go. And this storm is, massive, huge, large, whatever you want to call it. Just the number of people that it's affecting and the number of acreage in states is just incredible. The ice storm threat is all along this front from areas from Texas to northern New England. So the icy part is the one I'm most concerned with. That's where you lose power. That's where it just gets very dangerous. A lot of accidents on the roads. That's in that purplish violet color there from Little Rock right along the Mississippi River where it meets the Ohio River and then through the southern Ohio Valley. And then tomorrow up into areas of southern New England, the Hudson Valley, Albany, Massachusetts, going to get a pretty good ice storm also. So for today, we've already seen the sleet in areas like Dallas. We have a little bit of freezing rain too around Waco and Austin. We may even get some even around San Antonio of all places later on today as that cold air heads southwards. The heaviest icing though is going to be from Little Rock to Memphis, up to Paducah, right along the Ohio River, Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, just south of Columbus, southern Ohio, through State College, right through central PA, into the Hudson Valley, and then right through southern New England. Those are all areas that could get a quarter-inch of ice or more, and that means a chance for power outages. So let's time out some of the bigger cities and airport hubs. Dallas, Fort Worth, it looks like wintry mix turning to all snow after 2, about 1 to 3 inches of sleet and snow total. Memphis, freezing rain. Major major ice storm for you. Could even be crippling. Power outages are expected in the area. St. Louis, you're just about done. Maybe an additional couple inches. A lot of the snow will be ending by early this afternoon. Cleveland, snowing heavy at times today, 8 to 12 inches. And the forecast then calls for this cold air, guys, to head southwards into Texas. First, they get the sleet and the freezing rain, then the snow, and then this weekend, the cold. And all eyes will be on the power grid and how it handles it.
Absolutely. We will be watching for that. All right. Thanks, Bill.
President Biden is now sending thousands of troops to Eastern Europe, while Vladimir Putin is adding to Russia's military presence along the Ukrainian border. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on the Ukraine crisis. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. The Pentagon says those deployments send a strong signal to Vladimir Putin and to the world that the U.S. stands by NATO. This announcement's intended to deter Russia from invading Ukraine and to defend those allies. For the White House, this is a delicate balance, trying to demonstrate resolve while still eyeing a diplomatic solution to end this escalating standoff. New satellite images show Moscow's military buildup keeps accelerating, with new housing areas going up in recent days near Ukraine, even as Vladimir Putin claims the U.S. is trying to goad Russia into war.
We do not know if Russia has made a final decision to further invade Ukraine, but it clearly has that capability.
It comes amid President Biden's new marching orders, now approving the deployment of 3,000 U.S. troops to Eastern Europe. The president saying it's consistent with what he told Putin from the start.
As long as he's acting aggressively, we're going to make sure we reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we're there.
The Pentagon announcing 1,000 troops now in Germany will head to Romania, and most of the 2,000 others here in the U.S. will deploy to Poland. The majority of them members of the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina.
These are not permanent moves. They are moves designed to respond to the current security environment.
The Biden administration says it will not send any troops to Ukraine for combat operations, but has not ruled out using forces for evacuation efforts there. And the U.S. may still send additional troops to Europe, with 8,500 already on high alert. The Kremlin firing back, condemning the deployments as unfounded and destructive. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is along the Ukraine-Belarus border.
We've been speaking to Ukrainians in local villages who tell us they have relatives on either side of the border and they can't imagine war. Are you worried about war?
No, this shopkeeper says.
Are you afraid of the Russians?
Everyone is worried, he says. Anything can happen with Russians. Who's not afraid of Russians? Overnight, President Biden spoke with his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, about those escalating tensions. And then later today, Vladimir Putin will head to Beijing to help reinforce his relationship with China's President Xi Jinping before attending the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics there. Joe?
Peter, thanks so much.
This morning, President Biden travels to New York City amid a recent spike in gun violence across the country. The president is expected to discuss his gun crime strategy with local officials, including the city's new mayor, Eric Adams. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez spoke with Adams ahead of that meeting with the president and is here with us with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Today's trip marks President Biden's most high-profile effort yet to address an issue that the American public feels more needs to be done on. But the president is trying to walk a fine line in supporting law enforcement while also responding to calls for police reform.
New numbers this week show the nation's most populated city battling a brutal crime wave. The NYPD's latest data shows crime is up 38% overall in New York City this year, with shootings up 32%, transit crime up 70%, and car thefts jumping a staggering 93%. In January, 25 police officers were shot nationwide, 5 in New York City alone, including 2 fatally.
I love you, baby bro, and I will always miss you.
One of them, Officer Wilbert Mora, was laid to rest Wednesday. He was killed alongside his partner, Officer Jason Rivera, while responding to a domestic violence call.
An ocean of officers shouldn't have Dateline streets for the second time in 5 days to mourn the appalling loss of a 27-year-old son and brother.
Mayor Eric Adams, a former police captain, pledging to make public safety his top priority. He's putting a major focus on stopping the flow of illegal guns into the city.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
It's a goal the mayor says he shares with President Biden, who arrives in New York today, as just 24% of Americans say they're satisfied with the nation's policies to reduce or control crime. The Biden administration balancing the urgent need to address the growing violence with progressive calls for an overhaul of the nation's police departments.
Does defunding the police work?
No, it does not, and it's the wrong bumper sticker.
In an interview with NBC Nightly News, Mayor Adams says there's a way to do both. His administration is rolling out new steps to combat gun violence, including using facial recognition technology to identify suspects and deploying more cops on the streets.
I have too many police officers that are doing clerical duties. If you're inside, I need to know why you're inside. If you're not, I need you to put on that bulletproof vest and do the job that New York has hired you for, to protect us against violent people.
Still a controversial topic here and across the country, the issue of bail reform. Critics, including many police unions, say it is allowing more criminals to remain on the streets, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Switching gears to the Winter Olympics, we're now just one day away from the opening ceremony of the Beijing Games.
The sporting action got underway yesterday with curling and luge and continued today with skiing and ice hockey. But with strict COVID restrictions looming large, athletes are preparing for an event that's set to be unlike any other they've competed in, that's for sure. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss is in Beijing with more and probably what is a Games unlike anything she's ever covered. Hey, Stephanie, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too, Savannah. Yeah, it's totally different from anything that I've covered, even compared to the Tokyo Games. Lots of restrictions, really strict restrictions. And, you know, Beijing is now officially the only city to have hosted both the summer and the winter games. But these are not anything like those summer games we saw in 2008. And for the athletes who come here with the same passion and spirit, there is this looming fear that at any moment a positive COVID test could end their chances to compete.
Figure skaters took to the ice in Beijing today for their first practice. The team event starts tomorrow. U.S. star Nathan Chen has redemption on his mind after a disappointing Olympics in South Korea. The 22-year-old comes to these games fresh off of winning the U.S. figure skating championship. His signature quads once again making him a gold medal favorite. While most athletes are practicing and getting used to new ice and new slopes,
nice backflip.
Others are watching their Olympic dreams slip away because of COVID. U.S. speed skater Casey Dawson tested positive for COVID a few weeks ago, but he doesn't have enough consecutive negative tests to travel to China, missing an individual event.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate news for everyone, not just me, but the whole team I have over in Beijing right now.
He hopes to travel in time for the team competition. Nearly 300 people connected to the games have tested positive for COVID in Beijing, dozens of them athletes, including U.S. bobsledder Ilana Myers-Taylor, who was supposed to be a flag bearer. Now she's hoping she clears testing in time for her events, telling Today she's staying in shape.
Yeah, I'm holding up really well. I'm healthy. I'm asymptomatic.
Hi, everybody. A Belgian skeleton racer posting this emotional video about the psychological toll of isolation.
Obviously, this is very hard for me.
She was later brought to the Olympic Village. Still, even with the challenges, the athletes are showing some good humor.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the village.
Snowboarder Shaun White giving the requisite buffet tour.
And they got literally everything. Salad bar, we got Chinese cuisine, Asian cuisine. Special feature? I'm not sure what that is.
For the rest of us, life inside the Olympic bubble takes some getting used to.
Between the jet lag and all the COVID protocols, it could get kind of exhausting. But let's just say the Chinese have thought of absolutely everything. There are even cabins to take a power nap. Look at this.
Once inside, the lights even turn off. Thankfully, the dutiful cameraman eventually woke me up.
Guys, the sleep rest cabin, I mean, it's revolutionary. Imagine just at your fingertips, a power nap whenever you want it. You know, this is a lot of fun to be here. It's a grueling schedule. I'm going to have to take those power naps pretty often. Right behind me, you can see the bird's nest, and that's where the opening ceremony took place in 2008. It was pretty spectacular, you may remember. This is going to be a bit of a scaled-down affair. There are going to be far fewer performers, and it's only going to last about an hour and a half, we're told, because of the cold and those COVID concerns. Guys,
right,
back to you.
Stephanie, love the nap pod, but it's kind of weird that people can watch you. You can see into it. It's nice that the lights go off, but
it's basically a new Olympic sport.
It's spooky. It is a little spooky, but I can fall asleep in about 5 minutes anywhere, so they can all watch. Everyone can watch if they want.
A little nap fishbowl that will find Stephanie Goskin throughout the games. Thanks so much, Steph. Stay safe. Coming up, we're following breaking news this morning. A U.S. Special Forces operation carried out in Syria overnight.
The White House saying the counterterrorism raid took out the leader of ISIS. The latest on this developing story just ahead.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
New developments on that breaking story from overnight. The U.S. military conducting a raid in Syria.
In a statement released within the last hour, President Biden said U.S. armed forces have, quote, taken off the battlefield the leader of ISIS. He added all Americans have returned safely from the operation, but local reports say that there have been multiple civilian casualties.
NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us for more on this. Hey, Keir, good morning. So what do we know about this military operation and who exactly was targeted?
Hey, Savannah, well, there was speculation right the way through the morning and overnight over exactly what this raid was all about. That area of Syria is known for some senior al-Qaeda operatives and also for something like a resurgence of ISIS in that particular region of Syria. And now President Biden in this statement making clear that this special forces operation, which involved helicopters, which saw clashes on the ground, according to witnesses, between those special forces and fighters on the ground, that operation has indeed met its target. And I'm just going to look down, Savannah, so I can read you some of that statement from President Biden. He says, last night at my direction, U.S. military forces in the northwest Syria successfully undertook a counter-terrorism operation. He goes on to say that thanks to the skill and bravery of our armed forces, we have taken off the battlefield Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi, the leader of ISIS, and he says all Americans have returned safely from the operation. We are expecting remarks from the president later this morning, but a successful operation, according to President Biden, operation that, according to witnesses, took around 2 hours in that part of Syria.
So, Kira, the White Helmets Rescue Service has reported multiple casualties here, including civilian casualties. Those statements came out before we got the president's statement. But what are this group and other groups saying about this?
Yeah, Joe, there's a group here in the UK called the Syrian Observatory, which for many, many years has accounted for deaths in Syria. Now, that group is thought to be reliable. It is saying that reliable sources tell it that 13 people died, including 4 children and 3 women. Now, again, this is breaking news, so we will hear more as the hours pass, I imagine, through today. There are witness accounts suggesting that, in fact, there were loudspeaker announcements urging women and children to leave and for people to give themselves up, if you like. I'm sure we'll learn more as the day goes on.
All right, Keir Simmons will be following this breaking story. Thank you so much. And now to the latest on the pandemic. A vaccine for children under 5 could be available at the end of the month, but will parents take their kids to get the shot?
A study from the Kaiser Family Foundation found just 31% of parents say they'd vaccinate their under 5 kids right away. On Wednesday, the Surgeon General tried to reassure hesitant parents.
There are a number of steps ahead to determine if the vaccine.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning. As we come on the air, we have breaking news. The president about to address the nation after an overnight raid by U.S. Special Forces in Syria. The target, the current leader of ISIS, Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurayshi, also known as Haji Abdullah. A senior administration official saying as American service members moved in, he exploded a bomb, killing himself and members of his own family. You can see the podium there set up at the White House, the Roosevelt Room. That's the target and some of the aftermath that we've seen in northwest Syria, Idlib province, where in recent days ISIS was to have said to be reconstituting and resurging this leader. And the target had been planned for several months, incredibly complex, 24 Special Forces operations officers. We want to get to NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, with the very latest from the White House. Peter, as we await the president's remarks.
Yes, Savannah, that's right. The president expected to enter the Roosevelt Room moments from now, detailing what the White House is describing as a successful operation that took place overnight in northern Syria. This ISIS leader was on the 3rd floor of this safe house, they say, when he exploded this bomb, killing himself, members of his family, including women and children. Notably, U.S. officials tell us that none of the American Special Operations Forces were harmed in this operation. However, there was one tense moment in particular when one of the military helicopters on the ground there was dealing with a maintenance issue, and ultimately they had to blow it up to make sure that none of that military hardware got into the hands of any of the individuals on the ground there. We were told by officials, or we should say by folks on the ground, neighbors, that there was a U.S. military translator who for approaching an hour was using a loudspeaker to try to get those civilian individuals out of the House. And here is the President of the United States.
Yeah, let's listen.
Last night, operating on my orders, the United States military forces successfully removed a major terrorist threat to the world, the global leader of ISIS, known as Haji Abdullah. He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counterterrorism operation killed al-Baghdadi. Since then, ISIS has directed terrorist operations targeting Americans, our allies and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approached to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just to the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe, as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
President Biden at the White House announcing the death and the killing of what he called a major terrorist leader known as Haji Abdullah, the #1 in command of ISIS, and described a daring raid by 24 of our special forces overnight in northwest Syria in Idlib province. And we're starting to get more information now on how this attack unfolded. It was months in the making. Let's turn to our Pentagon correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who has got the latest on this. Courtney, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, it was months in the making, as you mentioned, Savannah. And then on Tuesday morning in an Oval Office meeting, President Biden gave the final go-ahead when the U.S. military, Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, gave him the assurances that they believed that this is where Qureshi was. The U.S. special operators, they landed outside in a perimeter area around this building in helicopters, and then they proceeded on foot, got to the building. They called out, telling people to come out of the building. Some civilians did, but as we now know, that ISIS leader, he detonated himself on the 3rd floor of that building, killing himself and women and children who were also present, and essentially destroying the building in the process. The U.S. military was on site for about 2 hours before they left. During the course of this, one of the helicopters experienced a maintenance issue and had to be detonated on site when it was deemed unsafe to fly. The Pentagon calling this a successful operation, Savannah.
All right, Courtney, and I want to bring in our chief foreign correspondent at NBC's Richard Engel, who happens to be in Ukraine right now, another global hotspot. But Richard, your thoughts on the significance of the killing of this terrorist? It certainly bears some hallmarks to al-Baghdadi, his predecessor, and the way U.S. officials are describing it, very much a similar action at the end where he blew himself up, having taken some family members and other civilians with him.
A lot of similarities, Savannah. It was only about 15 miles away from where Baghdadi was killed. This time, the operation took place in a small Syrian village. I've been to the village before, and we were able to contact the owner of the building. He told us that the third floor was rented out, he thought, to a widow and her family. We also spoke to a neighbor, and he said that right around 1 o'clock in the morning local time, he heard the helicopters come in. Then a few minutes later, he heard an Arabic speaker in an Iraqi accent calling out, pleading for people to come out of the building, say there's no hope, you're surrounded, give yourselves up, save yourselves. At about half an hour into this, there was a small exchange of fire with what he thought were AK-47 rounds and pistol rounds. Then there was another attempt to get the women and children and men out of the building, but that in the end, Baghdadi blew himself, the ISIS leader blew himself up.
All right, Richard, thank you very much. So again, with the breaking news just out this morning, the leader of ISIS has been killed in Syria, part of a special forces operation on the ground in northwest Syria. His name, Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, but is known as Haji Abdullah. The president called him, quote, a horrible terrorist leader who, among other things, was, quote, the driving force of the massacre of the Yazidi people in Iraq in 2014. We will continue to follow this story as we look at those images of the aftermath. We have more on MSNBC, NBC News Now, and NBCNews.com. Most of you will now return to the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York. This has been an NBC News special report.
Taking care of their families, but below the surface are really struggling, are dealing with thoughts about the future, about life, about their own happiness, and are dealing with levels of depression, anxiety, worry that sometimes they don't really share with everyone, but is actually very present at a high level.
John, let's bring you in here. And I mentioned that you're the founder of No Man Sits Alone. And I want to ask you about what your organization does, but also on a personal level, what led you to focus on mental health and suicide prevention? How'd you get here?
Yeah, well, I graduated really struggling over the course of the summer with anxiety and depression, kind of just trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. I was at a job as a financial analyst at the time, and I just didn't find myself happy working remotely away from all my friends, kind of secluded from everybody. And I thought I had a grasp on it for myself until that escalated in August, where I knew I needed to seek medical attention. But due to the high demand of psychiatric care at the moment, the earliest appointments that people could give me were over 3 months away. For somebody who was struggling, that was hard to hear. And it led me to a point in the middle of September when I started really experiencing suicidal ideation. And I no longer trusted myself in my own life. So I told my parents and I decided to admit myself into inpatient psychiatric care. And when I was going through this experience, I knew that I wanted to share it with other people, because the stats show it and everybody's talking about it, how so many people are suffering right now. And if I can just share my story a little bit and kind of shed light on the fact that suicidal thoughts, they aren't a death sentence. They're your body telling you you need help. And that's how No Man Sits Alone was born. And I'm glad to be here and kind of share my story with everybody to spread hope.
Yeah, we appreciate you speaking out to try and end that stigma. Dr. Moutier, I want to talk more about certain groups that might be more at risk to suicide and suicide attempts. You talked about BIPOC. We talk a lot on the show about LGBTQ communities, especially with young LGBTQ people. What are some of the contributing factors that might put people at a greater risk?
Sure. The starting place is to understand that all human beings have mental health. So we are all vulnerable and strong at the same time. And there are certain things, though, that certain, especially marginalized populations face in terms of discrimination. You know, when it comes to LGBTQ, especially youth, they are experiencing rates of rejection, discrimination, harassment, violence, being kicked out of the home, homelessness. So that as a culture and from a policy standpoint is changing, but it needs to change faster. So those are some of the reasons that we think that suicide attempts have been long-standing. We've known that they've been at a much, much higher rate amongst the LGBT community. For example, among trans youth and trans adults, around 40% have had a suicide attempt in their life. That is much higher than the general population. So these are things that we can change. All of us have to come together. No matter what your role in the world, you have a role to play.
Absolutely. Dr. James, I also want to ask you, though, about warning signs, because I think one of the things that we hear, especially after, as we mentioned just at the top of this segment, Chesley Chris' death, is people think, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see it, or she hid depression from me. She had so much going for her. What should we be looking out for in someone who might be thinking about attempting suicide, especially when it can be tough to navigate? And also, I mean, we hear John mention that he wasn't going to get an appointment for 3 months. I mean, how can we be looking out for this and differentiate when it's actually getting serious?
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, the mental health system is there, and I'm glad to be a part of it. But also, you know, with the pandemic, has been really overwhelmed, and I think there's a lot that we can do there for both providers and those who are looking for services. And I think when we think about people who are struggling or at the place, some of the things to look at is that some people are experiencing depression, you know, for at least 2 weeks or more, and where they can feel sad, hopeless, but can also get to the place where they really start to ask themselves about their life. And you might see some of those differences where people on the extreme get to the place of giving away things or talking about the end of life or isolating themselves. Those are signs that can really say that something could be going on with this person, that you really want to check in with them. But otherwise, like I mentioned before, people are functioning and doing the things that they need to do, but still struggling. And it could be a moment where they're overwhelmed. And so I would really encourage people to be careful about also substances, about drinking, because sometimes they could have the thought, and then when they do those things, that can now make them make an impulsive move, like to then take their own life. So it's really important that people pay attention to these signs, but also try to get the help and try to be persistent is what I encourage people to do to get that help that you need.
And Dr. James, I mean, we talk about the negatives of social media, but social media can also play a positive role. I mean, what are some of the effective and meaningful ways we can reach out and check in on loved ones through some of these delicate moments?
Yeah, one of the things that I love that I've seen on social media that has been even profound even throughout this week is the phrase, check in on your strong friend. Right, I've seen that over and over. Right, it's just a reminder that we should all be checking in on those that we're connected to, and so you can see what people are posting on social media, if it's off or different or cryptic, or even just being able to say, like, when's the last time you spent some time with your friends, with your family, or even with yourself, being able to acknowledge that and share that with more people, that I am going through. And as said earlier, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to say I don't know, or I don't have it, or I can't do it, or that I need help. And that's ways that we can connect with each other. And you can reach out, once again, through social media, through messages, through email, through text, through whatever way you can communicate.
Absolutely. And John, I want to bring you in here before we close out this segment again to ask what you would say as someone who has felt that way, as someone who did have the courage and the strength, like you mentioned, to go to your parents. What would you tell someone who might be dealing with these types of thoughts and doesn't know how or who to ask for help from, and that might be the step that they're not sure how to take right now?
Yeah, so I mean, when you're feeling really depressed and anxious, your mind has a way of kind of obscuring the truth, and you can kind of convince yourself that, you know, nobody cares, like I'm all alone in this, like nobody's going to understand how I'm feeling. But see, there's a voice deep down in you that is telling you otherwise, and it's going to keep you fighting. You got to hold on to that voice with all your strength. And there's always people that care about you. And whether or not you know them personally or not, whether it's a family member or a teacher or coach or whoever it may be, like there's people that care about your well-being, and you reaching out to them is going to make them happy. You're not inconveniencing anybody's life that for reaching out and just simply saying, like, you know, I'm not okay. Support.
Such a powerful point there.
Yeah, we really appreciate all of you taking some time. Dr. George James, Dr. Christine Yu, Moutier, and John Tim, thank you all for joining us this morning on this incredibly important topic.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate it. And if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. And thanks again to our guests for such a powerful conversation. Coming up, a major executive shakeup at CNN.
Longtime network president Jeff Zucker abruptly stepping down. It's a decision that is leaving colleagues shocked. We'll tell you why he's decided to go. That's next.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Syracuse just brought the house down. But it is goal for Olo. Lindsey Vaughn into the lead. Here comes Diaz. Landmark moment. Goal for Michaela Shiffrin. Sean White takes the goal.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
CNN is experiencing another major shakeup. The company's president, Jeff Zucker, abruptly resigned on Wednesday, he says, for failing to disclose a consensual relationship with a fellow CNN executive. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with more on the full fallout. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Zucker is one of the biggest names in media. His surprising resignation sending shockwaves not just across CNN, but the entire industry. The network's now former leader acknowledging he wishes his tenure ended differently.
A towering figure in the news and media landscape for 3 decades, now out of a job. Jeff Zucker announcing his resignation from CNN, where he's been president since 2013. In a memo to CNN staff Wednesday, Zucker cited a failure to disclose a consensual relationship with my closest colleague as the reason for his departure. That colleague, CNN's chief marketing officer, Allison Gullist, saying in a statement of her own that she plans to stay with the network. The surprising exit catching his own colleagues off guard and some questioning the move.
This is an incredible loss. These are 2 consenting adults who are both executives. That they can't have a private relationship feels wrong.
Before CNN, the pair starting their careers and climbing the ladder at NBC. Zucker as executive producer of The Today Show and president and CEO of NBC Universal. At the head when NBC hired Donald Trump as the host of The Apprentice. The relationship later souring as the former president's dealings with the press and CNN turned contentious. Golis was an executive in the NBC communications department. She also briefly worked for former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's office in 2012, but jumped to CNN shortly after Zucker took the reins. Zucker says their romantic relationship came to light as part of an independent investigation into Chris Cuomo, the recently ousted CNN primetime host. In the early days of the pandemic, Chris Cuomo famously had his brother on a number of Cuomo on Cuomo segments. Washington Post media critic and columnist Eric Wemple cited several sources saying Golis and Zucker were instrumental in securing the interviews, adding that a CNN spokesperson said that executives pressing public officials for interviews is standard practice. Zucker fired Cuomo after he admitted to helping advise his older brother on sexual harassment allegations that forced him to resign from the governor's office. Governor Cuomo has denied those allegations and no charges have been filed. According to the New York Times, Chris Cuomo is now in a legal battle with CNN over his firing, including the network's refusal to pay severance or the remainder of his multi-million-dollar contract.
Cuomo was fired in December, and he is not going out quietly.
Zucker's departure comes as CNN is gearing up to launch a streaming network, and its parent company is partaking in one of the nation's largest media mergers. For now, CNN will be run by 3 interim co-heads pulled from within. And I should note separately, NBC News did contact Chris Cuomo, who had no comment on Zucker's resignation. Guys.
Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is with us. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So we're getting the weekly jobless claims. They come out every Thursday, and they fell last week by 23,000 to 258 or 238,000, if I could read my own handwriting there. We also got numbers on fourth quarter productivity, which rose 6.6%. That's a lot better than a lot of analysts were expecting, especially considering the whole Omicron surge. Meantime, major airlines, businesses, and travel groups are urging the White House to end COVID testing requirements for vaccinated passengers on international flights to the United States. They say surveys show that pre-departure testing is a big factor in a person's decision not to travel overseas. In December, the Biden administration imposed tougher rules requiring international passengers to obtain a negative COVID test one day before their departure. Meantime, the FCC has issued a new proposal that could make it harder for robocallers to leave ringless voicemails in your inbox. Those are the annoying messages that show up in your inbox without your phone ringing first. The proposal would require robocallers to get your permission before they can send you messages. Last year, the FCC started requiring all phone providers to implement a verification service to help consumers identify robocalls. But I don't know. What if I miss that one call about my student loans that I paid off 30 years ago?
Right.
Or the car insurance for the car I don't own.
Right, yeah. That's a good one.
Exactly, right?
It's ridiculous, yeah. All right, Bertha, thanks so much. Now, as President Biden heads to New York City today to tackle gun violence, the city on the other side of the country is tackling the same problem in a new way. That's San Jose, California, and they're the first city in the country that will require gun owners to have insurance covering negligent or accidental use of their weapons. NBC's Jake Ward joins us now from San Jose to break down this new law for us. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. You know, we are used to being connecting, basically driving a car with having insurance. And that is because in this country, we use insurance to help defray the cost of more than 40,000 auto-related accidents every year. But firearms, which cause more than 45,000 deaths every year, have never been really connected to liability gun-specific insurance. But now San Jose is experimenting with that very idea. In May of 2021, a city worker killed 10 people here in San Jose with 3 handguns legally purchased.
The shooter targeting his co-workers.
This is a very dark moment for our city.
And Mayor Sam Liccardo says that is only the most visible form of gun violence in his city.
We had, in a 13-day period after that horrific shooting at the rail yard, we had 8 gun-involved deaths or serious injuries. This is what it is to be in America right now.
Every single shooting costs cities like San Jose money. According to one independent study, as much as $35 million a year in San Jose in emergency, medical, and court costs. So San Jose is now going to require roughly 55,000 gun owners to carry firearm liability insurance and pay an annual $25 fee to support violence reduction and mental health programs.
It's not going to affect the criminals at all because they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
This is for a constitutional right, and we don't do this with other constitutional rights.
That is the argument made in a lawsuit against San Jose by the National Association for Gun Rights.
It's the same as you being required to pay a fee and get insurance just to air this show.
Are you concerned that this could somehow become a national standard?
If our lawsuit doesn't overturn this, it's possible that other cities and states will seek legislation like this in an effort to curtail its citizens practicing their Second Amendment rights. And of course, we want to stop this right now.
Mayor Liccardo says San Jose respects the Second Amendment, but cannot bear its cost.
The Second Amendment protects all of our rights to own a gun and possess a gun, but it doesn't require our taxpayers to subsidize that right.
Now, Mayor Liccardo says that California spends about $1.4 billion in public money on the fallout from gun violence and gun injuries, and he says that mayors like himself can make better use of that money. You guys?
All right, Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Coming up, remembering America's dad through the eyes of his on-screen daughter.
Yeah, our own Hoda Kotb sat down with DJ Tanner herself, Candace Cameron Bure, for an exclusive interview on the life and legacy of Bob Saget. That's up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
It's still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's been less than a month since the passing of beloved comedian Bob Saget. Now, for the first time since his death, we are hearing from his TV daughter and friend of 35 years.
Today Show anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with Candace Cameron Bure to hear about the Bob Saget she knew and loved.
You know, Candace, it's so hard to believe that you first met Bob Saget back when you were 10 years old. You're 45 now. It's been 35 years of knowing and loving Bob Saget. Do you remember the very first time you met him?
I do. We were doing our pilot episode for Full House, and Bob is so tall. You know, he's 6'4", and I was 10 years old. But he kneeled down to me and got eye to eye with me, and he said, "Hi, I'm Bob, and I'm going to be your dad. I'm playing your dad. So I want you to feel comfortable, and we're going to be friends." And he was just so warm and inviting, and it really kicked off an incredible 35-year friendship.
Well, for you as a young actress, to be able to be yourself, you have to be able to share like what's on your mind, what's on your heart. Mm-hmm. Was he a place that you could go to do that?
He was. It's one of the things that made Bob so special. He was so emotionally available all the time. And he was really the first person in my life as a man that I saw cry and have those emotions right at the forefront of his conversations. If you were hurting, he would hurt with you. You would see the tears well up in his eyes. Bob is a remarkable person, and I've never had a friendship like the one I've had with him, and that's why it makes it so hard.
You said Bob is a remarkable person. You talk about him like he's here still.
I can't believe he's gone forever. I just can't. My brain has not comprehended that yet. You know, I think for even TV viewers, again, you might think like, oh, he played your dad on TV, but Bob was so much more than that. I mean, really one of my closest friends for 35 years. So to think that he's not here and we're not going to have another joke or another hug or just another bit of ridiculousness in life is it's almost unbearable for me to think about.
You know, it's funny because I don't think I've seen this in my lifetime with someone in Hollywood that is so universally loved and cared for. He was all that, wasn't he?
He really was all that. He would drop anything for anyone, and he just had a heart of gold. Mm-hmm. And on top of it, he made you laugh. Like it was the best combination of all different traits that you could imagine together. And that was Bob.
Was he proud of your career?
Bob was so proud of my career. He really was. He was a big cheerleader for me. He was so incredibly supportive.
Candace's deep faith is an important part of her life, and she'll be the first to say that not everyone understands that, but Bob did.
You know, if people see Bob stand up, it's not family-friendly stand-up. So that would always be a question, like, how can you guys be friends? And it's like, well, I grew up with Bob, so I understand his sense of humor. I too have a sense of humor, but I can also separate that person that's on the stage making jokes to get the laugh and the real heart behind a person and their love and their friendship and their kindness. He would invite me to things all the time in the stand-up world, but then say, "You're invited, but don't come." Don't come because I know you, this will like cross a line for you. You're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to laugh. So like, I love you. You can come if you want to, but don't come.
You know, you remember the first time you met him, and I wonder what was the last communication you had with him?
It was just 2 weeks before he passed. I'm actually going to grab my phone. I'm so scared that I'm going to pull up his text and then accidentally delete it one day. Like, it scares me so much because I don't ever want to lose this. We were going to have dinner and we got into a little tiff and his flight was delayed. We ended up not having dinner, but in Bob fashion, the next day he wrote me like what would be pages long of a text. He was apologizing, saying he was cranky and he was just so sorry. He said, "Oh, now I feel even worse. I was so wrong. You're like my favorite person on the earth." And I acted like Dolly. I was getting ready to take a late flight and I was annoyed. Dolly was his mom. And he said, "You're one of the few that understands that if I act like Dolly, I'm not the best at my game that day. Ha ha." And Bob went on and on and on in the text. And he said at the end, "I love you more for the trouble you're giving me, if that's even possible." And I wrote back, "I love you. I could never be mad at you. Roll my eyes at you? Yes, but never mad." And I love that you being Dolly, that made me laugh out loud. I loved your mom. And he just wrote back, "I loved you. My mom loved you too."
What did you lose when he passed?
Bob was available and there for everyone that he knew. But Bob was that person that no matter what happened, Bob would drop anything for you in a second, in a heartbeat. And you didn't even have to be his best friend for him to do that. I mean, that's how huge his heart was. There are very few friends in life like that. And that is the hardest part of the loss, is just that friendship that's unconditional, that it's a lifetime. But I guess our lifetime is, finished on Earth for now.
I love you.
I love you too.
Oh, a clip at the end.
Yeah. I mean, we know he was kind, but it also sounds like there was an honesty and just he was a good friend to people. He was there for them.
Yeah, and invested so much. Like so many people have had accounts like that, specific texts, specific phone calls, specific experiences where it's just like he spent time speaking to, contacting, in touch with people that he really cared about and made sure they knew
recently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so amazing. And our thanks, of course, to Hoda for bringing us that interview.
But that's it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news right now on NBC News. Monster storms, snow, ice, and freezing rain sweeping across the country with tens of millions of Americans directly in its path. Our very own meteorologist is timing it all out.
Also breaking right now, ISIS leader killed. The U.S. taking out a top terrorist in a daring overnight raid. 13 people are dead, including children. What the president is now saying about that strike.
Crisis of crime. President Biden visiting New York City today, just one day after the funeral for an NYPD officer killed in the line of duty. His latest plan to target gun violence.
And a potential breakthrough in the fight against leukemia, the therapy that has kept 2 patients in remission for more than a decade, and the growing hope that it could help others. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with that monster winter storm barreling down on nearly 24 states. Now, the storm zone stretching more than 2,000 miles from Texas to New England, 100 million people under winter weather alerts.
The storm is bringing snow, ice, and freezing rain, making for treacherous travel conditions. Emergency measures are in effect now for Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. And in Texas, tens of thousands of people are without power, with bitter cold temperatures moving in.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with that forecast. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's in Detroit, where snow crews are working around the clock to clear those streets. Shaq, how's it looking out there?
Hi there, Morgan. Well, we saw about 24 hours of consistent rain and then snow. Earlier this morning, it all stopped. Right now, we have some flurries, but despite that, we know that here in Detroit, they did not get the significant snowfall or record snowfall that they once feared. Now the concern is the dropping temperatures. Temperatures not just here in the Midwest, but falling temperatures leading to concerns for ice in the South.
Overnight, a dangerous deep freeze slamming the South.
treacherous ice coating trees and roadways in Texas. Plummeting temperatures with wind chills that feel like 20 below are impacting parts of the state, not used to such extreme cold. More than 40,000 Texans are waking up without power this morning. The dangerous conditions renewing fears of last year's catastrophic power grid failure that left millions in the dark and hundreds dead. The massive winter storm has already dumped a foot of snow across parts of the Midwest. In Detroit, a difficult cleanup. This is the wet, heavy stuff? Yes. Are you ready for it? No. You're not ready for it at all? Cars frozen over in Oklahoma. The governor deploying the National Guard, just one of multiple states taking emergency measures.
This is something that is rarely done, but the predictions about this storm are, again, severe, and we want to be ready.
The same system responsible for burying neighborhoods near Chicago.
It's dangerous to walk out here.
Jackknifing tractor trailers in Champaign, Illinois, and leaving cars slipping, sliding, and just plain stuck on highways nationwide. The storm already grounding more than 3,500 flights today, adding to the nearly 6,000 canceled or delayed on Wednesday.
Now, Shaq, we also have some late-breaking news about a major airport that's shutting down due to all this snow. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. We're monitoring a temporary ground stop at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. They're saying that the airport will be shut down until at least 12 Eastern time. We know that this storm, as it's massive and has been slow moving, it has led to thousands of cancellations, as you've seen there, because it's been hitting and passing over some major hubs across the country. Morgan?
All right. NBC News' Shaquille Brewster there for us there. Shaq, stay warm.
So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, 19 states feeling the impact of this storm. How long is this thing going to last?
All the way through Friday evening until we finally kick it off the East Coast. And now we're getting to the peak of the storm. This was the worst part of the ice storm during the day today. Power outages are starting to jump right now. Looking at my other computer, and Texas is at 58,000. Tennessee updated just now up to 50,000. There's a lot of power outages growing in and around the Memphis area. And in Arkansas, we have 24,000 people without power. So the ice storm is just now starting to be heavy enough to knock down tree limbs and cause power outages. That's that purple color you see there. The ice storm warnings just to the east of Little Rock, right down along the border of Arkansas and Mississippi, also western Tennessee, a good chunk of Kentucky. That's who we're most concerned with today. And in Texas, we've had a little bit of freezing rain and also a lot of sleet, too. And look at this. We now have winter weather alerts all the way down to the Gulf Coast. That doesn't happen very often, not including the Houston area, but down towards Victoria and Corpus Christi. We're already seeing a wintry mix around San Antonio and Austin. Dallas, you were sleet. Now you're over to some areas of light snow, and the blue is the snow, the pink is the freezing rain on this map. And the same goes as we go throughout the rest of today. That ice storm continues all afternoon from areas right along the Mississippi River up through where it splits with the Ohio River and then right through the lower Ohio River Valley. That's the big problem area. Then tonight, that cold air changes rain over to freezing rain. Watch out central Pennsylvania through the Catskills, the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires, western Massachusetts, and western Connecticut. You're going to be cold enough for a significant ice storm come tomorrow morning. Lots of school cancellations and delays. And then finally, this whole mess leaves by about Friday at about 8 p.m. So additional snow, not much left in areas of Oklahoma and Texas. You're just about done with all of your snow. Same goes for St. Louis and in portions of Illinois. A little more snow for you in Indianapolis. Chicago, that's a little lake effect stuff you'll be dealing with, not associated with the storm anymore. The heavier snows that'll fall the rest of today and tonight from Buffalo to Erie to Syracuse. Look at Vermont. Ski lovers are licking their chops about this upcoming weekend. Could get 12 to 18 inches. So snow, those are areas that always get snow. They can deal with that. This is the problem. The ice forecast. Areas of the light pink, that's a glaze of ice. Anytime in Louisiana and Mississippi gets a glaze of ice, even the sidewalks and roads are treacherous. When you get into the blue colors, that's where the power outages are. Memphis, Paducah, Lexington, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus through southern Ohio. Pittsburgh's right in the middle of this ice swath, along with Albany, Scranton, and then I mentioned all of Massachusetts for the most part. Boston, it looks like in New York City, maybe a light glaze of ice, but the worst of it definitely inland away from the coast. And here's our rules, guys. Quarter inch of ice, slick travel, icy glaze, but once you get up to a quarter inch to a half inch, that's where the tree limbs begin to break. That's when we start to see the power outages, and that's what we'll be monitoring through the rest of today, is just how many people lose power from this massive ice storm.
Hey, you know, Bill, I've been wondering, it seems like we've seen these significant winter storms in rapid succession the last couple of weeks here. Is that just coincidence, or is this sort of a pattern you expect will continue through the winter?
This is, if you look at climate-wise, when we get our biggest storms across our country, it is typically the end of January, the last week of January, and the first 2 weeks of February. It almost never fails. So it's almost like the peak of hurricane season.
Yeah.
That's like the peak of winter. Thankfully, there's no big storms right behind this one. We get to catch our breath a little bit as we go into next week. We just have to get through the next 2 days. Then we have a pretty quiet weekend.
All right, Bill Cairns, we appreciate it. Thank you.
And we are following breaking news right now. President Biden speaking this morning about the overnight air raid by U.S. Special Forces that took out the leader of ISIS.
Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
The strike killed 13 people. A senior White House official tells NBC News that the target exploded a bomb at the beginning of the operation, killing himself as well as members of his own family. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie, as well as NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, what more are you learning about the planning of this strike? Was it specifically an air raid, and what actually went down?
It was a raid, and that was a very important decision that White administration officials say they made early on. We are learning some new details about this operation. Morgan, I can walk through some of them. This is something that administration officials say was in the works for months. They said in early December, officials determined that this was the leader of ISIS in this particular building. They reviewed options with the president in the Situation Room, so he could figure out what exactly he wanted to do, whether he wanted to do a strike from the air or do something on the ground. The president chose a raid for reasons being that there were a number of children in the building, that there were civilians in the building. They said they had a tabletop model of the building, in which they were figuring out through that it wouldn't collapse fully if the leader of ISIS decided to detonate a bomb, which he did. And you can see in those images that it only took out the third floor where he and his family was. So the president, we're told, also gave the final order to do this operation on Tuesday morning in the Oval Office in a meeting with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and his defense secretary. And he talked about what this means for fighting terrorism going forward. Take a listen.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country.
We're told, Morgan, that from administration officials that the troops were on the ground for roughly 2 hours. The president monitored this in real time from the Situation Room. And a senior administration official says before he left the room after the operation was over, he said, "God bless our troops," and then was updated throughout the night, Morgan.
Courtney, I want to turn to you here because, this specific ISIS leader wasn't exactly a household name. So what more do we know about him and really any indication whether more strikes are planned in the future?
Don't know a whole lot that's really confirmed about him. He's been in charge of ISIS ever since the former leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, was killed in October of 2019. About a week later, ISIS sort of some leaders met, and they named him the successor. Baghdadi had actually already kind of selected him to be his successor if, in fact, he was killed in advance of that. But there still was a lot of back and forth among ISIS rank and file, and particularly about the people who are sort of the mid-level ISIS fighters, about whether he really should be leading that organization. Now, he's Iraqi by birth. He's believed to be in his mid-40s. He was actually taken into custody. He was a member of the Ba'athist Party under Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Then, of course, they were disbanded, that military. He became a part of al-Qaeda in early 2003, 2004 timeframe. He was actually arrested and put in a U.S. military facility, detention facility, Camp Bucca in Iraq. That's where he met Baghdadi. At some point, it's not really clear, he was released from that prison facility, and then he changed his allegiance from al-Qaeda, swore to ISIS. He was a very important part of the battle for Mosul several years ago when the U.S. was supporting the Iraqi military in the fight with ISIS there. Ultimately, of course, the Iraqi military prevailed, but he then took over. The past 2 years, he's been a leader. This is a big win, counter-terror win for the United States. We also are learning a little bit more about another person who was another leader of ISIS who was there at the facility with him. We're trying to get some more specifics about who that was. But again, this is a big counter-terrorism win for the United States military today.
All right, Courtney Kube from the Pentagon, Carol Lee from the White House. Thank you so much.
Russia is firing back after the announcement that the U.S. is sending thousands of troops into Eastern Europe. The Kremlin calling President Biden's decision, quote, destructive steps. Meanwhile, new satellite imagery revealing Russia is accelerating its own military presence on Ukraine's border. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow for us today. Matt Bodner, to you first here. What more are you hearing from the Kremlin about how it's assessing this news about U.S. troops heading to Eastern Europe?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, no real surprises. They are assessing this in the worst possible way. Let's start with Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov today at his daily briefing, saying that these are obviously not steps aimed at de-escalation. On the contrary, these are steps that can really only be interpreted as escalation. And he also said that at this point, Russia is really well justified to take any steps it sees necessary for its own national security, to protect its own interests. And I have to say, those are some of the tamer comments we've seen today. I also want to flag one from the first deputy chairman of the State Duma's International Affairs Committee, saying that this basically is the United States and NATO coming out, declaring themselves as the aggressor here, trying to destabilize negotiations and push Russia to its worst possible response. Aaron?
Matt Bradley, I know you had a chance to travel to a crossing point in eastern Ukraine today. Talk to us a little bit about what you saw there and what the feeling is there.
Yeah, Aaron, we went to Stanitsia Luhanska, and it's really the only functional crossing point between here in sort of real greater Ukraine and this sort of breakaway statelet called the Luhansk People's Republic. And, it wasn't so long ago, only a year ago, that the Hungarian foreign minister called this one of the saddest places in Europe. And it really is quite sad. We saw a lot of people who have to leave this rebel-controlled, Russian-backed or Russian-led territory, pushing all of their belongings in a pushcar by hand across this long, almost mile-long tract of no man's land, around which you can see bombed-out houses and the detritus of a war that wasn't so long ago. Now, the reason we went there is because we wanted to see a taste of a place where war isn't imminent, that word we keep hearing. It's really past, present, and future. These people are living the Russian aggression that a lot of people just keep talking about. And we spoke with some of them. They're not expecting any help from the West, and they think that their troubles are going to keep going on and on. Guys?
Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Moscow today. Thank you both.
President Biden is headed to New York City today, set to meet with Mayor Eric Adams to discuss the city's recent spike in crime. His visit comes just a day after another emotional funeral for a young NYPD officer killed in the line of duty. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez spoke with New York's new mayor ahead of his meeting with the president. Hey there, Gabe. What did he say?
Hey there, Morgan. Good morning. Today's trip marks President Biden's most high-profile effort to address an issue that the American public feels more needs to be done on. But the president is trying to walk a fine line in supporting law enforcement while also responding to calls for police reform.
New numbers this week show the nation's most populated city battling a brutal crime wave. The NYPD's latest data shows crime is up 38% overall in New York City this year, with shootings up 32%, transit crime up 70%, and car thefts jumping a staggering 93%. In January, 25 police officers were shot nationwide, 5 in New York City alone, including 2 fatally.
I love you, baby bro, and I will always miss you.
One of them, Officer Wilbert Mora, was laid to rest Wednesday. He was killed alongside his partner, Officer Jason Rivera, while responding to a domestic violence call.
An ocean of officers shouldn't have lined streets for the second time in 5 days to mourn the appalling loss of a 27-year-old son and brother.
Mayor Eric Adams, a former police captain, pledging to make public safety his top priority. He's putting a major focus on stopping the flow of illegal guns into the city.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
It's a goal, the mayor says, he shares with President Biden, who arrives in New York today, as just 24% of Americans say they're satisfied with the nation's policies to reduce or control crime. The Biden administration balancing the urgent need to address the growing violence with progressive calls for an overhaul of the nation's police departments.
Does defunding the police work?
No, it does not, and it's the wrong bumper sticker.
In an interview with NBC Nightly News, Mayor Adams says there's a way to do both. His administration is rolling out new steps to combat gun violence, including using facial recognition technology to identify suspects and deploying more cops on the streets.
I have too many police officers that are doing clerical duties. If you're inside, I need to know why you're inside. If you're not, I need you to put on that bulletproof vest and do the job that New York has hired you for, to protect us against violent people.
Still, a controversial topic here and across the country is the issue of bail reform. Critics, including many police unions, say it's allowing more criminals to remain on the streets. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
And we are on pace to hit another milestone in the pandemic today, 900,000 COVID-related deaths in the U.S. This comes as case numbers dip further nationwide. The 7-day average is down to roughly 407,000, the lowest since January 1st. New cases are also down in every state, as you see on the map here. And some of the strictest COVID policies in the world are about to end. New Zealand will begin reopening its borders by the end of this month, first to vaccinated citizens who are in Australia, and by October, any vaccinated person will be allowed in. We are digging into a lot of other COVID headlines for you at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, I know you've been talking to medical experts about a potential an end to this pandemic. What are some of the benchmarks they're looking at? A lot of people are interested in this.
Yeah, Aaron, as you said, there's really hopeful news. Overall cases are going down. Overall COVID-19 related hospitalizations are also going down, prompting a lot of people to ask, when can we get rid of the masking? Now, the CDC defines, it says that you should still wear masks indoors if you have an average of 50 cases per 100,000 residents. Guess what, Aaron? That is still everywhere right now. A lot of the infectious diseases experts I've been speaking with are saying, let's not focus on an off-ramp from the pandemic and those mitigation measures just yet. They're really concerned that there might be more variants to come. Look at how quickly Omicron came in and took over, Aaron.
It's been roughly a week or so since that new COVID variant started popping up here in the U.S., that Omicron, the stealth Omicron, as we've been hearing it called. What have we learned about that particular variant?
Yeah, so it's called BA2. Some scientists are calling it a stealth variant only because it looks a little bit different in PCR testing. But make no mistake, it still can be found on our usual testing. Now, it's been found in more than 50 countries. So far, just makes up a fraction, just 1.5% of U.S. COVID-19 cases. Now, there's some early research that suggests it's more contagious. But, the CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, yesterday said during a White House briefing that there's no evidence yet it's more severe.
We have not seen any studies that suggest it's more severe, nor have we seen studies that suggest that it will evade our vaccines any more so than Omicron has already, and in fact that our vaccines will work just like it has with Omicron.
One of those countries that we're looking at is Denmark, where BA2 has quickly taken over. Should get some more answers from them in the coming weeks. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards with us today. Erica, thanks.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Maria Elizabeth Ramos now. Dr. Ramos, one of the major headlines this week is vaccinating children under 5. So as a family physician yourself, what's your reaction to Pfizer's request for emergency approval? And really, what are you telling your patients?
I'm so glad that we're going to have the vaccine available for kids under 5. We have 20 million children that are going to be available to have the vaccine if it is approved. And that means 20 million possible lives that I don't have to worry about in the ICU. So I'm very happy to hear of that.
I also do want to talk to you a little bit about masking, because Denver, a major city, is dropping its mask mandate at midnight tonight. So what are your professional take on these mask mandates based on the current trends that we're seeing? I mean, could we expect more cities to follow suit soon?
Well, the hope is that we're going to have enough vaccinated people so we can have a reduced concentration of the vaccine, or excuse me, of the actual infection rate itself. And so right now the CDC is recommending that if we do not have a significantly low infection rate, that we should continue masking while indoors. Particularly in New Hampshire, where I am, we certainly need to continue with masks indoors until we have a higher rate of vaccination and reduced infection rate in this state.
Dr. Maria Elizabeth Ramos for us there. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross firing back against allegations of racial discrimination from former head coach Brian Flores. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Jesse, let's talk about Mr. Ross. How's he responding to the allegations?
Yeah, Aaron, so specifically the Dolphins are alleged, according to this lawsuit, the owner specifically is said to have offered Coach Flores $100,000 a game to lose a couple seasons ago to improve the team's draft picks. The lawsuit also claims that the owner asked Flores to participate in a way of recruiting a quarterback that would have gone against league rules. The Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross, pushing back vehemently against this. He issued a statement reading in part, "I take great personal exception to these malicious attacks, and the truth must be known. His allegations are false, malicious, and defamatory. We understand there are media reports stating that the NFL intends to investigate his claims, and we will cooperate fully." And now the Wall Street Journal reporting, Aaron, that the NFL will be specifically investigating the allegation that Stephen Ross was offering $100,000 per loss. We have reached out to the NFL, but have not heard back yet, Aaron, on those details.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us today. Jesse, thank you.
One city in California will soon enact one of the strictest gun control laws in the entire country.
Coming up, what the new law will require gun owners to do and the legal battle that could soon follow.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
San Jose, California will soon become the first city in the country to require gun owners to have insurance. It would cover negligence and accidental shootings.
Now, this new law will also require a $25 registration fee, and all of this is aimed at reducing gun violence, suicide, domestic abuse, and really other gun-related risks. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is in San Jose for us. Jake, look, not everyone is on board with this new measure, so what are those people saying?
Well, Morgan, those people say that although one might draw the comparison to, let's say, auto insurance, which we associate with having a car in this country, driving a car in this country is not a constitutional right. Here in San Jose, they are going to basically connect gun ownership to liability insurance, and opponents here are saying that you cannot put a special fee on a constitutional right. But San Jose says it, as a city like so many cities across the nation, cannot afford the ongoing costs of firearm violence.
All right, Jake Ward in San Jose, California for us there. Jake, thank you. Meanwhile, former Vice President Mike Pence's official documents may soon be in the hands of the January 6th committee.
Still ahead, what this means for the investigation and whether Pence could be called in for questioning.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Making news right now, the FBI has identified 6 people of interest in the investigation of bomb threats at historically black colleges and universities. Now, all of them are under 18, and a law enforcement official says they really use sophisticated technology to disguise themselves. More than a dozen colleges and universities received threats all on the first day of Black History Month. Police in Texas say they've arrested 2 men who ran a multi-million-dollar gift card scam. Get this, they're both accused of targeting elderly people and getting them to purchase thousands of gift cards as payment for fake bills. Investigators say the scammers would immediately then redeem the gift cards and transfer the funds to China. Police believe this is all part of a money laundering ring that took more than $3 million from its victims. NASA preparing for the eventual retirement of the International Space Station. The station was launched into Earth's low orbit back in 1998 and will now return to Earth in 2031 by intentionally crashing into the Pacific Ocean. Now, NASA says it will aim that station toward a remote stretch of water that's just east of New Zealand called Point Nemo. And that's been used for many space retirements in the past, earning the nickname Spacecraft Cemetery.
The January 6th committee is about to get documents not only from former President Donald Trump, but from Vice President Mike Pence as well. But the National Archives says the former president is trying to stop the transfer, claiming they are privileged documents. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is tracking this story for us today. Ali, do we know what the committee is looking for from the former vice president's records?
Yeah, Aaron, it's a lot of what you might expect. Any conversations or memos or potential talking points that the vice president had at the time that may give insight into what the White House was trying to do on January 6th, but also in the days and weeks before that tragic day here in the Capitol. We also know, though, that these documents are only part of the picture. The former vice president has had several of his former staff members go before the committee just in the last 2 weeks alone, his former chief of staff and another top top aides speaking with the committee for their depositions. So it's clear that they're trying to get a sense of what the vice president was doing at the time. In the case of one of those people, the former chief of staff, Mark Short, he was with Pence at the Capitol on January 6th, the day that Pence was evacuated from the House chamber here. A lot of questions about what those hours were like and if and how they were communicating with the White House and the president at the time.
And Allie, we know that Jeffrey Clark, the former Trump Justice Department official, met with the committee on Wednesday as well. Any readout from that meeting?
Yeah, a long-awaited deposition there, Aaron. You'll remember in November, December of last year, Clark didn't look like he was going to be cooperating with the committee. The January 6th committee actually voted to hold him in contempt, but they decided to hold back that referral from the full House floor when Clark seemed to come back to the table and say that he would go before the committee, even if he was going to plead the fifth, his right to not self-incriminate while answering their questions. It took a few weeks from that point, but finally yesterday we saw Clark go before the committee behind closed doors for about 2 hours. No comment there from his attorney on what was discussed, but we know that he was one of those officials in the Department of Justice that was wanting to push false claims of election fraud after the 2020 election. He's also one of those DOJ officials who was reportedly in touch with Trump around the idea of the big lie and pursuing false election fraud ideas. So clearly someone the committee really wants to talk to, again, to get an idea of not just what the White House was trying to do from a strategy perspective in overturning the election, but also what the former president was saying and what role he might have played.
All right, Allie Vitale on Capitol Hill. Thank you, Allie.
Thanks.
New Mexico Senator Ben Ray Lujan is in his home state today recovering from a stroke, and he's expected to be out of commission for 4 to 6 weeks. His absence from Washington is now creating a major hurdle for Democrats' plans, since they now lack the 50 votes needed for really any party line votes in the evenly split Senate. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. Mark, first and most importantly, what is the latest on the senator's condition?
The latest is he is expected to make a full recovery, but as you ended up mentioning, he's going to be out of work for the next 4 to 6 weeks. And so that means all the way through the month of March. And Morgan, it's important to note that this isn't the first time this has happened, and it's a very serious situation for some strokes. We saw in the early 2000s, Tim Johnson, the senator from South Dakota, suffer a stroke. We also ended up seeing Mark Kirk, the Republican senator from Illinois, about a decade ago, also suffer a stroke. Both debilitated them, kept them out of work for a while, but they all both did end up returning to work.
And I also, Mark, I mean, the Democrats, they are planning a pretty aggressive agenda ahead of these midterms. We're just now, a few months away. Where does that stand now, given the senator's absence?
Yeah, Morgan, politically, this really does rob Democrats of having a functioning majority in the United States Senate. It is a 50-50 Senate right now, with Vice President Kamala Harris breaking ties. And so we've seen Democrats being able to push partisan agenda items, whether it was their recovery package or some judicial nomination through just Democrat-only votes. They can't do that now with this absence. And so that either means not being able to pursue any of this or looking for bipartisan measures. And Morgan, as we start talking about that Supreme Court vacancy that's going to be coming up, that probably might change the calculation on which kind of a nominee do we put forward if we're the White House. Do we one that can actually win a couple of Republican votes, or do we don't care about that? And certainly, at least for the next month or so, it's going to be where Democrats, if they don't have Republican backing, they're not going to get a whole lot done.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you. Today marks 60 years since the United States launched a trade embargo against Cuba. The policy started with President John F. Kennedy back in 1962, targeting the island nation's communist government. Now, decades later, the regime remains in place despite those economic sanctions. But now the Cuban government is asking the U.S. to lift the embargo once and for all. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin is now in Havana and joins us. Ed, I have to ask you, what exactly is different from what the Cuban government is calling for here? Because just to add some context for our viewers, the Cuban government has always been asking for this embargo to be lifted, and often they've publicly conflated the impact of its own policies on the Cuban people with the impact of the embargo. So what is different now?
Nothing's different. It's the same long-standing call end what the Cuban government characterizes as a blockade, a 60-year regime of unilateral sanctions against the country, which are actually the longest sanctions in modern history between two states. The Cuban government released a statement today. As you say, there's no real new news there. They're denouncing what they call as economic warfare, which they blame for playing a major role in holding back what they call the economic development of the island over the last 60 years.
You know, Ed, I mean, there has been so much debate around this embargo, often falling along political and even generational lines. Within many Cuban families, there's disagreement about its effectiveness. So, you know, as someone who's living there on the ground every day, can you just give us a sense of the day-to-day impact of this embargo on the Cuban people?
Sure, and you're absolutely right that the embargo is un tema caliente, a hot theme that's debated in Florida and New Jersey, of course, but also here in Cuba. Overwhelmingly, older generations are against it. Interestingly, sociologically, you can see that younger people are more divided. Some are in favor, some are against, some even deny its very existence. I've been living here for 10 years, and I can tell you that it plays an overwhelming role in shaping Cuban reality. Even if you come as a tourist, the 1950s Cadillacs that are still miraculously rumbling along, that's because of the sanctions, and they've never been more intense. The Trump administration whacked 240 new sanctions on Cuba, and that, coupled with COVID, created what is, quite frankly, a surreal reality here now. We see hundreds of people outside shops waiting to buy chicken, many, getting there the night before to mark in line. I spoke to somebody 2 days ago who hasn't managed to get antibiotics for over a year. That's a common thing now. And frankly, 4 years ago, before the Trump sanctions and before the pandemic, which completely shuttered tourism, the scarcities were nowhere near as great as they are now. So there's no debate that in terms of the humanitarian impact and the economic impact on the island, the effects are huge. But many Cubans don't think that that exonerates the government for their own shortcomings.
And that's the part I do want to make sure that we are giving our viewers that other side of the picture, because, you know, the Cuban government makes its own decisions about what the Cuban people can and cannot have. And so they will often cast aspersions on the embargo and blame the embargo for the dire situation you just mentioned, when the truth is there is a wide element of discretion in what the Cuban government can do. I remember so clearly, you know, when I was studying back in Cuba, I mean, we're talking like 2007. And of course, at the time when people can't use internet, can't go into hotels, et cetera. And then suddenly when I went back as a journalist to cover when Fidel died, the internet was perfect. The internet was available. The internet infrastructure was always there, but not always made available to Cuban people. So, you know, what do you think the latest is from the Biden administration on U.S. policy with Cuba? Because, you know, there was such a change during the Obama administration in terms of normalizing relations. Is there any indication that we could get back to that place?
Well, you're absolutely right that the Cuban government makes its own decisions and it is, of course, responsible for example, the many people jailed after last July's protests. But here in Cuba, you have an exceptional situation. It's making those decisions in the context of economic warfare, in the context of a policy which the state sanctioning it celebrates and says is intended to reduce foreign revenue for the government. There can be no serious debate about that, I think. And if we could just go back a few years ago to the Trump sanctions, they called those their maximum pressure strategy. And you've got very clear language there that evokes the early language we saw around the embargo. Back in the 1960s, one State Department planner, when they were conceiving the embargo, said that the aim should be to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. That logic, creating a humanitarian crisis here in Cuba in order to overthrow the government, remains intact. In terms of the Biden administration, they campaigned to ease the embargo. They campaigned to reinstall remittances and increase the amount of flights. They say that after July's protests, the circumstances change. And so we're in a paradoxical situation here in Cuba, where the Biden administration says that its foreign policy generally is informed by human rights. They say that their foreign policy towards Cuba is informed by supporting the Cuban people. But they've inherited and left in place a regime of sanctions which is damaging the humanitarian situation of millions of Cubans. And if you speak to analysts, there's one word they say to explain that: Florida.
Ed, my executive producer is going to be very upset with me if I don't end this segment, but I have to ask you one very quick question based on what you just said. You know, when we were describing the differences between the Obama administration and the Trump administration in terms of policy and the impact of what we are seeing for Cubanos, Cuban people are on la isla right now. Did you notice a difference when we had normalized relations under Obama and people were traveling and internet was more ubiquitous in the power and the access that Cuban people had? Did you notice a difference between these two administrations?
Between Obama and Trump?
Between Obama and Trump and the impact of Cuban people during each of those administrations.
Oh, hugely. I mean, the Obama administration, people joke here, if Obama stood for president in Cuba, he'd be elected tomorrow. Obama is hugely popular amongst Cubans, and that, I mean, it's very hard to meet somebody who doesn't like him here. And the reasons for that are simple, that he loosened the embargo. He's the only American president to have successfully, as long as it lasted, done that. And so his policy was very, very popular here. The internet that you talked about, that is a legacy of Obama. The Obama administration pressured the Cuban government to expand internet access. So you were talking about how you came here once and then later. That wider internet that you experienced, and still continues today, although by world standards isn't as free as it might be, is a result of that. Under Trump, Cubans' lives have got a whole lot more difficult.
Ed Augustin, I have to let you go because the truth is we could have a family debate on this television for another hour. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for your reporting. Muchísimas gracias.
Several states say that they are now flush with cash and reporting record budget surpluses. One of the reasons, an influx of federal money to deal with COVID. Now state leaders are trying to figure out what to do with that money, to return it to taxpayers or to sock it away. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following this story for us. She's joining us now from San Francisco. Yasmin, first, what's behind the surpluses we're seeing?
Aaron, millions of Americans could soon be seeing massive tax cuts, and it's all because states have too much money. Let me explain. Record tax revenue is part of it, but this all comes down to the enormous COVID relief funded by Congress. Over $500 billion went to state and local governments on that front in just the last 2 years. That's not even including investment in education and infrastructure. Now, a growing contingent of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want to give consumers a break and return that money to the taxpayers. So what does this all mean? Taxes on income, sales, gas, groceries, and more could all be slashed, and significantly. Aaron, different states have different approaches. That extra money could take the form of tax credit or a stimulus check, or you just might find more cash in your bank account as income and sales taxes are reduced. More money on your paycheck and less spent at the store.
So, Yasmin, you just sort of went through some of what may be done with the money. How much money are we really talking about here?
Well, some examples. In Connecticut, the state is projecting a budget surplus of nearly $1.5 billion. A series of tax cuts there proposed just this week could provide more than $300 million of relief to residents. In Maryland, that number is closer to $5 billion. Governor Larry Hogan wants to eliminate income taxes for the retirees in that state. And here in California, Aaron, the governor's office tells me the projected surplus is around $46 billion. I told you guys last week that investments in climate change and zero-emission vehicles are coming. Californians might also be getting another stimulus check in their mailbox, all thanks to that extra cash.
All right, people will be looking forward to that for sure. I know. CNBC's Yasmin Khorram with us today. Thank you, Yasmin.
Record inflation and a supply chain crisis taking a massive toll on everyday Americans.
Up next, how people who are desperate for help, just trying to make ends meet, are hitting repeated roadblocks.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
After more than a year of adding jobs, private companies unexpectedly cut more than 300,000 in January. That's according to new numbers out from a payroll company, ADP. The Omicron variant has thrown the labor market into some pretty serious turmoil. Add in the highest inflation in decades and lingering supply chain issues, and needless to say, it's taking a pretty serious toll on some of the most vulnerable Americans. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pennsylvania. Dasha, what have you been seeing?
Yeah, Morgan, I'm in Luzerne County, which has been hit hard by inflation, by supply chain issues, and coverage over the last few months has focused on things like auto parts, on rising gas prices. But inside the story of numbers and statistics is a story that looks at a serious human toll in this economy. And right now, the room I'm standing in, this was supposed to be a place that was transforming lives of the homeless in this community. Instead, as you can see, it is nowhere near finished, even as the need grows. Watch.
This homeless shelter was supposed to open its doors last month. The problem is it still doesn't have front doors to open.
We ordered this door about 4 months ago.
But it's still not up.
That's correct. Finally, the door gets here 4 months, and we don't have it up because we don't even have the hardware for it now.
And I assume the door cost more than you expected too.
Oh yes, the door actually went up about $3,000 to $4,000 more.
$3,000 to $4,000 more?
Yes.
Justin Behrens is the director of Keystone Mission here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a nonprofit focused on helping the homeless. They've been trying to build this transformational living shelter for months. More than a temporary one-night stop, this project is a 15-year dream in the making.
The room specifically that we're in right now is going to be a location where the homeless can come into, be able to watch TV, get downtime, and relax.
The baseboard and the window trim.
And then the doorknobs.
And the doorknobs.
But the nation's ongoing supply chain crisis putting that dream almost out of reach. Inflation last month up 7% from the year before, a 40-year high. But certain goods even worse. The price of lumber has been volatile, down in the last few weeks, but still more than double pre-pandemic levels. Any sort of building or construction becomes painful.
We started this project about 8 months ago. We were hoping to get this done in 4 months, 5 months. It almost doubled my budget of what I was looking at in this project.
8 months is a long time to wait for a community in need. Keystone Mission says it's seen a 20% rise in demand for its services in the last year, thanks in part to rising prices. Jerry Costello used to be homeless and now volunteers for Keystone Mission.
I'm struggling. I only collected disability. And it's hard for me to get to the stores. I don't got no car. And I see these people out here and they're struggling, these homeless are struggling really bad.
This is going downstairs to the kitchen.
Justin had hoped to have this place ready before the frigid winter months. Now the heat is on his team as the cold weather blasts the region. But the challenges are unprecedented, according to contractor George Durr.
Have you ever run into the kinds of obstacles you're running into right now?
Never. Never. It's never been this bad. We're not talking just 1%. We're talking 10, 15%.
Until these issues get resolved, those most in need will have to go without.
How difficult is it to look around here?
It hurts. I don't even have drywall up on the walls. I don't even have the floor done. I don't have, the door to the exit. I don't have the kitchen in here. The ones that don't have anything, they're suffering the most.
And Morgan, all of this has also impacted donations. Justin tells me that normally donations would be rolling in for a project like this. Local companies would be donating supplies, charities and individuals would be giving donations, but companies can't even stock their own shelves right now, let alone donate, and individuals are getting squeezed, so they have less left to give, and you're just seeing this effect trickle down to the most vulnerable, Morgan.
Yeah, not a good cycle at all. NBC's Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, thank you.
Well, we are beginning to see the effects of the Omicron variant in the restaurant industry, too. This week, restaurant reservations dropped an average of 23% nationwide. That's according to new numbers from Open Table. Business owners are now calling on Congress to do more to help keep their restaurants open. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett.
5 minutes or 10 minutes?
When Diana Davila opened Mito Kaya, she had a vision for her restaurant.
We prize so much that feels like the flavors of our home that really, in large part, that the women have made. So really kind of showcasing those flavors in a very sort of mi casa es tu casa sort of a way.
3 years into the business, though, she was met with the pandemic, trying to stay afloat ever since, now coming up on the 5th anniversary.
We went from 25 employees to, at the end, it was 4 employees. I would love nothing more to have a place that's not just a flavor of the Mons, but hopefully be a staple in Chicago.
How could that hope become a reality? More money allocated towards the Restaurant Relief Fund, she says.
We have done everything the right way when you want that sort of American dream. It would be such a shame to lose, I don't want to say my business, I feel like our business of Mito Kaya, to see her go away because our government couldn't put something together.
2 years into the pandemic, restaurants still face a constant struggle due to the Omicron surge, the labor shortage, and cost increases, experts say.
Just last week, we had a series of calls with our community, and they're pretty much at breaking point. Right now, we need help from Congress. We need federal relief and state relief.
In 2021, lawmakers allocated $28.6 billion towards the Restaurant Revitalization Fund for struggling bars and restaurants. According to the Small Business Administration, more than 300,000 restaurants applied. About a third of those applicants received relief funding. This limited relief came after the first round of the Paycheck Protection Program in 2020, which allowed some big chains like Shake Shack and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse to benefit from the funds, even though the program was intended for small businesses. Shake Shack ultimately returned the $10 million it received after criticism. The selection process is unclear, but these rounds of funding left many smaller restaurants, like Mito Kaya, without aid money to keep going.
To go, right? Yes.
Just 4 miles south in downtown Chicago, Gene and Giorgetti was one restaurant that did receive some aid.
So the original Gene and Giorgetti is actually right here.
But despite its 80-year history in the city, they're still uncertain about their future, urging Congress for more relief.
I think it is one of the biggest priorities that they should be looking at right now.
In January, the National Restaurant Association called on Congress to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, noting a survey of operators found 88% of restaurants saw indoor dining demand wane because of the Omicron variant. And 50% of restaurants who didn't receive the first round of funding of the grant feel it's unlikely they'll stay in business without bailout money. But there's been hesitation from Washington, D.C. The White House telling NBC News in part, "We are continuing to closely track the impacts of Omicron and will address if additional targeted relief is needed. But we are not in the same place we were last year."
Did I worry about not turning 80? Every day. Every single day. I still worry every day. You know, I'm third generation. Keeping this restaurant going it's a big responsibility.
Now, for the reality of whether or not Congress will pull something together for this, considering the White House doesn't see this as a priority, the negotiations are at a stalemate right now. But the National Restaurant Association is asking for $48 billion to be added to this second round of relief if it does happen. They say that this would account for the 170,000 restaurants whose applications are still pending. They never received any money in extra bailout funding. And they say that this would help save 1.6 million jobs. That's a huge impact on a lot of American people and workers in this industry. And Congress is up on a deadline. They have to get their government spending bill together. The industry hoping that this relief plays into that bill, but that deadline is coming up quick on February 18th.
It is a major breakthrough in the battle against cancer.
After the break, the new treatment that has left some leukemia patients cancer-free for more than a decade.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There is new hope today for those fighting leukemia.
A new study reveals 2 leukemia patients remained in remission for more than a decade after being infused with immune cells that were modified in a lab. Now there's some researchers who think this approach could be a possible cure. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with more on this. Dr. Azar, walk us through the new treatments involving T cells here.
Absolutely. This is really revolutionary and really, really exciting news. You know, what differs when we talk about these treatments called immunotherapy, in particular this CAR T cell therapy, as opposed to chemo, which is essentially a carpet bombing of your entire system, including cancer cells. This is essentially harnessing the ability of your own immune system to seek out, attack, and kill cancer cells. Essentially, they take out of someone's body cells that are called T cells, normal part of the immune system. They genetically modify them. They reintroduce the T cells into you, and those T cells essentially go out and try to find every cancer cell they can. They attach to the cancer cell. They destroy the cancer cell. And what makes it even more exciting, Aaron, is that they had evidence that these T cells, they then hang around, essentially scouting and surveilling for cancer cells should they pop up again. According to this report, after 10 years, both patients were cancer-free, essentially cured, which, you know, oncologists and rheumatologists alike are hesitant to use that word lightly.
And doctor, I mean, do patients have to be in remission already in order for this treatment to really work?
Not at all. No. These were patients who had active disease who were treated with this. These were patients who potentially failed, first-line conventional treatment. One of the patients they highlighted was on track to get a bone marrow transplant, which, as we all know, can be associated with a significant amount of complications. But he agreed to enroll in this clinical trial, which at the time, we weren't sure what the outcomes would be, but clearly he fared incredibly well.
And Dr. Azar, is this a method that can be used for treating other cancers, do you think?
Absolutely. The whole field of immunotherapy really revolutionized oncology even a number of years ago. So there's different kinds of immunotherapy for different types of cancer. I do have to say they are not without potential side effects, but certainly not the traditional ones that we associate with chemotherapy. And it's really changed the landscape for several different types of cancers, Morgan and Aaron.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar for us there. Dr. Azar, thanks so much.
You bet.
And your news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Attack on ISIS. The U.S. launching a daring overnight raid in Syria. What went down that left the leader of the terror group dead?
On the move, thousands of U.S. troops heading to Europe while tensions increase at the Russia-Ukrainian border. What that could mean for potential diplomatic resolution.
Also breaking right now, winter wallop, a monster storm bringing snow, ice, and freezing rain to tens of millions of people. The latest track and how long this nasty weather will last.
And let the games begin. Opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics set to get underway in just a matter of hours. We'll tell you about the high stakes for athletes as COVID threatens to derail their goals of taking home the gold. Hey there. everyone. So glad you could be with us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with that breaking news. The leader of ISIS is dead, killed in an overnight raid by American forces.
That's right. President Biden made the official announcement just a short time ago. The strike targeted a building in the northwest part of Syria. 13 people were killed in all, and the president says the target detonated a bomb that killed himself as well as members of his own family.
NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez has been tracking this story. He joins us now. Raf, we heard from the president this morning about this. Walk us through what we now know about this operation.
Yeah, Aaron, as the hours go by, we're getting a clearer and clearer picture of this raid in northwest Syria last night. Here's what we know so far. American special forces landing under the cover of darkness by helicopter, and they surrounded this 3-story building where al-Qureshi, the leader of ISIS, was holed up with family members, with some of his lieutenants. Now, the U.S. military, through a translator, called out in Arabic to people in that building saying, come out, it's not safe. It's not clear exactly how many people did leave the building, but we know that there were women and children still inside when al-Qureshi, on the 3rd floor, according to U.S. officials, blew himself up with a suicide vest. Now, local responders on the ground say 6 children, 4 women were found in the rubble of this building. The U.S. is saying those civilians were killed by this explosion when al-Qureshi triggered that suicide vest. President Biden saying this is proof that the U.S. military is able to track down, hunt down, and kill terrorists wherever they're hiding. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say at the White House a little earlier.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
Now, Aaron, no U.S. troops were harmed in this operation. Things didn't go entirely smoothly, though. One U.S. helicopter suffering some technical issues. It was forced to the ground there in northwest Syria. And then the U.S. military actually destroyed that helicopter to make sure that no sensitive technology equipment fell into the hands of the enemy. Now, the raid is over, but the intelligence exploitation of documents, of files they would have found in that house in northwest Syria will only just be getting underway. The U.S. trying to figure out what more can be learned about ISIS's further operations. Aaron?
Well, Raf, help us learn a little bit more here. Al-Qureshi is not a name that a lot of Americans would know, I would imagine. What can you tell us about who he was and how long he'd been in charge of ISIS?
Yeah, not a household name, nowhere near as well known as Osama bin Laden, not even as well known as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the man he replaced as the leader of ISIS. Here's what we do know about him. He was 45 years old. He was an Iraqi citizen, and he fought with al-Qaeda in Iraq against U.S. forces after the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. Now, al-Qaeda in Iraq, Aaron, morphed into ISIS, and Qureshi rose through the ranks of ISIS. He became a senior leader. President Biden said he was one of the driving forces behind the genocide of the Yazidi people. This is a minority in northern Iraq back in 2014. He became the overall leader of ISIS after the U.S. killed Baghdadi in 2019. And by the time he took over, ISIS was really a shadow of what it had been before. Aaron, remember, back in 2014, ISIS controlled an area the size of Great Britain. It had tens of thousands of fighters at its command. None of that is the case now. But one of al-Qureshi's real missions was try to rebuild its strength. And the U.S. will hope that having killed him, that will set that rebuilding effort back somewhat. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in London. Raf, thanks.
Meanwhile, a major development in the escalating crisis over Ukraine. The Kremlin now accusing the United States of really igniting tensions by deploying an additional 3,000 troops to Eastern Europe. Most of those forces are coming from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 300 troops in the 18th Airborne Corps are set to head to Germany, and about 1,700 from the 82nd Airborne Division are preparing to head to Poland. That, of course, is in addition to the 1,000 who are already in Europe making their way over to Romania. Russia, for its part, is ramping ramping up its forces along the Ukrainian border. More troops are moving into Belarus, and in fact, NATO officials are calling it the biggest Russian deployment there in 30 years. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry at Fort Bragg. Aaron, let's first talk about the reaction there on the ground in Kiev to these additional U.S. forces. What are you hearing there?
Well, there's no reaction from Ukrainian officials so far. Remember, the forces are largely going to other Eastern European countries. But we have, of course, heard from the Kremlin, who calling out the United States once again, and the spokesperson this morning saying any measures taken by Russia to ensure its own security and its own interests are also absolutely understandable, saying that this troop deployment is an overreaction. We heard from the Ukrainian defense minister earlier today saying that Russia continues with those troop deployments, continues moving troops around the Ukrainian border, though also noting that there were no strike formations, which would indicate that an attack was imminent, saying that at this point the threat of elevating is low. That being said, that could change very quickly. Just yesterday, we were to the north of Ukraine on its border with Belarus, which is a new area of concern to authorities here because there's a massive Russian troop presence inside of Belarus, up to 30,000 troops expected there, according to U.S. officials. And there's very little Ukrainian military presence to the north of the country. Most of the Ukrainian military presence is trained on the east. So experts that I've been talking to say that that area is vulnerable. We were at the border crossing yesterday, and we were speaking to truck drivers. I spoke to one Russian truck driver who said he's concerned about war. Take a listen.
I think this is pointless. We don't need this. We're just friends, and we have to remain friends. That's it. Otherwise, a lot of young people will just die.
Are you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid? Russian people aren't afraid of anything.
And the views of that Russian truck driver, as well as other Russians, are important in all of this because experts say that that is definitely a factor in the Kremlin's calculus in terms of what to do next.
I want to turn to Cal Perry now, if we can. He's there in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Cal, how are the troops there preparing for this deployment?
Well, they're physically preparing. They are on the move. I want to share with you some new video. This comes courtesy of my colleague, Carrie Sanders, who's just come off the base here in Fort Bragg. And what you're going to see are soldiers, sailors moving around. These are service members who are on the move. Now, some of them are going to be headed to Poland. I want to make it clear, this is a massive base. This is the largest base in the country based on population, and there are always these movements. It is why these units were not really surprised when they were called. You talked earlier about the 18th Airborne Corps. They absorbed the 82nd Airborne. 300 service members will be headed to Germany, but the 82nd Airborne is going to comprise most of that force that's moving to Europe. 1,700 personnel moving out, really imminently happening now. We won't know until they're in place once they're there. That is partly for operational security reasons. And again, even though it's only 1,700 troops, Morgan, imagine these C-130s can carry 60 to maybe 100 troopers per airplane. So it's going to take 200, 250 aircraft to get these forces over to Poland. That is a fairly large movement, even though it is something that folks here are used to. The 82nd Airborne in particular prides itself on being ready within 18 hours. There were elements of the 82nd Airborne that were dispatched to Afghanistan recently to help with the evacuation there. So these are forces that are virtually on a high state of alert the entire time. We've also been hearing from former commanders. I want you to listen to a former commander of the 82nd Airborne and why he believes this was the right unit to send.
I think the people of America should be confident that if 18th Airborne Corps headquarters is a choice to lead a task force, they're well manned, they're well trained, they're well equipped, and they're well experienced in those things.
And worth reminding, as the Pentagon has been reminding us, these troops, again, headed for Germany and Poland. This is a unilateral action to help reinforce America's European allies. Morgan?
All right. Cal Perry there at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Aaron McLaughlin in Ukraine. Thank you both.
We are also following some breaking news. That monster winter storm bearing down on a third of the country right now. 100 million people under winter weather alerts across 19 states. You can see it on the radar here. That storm stretching more than 2,000 miles from Texas to New England. Right now, ice is the biggest worry. Power lines are frozen over. Thousands of people are without power in Texas right now. The weather is also making travel dangerous. Several 18-wheelers are jackknifed in Illinois. And thousands of flights have been canceled all over the country. Meteorologist Bill Cairns will have the latest track for us in just a moment here. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. He is in North Dallas right now, or north of Dallas, I should say, in Plano, Texas, where it is snowing, bitterly cold there as well, as the cleanup effort is going to be a hard one. Morgan, what are work crews facing in Texas right now?
Yeah, pretty treacherous conditions, Aaron. We had hours upon hours of freezing rain, ice pellets, kind of a sleet fall overnight. And as you can see, this is now transitioned to snow. That's actually a good thing, because one of the things that makes it so incredibly dangerous is the accumulation of that ice on area roadways. We've already seen numerous reports across multiple parts of Texas of people having travel issues, truck drivers either forced off the roads, and first responders having to go out and help people who thought they would be okay trying to drive on these roads. But aside from the travel conditions here, Aaron, the biggest concern overall is what you see behind me. These power generators that are all across the state that were really tested unlike ever before last year and failed in large portions across much of Texas, leaving millions in the dark, in the cold for days on end. And going into this winter storm, there was a concern, how are the power generators going to hold up? Texas Governor Greg Abbott said that at least 99% had been inspected, were functional, and said that in preparation for this winter storm, that additional power reserves were brought online just in case demand needed it. We don't anticipate demand to reach its peak until Friday morning. That's because we're really entering this 24 to 36 hour period where a vast portion of Texas will remain in sub-freezing temperatures. But as for right now, there is enough power supply to meet the demand. That's very good news. Aaron?
Indeed it is. Morgan Chesky for us in a bizarrely snowy Plano, Texas today. Thanks, Morgan.
And for more, let's go in and bring in our NBC News meteorologist, Bill Cairns. Bill, what can we expect to see from the storm just within the next 24 hours?
Thousands of people losing power, and you can see where Morgan was. They already had the ice, and so they already have the weight on the branches, and now you're getting some snow on top of that, some additional weight, and then the breeze picks up, and that's where we start to have power outages occurring, not just in Texas, but we're really seeing a lot of power outages near the Memphis area. I mean, it's just jumping by thousands, pretty much by the minute now. We're well over 100,000 people now without power in Tennessee alone, mostly near Memphis. So the ice storm is right along the front. Behind it, where it's colder, where Morgan was in Texas, we've gone over from sleet to freezing rain and then the snow. That's kind of the progression for a lot of people with this storm. And the area of concern, 2,200 miles from West Texas all the way to northern Maine. An incredible area of precipitation. Now, as far as the ice goes, we're just about done in Texas. We still could add another 1/10 of an inch in Memphis, but the damage is already done. And then from here on out, the ice is really going to start to accumulate in northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, right through Pennsylvania, tonight and tomorrow morning in areas from Albany through the Hudson Valley and through western Massachusetts. That's where we could have some isolated power outages. So city by city, it's ending in the Dallas area, about 1 to 2 inches total of snow and sleet. You're just about done, but it's going to get frigid, so the roads aren't going to get much better unless they're treated. In the Memphis area, a crippling ice storm is underway. Freezing rain and sleet through late tonight. You're right in the middle of the worst of this. St. Louis, you're just about done. It's time for snow cleanup, but it is cold. Wind chills will be down to 0 by midnight, 15 to 20 degrees. You ended up with about 3 to 6 inches of snow. And we'll continue with heavy snow at times in Cleveland. Storm total about 8 to 12 inches, and it'll be ending tomorrow morning. So after the storm is gone, our concerns will focus on Texas and after what happened last year, how they will handle these frigid temperatures and hopefully not too many power outages. Tomorrow morning, temperatures will be single digits in Abilene, Dallas at 19, even Houston down to 28 degrees. So the energy demand will be very high, even into Saturday throughout much of Texas. So we'll see if they made some improvements. You know, last year's storm was more extreme than this one with the ice and the snow. we'll see if they can, hopefully the improvements worked and people can have heat because they'll need it.
All right. NBC's Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you.
President Biden in New York City today. He's set to lay out his plan to address the rise in violent crime in America, but he's also facing growing calls to do more on police reform and accountability. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Lower Manhattan. Mike, walk us through this. How does the president plan to address concerns on both these issues of addressing crime and dealing with police accountability?
Well, Aaron, the core elements of the president's comprehensive plan to deal with especially violent crime fall under three broad categories. First is actually increasing funding for law enforcement. You're going to hear the president talk about how hundreds of millions of dollars from the COVID relief law last year went to states and local governments to help them retain and hire more police officers. The second is sort of trying to get at the root causes of crime, especially providing more after-school opportunities, employment, also programs for formerly incarcerated individuals to keep them out of crime. And then third, a heavy emphasis today expected on dealing with the flow of illegal weapons, especially what are called ghost guns. These are largely untraceable, created by kits that involve 3D parts. The Justice Department going to be announcing a ghost gun task force today to try to help cities that are on the front lines of dealing with this, especially in New York now with a new mayor who's, like Biden, tried to distance himself from the defund the police movement that has been part of the Democratic base for so long.
And Mike, you know, the GOP has really hammered the president on this rise in violent crime that we're seeing in his first year. Do Republicans have a plan of their own to sort of deal with these issues in a better way?
Well, Aaron, for now, the Republican plan is just to talk a lot about it. A Republican Party official tells me that when the RNC is gathering in Salt Lake City now for their winter meeting, we're going to hear the Republican National Committee Chairwoman, Rhonda McDaniel, really focus extensively on violent crime, specifically a lot of the district attorneys in a lot of these urban cities for what they consider soft on-crime policies. But there's reason for them to put crime front and center as a midterm election issue. If you look at a recent Gallup poll, 47% of Americans said they were satisfied or very satisfied with crime policies 2 years ago. Now that number has dropped to just 24%. So the White House knows that this is going to be an issue that a lot of Democratic candidates up and down the ballot are dealing with in November. And so the president standing with Eric Adams today, trying to sort of give an example of how they should try to balance the need for supporting law enforcement, but also supporting reform efforts as well.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Lower Manhattan today. Mike, thank you.
COVID cases and hospitalizations keep dropping nationwide. In fact, we're now at levels we haven't seen in a month before Omicron took hold. Our NBC News Trends map shows just 5 states are seeing an increase in cases over the last 14 days. And as you can see there on your screen, we're seeing a lot of green. That's a good thing. Meanwhile, the Army is laying out new plans to discharge members who will not get vaccinated. That impacts about 3,300 soldiers, many of whom have applied for exemptions, and we're told that those exemptions are being reviewed. We go ahead and start our COVID coverage with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, some top U.S. officials are weighing in on the approval process for Pfizer's vaccine for kids under 5. What are they saying to really reassure parents out there?
Yes, this has been an unusual process because we thought this was going to take several months longer. Then suddenly this week we were told Pfizer is going to file with the data they have. Well, yesterday at the White House COVID briefing, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy tried to assure parents that the FDA is going to go through the same process they've gone through with the same amount of rigor for all of the other vaccine reviews so far. Here's what he said.
There are a number of steps ahead to determine if the vaccine is both safe and effective for our kids under 5. And please know that the FDA will not cut any corners in their review process. They know that they are the gold standard that all of us rely on.
And of course, they did also emphasize we will see some clinical data with this update in a couple weeks. So actually showing how well the vaccines can prevent cases and maybe even hospitalizations, which would be huge as well, guys.
We're also learning about a push to really end the COVID testing requirement for some international travelers who are heading to the U.S. Meg, why do they say that it's time to make that change?
Yeah, well, this is something that perhaps unsurprisingly is being pushed by travel and tourism groups. And so, of course, they want to be able to ease up on anything that would hamper people from being able to do that easily. But their argument is essentially COVID levels have been high regardless of these requirements. In the United States, we have high levels of the circulating variant. And so they argue it just doesn't make sense right now to maintain that. And some public health experts say there is some merit to that. We've had record high case numbers even with these in place. So do they continue to make sense?
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell for us there. Meg, thank you.
We are getting rare access to the two scientists who created the first COVID vaccine approved here in the U.S. The pair founded BioNTech, which was once a small German-based company. They then partnered with Pfizer to produce and distribute the vaccine. The two scientists have given NBC News new insight into how this all happened. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter spoke to them. She joins us now. So, Molly, what'd you learn about the process of making this particular vaccine?
Hey guys, good afternoon so much. And I actually just really quickly want to double down on what Meg was just reporting, because we, of course, asked the creators of the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine the same questions that she was just asking. And they also reassured parents that, look, this data is good. They are really excited about this pending FDA approval of 2 doses to kids. And they also really said that they're looking down the pipeline at possible 3 doses, which will really offer kids under 5 more protection. But quickly on what we have learned, there is a new book out this week, which is partly why we got access. It's called The Vaccine. It makes for a riveting read, even though we know, of course, how it actually ends. 2 dates, though, that actually floored me as I was reading that we hadn't heard before, that I was learning. So 6 to 7 weeks before the WHO declared this as a pandemic, Dr. Shaheen had already sketched out 8 possible vaccines on January 26, 2020. That is how fast he was working. And then on March 11th, the day the WHO actually declared a pandemic, they were already starting animal testing on their vaccine candidates. So it was just a really kind of absolute breakneck speed and just a lot of details that we didn't know.
You know, we already know an Omicron booster is actually in the works right now, too. What did the founders tell you about that, about their effort to combat COVID variants as they come?
Yeah, and not just in the works, actually in clinical trials, and we're looking at it possibly to be approved by April, Dr. Shaheen estimated. Take a quick listen to how he told me the process was going, and then I'll give you a bit of a status update on the back end. Take a listen.
Why did you decide to do this variant?
So we had already at the time point, we had developed a computer algorithm allowing us to assess such variants, and we saw that the computer algorithm flagged this variant as a escape variant.
Interesting. So was escaping the current vaccine more than Delta?
Much more than Delta. Yeah.
It was the first time a variant was flagged in that way in our signal detection system. Therefore, we were pretty relaxed with the previous variants, and this one was
we were confident that with all the previous variants that the vaccine will work, but with this variant, we were concerned.
So 2 really important things on the Omicron-specific vaccine. I asked them, is it going to be too late by the time this comes out? And they said, look, even if it doesn't get authorized by until April, 50 to 60% of the world will still be Omicron negative. So not only will it benefit all of those people, but also people who had really early Omicron infections. I also pushed them to say, what is the fastest timeline that you can turn around a variant vaccine? They said 3 months, which is just lightning speed, guys. Wow. Really, really interesting conversation.
Yeah, very enlightening for sure. NBC's Molly Hunter. Molly, thank you. Tesla is under scrutiny over safety.
Coming up, why more than 50,000 cars and SUVs are being recalled and what Elon Musk is saying about it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, Tesla announced that it's recalling more than 800,000 vehicles in the U.S., and this is now the second recall in a week.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has been following this for us. Priscilla, what was that earlier recall about?
Well, Aaron, that recall happened because of a rolling stop function in Tesla's full self-driving mode, and now we're learning that there may be other issues. Tesla recalling tens of thousands of cars for safety issues. U.S. regulators posting that the electric car maker's rolling stop function in full self-driving mode may cause cars to run stop signs at up to 5.6 miles per hour. The recall in effect for more than 50,000 cars and SUVs made since 2016. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the rolling stop function will be disabled via a free software update this month. Tesla did not respond to NBC's request for comment, but Elon Musk took to Twitter to defend the feature, writing, "There were no safety issues. The car simply slowed to about 2 miles per hour and continued forward in clear view with no cars or pedestrians." But it's not the only Tesla feature in the spotlight. At least one driver who's beta testing the full self-driving mode, not yet available to everyone, says that consumer testing is also a problem.
With the full self-driving, testing this on public roads, I don't think that should be happening the way that they're going about it.
Obviously, I had to take over.
Taylor Ogan posted this now viral video showing his drive through a neighborhood in Boston. During the 1-minute clip, the Tesla veers into the wrong lane of traffic.
Oh, no. Look at that.
And almost hits a delivery van.
What is it doing?
Do you feel like Tesla needs to do something differently?
Tesla historically and notoriously pushes the envelope. I don't know how much longer regulators will put up with it.
It all comes less than a week after Elon Musk said in Tesla's quarterly earnings call that self-driving robo-taxis were part of a, quote, roadmap to potentially justify the company's sky-high valuation. The company reported nearly $54 billion of sales in 2021, its stock more than quadrupling its pre-pandemic high. The company's market cap now bigger than the world's next 8 largest automakers combined.
I own Tesla stock. I have forever. And I will continue to own it. Overall, Tesla's a fantastic company that is enabling more miles driven autonomously than most any other company out there. It's just, I disagree with them on this approach.
This isn't the first time the tech giant has faced scrutiny over safety. Overall, Tesla's received superb safety ratings from independent testers. But like other automakers, that doesn't make it immune to recalls. A month ago, Tesla recalled nearly 500,000 cars for rear-view camera and trunk issues that regulators found could increase the risk of crashes. With regard to the recall, Elon Musk tweeted and said that there are no safety issues. What do you make of that?
I don't know what Elon is driving. There are driving head on into other cars, into oncoming traffic. It seems to me to be a safety issue. So maybe it's just a different perception of what's safe and what's not.
And today, Tesla is recalling more than 817,000 cars because the seatbelt chime reminder does not work whenever a driver gets in and turns on the car, a feature that is required by law. Tesla says that they will fix that issue via a software update this month. Morgan, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Priscilla Thompson for us there. Priscilla, thank you. Experts think they know what's behind some U.S. diplomats' mysterious brain injuries.
Still ahead, the new findings and caveats about what's become known as Havana syndrome.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Making news right now, one person is dead and 4 are in the hospital after a shooting on a Greyhound bus last night. That bus was sitting outside a convenience store in Northern California when a passenger shot 5 people and took off. Police found that suspect at a nearby Walmart. The motive for the shooting is unclear. Prosecutors are asking a judge to stop the parents of the accused Michigan school shooter from making romantic gestures in court. Jennifer and James Crumbley were said to have mouthed the words "I love you" during in-person and virtual court hearings. The couple also made several nonverbal signals, including waving to each other and blowing kisses. They are accused of buying their son the gun that he is alleged to have used in the November 30th shooting at Oxford High School. And drivers beware, speed cameras could be on the way to a location near you. Under new federal guidelines, states can now use billions of federal highway dollars for road safety programs. It's all part of the Transportation Department's new national strategy to stem record increases in traffic deaths. Federal officials say speed cameras have been proven to help prevent hazardous driving.
The battle over congressional maps is heating up nationwide. State lawmakers in New York have just approved a new district map that could net Democrats 3 additional seats in Congress. And that's despite calls by Democrats across the country to end the practice of gerrymandering. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, can you just explain the disconnect here? I mean, between what Democrats nationwide are saying and then what lawmakers in Albany actually just passed?
Yeah, this is the real issue with gerrymandering, is that people like gerrymandering when they're doing it. When they're in control of the district and they can draw districts that work for them, they tend to be more okay with it. We see New York Democrats a little bit more sheepish about this gerrymander, I think in part because we see them nationally talking about and pushing legislation that would end gerrymandering, trying to end partisan redistricting and make it more of an independent process. But at the end of the day, with Republicans controlling so much of the redistricting process and gerrymandering quite a bit around the country for this current cycle, when push comes to shove, Democrats in New York willing to do it, and national Democrats were cheering them on.
And Jane, I mean, are there any current lawmakers who are going to be really affected by this new map? And are these 3 additional seats pretty much a lock for Democrats?
Yeah, Rep. Maltakis, in Staten Island, her district has become much more liberal. She'll face a very tough midterm election. She is already, we're hearing potential new Democratic challengers like Bill de Blasio has been rumored, as well as her current challenger, Mac Rose, who had the seat previously. And these seats, I will say, they're not a lock for Democrats. Democrats drew more vulnerable seats than maybe some Republicans did in other states like Texas, where they're very secure seats. These are more vulnerable seats. So if Democrats have a very bad year, they could see not all of their gains be achieved.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us there. Jane, thank you so much.
Democrats in Congress are proposing a ban on legacy admissions at the nation's top colleges. Now, a legacy admission is one that gives preference to a college applicant because a family member went to the school. Critics say the practice largely favors white students. This comes as the Supreme Court is preparing to hear challenges to affirmative action policies at universities. NBC News reporter Ben Camisar has been following this story for us. Ben, first, who's spearheading this effort in Congress?
Yeah, so there are 2 pretty prominent progressives, one in the House and one in the Senate. You've got Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley and then New York Representative Jamal Bowman sort of spearheading the group. There are a handful of other Democratic co-sponsors, the senior senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, other prominent House progressives like Representatives Jayapal, Ocasio-Cortez, and Presley. But it's Merkley and Bowman who are running the show for right now.
Well, do any states actually have laws on legacy admissions in place right now?
Yeah, there have been some discussions about that at states. Colorado banned preferential treatments of legacies, I think it was last year. And there's been discussion about it happening in other states as well. The question is now, will there be some sort of federal action? Obviously, difficult in a divided Senate and a House with such narrow margins, but is possible. And also, what's the Supreme Court going to say about this when they work on affirmative action in the next coming months?
And what have the schools said about this? I mean, how have universities responded to this potential legislation?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. I mean, some schools have already kind of seen where this is going and proactively decided to stop taking legacies into account. And some have reported that it's worked well for them. This has increased the diversity of their applicants and their acceptances, things like that. But other universities are defending the practice. You had the university president from Brown who said in a recent interview with Bloomberg that she thought, legacies are just one factor of the large the large matrix that people take into account. So it wouldn't be fair to sort of single out this one piece. So you're seeing a lot of different reactions, which isn't a surprise considering how many universities and colleges there are across the country, public and private.
All right, Ben Camisar with us today. Ben, thank you. And we are learning new information about Havana syndrome. That's the name given to that mysterious and sudden brain injury afflicting a number of American diplomats and spies overseas. The scientists working for U.S. intelligence agencies say the injuries were most likely caused by pulsed electromagnetic energy delivered by an external device. What does that all mean? NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney is here to help us understand. So, Ken, break down this report for us. What do we understand about this energy?
Well, the panel of experts didn't answer the question of how it was delivered, Aaron. And I know from my own reporting that U.S. intelligence agencies don't have an answer to that either. But this report may have brought them a little closer. This panel of scientific experts studied all the available evidence, including more than 1,000 classified documents, and concluded that the only possible explanation for a core group of these Havana syndrome cases is directed energy from an external source. And they found that this energy could have penetrated walls, and it could have come from some distance away, and that the power requirements were not all that large. Remember that some of these people described being hit by what they felt was a blast wave of pressure that left them floored with vertigo. So this report bolsters the long-standing theory that a foreign power either mounted an attack on diplomats and spies or targeted them with some sort of harmful surveillance technology. Now, it's also true that last month a CIA assessment found that most of the nearly 1,000 people who have come forward with symptoms don't actually fit the profile, and their symptoms can be explained by other causes. But in this core group of about 24 cases, the expert panel ruled out other health and environmental factors, and they debunked the idea that the symptoms are psychological, Aaron.
So it seems, like you talk about these being directed attacks by way of this explanation from these scientists. Is energy being weaponized here? And do we have any idea of who might be behind these attacks?
So NBC News reported back in 2018 that Russia was the leading suspect in the intelligence community, in part because Russia has conducted a lot of research on directed energy weapons over the years. But after years of searching, Aaron, U.S. spy agencies just have not found proof linking these attacks or whatever they are to Russia or any other foreign adversary. That's what makes this such a confounding mystery. But intelligence leaders have promised to keep investigating until they get to the bottom of this. And President Biden just this week named a top White House official to coordinate that investigation, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our Washington newsroom. Ken, thank you.
Members of the House committee investigating the Capitol riot have just met with the founder of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. Elmer Stewart Rhodes testified for 6 hours on Zoom from a jail in Oklahoma. He's been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with that January 6th attack. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Washington. Sahil, do we know exactly what came out of that meeting? I mean, 6 hours, that's a lot of time.
Not exactly, Morgan. The committee is declining to comment on this deposition, as they do with all other meetings they have in this context. But our colleague Ryan Riley reports that Mr. Rhodes invoked the Fifth Amendment between 20 and 30 times. That's according to his lawyer. He is, of course, being charged, as you mentioned, with seditious conspiracy. He's facing a serious criminal count, and the Fifth Amendment was designed to protect individuals in positions like that from self-incrimination. So the January 6th committee is certainly going to take that into into account. One thing his lawyer did also say is that Rhodes spoke quite freely about the history of his group, the Oath Keepers, which is a far-right militia group. It's in the crosshairs of this investigation because he has openly advocated for violence against the federal government, as well as spread conspiracy theories, claiming falsely that the only way the election could have been honest is if Donald Trump had won. Of course, Trump lost fairly.
Sahil, I do want to switch gears, though, for a moment and talk about the president's agenda, because you spoke with West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin about Build Back Better and really other legislation, while all eyes have been on him about getting this type of legislation passed. What did he tell you?
I had a long conversation with Senator Manchin yesterday, and he outlined the many policies in this budget, reconciliation package, the filibuster-proof approach that he's still willing to support. And it might surprise people to know that a lot of it is, are items in the original bill itself. He supports higher tax rates on corporations and wealthy individuals. He wants to eliminate tax loopholes like carried interest, even willing to go further than Democrats have in the House-passed Build Back Better Act when it comes to tax revenues. He wants to reduce the debt, at least put some of those extra revenues and savings toward reducing the debt. And he also supports some of the original spending policies in the Build Back Better Act, including about $500 billion for clean energy. He supports ACA subsidies that were added in the American Rescue Plan, kind of plussed up to make sure that people at the low end of the economic spectrum can afford that. He's also willing to do something to extend coverage to people for Medicaid in states that did not expand the program. So there's a lot here that's on the table. There is just no clear formal negotiation going on, he said, in terms of how to get there. Time is not on the side of the Democrats here, but Manchin is providing hints, providing a roadmap for Democrats to ultimately win his vote. It's going to be difficult because the big thing they have to sacrifice, Morgan, is Manchin's red line demand, which is all programs be fully made permanent and financed over a 10-year basis. That means none of these expiring programs that can last for a year or two and then you can come back down the road and check. They'll have to make sacrifices. But he is offering a roadmap to win his vote.
I'm glad he was willing to talk to you. Sahil Kapoor, thanks so much for bringing us that reporting. We appreciate it.
Well, picture this, Olympic podiums without Americans.
Coming up next, how cuts in college sports could threaten NCAA players' potential to reach those Olympic games. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Winter Olympics opening ceremony is tomorrow, but COVID scares have many athletes really worried that they could miss events they've really spent years training for.
If figure skating hit the ice for the first time today ahead of the first team event tomorrow, the U.S. speed skating team, however, is down a member. Casey Dawson tested positive for COVID just a few weeks back, but still does not have enough consecutive negative tests to travel to China. While he's missing an individual event, he hopes to make it in time for the team event.
COVID also robbed one U.S. athlete of carrying the flag at the opening ceremony. Bobsledder Elena Myers-Taylor was supposed to be the flag bearer. Women's speed skater Brittany Bowe is taking her spot. Taylor hopes to still be able to compete. She just tested negative for COVID and requires 2 consecutive tests in 24 hours to be released from isolation.
Now, before they were Olympians, most members of Team USA were stars on college teams. In fact, America's NCAA model for Olympic development is unlike any other across the world, and now that model is changing. NBC LX's Noah Pransky joins us now. So, Noah, walk us through what's happening here.
Well, Aaron, for decades, the NCAA has pretty much relied on a socialist model where the big profitable sports, and there's only 2, football and men's basketball, have largely subsidized all of the other sports, and those are most of your Olympic sports. But now, in recent years, we've seen more athletes getting paid. They're collecting more money, and schools are pouring more money into football and men's basketball, which means a more capitalist model, and that has a lot of Olympic sport coaches and athletes very nervous.
Envision the Olympic medal podium without Americans. Envision the top of the medal count without America. Or a Wheaties box with just cereal on the front. This not-so-radical vision is what the American Olympic team might look like without its primary development league, the NCAA. But that pipeline is in serious jeopardy. According to the NCAA, 289 teams across college sports got the axe last year, almost all of them in Olympic sports.
The anxiety is really around every sport that's trying to train. And all this new stuff coming, I mean, this is just an unraveling.
Dick Haley is the former head coach of the USC, University of Texas, 1996 U.S. women's volleyball teams. And he's one of a dozen Olympic insiders who told us they're concerned that every time athletic budgets are disrupted, administrators look to cut from those non-revenue sports. And there are a lot of disruptions to athletic budgets these days. From legislation that could start paying athletes like university employees, to name, image, likeness laws which allow players to now get a piece of the profits, to the arms race in the revenue sports where schools are racing to build the lushest, most posh facilities for football and basketball teams.
That money just doesn't keep coming out of nowhere. That money is coming from somewhere, and if it doesn't get distributed, some programs are going to fold.
College sports is a $19 billion a year industry, and many observers have applauded the fact that student athletes are now getting a bigger piece of the pie. But many already were. $5 billion of that revenue was subsidizing the cost of all those non-revenue Olympic sports. So as basketball and football start carving out bigger pieces of the pie now, many wonder how much will be left for everyone else.
I think you have to continue to invest in the sports that are revenue generating with the thought that you can continue to grow that pie to continue to support all these other sports.
That pie grower is Scott Strickland, athletic director at the University of Florida, where he's helped build a Gators money machine that brings in close to $160 million per year. Most of that thanks to football. But he's concerned about Olympic development too, which is why he joined the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee panel that went to work on reimagining those non-revenue sports in an age where revenues seem to be everything. America's Olympic pipeline is one of the only programs in the world supported by colleges and not the federal government. But judging by the fact that 75% of all U.S. Olympians in Tokyo came through the college ranks, not to mention the tens of thousands of student athletes who graduate each year with a college degree, the unique model seems to be working.
When you look out there and you see Caleb Dressel with 5 gold medals in Tokyo, that's pretty special. And you know, we want to get him back there and get some more of his teammates to join him.
So, Noah, you talked about how the money moves around here. You said that the NCAA Olympic sports survive on $5 billion in subsidies every year. How much of that is coming from football and basketball?
Well, a big chunk is, but different schools, it's a different chunk of the pie. A lot of schools have to balance their budgets using general revenue funds from the university, which of course could help pay for other things, while other schools rely on student fees, and those are collected on every student at a university. And we've seen those go up in a lot of places when athletic departments get tight budgets and need a little more cash.
All right, Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Noah, thank you.
See you soon.
Some Senate Republicans outraged over the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Just after the break, the strong words those lawmakers have for the Biden administration. Don't go anywhere.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Oh! A landmark moment that will be etched in history!
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tainted cocaine in Argentina and a progressive priest in Germany. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Argentina, where tainted cocaine killed 20 people and made 74 others sick in Buenos Aires.
I smoked that cocaine. I took a pill and went to sleep, and today I woke up feeling destroyed.
Officials speculate that the cocaine may have been deliberately poisoned as part of a beef between rival traffickers. Police raided homes in a suburb of Buenos Aires. They arrested people they think were connected to the poisoned drugs. Their families burned tires in protest, saying those arrested are innocent. Germany, where Cardinal Reinhard Marx is making waves in the Catholic Church, calling for reforms to celibacy rules. The Archbishop of Munich says creating the possibility for priests to get married isn't just for sexual reasons, but also so some priests aren't so lonely. And Ghana, where a transgender activist is fighting against a proposed new law. It's dubbed the Family Values Bill and would make transitioning illegal.
It is taking away from our family values of being a tolerant country.
And that's the world now.
A lack of planning, coordination, and communication. That is how Republican members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee described the Biden administration's chaotic pullout from Afghanistan just last August. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now with a closer look. Dan, can you just walk us through what this report actually says about the administration's withdrawal?
Yeah, the report is scathing, and a lot of this has already been said or written about in some form, but it's all there, and it's the first investigation or report by Congress since the withdrawal. I think the one key thing that stands out is they got a hold of a memo about an NSC, National Security Council meeting at the White House on August 14th. And that's a very late date, just hours before Kabul fell, and it showed that they were only then making some decisions at the 11th hour, really, instead of making them months earlier or weeks earlier, when clearly the situation was deteriorating. The report also makes the point that there just weren't serious preparations in place. It was as if they just didn't want to face that worst case scenario. So, for example, they didn't have a way to contact evacuees, and they were only reaching out to other countries in the region to host evacuation flights really until mid to late July. So a lot of damning details there. I should say that other other voices, progressive voices, Democrats, and civil society groups have also criticized the evacuation. So it's not just a partisan criticism.
And Dan, I mean, has there been any response from the Biden administration?
The Biden administration told us that this was kind of a cherry-picked notes from one meeting, and it didn't reflect that there were months of planning that went into the evacuation. They say it was the largest air evacuation ever conducted, and that they inherited a very difficult situation, that the previous administration had agreed to this U.S. withdrawal really without conditions for the Taliban, and that the refugee resettlement program had also been gutted, and that they also make the point that some of these Republicans in the Senate were not saying much when there was a different president in the White House.
All right, NBC's Dan DeLuce for us there. Dan, thank you.
Finally this hour, MSNBC will air a special documentary this weekend called Love and the Constitution.
That's right. It focuses on a congressman from Maryland who tragically lost his son at one of the most politically trying moments in our country's history. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. Congressman Jamie Raskin is one of the people helping to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol. It is a day that has deeply affected him, both as a constitutional scholar and as somebody who days earlier had experienced devastating personal loss.
I know one thing really well, which is about the Constitution and the rule of law in American democracy.
Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin found himself in the spotlight at one of the darkest points of his life, personally and professionally.
I did not know, whether I would be able to do anything again of meaning or substance in my life after losing Tommy.
The congressman, now in his third term, opening up in a new documentary. He was tapped to serve as lead manager in Donald Trump's second impeachment trial after the events of January 6th, less than 2 weeks after Raskin's 25-year-old son, Tommy, a Harvard law student, died by suicide.
Normally, he was just the happiest, most ebullient, energetic person you could ever hope to meet.
I never doubt that he's going to win. It's not because of his smashing good looks, though he has that to recommend him as well.
But he was suffering from depression, and it was serious.
Depression and anxiety spiking during the pandemic, with 4 in 10 adults reporting symptoms. And for younger adults, the number's even higher. While overall deaths by suicides have declined over the last couple years after a 2-decade rise, the rate among 25 to 34-year-olds went up 5% in 2020, the only age group to see a significant increase.
Mental illness really can take a toll on anybody.
Dr. Christine Crawford with the National Alliance on Mental Illness says tough times, like a pandemic, can intensify feelings of insecurity. And while hospitals have been overwhelmed by COVID patients, there's also been a spike in emergency visits for suspected suicide attempts, up more than 39% for teenagers last winter compared to before the pandemic.
And that really is concerning because the emergency room setting really isn't the appropriate environment to receive good quality psychiatric care.
It's why Dr. Crawford says it's important to have conversations about mental health to try and break the stigma so people feel comfortable sharing their challenges.
It is okay to not be okay, and we need to talk more and more about this so that we can prevent another tragedy such as this one.
Congressman Raskin now working every day to honor his son's life and his legacy.
Tommy was a person who loved the world, and he loved democracy, and he loved humanity, and all living things, and so I feel like I honor him by doing the work that he'd be proud of.
We talk about this stigma, we talk about how important it is to be open about challenges to help eliminate the stigma, and Raskin and his family have really done that. In a post not long after Tommy's death, Raskin and his wife shared a letter that Tommy wrote that said, "Look after each other, the animals, and the global poor for me." We should note here, if you or anybody you know may be struggling, may be in need of help, there are so many resources available. One of them is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. It operates 24/7. The number is 1-800-273-8255. Back to you. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Breaking news right now on NBC News. Monster storms, snow, ice, and freezing rain sweeping across the country with tens of millions of Americans directly in its path. Our very own meteorologist is timing it all out.
Also breaking right now, ISIS leader killed. The U.S. taking out a top terrorist in a daring overnight raid. 13 people are dead, including children. What the president is now saying about that strike.
Crisis of crime. President Biden visiting New York City today, just one day after the funeral for an NYPD officer killed in the line of duty. His latest plan to target gun violence.
And a potential breakthrough in the fight against leukemia, the therapy that has kept 2 patients in remission for more than a decade, and the growing hope that it could help others. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin with that monster winter storm barreling down on nearly 24 states. Now, the storm zone stretching more than 2,000 miles from Texas to New England, 100 million people under winter weather alerts.
The storm is bringing snow, ice, and freezing rain, making for treacherous travel conditions. Emergency measures are in effect now for Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. And in Texas, tens of thousands of people are without power, with bitter cold temperatures moving in.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with that forecast. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's in Detroit, where snow crews are working around the clock to clear those streets. Shaq, how's it looking out there?
Hi there, Morgan. Well, we saw about 24 hours of consistent rain and then snow. Earlier this morning, it all stopped. Right now, we have some flurries, but despite that, we know that here in Detroit, they did not get the significant snowfall or record snowfall that they once feared. Now the concern is the dropping temperatures. Temperatures not just here in the Midwest, but falling temperatures leading to concerns for ice in the South.
Overnight, a dangerous deep freeze slamming the South. Treacherous ice coating trees and roadways in Texas. Plummeting temperatures with wind chills that feel like 20 below are impacting parts of the state, not used to such extreme cold. More than 40,000 Texans are waking up without power this morning. The dangerous conditions renewing fears of last year's catastrophic power grid failure that left millions in the dark and hundreds dead. The massive winter storm has already dumped a foot of snow across parts of the Midwest. In Detroit, a difficult cleanup.
This is the wet, heavy stuff?
Yes.
Are you ready for it?
No.
You're not ready for it at all?
Cars frozen over in Oklahoma. The governor deploying the National Guard, just one of multiple states taking emergency measures.
This is something that is rarely done, but the predictions about this storm are, again, severe, and we want to be ready.
The same system responsible for burying neighborhoods near Chicago.
It's dangerous to walk out here.
Jackknifing tractor trailers in Champaign, Illinois, and leaving cars slipping, sliding, and just plain stuck on highways nationwide. The storm already grounding more than 3,500 flights today, adding to the nearly 6,000 canceled or delayed on Wednesday.
Now, Shaq, we also have some late-breaking news about a major airport that's shutting down due to all this snow. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. We're monitoring a temporary ground stop at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. They're saying that the airport will be shut down until at least 12 Eastern time. We know that this storm, as it's massive and has been slow moving, it has led to thousands of cancellations, as you've seen there, because it's been hitting and passing over some major hubs across the country. Morgan?
All right. NBC News' Shaquille Brewster there for us there. Shaq, stay warm.
So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, 19 states feeling the impact of this storm. How long is this thing going to last?
All the way through Friday evening until we finally kick it off the East Coast. And now we're getting to the peak of the storm. This was the worst part of the ice storm during the day today. Power outages are starting to jump right now. Looking at my other computer, and Texas is at 58,000. Tennessee updated just now up to 50,000. There's a lot of power outages growing in and around the Memphis area. And in Arkansas, we have 24,000 people without power. So the ice storm is just now starting to be heavy enough to knock down tree limbs and cause power outages. That's that purple color you see there. there. The ice storm warnings just to the east of Little Rock, right down along the border of Arkansas and Mississippi, also western Tennessee, a good chunk of Kentucky. That's who we're most concerned with today. And in Texas, we've had a little bit of freezing rain and also a lot of sleet, too. And look at this. We now have winter weather alerts all the way down to the Gulf Coast. That doesn't happen very often, not including the Houston area, but down towards Victoria and Corpus Christi. We're already seeing a wintry mix around San Antonio and Austin. Dallas, you were sleet. Now you're over to some areas of light snow. And the blue is the snow. The pink is the freezing rain on this map. And the same goes as we go throughout the rest of today. That ice storm continues all afternoon from areas right along the Mississippi River up through where it splits with the Ohio River and then right through the lower Ohio River Valley. That's the big problem area. Then tonight, that cold air changes rain over to freezing rain. Watch out central Pennsylvania through the Catskills, the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires, western Massachusetts, and western Connecticut. You're going to be cold enough for a significant ice storm come tomorrow morning. Lots of school cancellations and delays. And then finally, this whole mess leaves by about Friday at about 8 p.m. So additional snow, not much left in areas of Oklahoma and Texas. You're just about done with all of your snow. Same goes for St. Louis and in portions of Illinois. A little more snow for you in Indianapolis. Chicago, that's a little lake effect stuff you'll be dealing with, not associated with the storm anymore. The heavier snows that'll fall the rest of today and tonight from Buffalo to Erie to Syracuse. Look at Vermont. Ski lovers are licking their chops about this upcoming weekend. Could get 12 to 18 inches. So snow, those are areas that always get snow. They can deal with that. This is the problem. The ice forecast. Areas of the light pink, that's a glaze of ice. Anytime in Louisiana and Mississippi gets a glaze of ice, even the sidewalks and roads are treacherous. When you get into the blue colors, that's where the power outages are. Memphis, Paducah, Lexington, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus through southern Ohio. Pittsburgh's right in the middle of this ice swath, along with Albany, Scranton, and then I mentioned all of Massachusetts for the most part. Boston, it looks like in New York City, maybe a light glaze of ice, but the worst of it definitely inland away from the coast. And here's our rules, guys. Quarter inch of ice, slick travel, icy glaze, but once you get up to a quarter inch to a half inch, that's where the tree limbs begin to break. That's when we start to see the power outages, and that's what we'll be monitoring through the rest of today, is just how many people lose power from this massive ice storm.
Hey, you know, Bill, I've been wondering, it seems like we've seen these significant winter storms in rapid succession the last couple of weeks here. Is that just coincidence, or is this sort of a pattern you expect will continue through the winter?
This is, if you look at climate-wise, when we get our biggest storms across our country, it is typically the end of January, the last week of January, and the first 2 weeks of February. It almost never fails. So it's almost like the peak of hurricane season. Yeah. That's like the peak of winter. Thankfully, there's no big storms right behind this one. We get to catch our breath a little bit as we go into next week. We just have to get through the next 2 days. Then we have a pretty quiet weekend.
All right, Bill Cairns, we appreciate it. Thank you.
And we are following breaking news right now. President Biden speaking this morning about the overnight air raid by U.S. Special Forces that took out the leader of ISIS.
Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
The strike killed 13 people. A senior White House official tells NBC News that the target exploded a bomb at the beginning of the operation, killing himself as well as members of his own family. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie, as well as NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, what more are you learning about the planning of this strike? Was it specifically an air raid, and what actually went down?
It was a raid, and that was a very important decision that White administration officials say they made early on. We are learning some new details about this operation. Morgan, I can walk you through some of them. This is something that administration officials say was in the works for months. They said in early December, officials determined that this was the leader of ISIS in this particular building. They reviewed options with the president in the Situation Room, so he could figure out what exactly he wanted to do, whether he wanted to do a strike from the air or do something on the ground. The president chose a raid for reasons being that there were a number of children in the building, that there were civilians in the building. They said they had a tabletop model of the building, in which they were figuring out through that it wouldn't collapse fully if the leader of ISIS decided to detonate a bomb, which he did. And you can see in those images that it only took out the 3rd floor where he and his family was. So the president, we're told, also gave the final order to do this operation on Tuesday morning in the Oval Office in a meeting with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and his defense secretary. And he talked about what this means for fighting terrorism going forward. Take a listen.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country.
We're told, Morgan, that from administration officials that the troops were on the ground for roughly 2 hours. The president monitored this in real time from the Situation Room. And a senior administration official says before he left the room after the operation was over, he said, "God bless our troops," and then was updated throughout the night, Morgan.
Courtney, I want to turn to you here because, this specific ISIS leader wasn't exactly a household name. So what more do we know about him and really any indication whether more strikes are planned in the future?
Don't know a whole lot that's really confirmed about him. He's been in charge of ISIS ever since the former leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, was killed in October of 2019. About a week later, ISIS sort of some leaders met, and they named him the successor. Baghdadi had actually already kind of selected him to be his successor if, in fact, he was killed in advance of that. But there still was a lot of back and forth among ISIS rank and file, and particularly about the people who are sort of the mid-level ISIS fighters, about whether he really should be leading that organization. Now, he's Iraqi by birth. He's believed to be in his mid-40s. He was actually taken into custody. He was a member of the Ba'athist Party under Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Then, of course, they were disbanded, that military. He became a part of al-Qaeda in early 2003-2004 timeframe. He was actually arrested and put in a U.S. military facility, detention facility, Camp Bucca in Iraq. That's where he met Baghdadi. At some point, it's not really clear, he was released from that prison facility, and then he changed his allegiance from al-Qaeda, swore to ISIS. He was a very important part of the battle for Mosul several years ago when the U.S. was supporting the Iraqi military in the fight with ISIS there. Ultimately, of course, the Iraqi military prevailed, but he then took over. The past 2 years, he's been a leader. This is a big win, counter-terror win for the United States. We also are learning a little bit more about another person who was another leader of ISIS who was there at the facility with him. We're trying to get some more specifics about who that was. But again, this is a big counterterrorism win for the United States military today.
All right, Courtney Kube from the Pentagon, Carol Lee from the White House. Thank you so much.
Russia is firing back after the announcement that the U.S. is sending thousands of troops into Eastern Europe. The Kremlin calling President Biden's decision, quote, destructive steps. Meanwhile, new satellite imagery revealing Russia is accelerating its own military presence on Ukraine's border. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Ukraine and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow for us today. Matt Bodner, to you first here. What more are you hearing from the Kremlin about how it's assessing this news about U.S. troops heading to Eastern Europe?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, no real surprises. They are assessing this in the worst possible way. Let's start with Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov today at his daily briefing, saying that these are obviously not steps aimed at de-escalation. On the contrary, these are steps that can really only be interpreted as escalation. And he also said that at this point, Russia is really well justified to take any steps it sees necessary for its own national security, to protect its own interests. And I have to say, those are some of the tamer comments we've seen today. I also want to flag one from the first deputy chairman of the State Duma's International Affairs Committee, saying that this basically is the United States and NATO coming out, declaring themselves as the aggressor here, trying to destabilize negotiations and push Russia to its worst possible response. Aaron?
Matt Bradley, I know you had a chance to travel to a crossing point in eastern Ukraine today. Talk to us a little bit about what you saw there and what the feeling is there.
Yeah, Aaron, we went to Stanitsia Luhanska, and it's really the only functional crossing point between here in sort of real greater Ukraine and this sort of breakaway statelet called the Luhansk People's Republic. And, it wasn't so long ago, only a year ago, that the Hungarian foreign minister called this one of the saddest places in Europe. And it really is quite sad. We saw a lot of people who have to leave this rebel-controlled, Russian-backed or Russian-led territory, pushing all of their belongings in a pushcar by hand across this long, almost mile-long tract of no man's land, around which you can see bombed-out houses and the detritus of a war that wasn't so long ago. Now, the reason we went there is because we wanted to see a taste of a place where war isn't imminent, that word we keep hearing. It's really past, present, and future. These people are living the Russian aggression that a lot of people just keep talking about. And we spoke with some of them. They're not expecting any help from the West, and they think that their troubles are going to keep going on and on. Guys?
Matt Bradley for us in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Moscow today. Thank you both.
President Biden is headed to New York City today, set to meet with Mayor Eric Adams to discuss the city's recent spike in crime. His visit comes just a day after another emotional funeral for a young NYPD officer killed in the line of duty. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez spoke with New York's new mayor ahead of his meeting with the president. Hey there, Gabe. What did he say?
Hey there, Morgan. Good morning. Today's trip marks President Biden's most high-profile effort to address an issue that the American public feels more needs to be done on. But the president is trying to walk a fine line in supporting law enforcement while also responding to calls for police reform.
New numbers this week show the nation's most populated city battling a brutal crime wave. The NYPD's latest data shows crime is up 38% overall in New York City this year, with shootings up 32%, transit crime up 70%, and car thefts jumping a staggering 93%. In January, 25 police officers were shot nationwide, 5 in New York City alone, including 2 fatally.
I love you, baby bro, and I will always miss you.
One of them, Officer Wilbert Mora, was laid to rest Wednesday. He was killed alongside his partner, Officer Jason Rivera, while responding to a domestic violence call.
An ocean of officers shouldn't have lined streets for the second time in 5 days to mourn the appalling loss of a 27-year-old son and brother.
Mayor Eric Adams, a former police captain, pledging to make public safety his top priority. He's putting a major focus on stopping the flow of illegal guns into the city.
We will not surrender our city to the violent few.
It's a goal, the mayor says, he shares with President Biden, who arrives in New York today, as just 24% of Americans say they're satisfied with the nation's policies to reduce or control crime. The Biden administration balancing the urgent need to address the growing violence with progressive calls for an overhaul of the nation's police departments.
Does defunding the police work?
No, it does not, and it's the wrong bumper sticker.
In an interview with NBC Nightly News, Mayor Adams says there's a way to do both. His administration is rolling out new steps to combat gun violence, including using facial recognition technology to identify suspects and deploying more cops on the streets.
I have too many police officers that are doing clerical duties. If you're inside, I need to know why you're inside. If you're not, I need you to put on that bulletproof vest and do the job that New York has hired you for, to protect us against violent people.
Still, a controversial topic here and across the country is the issue of bail reform. Critics, including many police unions, say it's allowing more criminals to remain on the streets. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
And we are on pace to hit another milestone in the pandemic today, 900,000 COVID-related deaths in the U.S. This comes as case numbers dip further nationwide. The 7-day average is down to roughly 407,000, the lowest since January 1st. New cases are also down in every state, as you see on the map here. And some of the strictest COVID policies in the world are about to end. New Zealand will begin reopening its borders by the end of this month, first to vaccinated citizens who are in Australia, and by October, any vaccinated person will be allowed in. We are digging into a lot of other COVID headlines for you at this hour. Let's begin with NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, I know you've been talking to medical experts about a potential an end to this pandemic. What are some of the benchmarks they're looking at? A lot of people are interested in this.
Yeah, Aaron, as you said, there's really hopeful news. Overall cases are going down. Overall COVID-19 related hospitalizations are also going down, prompting a lot of people to ask, when can we get rid of the masking? Now, the CDC defines, it says that you should still wear masks indoors if you have an average of 50 cases per 100,000 residents. Guess what, Aaron? That is still everywhere right now. A lot of the infectious diseases experts I've been speaking with are saying, let's not focus on an off-ramp from the pandemic and those mitigation measures just yet. They're really concerned that there might be more variants to come. Look at how quickly Omicron came in and took over, Aaron.
It's been roughly a week or so since that new COVID variant started popping up here in the U.S., that Omicron, the stealth Omicron, as we've been hearing it called. What have we learned about that particular variant?
Yeah, so it's called BA2. Some scientists are calling it a stealth variant only because it looks a little bit different in PCR testing. But make no mistake, it still can be found on our usual testing. Now, it's been found in more than 50 countries. So far, just makes up a fraction, just 1.5% of U.S. COVID-19 cases. Now, there's some early research that suggests it's more contagious, but, the CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, yesterday said during a White House briefing that there's no evidence yet it's more severe.
We have not seen any studies that suggest it's more severe, nor have we seen studies that suggest that it will evade our vaccines any more so than Omicron has already, and in fact that our vaccines will work just like it has with Omicron.
One of those countries that we're looking at is Denmark, where BA2 has quickly taken over. Should get some more answers from them in the coming weeks. Aaron?
All right, Erica Edwards with us today. Erica, thanks.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Maria Elizabeth Ramos now. Dr. Ramos, one of the major headlines this week is vaccinating children under 5. So as a family physician yourself, what's your reaction to Pfizer's request for emergency approval? And really, what are you telling your patients?
I'm so glad that we're going to have the vaccine available for kids under 5. We have 20 million children that are going to be available to have the vaccine if it is approved. And that means 20 million possible lives that I don't have to worry about in the ICU. So I'm very happy to hear of that.
I also do want to talk to you a little bit about masking because Denver, a major city, is dropping its mask mandate at midnight tonight. So what are your professional take on these mask mandates based on the current trends that we're seeing? I mean, could we expect more cities to follow suit soon?
Well, the hope is that we're going to have enough vaccinated people so we can have a reduced concentration of the vaccine, or excuse me, of the actual infection rate itself. And so right now the CDC is recommending that if we do not have a significantly low infection rate, that we should continue masking while indoors. Particularly in New Hampshire, where I am, we certainly need to continue with masks indoors until we have a higher rate of vaccination and reduced infection rate in this state.
Dr. Maria Elizabeth Ramos for us there. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross firing back against allegations of racial discrimination from former head coach Brian Flores. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Jesse, let's talk about Mr. Ross. How's he responding to the allegations?
Yeah, Aaron, so specifically the Dolphins are alleged, according to this lawsuit, the owner specifically is said to have offered Coach Flores $100,000 a game to lose a couple seasons ago to improve the team's draft picks. The lawsuit also claims that the owner asked Flores to participate in a way of recruiting a quarterback that would have gone against league rules. The Dolphins owner, Stephen Ross, pushing back vehemently against this. He issued a statement reading in part, "I take great personal exception to these malicious attacks, and the truth must be known. His allegations are false, malicious, and defamatory. We understand there are media reports stating that the NFL intends to investigate his claims, and we will cooperate fully." And now the Wall Street Journal reporting, Aaron, that the NFL will be specifically investigating the allegation that Stephen Ross was offering $100,000 per loss. We have reached out to the NFL, but have not heard back yet, Aaron, on those details.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us today. Jesse, thank you.
One city in California will soon enact one of the strictest gun control laws in the entire country.
Coming up, what the new law will require gun owners to do and the legal battle that could soon follow.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
San Jose, California will soon become the first city in the country to require gun owners to have insurance. It would cover negligence and accidental shootings.
Now, this new law will also require a $25 registration fee, and all of this is aimed at reducing gun violence, suicide, domestic abuse, and really other gun-related risks. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is in San Jose for us. Jake, look, not everyone is on board with this new measure, so what are those people saying?
Well, Morgan, those people say that although one might draw the comparison to, let's say, auto insurance, which we associate with having a car in this country, driving a car in this country is not a constitutional right. Here in San Jose, they are going to basically connect gun ownership to liability insurance, and opponents here are saying that you cannot put a special fee on a constitutional right. But San Jose says it, as a city like so many cities across the nation, cannot afford the ongoing costs of firearm violence. In May of 2021, a city worker killed 10 people here in San Jose with 3 handguns legally purchased.
The shooter targeting his co-workers.
This is a very dark moment for our city.
And Mayor Sam Liccardo says that is only the most visible form of gun violence in his city.
We had, in a 13-day period after that horrific shooting at the rail yard, we had 8 gun-involved deaths or serious injuries. This is what it is to be in America right now.
Every single shooting costs cities like San Jose money. According to one independent study, as much as $35 million a year in San Jose in emergency, medical, and court costs. So San Jose is now going to require roughly 55,000 gun owners to carry firearm liability insurance and pay an annual $25 fee to support violence reduction and mental health programs.
Not going to affect the criminals at all because they're going to keep doing what they're doing.
This is for a constitutional right, and we don't do this with other constitutional rights.
That is the argument made in a lawsuit against San Jose by the National Association for Gun Rights.
It's the same as you being required to pay a fee and get insurance just to air this show.
Are you concerned that this could somehow become a national standard?
If our lawsuit doesn't overturn this, it's possible that other cities and states will seek legislation like this in an effort to curtail its citizens practicing their Second Amendment rights. And of course, we want to stop this right now.
Mayor Liccardo says San Jose respects the Second Amendment, but cannot bear its cost.
The Second Amendment protects all of our rights to own a gun and possess a gun, but it doesn't require our taxpayers to subsidize that right.
All right, Jake Ward in San Jose, California for us there. Jake, thank you. Meanwhile, former Vice President Mike Pence's official documents may soon be in the hands of the January 6th committee.
Still ahead, what this means for the investigation and whether Pence could be called in for questioning.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Breaking news right now, the FBI has identified 6 people of interest in the investigation of bomb threats at historically black colleges and universities. Now, all of them are under 18, and a law enforcement official says they really use sophisticated technology to disguise themselves. More than a dozen colleges and universities received threats all on the first day of Black History Month. Police in Texas say they've arrested 2 men who ran a multi-million-dollar gift card scam. Get this, they're both accused of targeting elderly people and getting them to purchase thousands of gift cards as payment for fake bills. Investigators say the scammers would immediately then redeem the gift cards and transfer the funds to China. Police believe this is all part of a money laundering ring that took more than $3 million from its victims. NASA preparing for the eventual retirement of the International Space Station. The station was launched into Earth's low orbit back in 1998 and will now return to Earth in 2031 by intentionally crashing into the Pacific Ocean. Now, NASA says it will aim that station toward a remote stretch of water that's just east of New Zealand called Point Nemo. And that's been used for many space retirements in the past, earning the nickname Spacecraft Cemetery.
The January 6th committee is about to get documents not only from former President Donald Trump, but from Vice President Mike Pence as well. But the National Archives says the former president is trying to stop the transfer, claiming they are privileged documents. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is tracking this story for us today. Ali, do we know what the committee is looking for from the former vice president's records?
Yeah, Aaron, it's a lot of what you might expect. Any conversations or memos or potential talking points that the vice president had at the time that may give insight into what the White House was trying to do on January 6th, but also in the days and weeks before that tragic day here in the Capitol. We also know, though, that these documents are only part of the picture. The former vice president has had several of his former staff members go before the committee just in the last 2 weeks alone, his former chief of staff and another top aides speaking with the committee for their depositions. So it's clear that they're trying to get a sense of what the vice president was doing at the time. In the case of one of those people, the former chief of staff, Mark Short, he was with Pence at the Capitol on January 6th, the day that Pence was evacuated from the House chamber here. A lot of questions about what those hours were like and if and how they were communicating with the White House and the president at the time.
And Ali, we know that Jeffrey Clark, the former Trump Justice Department official, met with the committee on Wednesday as well. Any readout from that meeting?
Yeah, a long-awaited deposition there, Aaron. You'll remember in November, December of last year, Clark didn't look like he was going to be cooperating with the committee. The January 6th committee actually voted to hold him in contempt, but they decided to hold back that referral from the full House floor when Clark seemed to come back to the table and say that he would go before the committee, even if he was going to plead the Fifth, his right to not self-incriminate while answering their questions. It took a few weeks from that point, but finally yesterday we saw Clark go before the committee behind closed doors for about 2 hours. No comment there from his attorney on what was discussed, but we know that he was one of those officials in the Department of Justice that was wanting to push false claims of election fraud after the 2020 election. He's also one of those DOJ officials who was reportedly in touch with Trump around the idea of the big lie and pursuing false election fraud ideas. So clearly someone the committee really wants to talk to, again, to get an idea of not just what the White House was trying to do from a strategy perspective in overturning the election, but also what the former president was saying and what role he might have played.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Thank you, Ali.
Thanks.
New Mexico Senator Ben Ray Lujan is in his home state today recovering from a stroke, and he's expected to be out of commission for 4 to 6 weeks. His absence from Washington is now creating a major hurdle for Democrats' plans, since they now lack the 50 votes needed for really any party line votes in the evenly split Senate. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now. Mark, first and most importantly, what is the latest on the senator's condition?
The latest is he is expected to make a full recovery, but as you ended up mentioning, he's going to be out of work for the next 4 to 6 weeks. And so that means all the way through the month of March. And Morgan, it's important to note that this isn't the first time this has happened, and it's a very serious situation for some strokes. We saw in the early 2000s, Tim Johnson, the senator from South Dakota, suffer a stroke. We also ended up seeing Mark Kirk, the Republican senator from Illinois, about a decade ago, also suffer a stroke. both debilitated them, kept them out of work for a while, but they also both did end up returning to work.
And I also, Mark, I mean, the Democrats, they are planning a pretty aggressive agenda ahead of these midterms. We're just now, a few months away. Where does that stand now, given the senator's absence?
Yeah, Morgan, politically, this really does rob Democrats of having a functioning majority in the United States Senate. It is a 50-50 Senate right now, with Vice President Kamala Harris breaking ties. And so we've seen Democrats being able to push partisan agenda items, whether it was their recovery package or some judicial nomination through just Democrat-only votes. They can't do that now with this absence. And so that either means not being able to pursue any of this or looking for bipartisan measures. And Morgan, as we start talking about that Supreme Court vacancy that's going to be coming up, that probably might change the calculation on which kind of a nominee do we put forward if we're the White House. Do we one that can actually win a couple of Republican votes, or do we don't care about that? And certainly, at least for the next month or so, it's going to be where Democrats, if they don't have Republican backing, they're not going to get a whole lot done.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you. Today marks 60 years since the United States launched a trade embargo against Cuba. The policy started with President John F. Kennedy back in 1962, targeting the island nation's communist government. Now, decades later, the regime remains in place despite those economic sanctions. But now, the Cuban government is asking the U.S. to lift the embargo once and for all. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin is now in Havana and joins us. Ed, I have to ask you, what exactly is different from what the Cuban government is calling for here? Because just to add some context for our viewers, the Cuban government has always been asking for this embargo to be lifted, and often they've publicly conflated the impact of its own policies on the Cuban people with the impact of the embargo. So what is different now?
Nothing's different. It's the same long-standing call. End what the Cuban government characterizes as a blockade, a 60-year regime of unilateral sanctions against the country, which are actually the longest sanctions in modern history between two states. The Cuban government released a statement today. As you say, there's no real new news there. They're denouncing what they call as economic warfare, which they blame for playing a major role in holding back what they call the economic development of the island over the last 60 years.
Ed, I mean, there has been so much debate around this embargo, often falling along political and even generational lines. Within many Cuban families, there's disagreement about its effectiveness. So, as someone who's living there on the ground every day, can you just give us a sense of the day-to-day impact of this embargo on the Cuban people?
Sure, and you're absolutely right that the embargo is un tema caliente, a hot theme that's debated in Florida and New Jersey, of course, but also here in Cuba. Overwhelmingly, older generations are against. Sociologically, you can see that younger people are more divided. Some are in favor, some are against, some even deny its very existence. I've been living here for 10 years, and I can tell you that it plays an overwhelming role in shaping Cuban reality. Even if you come as a tourist, the 1950s Cadillacs that are still miraculously rumbling along, that's because of the sanctions, and they've never been more intense. The Trump administration whacked 240 new sanctions on Cuba, and that, coupled with COVID, created what is, quite frankly, a surreal reality here now. We see hundreds of people outside shops waiting to buy chicken, many, getting there the night before to mark in line. I spoke to somebody 2 days ago who hasn't managed to get antibiotics for over a year. That's a common thing now. And frankly, 4 years ago, before the Trump sanctions and before the pandemic, which completely shuttered tourism, the scarcities were nowhere near as great as they are now. So there's no debate that in terms of the humanitarian impact and the economic impact on the island, the effects are huge. But many Cubans don't think that that exonerates the government for their own shortcomings.
And that's the part I do want to make sure that we are giving our viewers that other side of the picture, because, the Cuban government makes its own decisions about what the Cuban people can and cannot have. And so they will often cast aspersions on the embargo and blame the embargo for the dire situation you just mentioned, when the truth is there is a wide element of discretion in what the Cuban government can do. I remember so clearly, when I was studying back in Cuba, I mean, we're talking like 2007, And of course, at the time when people can't use internet, can't go into hotels, et cetera. And then suddenly when I went back as a journalist to cover when Fidel died, the internet was perfect. The internet was available. The internet infrastructure was always there, but not always made available to Cuban people. So, what do you think the latest is from the Biden administration on U.S. policy with Cuba? Because, there was such a change during the Obama administration in terms of normalizing relations. Is there any indication that we could get back to that place?
Well, you're absolutely right that the Cuban government makes its own decisions and it is, of course, responsible for example, the many people jailed after last July's protests. But here in Cuba, you have an exceptional situation. It's making those decisions in the context of economic warfare, in the context of a policy which the state sanctioning it celebrates and says is intended to reduce foreign revenue for the government. There can be no serious debate about that, I think. And if we could just go back a few years ago to the Trump sanctions, they called those their maximum pressure strategy. And you've got very clear language there that evokes the early language we saw around the embargo. Back in the 1960s, one State Department planner, when they were conceiving the embargo, said that the aim should be to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. That logic, creating a humanitarian crisis here in Cuba in order to overthrow the government, remains intact. In terms of the Biden administration, they campaigned to ease the embargo. They campaigned to reinstall remittances and increase the amount of flights. They say that after July's protests, the circumstances change. And so we're in a paradoxical situation here in Cuba, where the Biden administration says that its foreign policy generally is informed by human rights. They say that their foreign policy towards Cuba is informed by supporting the Cuban people. But they've inherited and left in place a regime of sanctions which is damaging the humanitarian situation of millions of Cubans. And if you speak to analysts, there's one word they say to explain that: Florida.
Ed, my executive producer is going to be very upset with me if I don't end this segment, but I have to ask you one very quick question based on what you just said. When we were describing the differences between the Obama administration and the Trump administration in terms of policy and the impact of what we are seeing for Cubanos, Cuban people are on la isla right now. Did you notice a difference when we had normalized relations under Obama and people were traveling and internet was more ubiquitous in the power and the access that Cuban people had? Did you notice a difference between these two administrations?
Between Obama and Trump?
Between Obama and Trump and the impact of Cuban people during each of those administrations.
Oh, hugely. I mean, the Obama administration, people joke here, if Obama stood for president in Cuba, he'd be elected tomorrow. Obama is hugely popular amongst Cubans, and it's very hard to meet somebody who doesn't like him here. And the reasons for that are simple, that he loosened the embargo. He's the only American president to have successfully, as long as it lasted, done that. And so his policy was very, very popular here. The internet that you talked about, that is a legacy of Obama. The Obama administration pressured the Cuban government to expand internet access. So you were talking about how you came here once and then later. That wider internet that you experienced, and still continues today, although by world standards isn't as free as it might be, is a result of that. Under Trump, Cubans' lives have got a whole lot more difficult.
Ed Augustin, I have to let you go because the truth is we could have a family debate on this television for another hour. So thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for your reporting. Muchísimas gracias.
Several states say that they are now flush with cash and reporting record budget surpluses. One of the reasons, an influx of federal money to deal with COVID. Now state leaders are trying to figure out what to do with that money, to return it to taxpayers or to sock it away. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following this story for us. She's joining us now from San Francisco. Yasmin, first, what's behind the surpluses we're seeing?
Aaron, millions of Americans could soon be seeing massive tax cuts, and it's all because states have too much money. Let me explain. Record tax revenue is part of it, but this all comes down to the enormous COVID relief funded by Congress. Over $500 billion went to state and local governments on that front in just the last 2 years. That's not even including investment in education and infrastructure. Now, a growing contingent of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want to give consumers a break and return that money to the taxpayers. So what does this all mean? Taxes on income, sales, gas, groceries, and more could all be slashed and significantly. Aaron, different states have different approaches. That extra money could take the form of tax credit or a stimulus check, or you just might find more cash in your bank account as income and sales taxes are reduced. More money on your paycheck and less spent at the store.
So, Yasmin, you just sort of went through some of what may be done with the money. How much money are we really talking about here?
Well, some examples. In Connecticut, the state is projecting a budget surplus of nearly $1.5 billion. A series of tax cuts there proposed just this week could provide more than $300 million of relief to residents. In Maryland, that number is closer to $5 billion. Governor Larry Hogan wants to eliminate income taxes for the retirees in that state. And here in California, Aaron, the governor's office tells me the projected surplus is around $46 billion. I told you guys last week that investments in climate change and zero-emission vehicles are coming. Californians might also be getting another stimulus check in their mailbox, all thanks to that extra cash.
All right, people will be looking forward to that for sure. I know CNBC's Yasmin Korn with us today. Thank you, Yasmin.
Record inflation and a supply chain crisis taking a massive toll on everyday Americans.
Up next, how people who are desperate for help, just trying to make ends meet, are hitting repeated roadblocks.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
After more than a year of adding jobs, private companies unexpectedly cut more than 300,000 in January. That's according to new numbers out from a payroll company, ADP. The Omicron variant has thrown the labor market into some pretty serious turmoil. Add in the highest inflation in decades and lingering supply chain issues, and needless to say, it's taking a pretty serious toll on some of the most vulnerable Americans. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Pennsylvania. Dasha, what have you been seeing?
Yeah, Morgan, I'm in Luzerne County, which has been hit hard by inflation, by supply chain issues, and coverage over the last few months has focused on things like auto parts, on rising gas prices. But inside the story of numbers and statistics is a story that looks at a serious human toll in this economy. And right now, the room I'm standing in, this was supposed to be a place that was transforming lives of the homeless in this community. Instead, as you can see, it is nowhere near finished, even as the need grows. Watch.
This homeless shelter was supposed to open its doors last month. The problem is it still doesn't have front doors to open.
We ordered this door about 4 months ago.
But it's still not up.
That's correct. Finally, the door gets here 4 months, and we don't have it up because we don't even have the hardware for it now.
And I assume the door cost more than you expected too.
Oh yes, the door actually went up about $3,000 to $4,000 more.
$3,000 to $4,000 more?
Yes.
Justin Behrens is the director of Keystone Mission here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a nonprofit focused on helping the homeless. They've been trying to build this transformational living shelter for months. More than a temporary one-night stop, this project is a 15-year dream in the making.
The room specifically they're in right now is going to be a location where the homeless can come into, be able to watch TV, get downtime, and relax.
The baseboard and the window trim.
And then the doorknobs.
And the doorknobs.
But the nation's ongoing supply chain crisis putting that dream almost out of reach. Inflation last month up 7% from the year before, a 40-year high. But certain goods even worse. The price of lumber has been volatile, down in the last few weeks, but still more than double pre-pandemic levels. Any sort of building or construction becomes painful.
We started this project about 8 months ago. We were hoping to get this done in 4 months, 5 months. It almost doubled my budget of what I was looking at in this project.
8 months is a long time to wait for a community in need. Keystone Mission says it's seen a 20% rise in demand for its services in the last year, thanks in part to rising prices. Jerry Costello used to be homeless and now volunteers for Keystone Mission.
I'm struggling. I only collected disability. And it's hard for me to get to the stores. I don't got no car. And I see these people out here and they're struggling, these homeless are struggling really bad.
This is going downstairs to the kitchen.
Justin had hoped to have this place ready before the frigid winter months. Now the heat is on his team as the cold weather blasts the region. But the challenges are unprecedented, according to contractor George Durr.
Have you ever run into the kinds of obstacles you're running into right now?
Never. Never. It's never been this bad. We're not talking just 1%. We're talking 10, 15%.
Until these issues get resolved, those most in need will have to go without.
How difficult is it to look around here?
It hurts. I don't even have drywall up on the walls. I don't even have the floor done. I don't have, the door to the exit. I don't have the kitchen in here. The ones that don't have anything, they're suffering the most.
And Morgan, all of this has also impacted donations. Justin tells me that normally donations would be rolling in for a project like this. Local companies would be donating supplies, charities and individuals would be giving donations, but companies can't even stock their own shelves right now, let alone donate, and individuals are getting squeezed, so they have less left to give, and you're just seeing this effect trickle down to the most vulnerable, Morgan.
Yeah, not a good cycle at all. NBC's Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, thank you.
Well, we are beginning to see the effects of the Omicron variant in the restaurant industry, too. This week, restaurant reservations dropped an average of 23% nationwide. That's according to new numbers from Open Table. Business owners are now calling on Congress to do more to help keep their restaurants open. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett.
5 minutes or 10 minutes?
When Diana Davila opened Mito Kaya, she had a vision for her restaurant.
We prize so much that feels like the flavors of our home that really, in large part, that the women have made. So really kind of showcasing those flavors in a very sort of mi casa es tu casa sort of a way.
3 years into the business, though, she was met with the pandemic, trying to stay afloat ever since, now coming up on the 5th anniversary.
We went from 25 employees to, at the end, it was 4 employees. I would love nothing more to have a place that's not just a flavor of the Mons, but hopefully be a staple in Chicago.
How could that hope become a reality? More money allocated towards the Restaurant Relief Fund, she says.
We have done everything the right way when you want that sort of American dream. It would be such a shame to lose, I don't want to say my business, I feel like our business of Mito Kaya, to see her go away because our government couldn't put something together.
2 years into the pandemic, restaurants still face a constant struggle due to the Omicron surge, the labor shortage, and cost increases, experts say.
Just last week, we had a series of calls with our community, and they're pretty much at breaking point. Right now, we need help from Congress. We need federal relief and state relief.
In 2021, lawmakers allocated $28.6 billion towards the Restaurant Revitalization Fund for struggling bars and restaurants. According to the Small Business Administration, more than 300,000 restaurants applied. About a third of those applicants received relief funding. This limited relief came after the first round of the Paycheck Protection Program in 2020, which allowed some big chains like Shake Shack and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse to benefit from the funds, even though the program was intended for small businesses. Shake Shack ultimately returned the $10 million it received after criticism. The selection process is unclear, but these rounds of funding left many smaller restaurants, like Mitokaya, without aid money to keep going.
To go, right? Yes.
Just 4 miles south in downtown Chicago, Gene and Giorgetti was one restaurant that did receive some aid.
So the original Gene and Giorgetti is actually right here.
But despite its 80-year history in the city, they're still uncertain about their future, urging Congress for more relief.
I think it is one of the biggest priorities that they should be looking at right now.
In January, the National Restaurant Association called on Congress to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, noting a survey of operators found 88% of restaurants saw indoor dining demand wane because of the Omicron variant. And 50% of restaurants who didn't receive the first round of funding of the grant feel it's unlikely they'll stay in business without bailout money. But there's been hesitation from Washington, D.C., the White House telling NBC News in part, "We are continuing to closely track the impacts of Omicron and will address if additional targeted relief is needed. But we are not in the same place we were last year."
Did I worry about not turning 80? Every day. Every single day. I still worry every day. You know, I'm third generation. Keeping this restaurant going it's a big responsibility.
Now, for the reality of whether or not Congress will pull something together for this, considering the White House doesn't see this as a priority, the negotiations are at a stalemate right now. But the National Restaurant Association is asking for $48 billion to be added to this second round of relief if it does happen. They say that this would account for the 170,000 restaurants whose applications are still pending. They never received any money in extra bailout funding. And they say that this would help save 1.6 million jobs. That's a huge impact on a lot of American people and workers in this industry. And Congress is up on a deadline. They have to get their government spending bill together. The industry hoping that this relief plays into that bill, but that deadline is coming up quick on February 18th.
It is a major breakthrough in the battle against cancer.
After the break, the new treatment that has left some leukemia patients cancer-free for more than a decade.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There is new hope today for those fighting leukemia.
A new study reveals 2 leukemia patients remained in remission for more than a decade after being infused with immune cells that were modified in a lab. Now there's some researchers who think this approach could be a possible cure. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now with more on this. Dr. Azar, walk us through the new treatments involving T cells here.
Absolutely. This is really revolutionary and really, really exciting news. You know, what differs when we talk about these treatments called immunotherapy, in particular this CAR T cell therapy, as opposed to chemo, which is essentially a carpet bombing of your entire system, including cancer cells. This is essentially harnessing the ability of your own immune system to seek out, attack, and kill cancer cells. Essentially, they take out of someone's body cells that are called T cells, normal part of the immune system. They genetically modify them. They reintroduce the T cells into you. And those T cells essentially go out and try to find every cancer cell they can. They attach to the cancer cell. They destroy the cancer cell. And what makes it even more exciting, Aaron, is that they had evidence that these T cells, they then hang around, essentially scouting and surveilling for cancer cells should they pop up again. According to this report, after 10 years, both patients were cancer-free, essentially cured, which, you know, oncologists and rheumatologists alike are hesitant to use that word lightly.
And doctor, I mean, do patients have to be in remission already in order for this treatment to really work?
Not at all. No, no, no. These were patients who had active disease who were treated with this. These were patients who potentially failed, first-line conventional treatment. One of the patients they highlighted was on track to get a bone marrow transplant, which, as we all know, can be associated with a significant amount of complications. But he agreed to enroll in this clinical trial, which at the time, you know, we weren't sure what the outcomes would be, but clearly he fared incredibly well.
And Dr. Azar, is this a method that can be used for treating other cancers, do you think?
Absolutely. You know, the whole field of immunotherapy really revolutionized oncology even a number of years ago. So there's different kinds of immunotherapy for different types of cancer. I do have to say they are not without potential side effects, but certainly not the traditional ones that we associate with chemotherapy. And it's really changed the landscape for several different types of cancers, Morgan and Aaron.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar for us there. Dr. Azar, thanks so much.
You bet.
And your news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Attack on ISIS. The U.S. launching a daring overnight raid in Syria. What went down that left the leader of the terror group dead?
On the move, thousands of U.S. troops heading to Europe while tensions increase at the Russia-Ukrainian border. What that could mean for potential diplomatic resolution.
Also breaking right now, winter wallop, a monster storm bringing snow, ice, and freezing rain to tens of millions of people. The latest track and how long this nasty weather will last.
And let the games begin. Opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics set to get underway in just a matter of hours. We'll tell you about the high stakes for athletes as COVID threatens to derail their goals of taking home the gold. Hey there, everyone. So glad you could be with us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with that breaking news. The leader of ISIS is dead, killed in an overnight raid by American forces.
That's right. President Biden made the official announcement just a short time ago. The strike targeted a building in the northwest part of Syria. 13 people were killed in all, and the president says the target detonated a bomb that killed himself as well as members of his own family.
NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez has been tracking this story. He joins us now. Raf, we heard from the president this morning about this. Walk us through what we now know about this operation.
Yeah, Aaron, as the hours go by, we're getting a clearer and clearer picture of this raid in northwest Syria last night. Here's what we know so far. American special forces landing under the cover of darkness by helicopter, and they surrounded this three-story building where al-Qureshi, the leader of ISIS, was holed up with family members, with some of his lieutenants. Now, the U.S. military, through a translator, called out in Arabic to people in that building saying, come out, it's not safe. It's not clear exactly how many people did leave the building, but we know that there were women and children still inside when al-Qureshi on the third floor, according to U.S. officials, blew himself up with a suicide vest. Now, local responders on the ground say 6 children, 4 women were found in the rubble of this building. The U.S. is saying those civilians were killed by this explosion when al-Qurayshi triggered that suicide vest. President Biden saying this is proof that the U.S. military is able to track down, hunt down, and kill terrorists wherever they're hiding. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say at the White House a little earlier.
This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
Now, Aaron, no U.S. troops were harmed in this operation. Things didn't go entirely smoothly, though. One U.S. helicopter suffering some technical issues. It was forced to the ground there in northwest Syria. And then the U.S. military actually destroyed that helicopter to make sure that no sensitive technology equipment fell into the hands of the enemy. Now, the raid is over, but the intelligence exploitation of documents, of files they would have found in that house in northwest Syria will only just be getting underway. The U.S. trying to figure out what more can be learned about ISIS's further operations. Aaron?
Well, Raf, help us learn a little bit more here. Al-Qurayshi is not a name that a lot of Americans would know, I would imagine. What can you tell us about who he was and how long he'd been in charge of ISIS?
Yeah, not a household name, nowhere near as well known as Osama bin Laden, not even as well known as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the man he replaced as the leader of ISIS. Here's what we do know about him. He was 45 years old. He was an Iraqi citizen, and he fought with al-Qaeda in Iraq against U.S. forces after the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. Now, al-Qaeda in Iraq, Aaron, morphed into ISIS, and Qurayshi rose through the ranks of ISIS. He became a senior leader. President Biden said he was one of the driving forces behind the genocide of the Yazidi people. This is a minority in northern Iraq back in 2014. He became the overall leader of ISIS after the U.S. killed Baghdadi in 2019. And by the time he took over, ISIS was really a shadow of what it had been before. Aaron, remember, back in 2014, ISIS controlled an area the size of Great Britain. It had tens of thousands of fighters at its command. None of that is the case now. But one of al-Qurayshi's real missions was try to rebuild its strength. And the U.S. will hope that having killed him, that will set that rebuilding effort back somewhat. Aaron?
All right, Raf Sanchez for us in London. Raf, thanks.
Meanwhile, a major development in the escalating crisis over Ukraine. The Kremlin now accusing the United States of really igniting tensions by deploying an additional 3,000 troops to Eastern Europe. Most of those forces are coming from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 300 troops in the 18th Airborne Corps are set to head to Germany, and about 1,700 from the 82nd Airborne Division are preparing to head to Poland. That, of course, is in addition to the 1,000 who are already in Europe making their way over to Romania. Russia, for its part, is ramping up its forces along the Ukrainian border. More troops are moving into Belarus, and in fact, NATO officials are calling it the biggest Russian deployment there in 30 years. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev, Ukraine, and NBC News correspondent Cal Perry at Fort Bragg. Aaron, let's first talk about the reaction there on the ground in Kiev to these additional U.S. forces. What are you hearing there?
Well, there's no reaction from Ukrainian officials so far. Remember, the forces are largely going to other Eastern European countries. But we have, of course, heard from the Kremlin, who calling out the United States once again, and the spokesperson this morning saying any measures taken by Russia to ensure its own security and its own interests are also absolutely understandable, saying that this troop deployment is an overreaction. We heard from the Ukrainian defense minister earlier today saying that Russia continues with those troop deployments, continues moving troops around the Ukrainian border, though also noting that there were no strike formations, which would indicate that an attack was imminent, saying that at this point, the threat of elevating is low. That being said, that could change very quickly. Just yesterday, we were to the north of Ukraine on its border with Belarus, which is a new area of concern to authorities here because there's a massive Russian troop presence inside of Belarus, up to 30,000 troops expected there, according to U.S. officials. And there's very little Ukrainian military presence to the north of the country. Most of the Ukrainian military presence is trained on the east. So experts that I've been talking to say that that area is vulnerable. We were at the border crossing yesterday, and we were speaking to truck drivers. I spoke to one Russian truck driver who said he's concerned about war. Take a listen.
I think this is pointless. We don't need this. We're just friends, and we have to remain friends. That's it. Otherwise, a lot of young people will just die.
Are you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid? Russian people aren't afraid of anything.
And the views of that Russian truck driver, as well as other Russians, are important in all of this because experts say that that is definitely a factor in the Kremlin's calculus in terms of what to do next.
I want to turn to Cal Perry now, if we can. He's there in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Cal, how are the troops there preparing for this deployment?
Well, they're physically preparing. They are on the move. I want to share with you some new video. This comes courtesy of my colleague, Carrie Sanders, who's just come off the base here in Fort Bragg. And what you're going to see are soldiers, sailors moving around. These are service members who are on the move. Now, some of them are going to be headed to Poland. I want to make it clear, this is a massive base. This is the largest base in the country based on population, and there are always these movements. It is why these units were not really surprised when they were called. You talked earlier about the 18th Airborne Corps. They absorbed the 82nd Airborne. 300 service members will be headed to Germany, but the 82nd Airborne is going to comprise most of that force that's moving to Europe. 1,700 personnel moving out, really imminently happening now. We won't know until they're in place once they're there. That is partly for operational security reasons. And again, even though it's only 1,700 troops, Morgan, imagine these C-130s can carry 60 to maybe 100 troopers per airplane. So it's going to take 200, 250 aircraft to get these forces over to Poland. That is a fairly large movement, even though it is something that folks here are used to. The 82nd Airborne in particular prides itself on being ready within 18 hours. There were elements of the 82nd Airborne that were dispatched to Afghanistan recently to help with the evacuation there. So these are forces that are virtually on a high state of alert the entire time. We've also been hearing from former commanders. I want you to listen to a former commander of the 82nd Airborne and why he believes this was the right unit to send.
I think the people of America should be confident that if 18th Airborne Corps headquarters is a choice to lead a task force, they're well manned, they're well trained, they're well equipped, and they're well experienced in those things.
And worth reminding, as the Pentagon has been reminding us, these troops, again, headed for Germany and Poland. This is a unilateral action to help reinforce America's European allies. Morgan?
All right, Cal Perry there at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Aaron McLaughlin in Ukraine, thank you both.
We are also following some breaking news. That monster winter storm bearing down on a third of the country right now. 100 million people under winter weather alerts across 19 states. You can see it on the radar here. That storm stretching more than 2,000 miles from Texas to New England. Right now, ice is the biggest worry. Power lines are frozen over. Thousands of people are without power in Texas right now. The weather is also making travel dangerous. Several 18-wheelers are jackknifed in Illinois. And thousands of flights have been canceled all over the country. Meteorologist Bill Cairns will have the latest track for us in just a moment here. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. He is in North Dallas right now, or north of Dallas, I should say, in Plano, Texas, where it is snowing, bitterly cold there as well, as the cleanup effort is going to be a hard one. Morgan, what are work crews facing in Texas right now?
Yeah, pretty treacherous conditions, Aaron. We had hours upon hours of freezing rain, ice pellets, kind of a sleet fall overnight. And as you can see, this is now transitioned to snow. That's actually a good thing, because one of the things that makes it so incredibly dangerous is the accumulation of that ice on area roadways. We've already seen numerous reports across multiple parts of Texas of people having travel issues, truck drivers either forced off the roads and first responders having to go out and help people who thought they would be okay trying to drive on these roads. But aside from the travel conditions here, Aaron, the biggest concern overall is what you see behind me. These power generators that are all across the state that were really tested unlike ever before last year and failed in large portions across much of Texas, leaving millions in the dark, in the cold for days on end. And going into this winter storm, there was a concern, how are the power generators going to hold up? Texas Governor Greg Abbott said that at least 99% had been inspected, were functional, and said that in preparation for this winter storm, that additional power reserves were brought online just in case demand needed it. We don't anticipate demand to reach its peak until Friday morning. That's because we're really entering this 24 to 36 hour period where a vast portion of Texas will remain in sub-freezing temperatures. But as for right now, there is enough power supply to meet the demand. That's very good news. Aaron?
Indeed it is. Morgan Chesky for us in a bizarrely snowy Plano, Texas today. Thanks, Morgan.
And for more, let's go ahead and bring in our NBC News meteorologist, Bill Cairns. Bill, what can we expect to see from the storm just within the next 24 hours?
Thousands of people losing power, and you could see where Morgan was. They already had the ice. And so they already have the weight on the branches, and now you're getting some snow on top of that, some additional weight, and then the breeze picks up, and that's where we start to have power outages occurring, not just in Texas, but we're really seeing a lot of power outages near the Memphis area. I mean, it's just jumping by thousands, pretty much by the minute now. We're well over 100,000 people now without power in Tennessee alone, mostly near Memphis. So the ice storm is right along the front. Behind it, where it's colder, where Morgan was in Texas, we've gone over from sleet to freezing rain and then the snow. That's kind of the progression for a lot of people with this storm. And the area of concern, 2,200 miles from West Texas all the way to northern Maine. An incredible area of precipitation. Now, as far as the ice goes, we're just about done in Texas. We still could add another 1/10 of an inch in Memphis, but the damage is already done. And then from here on out, the ice is really going to start to accumulate in northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, right through Pennsylvania, tonight and tomorrow morning in areas from Albany through the Hudson Valley and through western Massachusetts. That's where we could have some isolated power outages. So city by city, it's ending in the Dallas area, about 1 to 2 inches total of snow and sleet. You're just about done, but it's going to get frigid, so the roads aren't going to get much better unless they're treated. In the Memphis area, a crippling ice storm is underway. Freezing rain and sleet through late tonight. You're right in the middle of the worst of this. St. Louis, you're just about done. It's time for snow cleanup, but it is cold. Wind chills will be down to 0 by midnight, 15 to 20 degrees. You ended up with about 3 to 6 inches of snow, and we'll continue with heavy snow at times in Cleveland. Storm total about 8 to 12 inches, and it'll be ending tomorrow morning. So after the storm is gone, our concerns will focus on Texas and after what happened last year, how they will handle these frigid temperatures and hopefully not too many power outages. Tomorrow morning, temperatures will be single digits in Abilene, Dallas at 19, even Houston down to 28 degrees. So the energy demand will be very high, even into Saturday throughout much of Texas. So we'll see if they made some improvements. You know, last year's storm was more extreme than this one with the ice and the snow. We'll see if they can, hopefully the improvements worked and people can have heat because they'll need it.
All right. NBC's Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you.
President Biden in New York City today. He's set to lay out his plan to address the rise in violent crime in America, but he's also facing growing calls to do more on police reform and accountability. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Lower Manhattan. Mike, walk us through this. How does the president plan to address concerns on both these issues of addressing crime and dealing with police accountability?
Well, Aaron, the core elements of the president's comprehensive plan to deal with especially violent crime fall under three broad categories. First is actually increasing funding for law enforcement. You're going to hear the president talk about how hundreds of millions of dollars from the COVID relief law last year went to states and local governments to help them retain and hire more police officers. The second is sort of trying to get at the root causes of crime, especially providing more after-school opportunities, employment, also programs for formerly incarcerated individuals to keep them out of crime. And then third heard a heavy emphasis today expected on dealing with the flow of illegal weapons, especially what are called ghost guns. These are largely untraceable, created by kits that involve 3D parts. The Justice Department going to be announcing a ghost gun task force today to try to help cities that are on the front lines of dealing with this, especially in New York now with a new mayor who's, like Biden, tried to distance himself from the defund the police movement that has been part of the Democratic base for so long.
And Mike, you know, the GOP has really hammered the president on this rise in violent crime that we're seeing in his first year. Do Republicans have a plan of their own to sort of deal with these issues in a better way?
Well, Aaron, for now, the Republican plan is just to talk a lot about it. A Republican Party official tells me that when the RNC is gathering in Salt Lake City now for their winter meeting, we're going to hear the Republican National Committee Chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, really focus extensively on violent crime, specifically a lot of the district attorneys in a lot of these urban cities for what they consider soft on crime policies. But there's reason for them to put crime front and center as a midterm election issue. If you look at a recent Gallup poll, 47% of Americans said they were satisfied or very satisfied with crime policies 2 years ago. Now that number has dropped to just 24%. So the White House knows that this is going to be an issue that a lot of Democratic candidates up and down the ballot are dealing with in November. And so the president standing with Eric Adams today, trying to sort of give an example of how they should try to balance the need for supporting law enforcement, but also supporting reform efforts as well.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Lower Manhattan today. Mike, thank you.
COVID cases and hospitalizations keep dropping nationwide. In fact, we're now at levels we haven't seen in a month before Omicron took hold. Our NBC News Trends map shows just 5 states are seeing an increase in cases over the last 14 days. And as you can see there on your screen, we're seeing a lot of green. That's a good thing. Meanwhile, the Army is laying out new plans to discharge members who will not get vaccinated. That impacts about 3,300 soldiers, many of whom have applied for exemptions, and we're told that those exemptions are being reviewed. We go ahead and start our COVID coverage with CNBC senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell. Meg, some top U.S. officials are weighing in on the approval process for Pfizer's vaccine for kids under 5. What are they saying to really reassure parents out there?
Yes, this has been an unusual process because we thought this was going to take several months longer. Then suddenly this week we were told Pfizer is going to file with the data they have. Well, yesterday at the White House COVID briefing, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy tried to assure parents that the FDA is going to go through the same process they've gone through with the same amount of rigor for all of the other vaccine reviews so far. Here's what he said.
There are a number of steps ahead to determine if the vaccine is both safe and effective for our kids under 5. And please know that the FDA will not cut any corners in their review process. They know that they are the gold standard that all of us rely on.
And of course, they did also emphasize we will see some clinical data with this update in a couple weeks. So actually showing how well the vaccines can prevent cases and maybe even hospitalizations, which would be huge as well, guys.
We're also learning about a push to really end the COVID testing requirement for some international travelers who are heading to the U.S. Meg, why do they say that it's time to make that change?
Yeah, well, this is something that perhaps unsurprisingly is being pushed by travel and tourism groups. And so, of course, they want to be able to ease up on anything that would hamper people from being able to do that easily. But their argument is essentially COVID levels have been high regardless of these requirements. In the United States, we have high levels of the circulating variant. And so they argue it just doesn't make sense right now to maintain that. And some public health experts say there is some merit to that. We've had record high case numbers even with these in place. So do they continue to make sense?
All right, CNBC's Meg Terrell for us there. Meg, thank you.
We are getting rare access to the 2 scientists who created the first COVID vaccine approved here in the U.S. The pair founded BioNTech, which was once a small German-based company. They then partnered with Pfizer to produce and distribute the vaccine. The 2 scientists have given NBC News new insight into how this all happened. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter spoke to them. She joins us now. So, Molly, what'd you learn about the process of making this particular vaccine?
Hey guys, good afternoon so much. And I actually just really quickly want to double down on what Meg was just reporting, because we, of course, asked the creators of the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine the same questions that she was just asking. And they also reassured parents that, look, this data is good. They are really excited about this pending FDA approval of 2 doses to kids. And they also really said that they're looking down the pipeline at possible 3 doses, which will really offer kids under 5 more protection. But quickly on what we have learned, there is a new book out this week, which is partly why we got access. It's called The Vaccine. It makes for a riveting read, even though we know, of course, how it actually ends. 2 dates, though, that actually floored me as I was reading that we hadn't heard before, that I was learning. So 6 to 7 weeks before the WHO declared this as a pandemic, Dr. Shaheen had already sketched out 8 possible vaccines on January 26, 2020. That is how fast he was working. And then on March 11th, the day the WHO actually declared a pandemic, they were already starting animal testing on their vaccine candidates. So it was just a really kind of absolute breakneck speed and just a lot of details that we didn't know.
You know, we already know an Omicron booster is actually in the works right now, too. What did the founders tell you about that, about their effort to combat COVID variants as they come?
Yeah, and not just in the works, actually in clinical trials, and we're looking at it possibly to be approved by April, Dr. Shaheen estimated. Take a quick listen to how he told me the process was going, and then I'll give you a bit of a status update on the back end. Take a listen.
Why did you decide to do this variant?
So we had already at the time point, we had developed a computer algorithm allowing us to assess such variants, and we saw directly that the computer algorithm flagged this variant as a escape variant.
Interesting. So it was escaping the current vaccine more than Delta?
Much more than Delta. Yeah.
It was the first time a variant was flagged in that way in our signal detection system. Therefore, we were pretty relaxed with the previous variants, and this one was
we were confident that with all the previous variants that the vaccine will work, but with this variant we were concerned.
So 2 really important things on the Omicron-specific vaccine. I asked them, is it going to be too late by the time this comes out? And they said, look, even if it doesn't get authorized by April, 50 to 60% of the world will still be Omicron negative. So not only will it benefit all of those people, but also people who had really early Omicron infections. I also pushed them to say, what is the fastest timeline that you can turn around a variant vaccine? They said 3 months, which is just lightning speed, guys. Wow. Really, really interesting conversation.
Yeah, very enlightening for sure. NBC's Molly Hunter. Molly, thank you. Tesla is under scrutiny over safety.
Coming up, why more than 50,000 cars and SUVs are being recalled and what Elon Musk is saying about it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Today, Tesla announced that it's recalling more than 800,000 vehicles in the U.S., and this is now the second recall in a week.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has been following this for us. Priscilla, what was that earlier recall about?
Well, Aaron, that recall happened because of a rolling stop function in Tesla's full self-driving mode, and now we're learning that there may be other issues. Tesla recalling tens of thousands of cars for safety issues. U.S. regulators posting that the electric car maker's rolling stop function in full self-driving mode may cause cars to run stop signs at up to 5.6 miles per hour. The recall in effect for more than 50,000 cars and SUVs made since 2016. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the rolling stop function will be disabled via a free software update this month. Tesla did not respond to NBC's request for comment, but Elon Musk took to Twitter to defend the feature, writing, "There were no safety issues. The car simply slowed to about 2 miles per hour and continued forward if clear view with no cars or pedestrians." But it's not the only Tesla feature in the spotlight. At least one driver who's beta testing the full self-driving mode, not yet available to everyone, says that consumer testing is also a problem.
With the full self-driving, testing this on public roads, I don't think that should be happening the way that they're going about it.
Obviously, I had to take over.
Taylor Ogan posted this now viral video showing his drive through a neighborhood in Boston. During the 1-minute clip, the Tesla veers into the wrong lane of traffic.
Oh no, look at that.
And almost hits a delivery van.
What is it doing?
Do you feel like Tesla needs to do something differently?
Tesla historically, notoriously pushes the envelope. I don't know how much longer regulators will put up with it.
It all comes less than a week after Elon Musk said in Tesla's quarterly earnings call that self-driving robo-taxis were part of a, quote, roadmap to potentially justify the company's sky-high valuation. The company reported nearly $54 billion of sales in 2021. Its stock more than quadrupling its pre-pandemic high. The company's market cap now bigger than the world's next 8 largest automakers combined.
I own Tesla stock. I have forever. And I will continue to own it. Overall, Tesla's a fantastic company that is enabling more miles driven autonomously than most any other company out there. It's just, I disagree with them on this approach.
This isn't the first time the tech giant has faced scrutiny over safety. Overall, Tesla's received superb safety ratings from independent testers. But like other automakers, that doesn't make it immune to recalls. A month ago, Tesla recalled nearly 500,000 cars for rear-view camera and trunk issues that regulators found could increase the risk of crashes. With regard to the recall, Elon Musk tweeted and said that there are no safety issues. What do you make of that?
I don't know what Elon is driving. There are driving head on into other cars, into oncoming traffic. It seems to me to be a safety issue. So maybe it's just a different perception of what's safe and what's not.
And today, Tesla is recalling more than 817,000 cars because the seatbelt chime reminder does not work whenever a driver gets in and turns on the car, a feature that is required by law. Tesla says that they will fix that issue via a software update this month. Morgan, Aaron.
All right, NBC's Priscilla Thompson for us there. Priscilla, thank you. Experts think they know what's behind some U.S. diplomats' mysterious brain injuries.
Still ahead, the new findings and caveats about what's become known as Havana syndrome.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Making news right now, one person is dead and 4 others are in the hospital after a shooting on a Greyhound bus. The bus was sitting outside a convenience store in Northern California last night when a passenger shot 5 people and took off. Police found that suspect at a nearby Walmart. The motive for the shooting is unclear. Prosecutors are asking a judge to stop the parents of the accused Michigan school shooter from making romantic gestures in court. Jennifer and James Crumbly were said to have mouthed the words "I love you" during in-person and virtual hearings. The couple also made several nonverbal signals, including waving to each other and blowing kisses. They're accused of buying their son the gun he is alleged to have used in the November 30th shooting at Oxford High School. And drivers beware, speed cameras could be coming to a location near you. States can now use billions of federal highway dollars for roadway safety programs. It's all part of the Transportation Department's new national strategy to stem record increases in traffic deaths. Federal officials say speed cameras have been proven to help prevent hazardous driving.
Members of the House committee investigating the Capitol riot have just met with the founder of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. Elmer Stewart Rhodes testified for 6 hours on Zoom from a jail in Oklahoma. He's been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with that January 6th attack. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Washington. Sahil, do we know exactly what came out of that meeting? I mean, 6 hours, that's a lot of time.
Not exactly, Morgan. The committee is declining to comment on this deposition, as they do with all other meetings they have in this context. But our colleague Ryan Riley reports that Mr. Rhodes invoked the Fifth Amendment between 20 and 30 times. That's according to his lawyer. He is, of course, being charged, as you mentioned, with seditious conspiracy. He's facing a serious criminal count, and the Fifth Amendment was designed to protect individuals in positions like that from self-incrimination. So the January 6th committee is certainly going to take that into account. One thing his lawyer did also say is that Rhodes spoke quite freely about the history of his group, the Oath Keepers, which is a far-right militia group. It's in the crosshairs of this investigation because he has openly advocated for violence against the federal government, as well as spread conspiracy theories, claiming falsely that the only way the election could have been honest is if Donald Trump had won. Of course, Trump lost fairly.
Sahil, I do want to switch gears, though, for a moment and talk about the president's agenda, because you spoke with West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin about Build Back Better and really other legislation, while all eyes have been on him about getting this type of legislation passed. What did he tell you?
I had a long conversation with Senator Manchin yesterday, and he outlined the many policies in this budget, reconciliation package, the filibuster-proof approach that he's still willing to support. And it might surprise people to know that a lot of it is, are items in the original bill itself. He supports higher tax rates on corporations and wealthy individuals. He wants to eliminate tax loopholes like carried interest, even willing to go further than Democrats have in the House-passed Build Back Better Act when it comes to tax revenues. He wants to reduce the debt, at least put some of those extra revenues and savings toward reducing the debt. And he also supports some of the original spending policies in the Build Back Better Act, including about $500 billion for clean energy. He supports ACA subsidies that were added in the American Rescue Plan, kind of plussed up to make sure that people at the low end of the economic spectrum can afford that. He's also willing to do something to extend coverage to people in for Medicaid in states that did not expand the program. So there's a lot here that's on the table. There is just no clear formal negotiation going on, he said, in terms of how to get there. Time is not on the side of the Democrats here, but Manchin is providing hints, providing a roadmap for Democrats to ultimately win his vote. It's going to be difficult because the big thing they have to sacrifice, Morgan, is Manchin's red line demand, which is all programs be fully made permanent and financed over a 10-year basis. That means none of these expiring programs that can last for a year or two and then you can come back down the road and check. They'll have to make sacrifices, but he is offering a roadmap to win his vote.
I'm glad he was willing to talk to you. Sahil Kapoor, thanks so much for bringing us that reporting. We appreciate it.
And we are learning new information about Havana syndrome. That's the name given to that mysterious and sudden brain injury afflicting a number of American diplomats and spies overseas. The scientists working for U.S. intelligence agencies say the injuries were most likely caused by pulsed electromagnetic energy delivered by an external device. What does that all mean? NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney is here to help us understand. So, Ken, break down this report for us. What do we understand about this energy?
Well, the panel of experts didn't answer the question of how it was delivered, Aaron, and I know from my own reporting that U.S. intelligence agencies don't have an answer to that either. But this report may have brought them a little closer. This panel of scientific experts studied all the available evidence, including more than 1,000 classified documents, and concluded that the only possible explanation for a core group of these Havana syndrome cases is directed energy from an external source. And they found that this energy could have penetrated walls, and it could have come from some distance away, and that the power requirements were not all that large. Remember that some of these people described being hit by what they felt was a blast wave of pressure that left them floored with vertigo. So this report bolsters the long-standing theory that a foreign power either mounted an attack on diplomats and spies or targeted them with some sort of harmful surveillance technology. Now, it's also true that last month a CIA assessment found that most of the nearly 1,000 people who have come forward with symptoms don't actually fit the profile, and their symptoms can be explained by other causes. But in this core group of about 24 cases, the expert panel ruled out other health and environmental factors, and they debunked the idea that the symptoms are psychological, Aaron.
So it seems, like you talk about these being directed attacks by way of this explanation from the scientists. Is energy being weaponized here? And do we have any idea of who might be behind these attacks?
So NBC News reported back in 2018 that Russia was the leading suspect in the intelligence community, in part because Russia has conducted a lot of research on directed energy weapons over the years. But after years of searching, Aaron, U.S. spy agencies just have not found proof linking these attacks or whatever they are to Russia or any other foreign adversary. That's what makes this such a confounding mystery. But intelligence leaders have promised to keep investigating until they get to the bottom of this. And President Biden just this week named a top White House official to coordinate that investigation, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in for us in our Washington newsroom. Ken, thank you.
The battle over congressional maps is heating up nationwide. State lawmakers in New York have just approved a new district map that could net Democrats 3 additional seats in Congress. And that's despite calls by Democrats across the country to end the practice of gerrymandering. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. Jane, can you just explain the disconnect here? I mean, between what Democrats nationwide are saying and then what lawmakers in Albany actually just passed?
Yeah, this is the real issue with gerrymandering, is that people like gerrymandering when they're doing it. When they're in control of the district and they can draw districts that work for them, they tend to be more okay with it. We see New York Democrats a little bit more sheepish about this gerrymander, I think in part because we see them nationally talking about and pushing legislation that would end gerrymandering, trying to end partisan redistricting and make it more of an independent process. But at the end of the day, with Republicans controlling so much of the redistricting process and gerrymandering quite a bit around the country for this current cycle, when push comes to shove, Democrats in New York willing to do it, and national Democrats were cheering them on.
And Jane, I mean, are there any current lawmakers who are going to be really affected by this new map? And are these 3 additional seats pretty much a lock for Democrats?
Yeah, Rep. Maltakis, in Staten Island, her district has become much more liberal. She'll face a very tough midterm election. She is already, we're hearing potential new Democratic challengers like Bill de Blasio has been rumored, as well as her current challenger, Mac Rose, who had the seat previously. And these seats, I will say, they're not a lock for Democrats. Democrats drew more vulnerable seats than maybe some Republicans did in other states like Texas, where they're very secure seats. These are more vulnerable seats. So if Democrats have a very bad year, they could see not all of their gains be achieved.
All right. NBC's Jane Tim for us there. Jane, thank you so much.
Democrats in Congress are proposing a ban on legacy admissions at the nation's top colleges. Now, a legacy admission is one that gives preference to a college applicant because a family member went to the school. Critics say the practice largely favors white students. This comes as the Supreme Court is preparing to hear challenges to affirmative action policies at universities. NBC News reporter Ben Camisar has been following this story for us. Ben, first, who's spearheading this effort in Congress?
Yeah, so there are two pretty prominent progressives, one in the House and one in the Senate. You've got Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley and then New York Representative Jamal Bowman sort of spearheading the group. There are a handful of other Democratic co-sponsors, the senior senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, other prominent House progressives like Representatives Jayapal, Ocasio-Cortez, and Presley. But it's Merkley and Bowman who are running the show for right now.
Well, do any states actually have laws on legacy admissions in place right now?
Yeah, there have been some discussions about that at states. Colorado banned preferential treatments of legacies, I think it was last year. And there's been discussion about it happening in other states as well. The question is now, will there be some sort of federal action? Obviously, difficult in a divided Senate and a House with such narrow margins, but is possible. And also, what's the Supreme Court going to say about this when they work on affirmative action in the next coming months?
And what have the schools said about this? I mean, how have universities responded to this potential legislation?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. I mean, some schools have already kind of seen where this is going and proactively decided to stop taking legacies into account. And some have reported that it's worked well for them. This has increased the diversity of their applicants and their acceptances, things like that. But other universities are defending the practice. You had the university president from Brown who said in a recent interview with Bloomberg that she thought, legacies are just one factor of the large matrix that people take into account. So it wouldn't be fair to sort of single out this one piece. So you're seeing a lot of different reactions, which isn't a surprise considering how many universities and colleges there are across the country, public and private.
All right, Ben Camisar with us today. Ben, thank you. Well, picture this, Olympic podiums without Americans.
Coming up next, how cuts in college sports could threaten NCAA players' potential to reach those Olympic games. Stay with us.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Winter Olympics opening ceremony is tomorrow, but COVID scares have many athletes really worried that they could miss events they've really spent years training for.
If figure skating hit the ice for the first time today ahead of the first team event tomorrow, the U.S. speed skating team, however, is down a member. Casey Dawson tested positive for COVID just a few weeks back, but still does not have enough consecutive negative tests to travel to China. While he's missing an individual event, he hopes to make it in time for the team event.
COVID also robbed one U.S. athlete of carrying the flag at the opening ceremony. Bobsledder Elena Myers-Taylor was supposed to be the flag bearer. Women's speed skater Brittany Bowe is taking her spot. Taylor hopes to still be able to compete. She just tested negative for COVID and requires 2 consecutive tests in 24 hours to be released from isolation.
Now, before they were Olympians, most members of Team USA were stars on college teams. In fact, America's NCAA model for Olympic development is unlike any other across the world, and now that model is changing. NBC LX's Noah Pransky joins us now. So Noah, walk us through what's happening here.
Well, Aaron, for decades, the NCAA has pretty much relied on a socialist model where the big profitable sports, and there's only two, football and men's basketball, have largely subsidized all of the other sports. And those are most of your Olympic sports. But now, in recent years, we've seen more athletes getting paid. They're collecting more money, and schools are pouring more money into football and men's basketball, which means a more capitalist model. And that has a lot of Olympic sport coaches and athletes very nervous. Envision the Olympic medal podium without Americans. Envision the top of the medal count without America. Or a Wheaties box with just cereal on the front. This not-so-radical vision is what the American Olympic team might look like without its primary development league, the NCAA. But that pipeline is in serious jeopardy. According to the NCAA, 289 teams across college sports got the axe last year, almost all of them in Olympic sports.
The anxiety is really around every sport that's trying to train. And all this new stuff coming, I mean, this is just an unraveling.
Dick Haley is the former head coach of the USC, University of Texas, and 1996 U.S. women's volleyball teams. And he's one of a dozen Olympic insiders who told us they're concerned that every time athletic budgets are disrupted, administrators look to cut from those non-revenue sports. And there are a lot of disruptions to athletic budgets these days. From legislation that could start paying athletes like university employees, to name, image, likeness laws which allow players to now get a piece of the profits, to the arms race in the revenue sports where schools are racing to build the lushest, most posh facilities for football and basketball teams.
That money just doesn't keep coming out of nowhere. That money is coming from somewhere, and if it doesn't get distributed, some programs are going to fold.
College sports is a $19 billion a year industry, and many observers have applauded the fact that student athletes are now getting a bigger piece of the pie. But many already were. $5 billion of that revenue was subsidizing the cost of all those non-revenue Olympic sports. So as basketball and football start carving out bigger pieces of the pie now, many wonder how much will be left for everyone else.
I think you have to continue to invest in the sports that are revenue generating with the thought that you can continue to grow that pie to continue to support all these other sports.
That pie grower is Scott Strickland, athletic director at the University of Florida, where he's helped build a Gators money machine that brings in close to $160 million per year. Most of that thanks to football. But he's concerned about Olympic development too, which is why he joined the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee panel that went to work on reimagining those non-revenue sports in an age where revenues seem to be everything. America's Olympic pipeline is one of the only programs in the world supported by colleges and not the federal government. But judging by the fact that 75% of all U.S. Olympians in Tokyo came through the college ranks, not to mention the tens of thousands of student athletes who graduate each year with a college degree, the unique model seems to be working.
When you look out there and you see Caleb Dressel with 5 gold medals in Tokyo, that's pretty special. And you know, we want to get him back there and get some more of his teammates to join him.
So, Noah, you talked about how the money moves around here. You said that the NCAA Olympic sports survive on $5 billion in subsidies every year. How much of that is coming from football and basketball?
Well, a big chunk is, but different schools, it's a different chunk of the pie. A lot of schools have to balance their budgets using general revenue funds from the university, which of course could help pay for other things, while other schools rely on student fees, and those are collected on every student at a university. And we've seen those go up in a lot of places when athletic departments get tight budgets and need a little more cash.
All right, Noah Pransky from NBC LX. Noah, thank you.
See you soon.
Some Senate Republicans outraged over the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Just after the break, the strong words those lawmakers have for the Biden administration. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tainted cocaine in Argentina and a progressive priest in Germany. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Argentina, where tainted cocaine killed 20 people and made 74 others sick in Buenos Aires.
I smoked that cocaine. I took a pill and went to sleep, and today I woke up feeling destroyed.
Officials speculate that the cocaine may have been deliberately poisoned as part of a beef between rival traffickers. Police raided homes in a suburb of Buenos Aires. They arrested people they think were connected to the poison drugs. Their families burned tires in protest, saying those arrested are innocent. Germany, where Cardinal Reinhard Marx is making waves in the Catholic Church, calling for reforms to celibacy rules. The Archbishop of Munich says creating the possibility for priests to get married isn't just for sexual reasons, but also so some priests aren't so lonely. And Ghana, where a transgender activist is fighting against a proposed new law. It's dubbed the Family Values Bill and would make transitioning illegal.
It is taking away from our family values of being a tolerant country.
And that's the world now.
A lack of planning, coordination, and communication. That is how Republican members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee described the Biden administration's chaotic pullout from Afghanistan just last August. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us now with a closer look. Dan, can you just walk us through what this report actually says about the administration's withdrawal?
Yeah, the report is scathing, and a lot of this has already been said or written about in some form, but it's all there, and it's the first investigation or report by Congress since the withdrawal. I think the one key thing that stands out is they got a hold of a memo about a NSC, National Security Council meeting at the White House on August 14th. And that's a very late date, just hours before Kabul fell, and it showed that they were only then making some decisions at the 11th hour, really, instead of making them months earlier or weeks earlier, when clearly the situation was deteriorating. The report also makes the point that there just weren't serious preparations in place. It was as if they just didn't want to face that worst case scenario. So, for example, they didn't have a way to contact evacuees, and they were only reaching out to other countries in the region to host evacuation flights really until mid to late July. So a lot of damning details there. I should say that other voices, progressive voices, Democrats and civil society groups have also criticized the evacuation. So it's not just a partisan criticism.
And Dan, I mean, has there been any response from the Biden administration?
The Biden administration told us that this was kind of a cherry-picked notes from one meeting, and it didn't reflect that there were months of planning that went into the evacuation. They say it was the largest air evacuation ever conducted, and that they inherited a very difficult situation, that the previous administration had agreed to this U.S. withdrawal really without conditions for the Taliban, and that the refugee resettlement program had also been gutted, and that they also make the point that some of these Republicans in the Senate were not saying much when there was a different president in the White House.
All right, NBC's Dan DeLuce for us there. Dan, thank you.
Finally this hour, MSNBC will air a special documentary this weekend called Love and the Constitution.
That's right. It focuses on a congressman from Maryland who tragically lost his son at one of the most politically trying moments in our country's history. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. Congressman Jamie Raskin is one of the people helping to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol. It is a day that has deeply affected him, both as a constitutional scholar and as somebody who days earlier had experienced devastating personal loss.
I know one thing really well, which is about the Constitution and the rule of law in American democracy.
Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin found himself in the spotlight at one of the darkest points of his life, personally and professionally.
I did not know, whether I would be able to do anything again of meaning or substance in my life after losing Tommy.
The congressman, now in his third term, opening up in a new documentary. He was tapped to serve as lead manager in Donald Trump's second impeachment trial after the events of January 6th, less than 2 weeks after Raskin's 25-year-old son, Tommy, a Harvard law student, died by suicide.
Normally, he was just the happiest, most ebullient, energetic person you could ever hope to meet.
I never doubt that he's going to win. It's not because of his smashing good looks, though he has that to recommend him as well.
But he was suffering from depression, and it was serious.
Depression and anxiety spiking during the pandemic, with 4 in 10 adults reporting symptoms. And for younger adults, the number's even higher.
While overall deaths by suicides have declined over the last couple years after a 2-decade rise, the rate among 25 to 34-year-olds went up 5% in 2020, the only age group to see a significant increase.
Mental illness really can take a toll on anybody.
Dr. Christine Crawford with the National Alliance on Mental Illness says tough times, like a pandemic, can intensify feelings of insecurity. And while hospitals have been overwhelmed by COVID patients, there's also been a spike in emergency visits for suspected suicide attempts, up more than 39% for teenagers last winter compared to before the pandemic.
And that really is concerning because the emergency room setting really isn't the appropriate environment to receive good quality psychiatric care.
It's why Dr. Crawford says it's important to have conversations about mental health to try and break the stigma so people feel comfortable sharing their challenges.
It is okay to not be okay, and we need to talk more and more about this so that we can prevent another tragedy such as this one.
Congressman Raskin now working every day to honor his son's life and his legacy.
Tommy was a person who loved the world, and he loved democracy, and he loved humanity, and all living things, and so I feel like I honor him by doing the work that he'd be proud of.
We talk about this stigma, we talk about how important it is to be open about challenges to help eliminate the stigma, and Raskin and his family have really done that. In a post not long after Tommy's death, Raskin and his wife shared a letter that Tommy wrote that said, "Look after each other, the animals, and the global poor for me." We should note here, if you or anybody you know may be struggling, may be in need of help, there are so many resources available. One of them is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. It operates 24/7. The number is 1-800-273-8255. Back to you. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. President Biden talking tough on crime in New York City, his plan to curb gun violence. Soldiers in Fort Bragg gearing up to ship out. The U.S. military moving out of North Carolina and into Eastern Europe. We're at the base in just a few minutes. Plus, the opening ceremonies for the Winter Olympics aren't until tomorrow, but the U.S. women's hockey team already has a win. Will they take home gold again? We're talking to 2018 captain Megan Duggan. We are kicking off this hour with big news from Syria to New York City. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is at the Pentagon with the latest on the ISIS leader killed in Syria. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in New York City traveling with the president. Mike, to you first. President Biden meeting with New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New York City Mayor Eric Adams today. What is the president saying about gun violence, not just here in New York, but across the country?
Yeah, Allison, we know that there's been just a spike in crime, especially in big cities across the country over the last few years. The Biden administration likes to point to the pandemic and the influx of guns, the proliferation of especially illegal guns as a major driving factor. And so the president today, we've talked about it so often, his experience as the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee writing the crime bill, as vice president working closely with law enforcement, and now as president of the United States, trying to really set the tone for not just his administration, but for his party in what we know is a political year. Speaking out about the need to take stricter measures at this point, let's listen to part of his conversation with New York State and city leaders earlier today.
Enough is enough, because we know we can do things about this, but for the resistance we're getting from some sectors of the government and the Congress and the state legislature. The answer is not to abandon our streets. That's not the answer. The answer is to come together. The police and communities building trust and making us all safer. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you.
Allison, we'll get into the specifics of his plan in just a minute, but some of it has already been out from the administration over the course of the last year. But we have to say it. It's an election year, and this is an administration that knows Democrats running this fall in tough races are really going to be tagged by their Republican opponents as being soft on crime. A recent Gallup poll showed that only 24% of Americans are satisfied by the nation's policies on crime. That's down from 47% just 2 years ago. And so the president really locking arms with the new mayor of New York, Eric Adams, who's also promised to ramp up enforcement measures to really say this is how you need to deal with this issue in the upcoming elections, Allison.
Mike, yesterday the city honored fallen NYPD officer Will Mora with a funeral at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Mora was responding to a domestic call in Harlem and was attacked by a career criminal. What is the administration's plan to reduce these kinds of violent crimes so we are seeing fewer funerals like this in our cities?
Yeah, the president really addressed the tragedy head on at the start of his remarks, as did the Attorney General Merrick Garland. It's interesting. This event was already on the schedule before that tragedy took place, and it made it somewhat timely for the president to come and be able to speak with some of those rank and file law enforcement officers, including an officer who was present on the scene when his two partners were killed in that tragedy. But the president's strategy, as he laid it out today, really falls under three broad categories. One, you have giving police officers additional resources. The American Rescue Plan, the COVID relief law included hundreds of millions for state and local governments to expand the ranks of their law enforcement. It includes basically efforts to deal with the root causes of crime, trying to do community intervention practices, more employment, more internships, especially for city youth, to try to keep them out of dealing and going into crime. And then really a big focus, especially from the Justice Department today, are on some of those specifics you just saw as it relates to dealing with the influx of weapons, especially what they call ghost guns. These are untraceable, these are often sold online, kits that you can build a firearm at home, don't have serial numbers, don't require background checks. The Justice Department today launching a new ghost gun initiative to try to work with U.S. attorneys across the country and make sure that these are being tackled as the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms finalizes a new rule that would also make it easier for this to be a criminal penalty as well.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for sticking around. We're going to talk to you and Dan about the raid in Syria in just a minute. But first, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He is also in New York City and sat down with Mayor Eric Adams. Gabe, major crimes in New York City already up 38% this year, according to the NYPD. What's the mayor asking President Biden to do?
Well, Allison, Mayor Adams is essentially asking the president to do more of what he has been doing, according to the mayor. This relationship, he says, between between the federal government and New York City. It wants to continue to bring in more federal resources, more intelligence, more officers, the ATF, the FBI working in tandem with the NYPD to really mount an aggressive stance to combating illegal guns coming into the city. I did sit down with him earlier this week. This is part of what he had to say on that.
We need to do the same thing we did during 9/11. When we were attacked by international terrorists, we stated we would never let that happen again. City, state, federal lawmakers came together, information sharing, yet we're not dealing with the terror of gun violence in our cities across America. And I asked him, can we bring that together?
And there'll be more of my conversation with Eric Adams coming up on NBC Nightly News. But Allison, another major issue that has been coming up is this issue of bail reform. And around the country, many critics, including police unions, have said that bail reform has allowed criminals to remain on the streets. But certainly this is something that Mayor Adams, as well as President Biden, are focusing ahead of the 22 midterm elections. Republican, of course, seizing on this rise in crime. Allison.
Yeah, let's talk more about the mayor's plan. I mean, he is a former NYPD captain. What does he say he's going to do to tackle the city's rising crime rate?
Well, Allison, over the last few days, he's rolled out this new plan, this blueprint, he calls it, for combating violent crime, including using more facial recognition technology to identify suspects, but also deploying more cops on the streets. Take a listen to some of what I asked him about why the mayor does the police work.
No, it does not, and it's the wrong bumper sticker. I have too many police officers that are doing clerical duties. If you're inside, I need to know why you're inside. If you're not, I need you to put on that bulletproof vest and do the job that New York has hired you for.
So certainly the mayor distancing himself from that progressive slogan that we've been hearing over the last year and a half of defund the police. Today, we also heard President Biden doing the same. Allison.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez talking with the new mayor of New York City. Thank you so much. Now to Syria, where the leader of ISIS is dead, killed in a U.S. Special Forces raid. The operation carried out last night in a small village near the Turkish border. President Biden saying Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi blew himself up as U.S. forces closed in.
As our troops approached to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just to the vest, but to blow up that third floor.
Mike Memoli is back with us, along with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who's live for us in Washington. Dan, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby briefing reporters this afternoon. What new information did he share about that raid?
Allison, John Kirby was telling reporters that a lot of different factors had to come together and align to make this operation possible. They had to have the right intelligence reporting, have some certainty about where the ISIS leader was at that moment, and to have the right weather. He also addressed reports about civilian casualties. He said they were able to evacuate 10 civilians out of that building. And he said at the moment they believe that any civilian deaths were caused by the ISIS leader himself and not by U.S. forces. Here's what he had to say about that.
We're willing to take a look, to just examine and make sure that there wasn't any action that we might have taken that could have also caused harm to innocents. Right now, the strong indications are that to the degree there's loss of innocent life, it's loss caused by Mr. Abdullah and his lieutenant.
So, the Pentagon does not have the best track record when it comes to accounting for civilian casualties. So we'll have to wait and see until we learn more details about exactly what happened and why those civilians died.
Mike, senior administration officials are saying that this raid was in the works for months. What else can you tell us about the planning from the White House perspective?
Yeah, Allison, when you consider the stakes of such an operation, the complexity of all the planning that goes into it, you can understand how it would take months in order to pull this off. White House officials today saying that President Biden has been briefed about this for well over a month, including directly from some of the operational commanders involved directly. He had another briefing in the Oval Office about the planning for this just on Monday, and then he was able to watch in real time as the operation was carried out from the Situation Room last night. some of the officials who we saw in that photo. And when you see a photo like that in the Situation Room, you can't help but think of another photo that Biden was part of as vice president during the bin Laden raid. Obviously, when President Obama was making the call there, they were watching it, including John Feiner, the Deputy National Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, one of his Homeland Security advisors. This is something, obviously, that the president was being briefed in real time. And even after the raid was executed, it took some time, and the president had to wait until they knew it was successful and were able to identify that it was Karachi who was, in fact, killed through DNA evidence. And that led to that moment when he was able to come to the cameras today before coming up to New York and announce it to the country.
Dan, al-Karachi was named the leader of ISIS in 2019 after the raid that killed al-Baghdadi. What else do you know about him? And obviously, we have to look ahead to the future and wonder who might take his place.
He was a shadowy figure, very low profile compared to his predecessor. The U.S. government, though, said that he was part of the genocidal campaign against members of the Yazidi religious minority group in Iraq, northern Iraq, and he was overseeing the abduction and the slaughter of those Yazidis in northern Iraq. Now, who do they replace him with? It's probably going to be someone no one's heard of, and so they're sort of in a dilemma here. If they choose someone obscure, then they don't really have a leader that can rally their militant loyalists. So the bottom line really is that this is a blow to the group, and it just puts them under tremendous pressure. And they are a shadow of what they once were several years ago when they were occupying huge swaths of territory in Iraq and Syria.
All right, Dan DeLuce in Washington, Mike Membley in New York. A whole lot of news out of the White House and the Pentagon today. Thank you both for being with us. Coming up, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says it is time to end America's COVID emergency. But are we ready to put this pandemic behind us? What the experts are saying next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Go! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All right, let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, how you doing?
Hey, Allison, doing well. We're starting in Oroville, California today, where one person is dead and 4 are wounded after a shooting on a Greyhound bus. Officials say the suspect fled but was later caught at a Walmart. A Colorado prosecutor says there will be no charges in the 2021 death of a 6-year-old girl who died at an amusement park. That prosecutor says he can't prove any individual is responsible. Her parents are slamming the decision. In Argentina, at least 20 people have been killed and another 74 have gotten sick from adulterated cocaine. Officials are investigating whether or not the drugs were intentionally altered. An expanded Hmong Cultural Museum in Minnesota is reopening after it faced racist vandalism back in September. Repairs and security upgrades delayed the opening by 3 weeks. Visitors will find new exhibits and educational programs. And Spike Lee is set to direct a docu-series on pro football player Colin Kaepernick for ESPN. He last played pro football in 2016 when he started kneeling during the national anthem to protest racial injustice. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. 2,000 troops from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, deploying to Europe. Our NATO allies getting ready in case Russia invades Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is outside Fort Bragg. So, Cal, tell us more about where these troops are going and how they'll be helping NATO.
Yes, I can break it down for you. Of those 2,000, 1,700 are headed to Poland. Those are from the 82nd Airborne. That leaves 300, which will be headed to Germany to, again, support our allies. As you said, this is not a NATO mission. This is a unilateral U.S., Germany, Poland, and then we've got those troops moving from Germany to Romania. So it is this unilateral thing. We do know that the troops are already underway. They are on their way to Poland now. We had some video that our colleague Kerry Sanders was able to provide from the airfield. He also had a chance to speak to one of the spokespeople on the base. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The soldiers of 18th Airborne Corps and the 82nd Airborne Division are always ready. As America's Contingency Corps and the Immediate Response Force, they're ready to mobilize on a moment's notice to deploy in support of whatever operation it is. Today, soldiers here at Green Ramp are in the process of mobilizing to deploy to support the order that was given yesterday, which is to deploy to Europe, both to Germany and to Poland, to assure our NATO allies and partners and to deter Russian aggression.
So I've been talking, Allison, about the micro and the macro on this one, right? The micro is these soldiers are used to this. This is their daily task. The public affairs officers have been telling us they're on call for a reason, but the macro is this is not normal. This is not a normal deployment to NATO. This is not a normal deployment to Germany, for example. This is a deployment because of this Russian troop buildup. I'm sure that's not lost on the troops, Allison.
Fort Bragg, as we know, Cal, is the largest U.S. military base by population. A whole lot of people, families, communities there. What are you hearing from folks there today?
250,000 people living on this base. You have 50,000 service members, but when you add their families, and I really do like to say this on TV, soldiers have families. They're now going to be sort of 2,000 of them, obviously, will remain here as their loved ones go overseas. They will be supported, as they always are, by the USO, which is an organization that tries to be there for families. But again, I do think this is something that a lot of the folks here on Bragg maybe not used to, but are accustomed to. It can never be easy going on a deployment. I don't think anybody could ever say that. But again, soldiers who live here on Fort Bragg, service members who live here on Fort Bragg are no stranger to Europe. You have so many folks sort of cycling in and out of Europe on a regular basis that in that way, it's not very unusual, Allison.
All right, Cal Perry for us at Fort Bragg. Thank you.
It's time we accept that COVID is here to stay, and we just need to get on with our lives. It's time for the state of emergency to wind down.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, they're demanding an end to the COVID state of emergency, saying it's time for Americans to get on with their lives after 2 years on a hellish highway. But what will it take to turn this pandemic into an endemic? Here's NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres.
We've masked, stayed 6 feet apart, and the majority of the country has been vaccinated, all to keep COVID cases down. So how will we know when all of that worked and COVID-19 is in the endemic phase?
It probably won't be page one of the newspaper anymore. It won't be what you wake up in the morning and are worried about as you leave the house.
Well, endemic means the overall rates are static, not rising or falling. It's the stage where we learn to live with the virus.
What I do think we will be able to do is get a level of control that's low enough that it doesn't interfere with our function.
Dr. Robert Wachter, the chair of the Department of Medicine at the University of California, San Francisco, believes we may be fast approaching this new phase.
As I say, in most places, probably 3-4 weeks from now, there will still be COVID around, but the prevalence will be much lower.
To reach that endemic state, that doesn't mean that the virus has disappeared or gone into the background. It can also mean a combination of the fact that we know how to treat it better and we have better tools to treat it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that the virus, there's no circumstance that I can envision where the virus goes away.
Even with lower transmission, some things like masking could change.
Mask mandates in indoor spaces, which I think are completely appropriate now, in a month or two may not be appropriate. We may have a world where we don't need to force everybody to wear a mask.
But while mandates and shutdowns will be dialed down, it doesn't mean the virus isn't dangerous, as we learned from another endemic virus, the flu.
You know, the flu we've lived with for 100 years, and it kills, sadly, 30 to 50,000 Americans a year. And it's endemic. It's sort of endemic in a seasonal way. It comes out every winter, and we deal with it.
This could be the same way we deal with COVID-19. We'll still have outbreaks, but they will be regional and more predictable.
The sense of whether you're in an endemic versus pandemic state, whether this is a dominating factor in your life, is not whether there is some virus around. It's how much is circulating and how protected people are from the bad outcomes.
Pandemic burnout is forcing American hospitals to recruit foreign nurses to make up for their staffing shortages. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez.
Sometimes when you look at schedule, it's like 25 patients and only 3 nurses.
Extra shifts because of extra patients and short staff.
How will you stretch yourself to be able to care for them if you're already burned out yourself?
It's no secret that hospitals across the country are short-staffed during the pandemic. Nurse burnout and an already existent nurse shortage pre-COVID made worse by surge after surge of the virus.
So just like any healthcare system across the country, our biggest need is nursing.
Some industry experts say the domestic workforce is just not enough to fill that need. So hospitals and health systems are turning to another source, immigrant nurses.
They are definitely asking for more help, and how quickly can they get that help?
Patty Jeffrey is the president of the American Association of International Healthcare Recruitment. Their members recruit and prepare foreign-educated nurses to work in the U.S.
I think all of our association members are hearing the same thing. It's consistent. When are the nurses going to get here? Why is it taking so long?
She says hospitals in nearly every state are signing employment contracts with nurses from countries like the Philippines, India, Jamaica, Kenya, Nigeria, and more. Patty estimates that about 20% of nurses working in the U.S. today are immigrants.
If it weren't for those foreign educated nurses who make up such a large chunk of the nurses here in the U.S., where would we be?
We'd be in worse shape.
As the pandemic has increased the need for these nurses, it's also caused major delays in actually getting them here. Closures and delays at U.S. embassies and consulates causing a visa backlog and prolonging the immigration process for thousands.
I know nurses that were almost finishing the process, and because of COVID and because of the shutdown, they're still waiting.
How many nurses would you estimate are in their countries ready, just waiting for that last step to be able to come and fill the need?
I would say approximately 5,000, where the only thing standing in their way is that live interview to be able to come to the U.S.
Last year, healthcare trade groups like Patty's and dozens of healthcare organizations, as well as politicians on both sides of the aisle, urged the State Department to expedite the visa approval process for healthcare workers. In November, the State Department rescinded the visa prioritization guidance it had issued to embassies and consulates in 2020, which initially ranked healthcare workers with other employment visas in the lowest priority tier.
We continue to work with them, and we appreciate their help. But for our hospitals and for patient care delivery, it isn't happening fast enough.
A State Department official told NBC News they've experienced profound reductions in the department's visa processing capacity due to the pandemic, saying that in the last 6 months they have been able to reduce some of the backlog, and adding that they, quote, will continue investigating ways to creatively reduce wait times for visa interviews, as we recognize that visas for healthcare workers are a critical tool in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. After years of schooling and training, followed by a years-long immigration process, nurses George, Nacho, and Alexis finally arrived in the U.S. in 2021.
I always liked this country a lot, and I knew that it would become a dream of me to come.
It's rough and hard in the beginning.
So I'm doing it for my daughter, for the sake of her future, so she could also move here and then get a better life. My daughter is still back home. I miss her a lot, and also my mom.
Working in the emergency room, outpatient care, long-term acute care, and dialysis, all 3 of them treat COVID patients.
What's keeping you going?
Number one, if you're passionate about what you're doing, so it's easy. You shrug out all those negativities.
It's like a better rewarding for myself that I will be able to take care of this person as if they are my own family, and that I will be able to show them that I care and then love them.
New concerns today over the potential risks associated with Merck's COVID pill. At least 2 researchers say, they want more studies on the antiviral treatment. I want to bring in Dr. Ebony Hilton, co-founder and medical director of Goodstock Consulting and a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine. Dr. Hilton, this medical opinion on Merck's COVID pill coming this afternoon in Science magazine. The issue here is how this pill could affect DNA. Can you explain the concerns?
Right. You know, it's one of those things we absolutely have to vet these medications that we're putting out on the market. And I'm glad that we're actually having this conversation about these interventions such as antivirals, because it brings up this notion that with each intervention that we do, we have to weigh the risk benefit of this. We know that COVID-19 has potential to kill. In fact, we're now averaging an average of 2,600 people dying a day in America. But we have to say, are these pills actually worth the risk? And at this point, it has to go back to the drawing table, looking at the data, looking at the stats of whether or not it does have any interference with the DNA. I think it's a little bit too early for us to draw that conclusion kind of specifically. But what we do know is that there are other metrics that we can use to prevent the spread of COVID that does not involve a needle in the arm, that does not involve a pill being taken in the mouth. And it really just comes down to practicing basic, simple mitigating factors, what we've been doing since March 2020, which is wearing that mask, practicing social distancing, and avoiding those large crowds.
Dr. Hilton, I want to ask you about the potential for a nasal vaccine. The New York Times is reporting on a dose that would be sprayed into your airways instead of injected into your bloodstream. How close are we to potentially seeing a spray like that? And what are the pros and cons here?
I hope very close. One of the pros is that, especially when we're thinking about our children, I know my niece, she had a very difficult time getting her vaccine shot, not because she wasn't excited about being vaccinated against COVID. She's just 6 years old and does not like needles, right? Oh, so having that availability of having that metric, our ability to provide that immunization with the nasal would be fantastic. And also because it frees up some other things where needles may be in shortage in certain countries, and thinking about those inequities that exist just simply due to the access and resource, then maybe these will be better suited for those countries. But I'm hoping we're closer and closer. What we do know is that despite even these advancements and the availability of these vaccines, unfortunately, our greatest hurdle is just going to be literally earning the trust of the public that they would do this in the first place. Yeah. And I don't think it's the needle that kept people away from being vaccinated.
Yeah, you know, I'm so split on this one because at first I thought, oh, that'd be great. Who wouldn't prefer a nasal spray over a shot? And then I thought, well, we've been sticking a lot of things up our nose with all these COVID tests. Maybe the shot isn't so bad, but I mean, the more options, the choices that people have, the better. Dr. Hilton, I want to ask you about a study in London. Imperial College conducted the world's first ever COVID human challenge. Researchers found that deliberately infecting young adults was a safe model to learn more about COVID. What else did they find here, and what should we know about studies like these?
Right. You know, it's incredible to me when we have studies like these. We know that, you know, the virologists of the day, they used to do this where they inoculate themselves and try to figure out what's the immune response related to it. What we can find with these is the same thing that we would find with other studies that we've seen with people who've had COVID before. I don't think it would necessarily differ greatly from those human challenging studies. But unfortunately, again, with people, I just have to stress this. Whenever people see that they're doing studies where they're infecting people with COVID, I know it leads to a distrust. And I want you to understand that there's a difference in process. This is not experimentation on persons in a negative way. But also understand that some other persons may say, well, if they are infecting people and they're thinking this is okay, then it's okay for me to get infected. And that is simply not true. You should very much take this precautions and understand that COVID has many consequences that are not just related to death, but also related to long COVID that we're seeing even in our children.
This particular COVID trial also looked at people with symptoms who got negative PCR test results twice. Have you seen this at all in your patients, and why might that be happening?
Right. You know, and it's one of those things because PCR tests, you can think of it almost like a fax copying machine, right? You take one piece of paper, you make many, many copies. With the PCR test, it's trying to take a sample from you and saying, is there even the smallest amount of virus or viral particles that we can replicate and detect whether or not you've been infected with COVID? Now, we do that replication, that faxing, that Xeroxing, copying, only a certain number of times before we get to a threshold where we're saying you're positive. So it may just be that you truly have just a small sampling of that virus that we can actually detect, and or our method by which to detect COVID. Now, because COVID has shown itself to be mutating and changing the way it looks, we may have to change with it and better devise our tests to be able to actually detect it.
Dr. Hilton, we always appreciate your medical advice. Thanks for coming on to talk to us today. Coming up, devastation in Ecuador, a deadly landslide blanketing entire neighborhoods with tons of mud and debris. The latest on the rescue there after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The U.S. embargo on Cuba, 60 years old today. Those sanctions, plus the pandemic, hitting the Cuban economy really hard, triggering those protests you might remember from last July. Here in the U.S., Democrats are encouraging President Biden to engage with Cuba. It's a campaign trail promise he has yet to make good on. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin is in Havana. Ed, this embargo has survived 12 presidential administrations. President Kennedy signing it back in 1962. How would you describe the policy now, and what is it like in Cuba right now, given both those sanctions and COVID?
Yeah, those sanctions and the pandemic have really created a perfect storm for the people of Cuba over the last couple of years. 2 days ago, I met with Armando Collazo, whose daughter in Florida used to send him around $100 every month to help him pay the bills. She hasn't been able to do that since the Trump administration canceled remittances.
And now, poor thing, she's over there looking for someone who wants to bring me something, or if someone is coming or traveling here to bring me something. Not as a favor, they charge her. They overcharge her to be able to send me the dollars over here. There are people who do this for a living. They take American dollars and exchange them to our currency and bring it here. But those people will stab you in the back, because you realize that they take an enormous amount of money. They make a huge amount of money by bringing it here.
And because of that policy of cancelling remittances that happened under the Trump administration, thousands of people up and down the country have had that vital economic lifeline that friends and family in the United States used to send them. And that policy of cancelling remittances was just one of over 240 new sanctions that the Trump administration unleashed on the Cuban government and the Cuban people. Most of those, it must be said, which happened during the pandemic. And with the Trump administration's policy towards Cuba, which has been inherited and so far maintained by the Biden administration, we really see the continuation of the underlying logic of the embargo. First signed into law as a complete trade embargo 60 years ago today, one of the early planners in the State Department, when thinking about how can we go about sanctioning Cuba and what is its objectives, was not talking about bringing democracy, was not talking about bringing human rights. He was thinking about overthrowing the government. And a famous quote that all Cuban children learn in school is, he said, the aim should be, and I quote, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. 60 years on, up until now, still hasn't happened.
And I understand you also spoke with some small business owners in Cuba about their particular struggles. What did they tell you?
Yeah, a couple of days ago, I met the young DJ and music producer, DJ Leonardo Milano de Cuba, who told me how he's frustrated by the sanctions because technologically it stops him downloading the software that he needs to produce his electronic music.
I didn't understand. I wanted to go to recordbox.com, and I was able to enter the site. But even after downloading the application and installing it, there was something telling me that I couldn't install it. I had no idea what it meant until they told me, look, this application is not possible to install from Cuba. Because the bank I belong to here in Cuba has no chance of having an agreement with this record label. Why? Because there isn't a way.
DJ Milano also told me that he's trying to distribute his music on Spotify, which is, of course, a huge platform that people around the world use to listen to new music. But he's in a pickle there, too. He's unable to use Spotify from Cuba because of the sanctions. Spotify, like so many firms, are running scared of fines from the Treasury Department. A friend in Spain set up an account for him. He's happy with that. People are now listening to some of his music, but he can't receive any royalties because there's no mechanism, again, because of those sanctions, for Spotify to get the money to his bank account in Cuba. And if you come to Cuba and if you try and go online, it's really quite incredible. So many of the services that you and viewers can also enjoy, that almost all the world can enjoy, are barred because of the sanctions. Now, of course, the Cuban government also restricts internet access. It's really expensive here, and also censors many websites. But there's a cruel irony to the fact that companies such as PayPal, Amazon, Apple, Google Play, I could go on, are not accessible to Cubans. And that is another layer of frustration to young Cubans who are really excited to get online, and also Cuba's small but fledgling private sector who are locked out of many of the functionalities that we in other countries have access to.
So, Ed, let's talk about the U.S. role here. After last summer's protests, National Security Council Senior Director Juan Gonzalez told NBC News President Biden feels very strongly about matters of human rights, matters of democracy. He's not one who feels like change will just come if you let it. So how is the Biden administration trying to make some changes there in Cuba?
Well, I think the last line you said is crucial. He's not one who thinks that change will just come if you leave it. There we have the statement that the people around Biden think very differently about Cuba policy to Obama. Obama's idea was engagement, the long game. Engage with Cuba and you can positively change the way that Cuba becomes. Economically, you can move it towards a market economy. Politically, you can move it towards a more democratic, open society through engagement. What we see with the Biden administration is that they've gone back to the default Cold War position that has been the standard throughout these 60 years of US embargo. Broadly, pushing the society towards collapse, creating a humanitarian crisis, provoking, going back to that quote, rising hunger, desperation, and trying to bring about regime change through that. I do understand that last summer, the Biden administration, which of course campaigned on softening the sanctions, bringing back remittances and so on and so forth, was gearing up to soften relations towards Cuba. But then the protests happened, and that put them on a pause. And it's not clear at the moment that they really have a coherent policy on Cuba. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, said a few months ago that July the 11th changed everything. And it's worth pointing out that all of those Trump sanctions, all 240 of them, not a single one has been revoked. And of course, for the Biden administration, it's very, very important, so they say, human rights. But there's also a glaring contradiction that their policy directly undermines the rights of Cubans who are queuing up to get medicine, who are trying to get food, who can't plaster their leg. A friend of mine's mum the other day broke her leg and they had to plaster it up in cardboard. So it's not clear that they have the most coherent of strategies when it comes to Cuba policy. But of course, winning Florida is all important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's complicated. Ed, thank you so much for your thorough reporting there from Cuba. We always appreciate it. A frantic search for survivors in Ecuador, a massive landslide killing more than 24 people in the capital city. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch shows us the devastation.
In Ecuador, residents still in shock after a landslide ripped through the country's capital on Monday. Streets filled with rushing water and mud, sending massive debris downstream. Onlookers watching as someone was caught in the current, miraculously rolling out of the way just before dumpsters come barreling from behind. First responders rushing others to safety.
Vamos a jugar boli y empezamos a ver que bajaba todito. Ay, ay, ay.
This car forced into a building, others gutted and flipped, with parts of the capital city, Quito, in ruins.
Nosotros que salimos de la puerta y vimos ahí como un río inmenso que cubría todo y arrasaba con todo, y entonces mi carro estaba acá nadando en el segundo piso.
Quito officials reporting at least 25 dead and 6 missing, with dozens more injured. a country now in mourning.
Expreso mi solidaridad, esta es la palabra que quiero iniciar con ella para todos los que perdieron familiares, a los que están heridos en los hospitales, a los que han sufrido daños materiales. Sepan que estamos con ustedes.
The capital's mayor says the levees overflowed.
Vino una sobresaturación del suelo en las laderas, lo cual genera un deslizamiento de las laderas.
Rescuers climbing through almost knee-high debris, searching day and night. Survivors recalling the horror as others grieve.
Sí, estamos esperando aquí a ver cómo siguen saliendo los cadáveres ahí, a que nos dejen ver para reconocer a nuestro familiar.
The destruction brought on by massive storms in an area reportedly hit by similar tragedy 50 years ago. Now, as the scope of devastation sets in, a race against the clock to find the missing.
Coming up, a major blow for U.S. women's ice hockey. Star forward Brianna Decker wheeled off the ice in the team's first game of the 2022 Winter Olympics. We will talk all things women's hockey with 2018 captain Megan Duggan next.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Kika jumped on top of me and we saw her teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium is too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Over in Beijing at the 2022 Winter Olympics, the women's ice hockey prelims starting the competition on ice. A gold medal favorite, Team USA getting its first win of the games, a 5-2 rout of Finland. I want to bring in someone who knows all about Team USA, three-time Olympic medalist, 2018 Team USA captain, and president of the Women's Sports Foundation, Megan Duggan. Megan, thank you so much for being here. Great to have you on the show. Let's start with today's game. A win, but also a big loss. Assistant captain Brianna Decker hurt her leg. She's out for the rest of the games, according to USA Hockey. How will her absence affect Team USA? And what were your biggest takeaways from their win?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Always good to talk women's hockey and women's sports. Certainly excited for the team and getting their first win today. But yeah, you said it, a huge blow with Brianna Decker going out. She is not only a star player, wonderful leader, one of the team's assistant captains, but I know that she'll continue to lead no matter what side of the ice she's on. She's a real character identity player for that team, and she has all of our support.
You won silver medals in 2010 and 2014 and gold in 2018. Tell us about your time on Team USA, what it was like competing in the Olympics, and what you think these athletes are feeling and going through right now in China.
Yeah, it's the best of the best. I'm so excited for all the athletes that are over there. Having had the experience 3 times, there's nothing like it. It's intense, it's emotional, the stakes are high, but it's what you train for. It's what you prepare for all year. And, they're living their dreams out right now. And there's nothing greater than that as an athlete who wants to go to the Olympics. So excited to watch and cheer on Team USA, especially the hockey women.
I hate to put this pressure on, but, going into the Olympics, we all think like, okay, it's going to be Team USA and Team Canada for the gold. Anyone else in particular that you say, hey, you got to watch out for these guys. They're really competitive, or do you think that's what it's going to come down to, USA and Canada for the gold medal?
Yeah, I mean, so either Canada or the U.S. has won every gold medal in the last Olympics. So certainly favorited countries. But, you saw today, Finland's an excellent team. And there's someone that, having played on the U.S. team for a long time, you can't overlook an opponent like Finland. Throughout my career, we were beaten by them in international competition. I know Canada's been beaten by them. So they're certainly a strong opponent. You have the Olympic athletes from Russia, which always, that's always a battle. And I know that they're in the pool as well. So there's a lot of hockey to be played and a lot of things that can happen. And so, I'm excited for the athletes that the games have gone on so far safely. And I hope it continues that way. And, the Olympic spirit continues to shine through in these next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we all hope so as well. I have to tell you how excited I am for women's hockey. When our team asked, they said, is there any particular sport in the Olympics you want to talk about? And I said, women's ice hockey. I grew up playing hockey and I'm old. And when I played hockey, there weren't any women's teams by me. I had to play with the guys. So the fun of watching the Team USA just be so great and watching women on the ice playing hockey is just, it's one of my favorite things about the Olympics. So thank you so much for talking to us. I want to ask you a little bit about other sports, not just hockey. You are the president of the Women's Sports Foundation. You just celebrated National Girls and Women in Sports Day yesterday. And I'd love to talk to you about women in sports more broadly. Particularly some big news this week. Becky Hammon signing a $1 million deal to coach the WNBA's Las Vegas Aces. This makes her the highest paid coach in the league. I find that both awesome and also sad when you consider what male athletes and coaches are getting paid. How do we not only get women more money, but also just get more respect for women and girls in sports who are just doing incredible things in athletics today?
Yeah, I mean, that news is huge. Kudos to her. It's exciting to see women to continue to push the needle or push the envelope and move the needle, but we have to do more, right? And that's where I'm so passionate about the work at the Women's Sports Foundation, a foundation that was founded by Billie Jean King. I mean, one of the leaders and drivers and advocate for social change and equity. And really the foundation is an ally and an advocate and a catalyst for all these discussions, getting involved at both, at the grassroots and the youth level, as well as supporting female athletes, elite female athletes in their journey to become more and more. So, there's a long way to go. Celebrating National Girls and Women's Sports Day yesterday for the 36th or 37th annual was exciting. And really our mission is to get girls and women involved in sports, show them the opportunities that they can have, and turn them into the leaders of tomorrow. And that's the mission. It's a uphill climb, as you kind of mentioned, but it's an exciting one to be a part of.
Well, Megan, thanks so much for the work you're doing for women and girls in sports. Thanks for coming on with us today. Go Team USA. And please, if you're in touch with Brianna, send her our best. We hope she's doing okay.
I will. Thank you, guys.
Coming up, supply chain issues shutting down a Pennsylvania homeless shelter. They literally have no doors. We'll take you to Wilkes-Barre to see what's going on there next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Michaela Schifrin.
Schifrin wins gold.
With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. And she'll have plenty of chances to get it at the Winter Olympics in February. I guess you could say she's climbed the mountain of this sport. But if you want more gold, it's time to come down, Michaela. Better do it fast. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
When you picture inflation and supply chain issues, you might not think of the homeless, but those backups are hitting Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania's most vulnerable pretty hard. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns shows us how people in PA without a home are paying the price.
This homeless shelter was supposed to open its doors last month. The problem is it still doesn't have front doors to open.
We ordered this door about 4 months ago.
But it's still not up.
That's correct. Finally, the door gets here 4 months. And we don't have it up because we don't even have the hardware for it now.
And I assume the door cost more than you expected too.
Oh yes, the door actually went up about $3,000 to $4,000 more.
$3,000 to $4,000 more?
Yes.
Justin Behrens is the director of Keystone Mission here in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a nonprofit focused on helping the homeless. They've been trying to build this transformational living shelter for months. More than a temporary one-night stop, this project is a 15-year dream in the making.
The room specifically that we're in right now is going to be a location where the homeless can come into, be able to watch TV, get downtime, and relax.
The baseboard and the window trim.
And then the doorknobs.
And the doorknobs.
But the nation's ongoing supply chain crisis putting that dream almost out of reach. Inflation last month up 7% from the year before, a 40-year high. But certain goods even worse. The price of lumber has been volatile, down in the last few weeks, but still more than double pre-pandemic levels. Any sort of building or construction becomes painful.
We started this project about 8 months ago. We were hoping to get this done in 4 months, 5 months. It almost doubled my budget of what I was looking at in this project.
8 months is a long time to wait for a community in need. Keystone Mission says it's seen a 20% rise in demand for its services in the last year, thanks in part to rising prices. Jerry Costello used to be homeless and now volunteers for Keystone Mission.
I'm struggling. I only collected disability. And it's hard for me to get to the stores. I don't got no car. And I see these people out here and they're struggling, these homeless are struggling really bad.
This is going downstairs to the kitchen.
Justin had hoped to have this place ready before the frigid winter months. Now the heat is on his team as the cold weather blasts the region. But the challenges are unprecedented, according to contractor George Durr.
Have you ever run into the kinds of obstacles you're running into right now?
Never. It's never been this bad. We're not talking just 1%. We're talking 10, 15%.
Until these issues get resolved, those most in need will have to go without.
How difficult is it to look around here?
It hurts. I don't even have drywall up on the walls. I don't even have the floor done. I don't have, the door to the exit. I don't have the kitchen in here. The ones that don't have anything, they're suffering the most.
And Dasha joins us now. I mean, Dasha, it sounds like a pretty long list of things that they need there. What else is the shelter still in need of? And any update on when they might actually have some doors and be able to open?
Allison, like you said, the list is almost endless. I mean, we're talking doorknobs, lights and light fixtures, basically anything that would go inside of a kitchen. It goes on. And the items they ordered, they're stock items. I mean, these are things that they've never had trouble getting before. And it really has slowed the timeline down here. I mean, like you heard, Justin was hoping that this would be ready for the winter because this is a time when it really is tough for folks without a shelter. But now it's looking like mid to late spring. I mean, it's not happening in March. It might happen in April, but it's likely to extend even beyond that, Allison. They just don't really see a light at the end of the tunnel just yet.
Dasha, I know nonprofits like Keystone Mission rely on donations. What's the director telling you about that? Are they getting any help in that regard?
Yeah, look, that's been impacted by all of this, too, because inflation, because the supply chain crisis is hitting pretty much everyone across the board. It trickles down, right? So normally, Justin says donations would be rolling in for a project like this. You know, companies would be donating supplies, charities and individuals would be sending donations. But right now, companies can't even stock their own shelves, let alone donate. Individuals are getting squeezed and they have less to give. And so at the end of the day, the people that have the least wind up suffering the most, Allison.
So in the meantime, what is the mission doing? How are they supporting the homeless community, which you've said, I mean, it's so cold there right now. This is when they need it the most.
Yeah, they're trying to do what they can. They're partnered with churches in different places across the region here. They have a Code Blue shelter for those really frigid nights where people can come and stay the night. But the idea behind this place is to have more than a one-night stop, right? Is to provide a place to really transition folks from living on the streets to really being able to have more of a real home. And that vision so far is kind of out of reach, Allison.
Well, Dasha, thank you so much for your also important reporting. Maybe some supplier somewhere, someone with some doors that they don't need will see this and may be able to make some donations and help those folks out. Thank you. All right, that is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. And look at that mess, down 518 points. Facebook, the problem today. That stock down more than 26 points. It's on pace for its biggest one-day drop ever. The company forecasting weaker than expected growth in the next quarter, sales growth that is. We're going to talk more about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up this hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. A terrorist leader off the battlefield. U.S. forces take out the head of ISIS. What the White House is saying about the mission. Power out, flights canceled. Even Walmart and FedEx feeling the freeze. How a massive winter storm is affecting half the country and where it's heading next. Plus, it may be the most anticipated Netflix drop this month. A new documentary on Kanye West showing a side of him the public never really sees. We've got an inside look. We start with the Special Forces raid that killed the leader of ISIS in Syria. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is in New York City traveling with the president. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons is in London. Mike, first to you. The president saying a major terrorist is now off the battlefield. What else did the president say about this operation?
Yeah, hey there, Allison. It's really a remarkable sequence of events today for the president, who actually began his day by speaking at the National Prayer Breakfast. He obviously then traveled to New York here, where he's been speaking about a crime and his strategy to combat that. But in between, he was able to speak to the American people directly about what he said was taking a major terrorist off the battlefield. Haji Abdullah, who he said took over as the leader of ISIS in 2019, has been responsible for some of the significant atrocities committed by the terrorist group. But as he spoke to the American people about this raid, he also praised the heroism and the skill of those special forces involved in this. Take a listen to what the president said.
And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country.
Allison, this is obviously the most significant counterterrorism operation that Biden has ordered since becoming president. We've seen how being commander-in-chief means sometimes you have to speak to the cameras when the situation is difficult, as we saw so often throughout the summer when he was speaking about Afghanistan. But clearly the White House happy to have the president speaking about what they consider a real success story today.
Keir, the White Helmets Rescue Service says that 13 people were killed, including children, during this raid. What else do we know about the victims there in Syria?
Well, we know that there were chaotic scenes, and clearly this was a raid that
continued for 2 hours. It was overnight, so you can just imagine just what the atmosphere was like. There are reports of people hearing shouts from a man. There was clearly clashes between those special forces and fighters on the ground. In terms of the casualty numbers, there is a group here in the UK called the Syrian Observatory that is pretty reliable. It says reliable sources tell it that 13 people have died, and that includes 4 children and 3 women. That isn't the same as what that group you mentioned, Alison, the White Helmets, are saying, who are a first responding group in Syria. They are talking about 4 women, 6 children. So, you know, gruesome confusion about exactly what the numbers are. The US officials saying that women and children have been killed, but saying that it was the ISIS leader himself who detonated a bomb that then caused those deaths. And witnesses have been talking about hearing the US forces calling for people to give themselves up, for women and children to come out. So there was clearly an attempt, knowing that in this building, where the 3rd floor, if you look at pictures, is in ruins, knowing that there were women and children in this building, there has clearly been an attempt to differentiate between them and the target. In the end, though, 13 people dead, it seems.
Mike, the White House saying President Biden gave the go-ahead for this operation on Tuesday morning. How involved was he in the planning here?
Yeah, White House officials say he was obviously very closely involved when you consider the stakes of such a high-risk operation involved. But what officials are telling us is that the intelligence that really began to be cold last summer was developed into the fall, and President Biden had his first extensive briefing by the commanders involved in this operation just about 6 weeks ago in the middle of December. It was then he was given regular updates as the course of the planning continued, including a meeting in the Oval Office on Monday night to go through the final details. Obviously, then we saw the photo that they released of the president watching the operation be carried out in real time from the Situation Room last night. It was interesting to hear from White House officials about one of the toughest calls the president had to make here, which was because they knew that the ISIS leader here was going to be in a housing compound with members of his family. They couldn't make it a direct airstrike. The president made the decision to go with the Special Forces raid, which obviously came with additional risk to our personnel. But as you heard him just say, they conducted it with their typical skill and efficiency.
Mike Memoli, unflappable no matter how close the protesters get. Very impressive, sir. Keir, back to you. 2 eyewitnesses spoke with NBC News about this operation in particular. What did they say?
Yeah, one, a neighbor who described being asleep and then hearing the noise of helicopters getting closer and closer, saying it was terrifying, waking up to see these clashes and this raid taking place over a sustained period of time. Another, the father of the man who says he owns the property, talking about the kinds of people who were in there, saying that on one of the floors, a widow and her child lived. It does look as if Al-Qureshi lived in this house with other families as well as his own family, and that may well have been in order to make it harder for him to be targeted in the way that he clearly believed that he would be in the way that he was overnight. So eyewitness reports are very dramatic. I think also not necessarily helping us pick through exactly what the facts are. I think it's going to take a little while for us to know for sure, for example, whether all of the casualties are from the ISIS leader's family or whether there were others involved and other fatalities as well.
All right, Keir, thank you for painting a picture, at least of what we know so far. I appreciate it. 2,000 miles across 20 states, a massive winter storm bringing snow, ice, and freezing rain to nearly half of the country. It's causing problems for power, travel, even shipping and shopping. We have correspondents across the U.S. Morgan Chesky is in Dallas, where the ice is testing the state's power grid. Shaquille Brewster is in snowy Detroit. But we're going to start things off with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman to find out exactly what's going on here. Michelle, this storm really has a little bit of everything. What is happening as it makes its way east?
Yeah, hi there, Allison. You took the words right out of my mouth. It has a little bit and a lot of everything.
Yeah.
We have the snow, the ice, the rain, and we're even looking at severe weather right now. So we'll get into everything, but let's look at the big picture here, because on radar, this continues to be a massive storm stretching 2,200 miles. Where you see the blue there, that's your snow. So it stretches from Texas all the way to the northeast, same with the ice. And we're seeing some heavy rain. Where you see that pink box, that is a tornado watch. That is until 6 o'clock Central Time. We're also seeing tornado warnings, and we do have reports of some injuries and also injuries in Hale County, Alabama. So we're going to be watching the threat for severe weather as we go throughout the next couple of hours. So these winter alerts, 100 million of us impacted by this. The pink, that's your winter storm warning. The white, your winter weather advisory. Where you see the pink, that's your ice storm warning. So we're continuing to see all these numbers add up here. So this is the setup. We have moisture coming off from the Gulf and the Atlantic. So the Gulf, that's very tropical-like. And then we have that Arctic air. It's very dry from Canada, very cold, and it's clashing. So it's creating a battle zone, so to speak, along that front. And that's where we're seeing that ice develop. And we're seeing a huge swath of it stretching 2,200 miles, again, into the interior parts of Northeast. So this is what we can expect as we go throughout the rest of the day. Significant ice continuing from Texas all the way to New York, a band of heavy snow from Maine to Missouri. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, still moving so slowly. We've been talking about this storm since Tuesday, sort of taking its good old time going across the country. So by tomorrow, as you wake up in the Northeast, we could see a slick commute from Washington, probably mainly wet at that point because the temperatures are going to be pretty warm. But we could see some icy conditions the further you go to the north and east, and then showers and storms soak the southeast coast. So it's going to be a wet one on Friday all along the east coast. The impacts in terms of your ice, where you see the blue there, that's the heaviest and thickest ice. Again, Columbus, Pittsburgh, places like that. And then the highest amounts of snow, different from the nor'easter last weekend where we had it all along the coast. This is in the interior parts. So we could see up to a foot of snow in some parts of Buffalo, Burlington, also into parts of Maine. So Allison, this continues to be a high impact storm, and we will be talking about it once again tomorrow before it's completely out of here this weekend.
All right, Michelle, we'll check in with you again tomorrow to see what it's doing then. Thank you. This storm, so big, it's affecting nearly a third of the population, and it's closing Walmarts across the country, even FedEx saying get ready for shipping delays. Shaq Brewster's in Detroit.
Here in Detroit, we saw rain and snow for well over 24 hours. And while those snow totals didn't reach the record numbers that were initially feared, you do see some significant snow here in the Detroit area. Now the main concern are these cold temperatures, especially when you factor in the wind chill. And we're not just talking about here in the Midwest where they're digging out from the snow across the entire region, but we're talking about the South where they're dealing with dangerously cold temperatures and wind chills and then ice. We saw overnight Texas got that significant ice. States like Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky under states of emergency facing up to or well over potentially a ½ inch of ice. That's levels that could be potentially dangerous in those areas. Now, this is a massive system that is also going to affect your shipping and shopping. Walmart closing nearly 100 stores across the nation. FedEx already saying that there will be nationwide shipping delays as their major hubs are impacted. We also know that there's travel delays at major airports. This massive storm is slowly moving and is now making its way east as we continue to watch its impact across the country.
You know a winter storm is serious when it stretches all the way to Texas. Morgan Chesky's in Dallas, where ice and sub-freezing temperatures are putting the state's newly improved power grid to the ultimate test.
After hours of freezing rain and sleet fell overnight, it has turned to snow here in North Texas, and this is all part of Winter Storm Landon, which is certainly making its presence known across a vast portion of the Lone Star State. A winter storm warning still in effect for some of the major metropolitan areas that could be seeing sub-freezing temperatures for well above 24 hours, and that is the concern because it was this time last year that the state faced an absolute power crisis when the grid failed during Winter Storm Uri, leaving millions of Texans in the dark and in the cold for, in some cases, days on end. As it stands right now, state officials have assured the public that 99%, at least 99% of power generators have not only been inspected, but they are fully operational and working throughout this storm. There is power reserves that are currently well in place to handle the demand, which isn't anticipated to peak until Friday morning. That's when temperatures will be dipping dangerously low. The wind chills potentially looking to drop below zero in some cases, and that is why officials are urging everyone to stay off the roads if possible, because with this freezing rain that's fallen, it has started to accumulate on roadways really all across vast portions of Texas. And as that builds up, it's not necessarily the snow that's the concern, but it will be that glaze of ice that can be absolutely treacherous for anyone trying to travel around.
Coming up, a humanitarian crisis on Rikers Island, an exclusive look at the horrible conditions for prisoners and officers inside the notorious jail. That's next.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey there, Maya.
Hey, Alison, we start in California, where a man is in a medically induced coma after being assaulted outside the Rams stadium. He was wearing a 49ers jersey when he was found, but police haven't confirmed the motivation behind the attack. A new report shows more than 1 in 4 LGBTQ youth have experienced homelessness or housing instability. The report from the Trevor Project also shows homeless LGBTQ youth are more likely to report depression, self-harm, and suicidal thoughts. The at-home testing industry could be worth more than $2 billion by 2025, according to Quest Diagnostics. Experts predict the market, which includes tests for COVID, pregnancy, and STDs, will continue to expand. Sweden is joining other European countries in announcing it will end pandemic restrictions. The Swedish Prime Minister says restrictions will be dropped starting next Wednesday. And sci-fi blockbuster Dune and Western film The Power of the Dog are leading the nominations for this year's British Academy Film Awards. Benedict Cumberbatch, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Lady Gaga are up for leading actor. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. The FBI calling 6 minors persons of interest in the bomb threats to more than a dozen historically black colleges and universities this week. A law enforcement official saying those threats appear to be racially motivated. They happened on Tuesday, which was the first day of Black History Month. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen here now with me. Ron, the FBI calling these 6 young people tech savvy. What else are they saying about this case?
Well, apparently the juveniles were able to scramble or conceal their caller ID. So that was one technique they were using. The FBI is also saying that this is one of their highest priorities, of the highest priority. So they issued a statement with very strong language saying that they are really focused on this. 20 field officers involved. It's being investigated as a hate crime. And also importantly, they pointed out that so far no devices have been found on any of these campuses. We've been through now more than 20 bomb threats at different campuses on Monday and Tuesday. And also back on January 5th, there were about a half a dozen that received threats back then as well. Allison?
Ron, how are school officials, how are students coping in the wake of these threats? It was pretty scary news earlier this week.
Yeah, usually they last for several hours, shelter in place, lockdowns, and then the all clear is given and schools go back to normal. That's what happened at Howard while we were there. They, of course, searched the place carefully. They've increased security. There are many more police visible, including from Metro D.C., which is not the usual posture. Howard also, I learned today, is going to take Friday as a mental health day and close the campus down entirely. They feel like they've been under a lot of stress. They are the only school that has received 3 bomb threats in a period of a month. Again, January 5th and then the 2 earlier this week. And the administrators there just want to calm things down a bit and lower the anxiety level a bit. They're also dealing with COVID, as we all are. So there's COVID, there's bomb threats. There's a lot of things going on. So they're going to take a mental health break. But so far this week, after Monday, Tuesday, last couple of days, I should say, no more threats that we've heard of, and that's a relief to people, not just on the campuses. I can tell you that where there were bomb threats, but there are over 100 HBCUs across the country, all across the South primarily. And it's a small community in many ways, and many on other campuses have been worrying if they're going to be the next target. And so there's a feeling of anxiety that's spread out, and now it seems to be easing. But of course, who knows what's going to happen next? There are these 6 persons of interest, suspects perhaps, but it's unclear whether the FBI is close to an arrest or not. But the good news, the best news we can report is that so far, for the past couple of days, there have been no more of these threats. And again, no devices, real live explosives have been found anywhere. They've caused a lot of disruption. They've caused a lot of anxiety. They've caused a lot of fear. But all these schools are moving on, getting back to normal. And students are trying to get an education, which is what they're there for.
It has been really tough to do these days with this. On top of the pandemic they're all dealing with. Let's hope they continue to stay safe. Ron, thank you for your reporting. Rikers Island, one of the most well-known jails in the country. Former prisoners and staffers calling living conditions there inhumane. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt gives us an inside look.
Rikers Island, New York's massive jail complex, just a few miles from Midtown Manhattan, and scene of a humanitarian crisis.
What are some words you'd use to describe Rikers Island?
Hell. Plain and simple. Hell.
Benji Lozano recently spent 5 months in Rikers, serving the remaining sentence from a 1997 assault conviction after his recent parole from decades in state prison on a separate conviction.
What do you see in these pictures?
I see myself. I see everything that I experienced while I was at Rikers Island. I see inhumane conditions. I mean, look at that. It's ridiculous.
Photos obtained by the New York Post last fall show detainees jammed in a holding area. Lozano says he spent weeks living like this.
Feces all over the wall, unoperable restrooms, toilets would not flush, the sinks would not work. It was disgusting.
And you might be surprised who agrees with him.
People were living in inhumane conditions.
Until last month, Vincent Schiraldi was in charge of Rikers Island.
No recreation, health care was not available to people because we couldn't get them to their doctor's appointments.
Violence, he says, was rampant. NBC News recently obtained more than 100 hours of surveillance video from inside Rikers. City officials don't contest the contents of the video. Scenes like this: an attempted knifing averted by an officer, and an inmate organized so-called fight night where some detainees were forced to participate.
Who was running the place?
The inmates run the facilities.
I wrote to all the judges and all the district attorneys and said, I cannot guarantee the safety of people that get sent here.
Schiraldi says one of the most pressing problems, a union contract that gives officers unlimited sick time. He points out that of the nearly 8,000 officers at Rikers, up to a third don't show up on any given day. For 6 years, Serena Townsend was in charge of investigating misconduct at the jail.
People were calling out sick, and then when we would go and check on them, they were not actually at home sick, they were out.
Last month, Townsend was fired by the newly appointed commissioner after she says he instructed her to get rid of 2,000 disciplinary cases against officers within 100 days, and she refused. The city denies Townsend's claims.
I investigated every type of act of misconduct, and I have to say that a lot of what I saw in those cases are things that are happening that could have been prevented if we had staff in the jails.
Benny Bossio, the union president representing officers, accuses Townsend of being overzealous in her discipline of officers who were trying to do an impossible job.
We have officers that are out sick. 1,500 correction officers have been assaulted in the last year. We have officers dealing with long-term effects of COVID, being sexually assaulted. So, you know, this notion that we're out on purpose is just nonsense.
Finger pointing aside, everyone agrees that Rikers is horribly broken.
And whose fault is all that?
I think it's an administrative fault. It is the fault of people who run the system and people who are in elected positions.
Coming up, struggling to survive and begging for help. What restaurant owners are asking Congress to do to keep them afloat during the pandemic. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Restaurant owners telling Congress if they're going to survive this pandemic, they need more money for the Restaurant Relief Fund. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett caught up with a few of them.
5 minutes or 10 minutes?
When Diana Davila opened Mito Kaya, she had a vision for her restaurant.
We prize so much that feels like the flavors of our home that really, in large part, that the women have made. So really kind of showcasing those flavors in a very sort of mi casa es tu casa sort of a way.
3 years into the business, though, she was met with the pandemic, trying to stay afloat ever since, now coming up on the 5th anniversary.
We went from 25 employees to, at the end, it was 4 employees. I would love nothing more to have a place that's not just a flavor of the Mons, but hopefully be a staple in Chicago.
How could that hope become a reality? More money allocated towards the Restaurant Relief Fund, she says.
We have done everything the right way when you want that sort of American dream. It would be such a shame to lose, I don't want to say my business, I feel like our business of Mito Kaya, to see her go away because our government couldn't put something together.
2 years into the pandemic, restaurants still face a constant struggle due to the Omicron surge, the labor shortage, and cost increases, experts say.
Just last week, we had a series of calls with our community, and they're pretty much at breaking point. Right now, we need help from Congress. We need federal relief and state relief.
In 2021, lawmakers allocated $28.6 billion towards the Restaurant Revitalization Fund for struggling bars and restaurants. According to the Small Business Administration, more than 300,000 restaurants applied. About a third of those applicants received relief funding. This limited relief came after the first round of the Paycheck Protection Program in 2020, which allowed some big chains like Shake Shack and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse to benefit from the funds, even though the program was intended for small businesses. Shake Shack ultimately returned the $10 million it received after criticism. The selection process is unclear, but these rounds of funding left many smaller restaurants, like Mito Kaya, without aid money to keep going.
To go, right? Yes.
Just 4 miles south in downtown Chicago, Gene and Giorgetti was one restaurant that did receive some aid.
So the original Gene and Giorgetti is actually right here.
But despite its 80-year history in the city, they're still uncertain about their future, urging Congress for more relief.
I think it is one of the biggest priorities that they should be looking at right now.
In January, the National Restaurant Association called on Congress to replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, noting a survey of operators found 88% of restaurants saw indoor dining demand wane because of the Omicron variant, and 50% of restaurants who didn't receive the first round of funding of the grant feel it's unlikely they'll stay in business without bailout money. But there's been hesitation from Washington, D.C., the White House telling NBC News in part, "We are continuing to closely track the impacts of Omicron and will address if additional targeted relief is needed, but we are not in the same place we were last year."
Did I worry about not turning 80? Every day. Every single day. I still worry every day. You know, I'm third generation. Keeping this restaurant going it's a big responsibility.
New video going viral. A driver testing a beta version of Tesla's self-driving car veers into oncoming traffic, raising more concerns about that automated feature. The electric car maker recalling tens of thousands of its vehicles this week for running stop signs. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Tesla recalling tens of thousands of cars for safety issues. U.S. regulators posting that the electric car maker's rolling stop function in full self-driving mode may cause cars to run stop signs at up to 5.6 miles per hour. The recall in effect for more than 50,000 cars and SUVs made since 2016. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the rolling stop function will be disabled via a free software update this month. Tesla did not respond to NBC's request for comment, but Elon Musk took to Twitter to defend the feature, writing, "There were no safety issues. The car simply slowed to about 2 miles per hour and continued forward if clear view with no cars or pedestrians." But it's not the only Tesla feature in the spotlight. At least one driver who's beta testing the full self-driving mode, not yet available to everyone, says that consumer testing is also a problem.
With the full self-driving, testing this on public roads, I don't think that should be happening the way that they're going about it.
Obviously, I had to take over.
Taylor Ogan posted this now viral video showing his drive through a neighborhood in Boston. During the 1-minute clip, the Tesla veers into the wrong lane of traffic.
Oh no, look at that.
And almost hits a delivery van.
What is it doing?
Do you feel like Tesla needs to do something differently?
Tesla historically and notoriously pushes the envelope. I don't know how much longer regulators will put up with it.
It all comes less than a week after Elon Musk said in Tesla's quarterly earnings call that self-driving robo-taxis were part of a, quote, roadmap to potentially justify the company's sky-high valuation. The company reported nearly $54 billion of sales in 2021, its stock more than quadrupling its pre-pandemic high. The company's market cap now bigger than the world's next 8 largest automakers combined.
I own Tesla stock. I have forever. And I will continue to own it. Overall, Tesla's a fantastic company that is enabling more miles driven autonomously than most any other company out there. It's just, I disagree with them on this approach.
This isn't the first time the tech giant has faced scrutiny over safety. Overall, Tesla's received superb safety ratings from independent testers. But like other automakers, that doesn't make it immune to recalls. A month ago, Tesla recalled nearly 500,000 cars for rear-view camera and trunk issues that regulators found could increase the risk of crashes.
With regard to the recall, Elon Musk tweeted and said that there are no safety issues. What do you make of that?
I don't know what Elon is driving. There are driving head on into other cars, into oncoming traffic. It seems to me to be a safety issue. So maybe it's just a different perception of what's safe and what's not.
A popular childhood toy now worth more than gold. Secondhand Lego sets becoming a hot commodity, selling for thousands of dollars. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin introduces us to one couple capitalizing on their popularity.
In a space where she could create anything, Emily created this.
So let's say 10 years ago, is this something you could have imagined for yourself?
No, not in any way. If you told me I would have a house with a decent sized master bedroom, but we used it for a Lego city room, I would think you were crazy. And then I met my husband and he kind of introduced me.
Look how cute. If you had to pick one area here that was your favorite, what would it be?
The downtown Ladyburg area.
Since then, Emily has become a full-time content creator in Texas.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. I'm Emily.
And has asked us to leave her last name out to protect her privacy. She manages a YouTube channel all about the famous bricks.
If you had to guess the retail price of all of your sets, what would you say?
I would say probably between $30,000 or $40,000, and that's at retail. So of course, a lot of these have gone up in value.
Experts say their collection could actually bring back a lot more if the couple decided to sell it.
We found that on average, the market generated quite high returns. So our estimate was 10-11% per annum during end of 80s up to 2015.
That's Professor Victoria Dobrinskia. And in a recent study with Russia's School of Higher Economics, she found that the reselling price of Lego could have a higher return than gold in some instances. Thousands of people have been using websites like Bricklink to sell and research the secondhand market. But there's a catch.
The most value you'll get back is if it's just new in box, you've never built it, none of it's been touched, it's still sealed. That's how to retain the most value with it.
Actually, Lego is in some sense close to wine and consume wine, and you get this consumption value. But on the other hand, you can store it, keep it sealed, and then resell it, and then you get this investment value.
Lego is an abbreviation of the two Danish words leg godt, meaning play well. They were invented in 1936 as wooden toys before their now famous plastic form took shape in 1949. The first minifigures came out in the 70s, followed by continued evolutions and uses of the bricks, from a toy to a highly collectible object. Now targeting all ages.
Most Lego sets are only available for 4 years is kind of the max, but the shorter it's on the shelves, the more it'll go up.
What's the risk associated with investing in Lego?
If Lego Group starts to release the same set again and at a lower price, then of course the secondary market price will also decrease.
A storm comes through, or you get flooded and all of your Lego boxes get ruined and wet, they immediately go down in value.
Even with the risks and rewards, some collectors say the satisfaction of knowing the value of their sets is the biggest payoff.
In 2013, Lego launched these blind bags line with a very special figure. There were only around 500 produced, called Mr. Gold. Past month, I finally pulled the trigger and purchased him. It cost me around $2,500.
Chris Lee is an engineering student and YouTuber who has a huge collection of Lego. He estimates the retail price of all of them are in the six figures.
Chris, if you had to, would you ever sell your collection?
To be honest, I don't think I would ever sell it. I think really the long-term goal is to one day be able to house it in some sort of larger space like a museum.
I do kind of justify my purchases by saying, well, at least it goes up in value. You know, if something happens and one day I'm like, I don't like Lego anymore, right? I can sell it and I'll make a lot more back than what I spent.
And this unexpected journey allowed Emily to connect other pieces in her life.
It's definitely something that helped me COVID, just, being inside all the time and like finding a community through the internet and just like through YouTube and just sharing my love of Lego with others, but also being able to build with my husband. Like I've gotten my parents into it. It's something that I never thought I would enjoy.
Coming up, a new report on the chaotic and haphazard withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, where Republicans say President Biden fell short, and how the White House is responding next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was chaotic and haphazard, according to a new report from Republicans on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It says from August 15th to August 31st, the United States completed its largest air evacuation. However, this evacuation was marred by a lack of planning, coordination, and communication. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce here now. So, Dan, what else does this report say about the withdrawal?
Allison, the report paints a pretty dark and negative, critical picture here. It says that really tremendous amount of time was lost, that there was kind of months of dithering instead of decisions taken and preparations made. So, for example, the U.S. military withdrawal moved really quickly, and the administration didn't consider to slow down the pace of the withdrawal so they would have more resources to withdraw Afghans and Americans. And also, they just basically said between April, when the president made his decision, and August, when Kabul fell, there really was just a lack of planning and preparation. And in particular, the report points to a National Security Council Deputies Committee meeting on August 14th. This is just hours before the capital, Kabul, falls. And the memo seems to indicate that decisions that should have been made months earlier were only then being taken at the 11th hour, including reaching out to third countries and asking them if they would host evacuees, alerting the local staff at the U.S. Embassy if they wanted to be relocated, and putting together a team that could manage evacuation flights. So really a picture of too little, too late, according to this report.
Dan, some of this report is based on a leaked document from a meeting in the Situation Room. What is the White House saying about that?
The White House has really strongly defended how it handled the evacuation. And they say that, the president ordered troops into the region to pre-position them so they would be ready to move in if they were needed, and that helped manage the evacuation when it did occur. They say that they inherited a mess from the Trump administration, that there was this withdrawal agreement with the Taliban that the Trump administration signed, which released Taliban prisoners, undercut the Afghan government, and really didn't have any kind of a contingency plan. And then about that NSC meeting in particular, White House officials are saying that those are just notes that are cherry-picked and don't reflect months of planning that went into the evacuation, that this is not an accurate picture just to look at that one document. However, I think it's important to point out here that it's not just Republicans that are criticizing how the evacuation was handled. There are refugee advocacy groups, very progressive voices. Some Democratic lawmakers have been sharply critical, not of the decision to withdraw, but how the withdrawal and the evacuation was handled.
All right, Dan, thanks for your reporting today on this report that includes leaked documents that the White House is not all too happy about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Joe Manchin saying President Biden's Build Back Better bill is dead, but Manchin's hinting that some key parts of that bill could still get his support. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor writing, discussions about Biden's agenda inside and outside Washington are increasingly games of Manchinology, in which policymakers pore over his every pronouncement and look for a new package that succeeds where Build Back Better failed. Sahil joins me now. Sahil, you say Manchin is dropping clues about what he does and does not support, but you write, plenty of Democrats would prefer that Manchin just write his own desired bill rather than turn the House and the Senate into teams of moving detectives trying to solve coded riddles left behind by a mysterious killer. I mean, look, journalists alike would probably like it if Manchin just said what he wants. It would make everybody's life easier. But based on his clues, what have you pieced together? What is he willing to support?
Well, Senator Manchin doesn't like to make the first move in this department for one reason or another, but the reality is there are many policies, major transformative policies that he is willing to support. Starting with the tax side, and this is interesting because the national debt just crossed $30 trillion this week. He told me that's his single biggest priority, fixing the tax code, raising enough revenues to pay down the national debt to some extent. Let's put this up on the screen. He talked about a series of policies on the tax front that he's willing to support, including raising the corporate tax rate to 25%. That would raise hundreds of billions of dollars, a 15% minimum corporate tax rate, so everyone is paying at least something, an increase in the capital gains tax to 28%. He wants to eliminate tax breaks like carried interest, which benefit hedge funds and private equity fund managers, and also he wants to raise individual tax rates on the wealthy. Some of this stuff goes even beyond what the House-passed Build Back Better Act does, and on the spending side, he told me he's willing to support major investments in clean energy, despite the fact that he's from West Virginia, which is a coal state. He told me he is open to enhanced ACA funding, Affordable Care Act subsidies in the mold that were passed under the American Rescue Plan. He's willing to extend those, and he wants to extend insurance coverage to many in the so-called Medicaid coverage gap states that didn't expand, as long as there are adjustments, his word, to make sure states continue to have an incentive to expand. Now, you put all this together, it would still be a transformative bill. It would not be everything progressives want, but he's laying out what's still on the table for him.
Sahil, progressive House Democrats supported the bipartisan infrastructure bill with the understanding that Senate Dems would pass a version of Build Back Better. If this bill is in fact dead, what do they say now about Manchin?
Well, many of them feel angry and burned by how this all played out. Many of them felt like they had a commitment from the White House, which by extension was a commitment from Senator Manchin in their view that he would be there for the Build Back Better Act, and he wasn't. Many of them are upset about it. Some, like Senator Bernie Sanders, are insisting on a vote on the expanded Build Back Better Act before anything is done to shrink it. But the reality is progressives don't have a lot of high cards to play anymore. Their single biggest piece of leverage was that bipartisan infrastructure law, which Manchin co-wrote, which he was deeply invested in. That passed, and they have less to hold over him now in terms of getting him to the table. Still, as I mentioned, there's a path, but it's going to require some painful sacrifices that a lot of progressives don't want to make.
As we know, Sahil, Democrats need all 50 senators to stick together to pass any budget priorities. So I have to ask, anything from Senator Kyrsten Sinema?
Well, she is particularly a big challenge on the tax side of things. A number of those tax rate increases that I mentioned at the top, including raising the corporate tax rate to 25%, she is not in favor of. She has not come out publicly and said this, but she has conveyed this privately to committee leaders, to the White House, to Democratic Party leaders, and their challenge here is either craft a bill that meets these demands of hers, or call her bluff. Put these tax rate increases in a bill and see if she's willing to go public with them in a way that she hasn't done so, in the way that she hasn't done so far. It's a bit of a tricky puzzle here because some of these policies that Manchin is willing to support run into opposition from Sinema. Some of the policies that Sinema is willing to support, including a very robust climate change investment, run into opposition from Joe Manchin. Appeasing these two and also keeping progressives on board has been an enormous challenge, and it's why Democrats are in the pickle they are in now. Allison.
A pickle and a tricky puzzle indeed. Sahil Kapoor on the Hill, thank you. A new MSNBC documentary on the January 6th riot airing this weekend. It is called Love and the Constitution. The film follows Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin as he deals with the death of his son and one of the most politically trying times in our nation's history. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has a preview.
I know one thing really well, which is about the Constitution and the rule of law in American democracy.
Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin found himself in the spotlight at one of the darkest points of his life, personally and professionally.
I did not know, whether I would be able to do anything again of meaning or substance in my life after losing Tommy.
The congressman, now in his third term, opening up in a new documentary. He was tapped to serve as lead manager in Donald Trump's second impeachment trial after the events of January 6th, less than 2 weeks after Raskin's 25-year-old son, Tommy, a Harvard law student, died by suicide.
Normally, he was just the happiest, most ebullient, energetic person you could ever hope to meet.
I never doubt that he's going to win. It's not because of his smashing good looks, though he has that to recommend him as well.
But he was suffering from depression, and it was serious.
Depression and anxiety spiking during the pandemic, with 4 in 10 adults reporting symptoms. And for younger adults, the number's even higher. While overall deaths by suicides have declined over the last couple years after a 2-decade rise, the rate among 25 to 34-year-olds went up 5% in 2020, the only age group to see a significant increase.
Mental illness really can take a toll on anybody.
Dr. Christine Crawford with the National Alliance on Mental Illness says tough times, like a pandemic, can intensify feelings of insecurity. And while hospitals have been overwhelmed by COVID patients, there's also been a spike in emergency visits for suspected suicide attempts, up more than 39% for teenagers last winter compared to before the pandemic.
And that really is concerning because the emergency room setting really isn't the appropriate environment to receive good quality psychiatric care.
It's why Dr. Crawford says it's important to have conversations about mental health to try and break the stigma so people feel comfortable sharing their challenges.
It is okay to not be okay, and we need to talk more and more about this so that we can prevent another tragedy such as this one.
Congressman Raskin now working every day to honor his son's life and his legacy.
Tommy was a person who loved the world, and he loved democracy, and he loved humanity, and all living things, and so I feel like I honor him by doing the work that he'd be proud of.
Love and the Constitution airs this Sunday at 10 o'clock on MSNBC. He is one of music's most influential yet controversial artists, Kanye West. Up next, the new documentary showing Kanye like you have never seen him before.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Never before seen footage shot over decades. A new Netflix documentary taking us inside Kanye West's private life. Today, co-host Carson Daly sat down with the filmmakers to talk about their rare access to the mogul on his way to the top.
Known for his groundbreaking music and style, Kanye West is one of the most influential artists, designers, and producers of this generation. But the 22-time Grammy winner, who now goes by Ye, is also known for erratic public behavior.
Me as the leader of the free world.
Including this incident at the 2009 VMAs.
I'm gonna let you finish.
But a new Netflix documentary aims to reveal a whole other side to the revered and controversial superstar.
So it's like God saying, I'm about to hand you the world. Just know at any given time, I can take it away from you.
Filmmakers Clarence Cootie Simmons and Chike Uza spent more than 2 decades documenting West, both before and during his marriage to Kim Kardashian, though she's not part of the film.
They're doing a documentary on me right here.
You know, people think they know Kanye from the Twitter outbursts and the controversial statements more recently, etc. Do you think that the Kanye that people see in public is the same Kanye that you know in private?
No, I think there's a certain Kanye that you see in front of Cootie's camera. There's this sincerity, this vulnerability that Kanye delivers to Cootie. And to me, that's the Kanye that I feel like I've always seen.
Cootie and Chike shot more than 300 hours of footage for Genius.
Try to say I wasn't a genius yet.
Well, who are you to call yourself a genius?
There's so much faith in this film, and there's so much, you know, like even the phrase genius, which is what this thing's titled. There's this struggle with being a Christian, because Christianity is rooted in humility too. But Kanye, just unabashed, always called himself a genius.
When you think about genius, it's just how if you have faith and move in that faith and continue no matter what, then you will get to where you need to go. And Kanye is a representation of that.
Kanye believed in himself when others didn't. He knew he was destined for greatness. Where'd that come from?
It definitely came from Donda.
His mom, Donda West, an ever-present figure in Kanye's life.
Kanye's relationship with his mother was so special, the way that he would smile and laugh. When Donda passed away in 2007, how did that change Kanye?
It definitely, to me, changed him a lot. I think this movie's gonna have, people gonna see that journey that he took, and they're gonna really have empathy and compassion for him and the things that he's going through, you know, without that solid rock of Mama West.
A decade after Donda passed, Kanye opened up publicly about struggling with bipolar disorder.
I wondered, just as like lifelong friends of Kanye, as he was struggling, how hard that was for you to continue to capture those tough moments or not capture them and protect a friend.
I thought when he would do certain things was a part of the act and what they were doing for the publicity. When I was with him, just to see it in person, I just knew I had to listen.
In its 3 parts, the film captures a rare side to West's unconventional journey, something Cootie and Chike consider a glimpse into a visionary rise.
It wasn't so much that we wanted to do a definitive doc about Kanye. And so we want you to watch this movie as a blueprint to anybody that is second guessing or just needs that extra motivation to try to like either find their passion or just believe, seeing their passions come to life. It's hard, it's a road, it takes years. Kanye didn't do this overnight. If you push at it and believe, it'll happen.
That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
As we're coming on the air, we've just learned a huge tornado touched down in Alabama as part of this 2,000-mile-long ice storm, with tens of thousands of people in Texas saying they can't turn their lights on. We're live in Dallas, where the threat of a colossal power failure, just like what happened during last year's storm, is very real tonight. And overseas, new details from a dramatic and risky operation that killed the head of ISIS. More on how exactly it went down and what a White House official in the Situation Room for it tells me about what that was like. And the U.S. now accusing Russia of planning to film a fake attack, like with actors and everything, as a pretext to try and justify an invasion of Ukraine. But what is it like to talk with people in Ukraine just trying to get through the day? Matt Bradley has our backstory. Plus, it's been a busy few years for the scientists behind the COVID vaccine, but they're taking a quick breather to let us get behind the scenes to check out how they've been able to crank out millions of doses in no time. And USA Swimming, always in water, but this time it's hot for what critics call tough rules they're putting in place for transgender athletes. Why they're going so far. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right now we're watching what's going down in Alabama as we are live on the air with these reports coming into us of people trapped in their homes as a tornado has swept through right near Tuscaloosa, southwest of Birmingham. It's part of that monster winter storm we've been talking about. Pictures of the damage are just starting to come in. Downed trees, homes ripped up, a tornado warning in place there tonight for another couple hours. You're seeing some of the video. We expect more to be coming in. Plus, all over the country, you've got ice, freezing rain, 100 million people getting blasted by this thing, 250,000 people without power in at least a dozen states, and nearly 6,000 flights canceled at airports from Texas to New York. The Dallas-Fort Worth airport even had to shut down for a bit today. People are being asked to stay off the roads, which obviously, because it's pretty much impossible to drive in some of these spots. Cars in Illinois got stuck on a highway there. We've seen spinouts. Texas is reporting more than 70 crashes in less than 24 hours. And Texas is where the ice is hitting hardest in this stretch from Texas to Ohio. And there, the big concern in Texas is about the power grid, right? Can it hold up so they can avoid what happened last year when the grid failed in a deadly catastrophe? Morgan Chesky is live in Dallas for us. We've got Bill Cairns tracking the storm. So, Morgan, we've been talking about this for a couple days. The concern that the South was going to be like the center of the bullseye with this thing, especially when it comes to the ice. Now we've got these tornadoes in the South hitting Alabama. Talk us through what we're seeing at this hour.
Yeah, Hallie, new information coming in by the minute on this Alabama tornado that, as you mentioned, struck around that Tuscaloosa area. We've seen images from the community of Sawyerville of homes shredded by this rare winter twister that appears to have struck this afternoon. There are reports of people being trapped inside damaged structures. We've reached out to authorities. We're hoping to find out more. We've also seen instances where vehicles were tossed into nearby ponds. And hard to wrap your head around the fact that this tornado is all part of the same system that has left Texas really looking like this. Trees encased in ice, snow that fell for the better part of today, and the danger here is not done yet. Hallie?
Talk to me more about what we're seeing in Texas. Morgan, you were there. You were on the ground during that terrible series of power outages last year during a storm that led to a lot of loss of life, something like 250 people killed directly or indirectly. This really does feel like the first test of the grid since that all happened.
It absolutely is. And this time last year, I mean, we all went through what felt like a frozen inland hurricane. Without power for days on end, some people upwards of nearly 2 weeks in some cases, and millions of Texans face this issue of not knowing when power was going to come back on. There was a real fear going into this event last night, whenever the temperature started to drop, that there would be another instance of power being cut off to a large portion of the state. Officials say that they've inspected and double-checked to make sure 99% of the state's power generators are up and running. They have extra reserves on standby if needed. As of this point in time, the officials in the state say they do have enough power to sustain demand, but they say that peak demand won't really happen until about Friday morning. That's when temperatures here are going to plunge even more. Wind chills in Amarillo anticipated to drop to about -16. I want you to hear what officials had to say in their own words earlier. Take a listen.
I want you to know that local power providers are bringing in extra resources to get those power lines back up, and the state of Texas is helping them.
We have a high degree of confidence in our grid. We feel very comfortable in our current situation.
Now, important to note, there have been a rolling number of about 30 to 60,000 Texans without power over the last several hours since this storm struck in earnest. Those outages not believed to be tied to the overall grid, but these are more local outages. Officials saying, you know, trees encased in ice, have a branch comes against the line. It's going to knock out power at least temporarily. We know that there are 10,000 linemen across the state of Texas currently at work trying to restore those issues as they happen. Hallie?
Morgan Chesky, please stay warm, stay safe. I know you've got a lot of reporting ahead of you for NBC Nightly News. We're really glad you joined us to share that. Thank you. Bill Cairns is here now with the forecast. All right, Bill, this thing is a monster. Let me start with this tornado in Alabama. For now, singular, right? We think it was one and not multiple. What do we know, and how long is this warning going to last?
Well, we do have a new tornado warning that is in effect just to the west of the Montgomery, Alabama area. So the tornado that occurred about an hour and a half ago was located close to the Mississippi-Alabama border, just north of Denapolis. And this was a tornado that was on the ground briefly. It doesn't appear that it was like a long track tornado, but it was strong enough to rip a second story off a house. It took a mobile home and moved it off its foundation and slid it. And as Morgan mentioned, it took a couple trucks and tossed them into a pond. So it was definitely a strongish type of tornado, enough to do some significant damage. And the area that has a chance of additional tornadoes today, they will be isolated. This is not a big tornado outbreak, but we're watching this area from Montgomery southwards all the way down to Mobile, including Montgomery and Monroeville, until 6 p.m. this evening. So as you said, only one confirmed, but we still could see isolated tornadoes the rest of this evening.
Okay, shift over to Texas for me, where we just heard from Morgan, right? Yeah. It is cold. It is icy. It's not going to, they're not used to that kind of thing. How long can they expect it to last there?
Well, right now we're watching the end of the ice in the snowstorm, and it's almost to the point where we've got some freezing rain that's not far away from even the Houston area and Victoria. So that cold air is making its way all the way to the Gulf. On our maps, the pink shows you the freezing rain. The light pink peachish color shows you the sleet. So there it is by Victoria and just outside of Houston. Dallas, you are done, along with most areas of Texas. So now we wait and see how cold it'll get and how much energy demand there will be tomorrow morning. We have wind chill advisories for much of the state. We have a hard freeze and freeze warning for South Texas, and even a wind chill warning around Corpus Christi. Now, tomorrow morning, we expect the temperature and the number in black there to be below freezing throughout Texas. So everyone has to heat their properties up, and everyone will have the heaters going all the way through South Texas. But it's not just Friday morning. It's also going to extend into Saturday morning, too, and we even could see record lows. So it's a two-morning event. It'll get a little warmer Friday afternoon, but not a lot.
Bill, real quick, what's next for the storm then?
All right, because, this ice storm is still, we have 150,000 people without power in Tennessee, 50,000 in Ohio. We're still watching this crippling ice storm moving now from Tennessee and Kentucky and heading for New England in the Northeast this evening. 102 million people are still under winter weather headlines, and the timing of this mess brings it by 7 a.m. The bluish shows you the heavy snow, Pittsburgh, northwards, Buffalo, northern New England, but that pink is that icy mess of freezing rain and sleet just outside of I-95, and then by the time we get to Friday evening, that'll be sliding off the coast, but it's going to be a very difficult Friday morning outside of the big cities in the Northeast. Hallie, tomorrow we'll be talking about ice storm and ice storm damage possible from Pennsylvania through central portions of New England.
Bill Cairns, I know a busy night ahead for you and morning, too. Thank you very much for that. We're getting some new and very vivid details tonight about the tick-tock, the minutes leading up to and during that raid in Syria overnight that killed the head of ISIS. And now the Iraqis are saying it was their intelligence that helped pinpoint this guy's location. We're talking about Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, who set off a bomb right as U.S. Special Forces were closing in, killing himself and his family. The Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby saying today, this is a big deal. Watch.
They're leaderless today, and that's a significant blow. This is not something that we believe ISIS is going to be able to just get over real quickly and real easily.
You're about to be looking at the building where the U.S. says this all went down. That's that third floor where the bomb was detonated by the terrorists. The Pentagon says 3 innocent people died because of that explosion. A top ISIS deputy was also killed later, but a Syrian rescue group says it's possible as many as 13 civilians were killed, including 6 children. President Biden today calling the bombing, in his words, a final act of desperate cowardice.
Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you.
The president was in the Situation Room. He was watching this operation go down every minute, and so was Brett McGurk, a top White House advisor on the Middle East. He and I talked not too long ago. Watch.
Everything had been accounted for, and we just watched our forces go through, march through the mission until they were out of harm's way. The president left the Situation Room. He said, "God bless our troops," and then he spoke to the American people this morning.
I have to imagine there were moments of tension in the Situation Room during something like this, Brett.
Incredibly tense, and we're getting real-time reports from General Milley and the Secretary of Defense, and incredibly tense until it was actually finished.
McGurk also told me there was a lot of information that was taken by U.S. troops from this compound. They'll look through that. They'll look for any leads for further investigations. Keir Simmons is joining us now from London. Keir, let me start with the minute by minute of how this went down, right? Because I heard from him and from others, this was a high-risk operation, 2 hours, kind of a long time for special forces to be on the ground. And throughout the day today, right up until we came on the air, we've learned more and more details about this.
Yeah, Hallie, 2 hours, and that was from beginning to end, from the beginning when the helicopters approached this area, and then we hear from witness reports that they made these announcements asking innocent people to give themselves up, women and children. They approached this three-story building. About 45 minutes into those 2 hours, we believe that was when al-Qureshi detonated the bomb that killed himself and members of his family. There was this gunfire between the U.S. Special Forces and fighters on the ground, even a colourful description of a woman jihadist fighting with U.S. Special Forces. That hasn't been confirmed. It has been reported that they were able to get some women and children from the building, including some who lived in other floors of the building. And then, as you say, they leave about 2 hours later. They did, though, have mechanical problems with one of their helicopters, which meant they had to blow that helicopter up on the ground. So clearly in the dark, dramatic, happening sometime just after 1 o'clock in the morning local time. It would have been tense. I mean, that I think would be an understatement.
I think so too, Keir. You know, somebody else, the way that, as you know, this organization works, this terror group works, somebody else is going to eventually take over, right, as head of ISIS. But the U.S. is pointing out, listen, al-Qureshi was very heavily involved in operational issues for ISIS. This is still, as you heard the president, John Kirby, Brett McGurk say, this is still a blow. Based on the reporting that you've done in the region, how would you characterize the state of ISIS right now?
Yeah, look, it is a blow. That being said, though, Hallie, the evidence is mixed about whether taking out the leader, what damage it really does to a group like this. Clearly, ISIS and al-Qaeda do not have the strength that they once had. In particular, they don't have the strength to attack the U.S. mainland in the way that they have in the past. But honestly, Hallie, at times we do look at these things in a kind of myopic way here in Western Europe and there in the U.S., judging them based on terrorist attacks. A good measure, of course, but there are a lot more terrorist attacks in the Middle East, and there is still a lot of sectarianism, in particular between the Shias and the Sunnis. If you just take one other issue, Iran, where the Americans are negotiating with the Iranians over that nuclear deal, it's not going well. That's just going to fuel more sectarianism in the region. So there is ISIS and al-Qaeda in multiple countries in the Middle East and in Africa. They're not going away. If you like, the US and West and its allies are managing to control the threat, but they haven't eradicated the threat.
Keir Simmons, it's great to have you reporting on this big news for us tonight here on NBC News Now. Thank you. So President Biden is just, actually, as we speak, finishing up a trip to New York, trying to show he can be tough on gun violence, all while trying to find this balance between support for law enforcement and police reform. Meeting with the governor, the mayor, the U.S. Attorney General there to talk about how to crack down on what they've seen, these numbers surging as it relates to violence across the city.
We want to crack down on the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers, making sure that people who are not allowed to have a gun don't get the gun in the first place.
The president's visit comes a day after the New York Police Department buried another one of their officers killed in the line of duty. The second funeral we've seen in less than a week. New York City has seen a 38% increase in all crime this January compared to last year at this same time. And look at this stat. Shootings alone, they're up 31%. And you know, gun violence, it is a political issue, too, especially looking at the midterms. This trend that Republicans are seeing, they're looking at the issue of crime, looking to use that against Democrats on Election Day. I want to bring in Mike Memoli now from New York City. And, Mike, let me start with something that we just heard, because I understand the White House, correct me if I'm wrong, they're confirming that President Biden has met with some of the families of these fallen officers in New York?
Yeah, what we just learned from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was that ahead of the president's trip to New York here, he had a chance to speak with the families of Officer Mora, Officer Rivera, and to express his real heartfelt condolences. He also spoke last night before coming up to New York with the New York Police Commissioner. Obviously, yesterday was the second funeral for one of these officers, and it was notable that the president was coming, as you mentioned, on this day, because this is something we've seen him do throughout his career, Hallie. He's spoken at police officer closure,
Right.
funerals, memorials. So often some of the most moving remarks he gives are at these kinds of events. And so it was important for the White House to make that known today, that he had spoken with the families.
It's also important, I think, to talk about. This is part policy, yes. It is also part politics. And those two things are both true, and they're both true at the same time, right? There are initiatives that the president is looking to support with this visit to New York. There's also, I think, the optical political piece of this. We are in a midterm here, right? You've got recent polling that shows that something like 1 in 4, not even Americans, are satisfied with the way that crime policy is in this country. That's way down from where it was a couple years ago.
Yeah, Hallie, you talk about the balancing act that the president was trying to show today.
Right.
This really was on display with the two events he was doing. One, speaking with the New York Police Department leadership, talking about stepped-up enforcement, but then going to a public school across the river in Queens to look at the intervention side of things, look at efforts to prevent people from falling into crime as well. And obviously, in a midterm year, the president is trying to really, along with a new mayor, Eric Adams, who won a primary just like Joe Biden did, a very crowded primary where he was often criticized for being too tough in his career on law enforcement. The 1994 crime bill, in Biden's case, one of his biggest accomplishments, was one of the biggest liabilities, at least his rivals thought, in the campaign. So this was really a message to the Democratic Party. This is going to be a big issue in the midterms. Ronna McDaniel, the RNC chairwoman, is going to make crime the focus of her remarks tomorrow, I'm told. And so he wants to really give Democrats sort of the roadmap for how to speak about these issues and how to walk that fine blue line through the course of this year.
He's also looking at the midterms through a bit of a different lens here, too, and that's the money lens, hoping to give Democrats not just a messaging, point of view here, but also cash. And you have some new exclusive reporting, Mike, on how he is basically green-lighting this transfer of like $15 million to campaign committees to try to bolster Democratic candidates in the midterms. This is just the start.
Yeah, it's really incredible, Hallie, when you think about the day the president had yesterday with the intensive final planning for that ISIS raid. We learned exclusively that the president also had a series of meetings with the House and Senate leadership to really get down into the details of their strategy for the midterm elections. And he told Senator Schumer, Speaker Pelosi, that he was transferring $15 million to the campaign committees for the House and Senate, splitting that up, but also really walking through a way in which the DNC believes they've really ramped up for the midterms in a way you typically only see in a presidential election year, standing up with $20 million of resources, coordinated campaigns in 8 key states. A lot of those are big for Senate and governor's races this year, but if you look at the list, it's also a lot of battleground states for 2024. The White House and the Democratic National Committee are really trying to emphasize the president doing the work over the long term, not just showing up a couple months before the election, but trying to do everything he can to help Democrats in a tough year and then help himself in 2024.
Mike Memoli, great to see you. Thank you very much for your reporting on the road with President Biden in New York. Thank you.
Thanks, Hallie.
So listen, the games are about to begin, but some games have already begun. Did you catch it on Peacock? Some of the curling that's already started, some of the other competition. The official kickoff, of course, is tomorrow morning with 150 U.S. athletes at the Olympics expected to participate in the opening ceremony being held at Beijing's National Stadium. You'll hear it called the bird's nest. That's the lingo. You had China's state press agency today reporting the ceremony is going to last just about an hour and a half, maybe a little longer. That's actually a lot shorter than opening ceremonies before that, if you remember watching, have lasted several hours. The stands are mostly going to be empty, too. Only selected Chinese people getting to attend some of these Olympic events. And, of course, no official U.S. delegation. You see this map. The U.S. is one of a dozen countries, just about, part of a diplomatic boycott over China's human rights violations. Steve Patterson is outside of Beijing to help us set the table. Steve, the last time we talked, I think on this show, it was right as you were about to get on a flight to head to China. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're, ready to go. How are things looking on the ground where you are?
Things are looking pretty good. Obviously, we're in this closed loop system, the bubble, as they're calling it, giving a lot of athletes, a lot of journalists, some anxiety about testing positive. That is always a concern here, especially for people that have been training their whole lives for this very moment. But as you've alluded to, the most action that we've had so far is curling. I love curling. I've already fought with one News Now anchor about watching curling. I think it is a joy to watch. It's a lot like some of the reality shows that my wife watches. I don't really know what's going on, but I know that I like it. Meanwhile, that being said, the U.S. is always predicted to do pretty well, but they've been dropping games. They won their first game against Australia by a pretty slim margin. That was unexpected. and then they've dropped their last 2. That's in mixed curling. Meanwhile, another one of the big sports that we've seen is women's hockey. Obviously, with the NHL pulling out, there's much more attention on the women's game this year, but it's always so entertaining to watch. There's always this duel for gold between the U.S. and Canada. Happy to say that the U.S. Won their first match, although in the first 10 minutes, they lost one of their alternative captains. Brianna Decker went down. Imagine that. You train your whole life. She's been a 3-time Olympian, and she got tripped up, carried out by a stretcher, and will not compete for the rest of the games. Meanwhile, we've got some skiing qualifiers coming up, as well as men's figure skating. Everybody's watching Nathan Chen. All of this, as you mentioned, ahead of that big opening ceremony that's coming up.
So listen,
tonight.
the sport's front and center, right? But I think we would be remiss, and I think as journalists, it's important for us to cover the other stories that are involved, that are the backdrop to these games. And there's really 2 big ones. It's COVID and how China's dealing with the pandemic, and it's human rights and the issues with the horrific way that they treat Uyghur Muslims, et cetera. Let me start with COVID here, because we saw a lot of attention on this video from, and I want to make sure I get this right, Kim Mailmans, right? This Belgian skeleton racer. You probably wouldn't know her name before this, but this video that she posted over having to isolate outside the Olympic Village got a ton of attention. I want to play a little bit of it here.
On the way to the village, we did not turn to the village, but the ambulance went to another facility where I am now.
So she got moved back to the Olympic Village after, as we said, this video kind of went viral online. Talk a little bit about that interplay, right, between the games and between COVID and China's very strict zero COVID policy.
Well, again, like I said, everybody is paranoid. There's a huge amount of anxiety with the athletes about testing positive. The testing is every single day for everybody in this bubble. And the big fear is that, you know, if you contract it or if you show any signs of it, that you are taken out, sent to isolation. And then there's a possibility that you may miss the sport that you have, again, trained your whole life for, or as a journalist covered, or as a worker, you know, planned to do your entire life. So that is a big concern. One of the biggest examples that we've seen so far is Alana Myers-Taylor. She's the 4-time Olympian bobsledder, really the best chance at medaling in bobsledding that the U.S. has. She tested positive, has been asymptomatic, but is sent to one of those essentially quarantine hotels, a very small room where she's had to basically run back and forth in her room to train. She has to then test negative 2 days in a row, which is more difficult than it sounds. And obviously, she was also selected to be a flag bearer for the U.S., removed from that role. So it's very, very scary for these athletes. And that's one of the reasons why you saw tears from that athlete. It's very difficult to have something that you've been doing your whole life and then it's taken away from you.
There's also, as we said, the human rights piece of this. We had one senator here in the U.S. today say we cannot let the glitz and glamour, in his words, of the opening ceremonies obscure what he called China's human rights atrocities. Today, you saw hundreds of activists marching on the headquarters of the IOC over in Switzerland. As we get closer to the official start of the games here, just hours away, talk me through the organizers' response here. Is it, you know, not engaging with some of these protests? Are you hearing from them?
Yeah, so we've heard from the IOC president, Thomas Bach, who, you know, as you've kind of alluded to, there is a zero engagement policy. He said the position of the IOC has to be neutrality because that would interfere with the universality of the games, which would eventually lead to its downfall. So their position is no comment on anything political that's happening within China or even outside of the bubble here in mainland China. They're not going to comment on it. We haven't really heard, obviously, from Chinese officials. They're not going to say anything about this. And remember that we're in this closed-loop bubble system, so there's no interaction with us and the Beijing citizens or mainland China. So we just haven't heard anything.
Steve Patterson, I know we're going to be seeing a lot of you over the next couple of weeks. Enjoy the assignment. Thank you for being with us. Coming up, it sounds like something out of a spy novel or Hollywood, with the U.S. saying that Russia, they have intel that Russia was planning to make this fake movie to justify an attack on Ukraine. We've got Andrea Mitchell joining me in just a minute. Plus, in tonight's backstory, Matt Bradley talks to Ukrainians caught in the middle of the superpower standoff.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In what feels like a bit of a made-for-TV plot, the U.S. is declassifying intelligence that it says exposes this possible Russian disinformation scheme, where Russia would apparently release this staged video showing the aftermath from some sort of explosion. Fake, dead bodies, actors, mourners, also actors, Ukrainian military equipment, not actually Ukrainian military equipment, Russian props. But then Russia would use this fake movie to point the finger at Ukraine and say, hey, Ukraine started it, so we can invade. Again, the catch? None of it's real. So why would they go to these lengths? What is Russia thinking? Well, basically to give them an excuse, a completely fake and made-up excuse, to invade Ukraine. The Deputy National Security Advisor explained why the U.S. decided to release this intel in an interview with our own Andrea Mitchell. Watch.
We believe that after the fact, there will be a significant disinformation deployed by the Russian government to say that they had to take military action for a reason like this. And putting this information out in advance will make it much harder for them to win that argument and easier for us to keep our partners and allies aligned, which is an important part of our strategy in this entire situation.
Andrea joins us now. Andrea, it was a great interview because it was confirmation of this intelligence. And listen, the U.S. does not take lightly declassifying intelligence and releasing it like this. One thing that I heard again and again in my conversations today was people, Democrats specifically, applauding that the administration did this. But it's significant. They want to send a message here.
Yeah, they want to send a message to Vladimir Putin. We know what you're doing, and you can't fake it. You know, but the plot itself sounded like something out of Argo. You know,
right.
Where's Ben Affleck and John Goodman? But I have to tell you that also at the State Department briefing, which I came back from this afternoon, there were lots of questions like, show us the goods, show us the evidence. Because the way they described it, they know what's in that video. They've seen it, they've got it. But they wouldn't declassify enough because they don't want to compromise sources and methods. But I have to tell you that a lot of reporters were asking, you know, let's see, you know, remember a head like Stevenson, you know, back in the 50s at the UN with pictures of the Russian missiles in the 60s, rather. Well, let's see the evidence, because people have been burned, frankly, by what happened, you know, with WMD in Iraq.
And it seemed like, listen, Andrea, you were there. The response felt a little like, from, you know, watching it and reading it, like what, you don't believe us? What, reporters, you don't trust us? Which, like, no, that's not our job. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So there were a lot of questions about it, but it is a very serious issue, which is the disinformation that we've all seen, the propaganda from Russia. We've seen it in our own election. So that does exist, and they have clearly been trying to discredit Ukraine and try to pin it on Ukraine so that they could then have a pretext to invade.
We also know that on Capitol Hill today, senators had a really important briefing on this whole Russia-Ukraine situation from the defense secretary, from the secretary of state. And coming out of it, the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Menendez, told me it really added some urgency to this sanctions package that both Republicans and Democrats seem to be getting on board with, seem to be getting closer to, right? Talk us through what that looks like big picture.
Well, what it looks like is sanctions that would be imposed But the administration and a lot of the Democrats, the other leaders on the Democratic side, are very concerned, Hallie, that it not be preemptive sanctions, which would let Vladimir Putin say, well, you've already sanctioned me, why shouldn't I go ahead and invade? So they want to have some sort of pre-sanctions that would incorporate some of the things he's already done, like cyber attacks on Ukraine, which have happened, but not the full-on, you've crossed the border. So keep the big stuff for later. And it would be financial, and it would be on export controls, things that he can also, that he needs for his technology, you know, semiconductors, but that he cannot get from China, because where is he going to be tonight and tomorrow? He's going to be with President Xi in China, and that is his closest ally and a backstop for any of the shortages that he does have if he invades and if we sanction him in the financial system.
And certainly more reporting coming out after that discussion, I'm sure, the next 24 or 48 hours. Andrea, it's so great to see you. Great interview with the Deputy National Security Advisor today. Thanks for being with us. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And for it, tonight, we're sticking with Ukraine, the country caught in the middle of this whole standoff between the U.S. and Russia, where people's lives are being totally upended by this constant threat of war. You've seen our Matt Bradley reporting on this. He's been on the ground at the only working border crossing from Ukraine into Russia. Remember, these are people just trying to move around in their own country. Many of the people who need to cross are retirees, some in wheelchairs. They've got to get back and forth to run errands, even pick up their pensions. They are not doing it over the computer, right? They're not doing it over mail. They got to go do it by hand. And while many of them say they're afraid of Russia, some of them don't really buy the American pledge to help either. Watch.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the world about this?
Tell Biden, please don't send troops to shoot around here. We'll deal with our own problem.
Matt Bradley is here to talk through what it's like reporting from the front lines. Matt, I'm so glad you're with us on this tonight. You know the theme of this segment. It's the backstory, right? It's the behind-the-scenes look at how you do this. So how do you do this? Because it's real easy for me to sit here in D.C. or for you to sit there in London and to talk about it. But these are real people who are affected by this, who, as we just heard, are like, hey, guess what, U.S.? I don't really buy your lines either. How do you get them to talk to you?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing you'd get, Hallie, if you were in, you know, the U.S. and you're talking to Trump supporters who don't really like talking to MSNBC correspondents or NBC correspondents. You get that strain of hostility. You have to move past it. People are actually much more polite, you know, when they're actually talking to them one-on-one. That's the thing. When they're not behind a keyboard tweeting at you or something like that, things are a bit lighter. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot of suspicion in this part of the world, and people just don't want to trust you.
You also have to work with a translator while you're over there, right?
Sorry?
You have to work with, I believe, a translator, unless you're fluent in the Ukrainian language, which I don't believe you are. But correct me if I'm wrong, my friend. You have many talents.
Ukrainian, Russian. Well, you guessed it. Right. You got me. You know, you called me out. I'm not. No, we're working with a translator. I've been doing that for years and years. And, you know, I lived in the Middle East for 8 years. It's not easy. The fact of the matter is you're looking at the situation through a peephole when you're going through a translator, and that's tough. And often, you know, the translator is more than just a translator. They're a local expert. There's somebody who can tell you what's going on beyond just, you know, translating directly. They become a friend. They become a confidant. They become someone who you can bounce story ideas off of. So it's much more useful than just somebody who you're looking at through a translator, even if you spoke the local language fluently. It's so essential to have someone who knows people, who's from that place, who has contacts. You know, it's more than a translator. It's more than a fixer. It's somebody who has insights. It's somebody who knows the situation. And that, as you know, that's totally essential.
It's like an on-the-ground, you know, field producer, right, who's partnering with you to bring these stories to us. Yeah. You know, you referenced, Matt, you did. You lived in the Middle East for years. We've seen you, you know, on this network, on NBC, covering violent stuff, protests in Hong Kong, I'm thinking about, for example. This is really different, I would imagine, because there's no hot war, which the U.S. is obviously relieved about. Nobody wants to see that in the West. But it's Ukrainian and Russian forces staring each other down. It's the U.S. amassing forces on the border. It's this tense, what feels like moment of buildup, you know?
Well, it's a Cold War, and it's a Cold War not just in the sense that we know it from back in the 80s and 70s and 60s. It's a Cold War in the sense that, you know, we were in the trenches and there's just guns lined up, very rudimentary guns lined up aiming at each other and they're not actually shooting. So, there is a war going on here, but it's a low-level one. There isn't a Russian invasion. It's separatists from, these sort of breakaway republics, so-called republics that are fighting against Ukrainians. So it's a very tense situation, and everybody here has an opinion. And unlike in a lot of places, they don't want to share it. They're very reluctant to share it because they have to go back home and they have to face their friends and their neighbors, and they don't have anyone to protect them. And that's where things get raw and where things get vulnerable. And they let you know that when they're talking to them. And when you talk to a translator, you were talking about that translator before, you could talk to someone and they'll be like, oh, I'm in a hurry, I can't talk to you. And the translator will turn to you and say, like they did today, this person is very afraid. They're very frightened. And they don't even want to be seen with us.
Has there been anything, I only have a couple seconds left, Matt, anything that's really surprised you as you've been on the ground there that you might have not seen in the course of your reporting overseas elsewhere?
Yeah, I got to say, this whole thing about Russian-speaking people and Ukrainian-speaking people, that isn't the real divide. There are a lot of Russian-speaking people who are very sympathetic to Ukrainians and want to be part of Ukraine. And I think there are a lot of Ukrainian-speaking people who really have an affinity for Russia. It doesn't necessarily split straight down the middle, as a lot of people would want to believe. It's just, it never is that simple.
It never is. It's such good insight, Matt, and I'm so glad we have you to share it with us. Thank you very much for being our backstory tonight. Appreciate you. Coming up here on the show, USA Swimming just updated its rules for elite transgender athletes, and some people are very much not happy about it. What the changes mean for swimmers as young as 13 years old. And a lot of you might not love to hear this next story because it means you may have to spend a little bit more money for your next cup of Starbucks. They're raising prices yet again. We'll explain why after the break.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
When Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line, that was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
USA Swimming has a new rule for transgender athletes, and it's getting some backlash from some corners. Joe Yerkeba tells us about that policy in just a minute. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Facebook's parent company, Meta, it lost $237 billion in value today. That is the biggest one-day drop in the history of the U.S. stock market. Yikes, we told you yesterday how the company's shares took a hit, too. Facebook's actually blaming Apple's privacy changes for a dip in their daily active users. They say that's what's behind this. Number 2, opening statements started today in Sarah Palin's libel suit against the New York Times. The trial was actually supposed to start last month, but as we said then, it got delayed because Palin tested positive for COVID. She was seen eating out at some restaurants in New York City after that. The former GOP nominee for VP is not vaccinated. Number 3, Tesla recalled more than 800,000 cars because of something wrong with its seatbelt alert. This alert is supposed to ding or beep or make a sound when the car starts, but you're not buckled up. Federal motor vehicle safety laws require this feature for obvious reasons. Tesla said it's going to fix the problem with a software update. Number 4, medical marijuana is now legal in Mississippi. The governor signed a bill into law just this week so people with conditions like cancer and sickle cell disease can buy cannabis. It is state number 37 to legalize medical marijuana. It could be a little while before you see a dispensary in Mississippi, though. Dispensary, I should say, that word. Number 5, your favorite Starbucks drink might cost you a little extra next time. The coffee chain is raising its price, blaming inflation, even Omicron. Starbucks didn't say exactly what you'll be paying, but says it's going to be different state by state. It's just going to be more. USA Swimming just announced a new policy for elite transgender athletes. It's creating some backlash in the swimming and broader sports world. Effective immediately, a panel of experts is deciding whether trans athletes have a, quote, competitive advantage over the athletes' cisgender female competitors. And any trans swimmer 13 and up who wants to be eligible to set national records will have to make sure their testosterone levels are under a certain level for 36 months before competing. USA Swimming has taken some heat on that one. No other national sports organization, sports governing body, has required more than 24 months of low testosterone for trans female athletes. It comes just a few weeks after the NCAA announced their new sport-by-sport approach to trans policy for college athletes. Let me bring in Joe Yerkeba, who's joining me now. Joe, we talked then about these new NCAA rules. Now you've got USA Swimming coming out with this new policy because of the NCAA announcement, right? Based on your reporting, what is the message that trans athletes are getting from USA Swimming with this?
Well, you know, in the announcement of the new policy, USA Swimming said it's trying to balance inclusivity with competitive equity at elite levels. So the message it's trying to send is that it wants to include trans athletes. But the message it's actually sending is that to trans athletes, some of them say that the body may have caved to political pressure. And they allege that USA Swimming maybe didn't use evidence that includes trans athletes. For example, in its announcement, USA Swimming cited statistical data that only compared cisgender athletes who identify with their assigned sex at birth. And when I asked USA Swimming about this criticism, it declined to comment.
What's interesting here is that we saw some swimmers at Penn coming out in favor of this rule. And that's interesting because, as you reported, that's the school where Leah Thomas swims. She has posted some of the best times in the country this year.
Right. Yeah. So these conversations are really divisive and political, and it seems pretty clear that Thomas's performance appears to be really influencing them. And in that vein, both experts and advocates have noted to me that it's strange that this new USA Swimming policy has this 3-year or 36-month requirement of low testosterone, because it's the longest of any sports governing body. Most require 24 months, as you mentioned, and that's supported by evidence. So critics say that it looks slightly suspicious because Thomas will have been on testosterone suppressants for 34 months by March, which is when the NCAA championships are. And I asked USA Swimming about this, and the organization said that it created a policy and guidelines, quote, under the advisement of medical, ethical, and legal experts that fits athletes at every level of our sport.
Really quickly, Joe, you mentioned some of the criticism, too, that this may be bending to political pressure. We just got news that Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota has now signed the bill banning trans female athletes from participating in girls' sports. We've known this was coming after the legislature passed it, et cetera. It all seems like it's part of a bigger whole.
Right. Yeah. So South Dakota has become the 10th state, the first this year to ban trans athletes from playing on the sports teams of their gender identity. So this is definitely part of a just larger movement of what advocates are saying is an effort from Republicans to fire up their base ahead of the midterms. And that's by sort of, using messaging and misinformation related to trans people. And these trans athlete bills is one of the ways they're doing that.
Joe Yerkeba, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate your reporting on this. Coming up here on the show, 3 men gripping a sinking boat for nearly an hour in the freezing cold off the coast of Massachusetts. That dramatic rescue at sea and the video coming up in tonight's Local. And check out this pair. They helped create the life-saving Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccines. And our Molly Hunter is taking us inside their HQ for a behind-the-scenes look at the work.
Here comes Diggins!
In that moment, I was just thinking about what I could do to get to that line.
Jesse Diggins to the line! Goal! A landmark moment that will be etched in history.
when Keegan jumped on top of me and we saw our teammates right next to the finish line. That was a really emotional moment for me. I remember thinking, this podium's too small. It should be more than just the two of us up here.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove?
Shaun White takes the gold!
You've already won more Olympic golds in snowboarding than anyone else ever. You've dominated the sport since you were a teen. Now you're trying to beat kids half your age. Maybe you're trying to prove you're every bit as good as you were at 15 and that you only get better with age, like a fine cheese. Or yogurt. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
So what's it really take to make a vaccine? Molly Hunter sat down with the founders of BioNTech and learned more about their push to develop it before we even called it a pandemic. We've got that exclusive story coming up in a second. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, we're learning more about Georgia's investigation into former President Trump's push to try to overturn the legitimate 2020 election results. In an interview with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, District Attorney Fani Willis says she expects to start seating a special grand jury in May. She thinks most of the activity is going to happen around June and July. This is the most extensive comments she's given about this special grand jury yet. From our Northeast Bureau, 3 fishermen in Massachusetts, look at this, rescued from freezing water after their boat sank. The guys said the 55-foot boat flipped just out of nowhere. They were in the water 45 minutes. Think about that, 45 minutes in the winter off the coast of Massachusetts. Unbelievably, a woman looking out her window just happened to see what went down. She called for help. Thank goodness she did. And from our Washington Bureau, here in D.C., take a look at the culprit caught sneaking around at a Pentagon security area. This wandering chicken was found this week. It was taken in by a local animal welfare group. Her name is Henny Penny. She even got her own song on Jimmy Fallon's show. If you may be thinking, how in the world did that hen get to the Pentagon? We don't know. It's a good question. All right, I'm going to tell you 2 names you maybe have never heard of, but who have saved thousands or maybe millions of lives during the pandemic. Meet Dr. Ugur Shaheen and Dr. Uzlem Turazi. They're the founders of BioNTech, who partnered with Pfizer to create the first COVID vaccine to get FDA approval in the U.S. They figured out how to do this thing. They're expected to make 4 billion doses all around the world this year. That's up from 3 last year. And that includes the vaccine that they just asked the FDA to authorize for kids under 5. So they've been busy. But they sat down for a rare interview with Molly Hunter at their headquarters in Germany to give us an exclusive look at how this all happened. And Molly joins me now. Molly, it's like, hey, make a vaccine and the pandemic, talk with Molly Hunter. They're doing it all, which we love. And right now they're in this waiting game with the FDI, right, on something that you know I'm interested in, which is vaccines for kids under 5, right? Talk to me about that piece of the news and then bring me behind the scenes as to what it was like to actually go there.
That's right. Look, they are excited. We spoke with them the morning after Pfizer had actually made the ask to the FDA, and they think it will play out very positively. They say the FDA is incredibly satisfied, Hallie, with all of their data about 2 shots, though. They do say, though, in coming months, about 2 months, they estimated they think the recommendation will actually be 3 shots, which, Hallie, is much like the adult dose, of course, when that booster was added on. That really gave more complete coverage. But I got to say, look, they were excited about that Pfizer FDA news. We were excited to meet them. time, Hallie, me and my crew happen to all have gotten the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. Pretty cool opportunity to say a big thank you.
Yeah, and to be like, the stuff you made is in my body now. Like, that doesn't happen all that often, you know? What was it like being at headquarters, right? Can you talk me through a little bit about the way that they are thinking about the pandemic as it, potentially eventually becomes endemic?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they are busy, as you say. They both arrived with bike helmets. They bike to work. They do not have a car. These are efficient, busy, very, very smart people. They're thinking a lot about variant-specific vaccines. So they're thinking about the Omicron vaccine right now. It is in clinical trials, and they started working, Hallie, immediately after it was detected. These people are very fast workers, and they have basically gotten the timeline from the detection to the actual vaccine down to 3 months. So they can now, going forward, tweak different vaccines for different variants. I do want to talk a little bit about Pfizer, because we did speak a lot about kind of the buildup to actually making the vaccine, that partnership. And it actually wasn't as smooth as we thought it had all been, I think, from the outside. I do want to just bring you back to January 2020 to give you a sense of just how fast he was working. So 6 weeks before the WHO ever declared a pandemic, Hallie, January 26, 2020, Dr. Shaheen had already sketched out 8 vaccines. Now, shortly thereafter, he goes to Pfizer, knowing they're going to need a big pharma partner in all of this. At the time, February 2020, Pfizer passes. Pfizer says, I don't think that mRNA vaccine candidate is for us. Take a quick listen to what he was thinking at that time. I just want to play you the sound from Dr. Shaheen.
We were convinced that this is going to become a pandemic. And we were also convinced that the humanity is without any defense. We knew that at that time point, it's just a matter of weeks that the situation will change, and that happened.
So when it changed, the world's greatest scientists instantly thought, yeah, okay, it's going to be a pandemic, and we need what you're offering.
That's what scientists do. They always ask for the evidence. Show me the evidence, and I will react.
Now, a few weeks later, Hallie, of course, the outbreak had moved out of China. It was knocking on New York City's doors. Pfizer got on board, and we know that was a very successful partnership, both for both companies and for the rest of us, Hallie.
Real quick, Molly, you mentioned this idea of they're keeping an eye on variants. They're always looking at new variants. It's Omicron now, something else may come up down the road. Is the sense that you got from them that they are like, all right, you said 3 months, we're ready to pivot, we're ready to tweak. As soon as we see something, we can make this work?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they are kind of like absolutely rapid response, ready to go. They're also looking a little bit long term. They talk about right now as being an incredibly stormy phase. They say it's going to be a little bit more silent going forward, and they think long term it's probably going to be a lot more like the flu. We are going to get an annual booster probably for COVID-19. I do just want to play you one more soundbite from this interview, Hallie, because we got to talking just about their research, about working on kind of mRNA vaccines. Take a quick listen to this moment. Everyone feels incredibly emotional about when they got their shot.
And many of those selfies ended up in our email box, so that was very motivating.
Did people really write in kind of thank yous and
yeah, video clips of people dancing or kids meeting their grandparents after 1 year of being isolated? So it was really very personal.
Hallie, I just wanted to share that. Look, these are 2 of the world's greatest scientific minds. They were also a lot of fun to meet, Hallie.
That's so cool. And a good reminder that a little thank you really can go a long way. Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us and sharing that. I appreciate it. After the break, a new MSNBC documentary that takes us inside a congressman's personal loss and his fight to protect this country. We're talking about love and the Constitution next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.